Chapter 1. The Unexpected Guest. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, its golden rays bathed the thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain, while a drone soared gracefully in the sky. Beside the cottage sat a young man accompanied by a scruffy dog. Da Huang, take your time eating. Who's competing with you? Your eating sounds so loud it's far from genteel. Shun Xian tapped the back of the dog's head with his chopsticks, reminiscent of a father reprimanding his child. Woof woof. Upon hearing the noise, Da Huang lifted his head to glance at his owner, whining pitifully. All right, I won't scold you anymore. Just enjoy your meal. Look at how aggrieved you are. Shun Xian sighed in exasperation and waved his hand dismissively. Ha ha ha, this is absolutely hilarious. Isn't this just a replica of my relationship with my father? Poor Da Huang, he gets so little to eat and still faces scolding. The host is quite amusing. Da Huang is just a dog. How can he understand? And yet he speaks so earnestly. Meanwhile, in a lively live streaming room titled Xian Guest Leisurely Life, viewers were bustling with comments. New friends, please follow and don't rush to leave. Once we hit 1,000 followers, it'll make Da Huang dance for you. While eating, Shun Xian glanced at the live stream and chuckled. Don't joke around. Host Da Huang can't dance. Da Huang, who worked hard all afternoon, is still kept in the dark. That's utterly inhumane. Da Huang has labored all day and now has to dance and stream. Forced to perform, poor Da Huang. Just as he finished speaking, the live chat erupted with condemnation. 985, 986. Shun Xian focused intently on the follower count, counting aloud until it finally reached 1,000. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have achieved 1,000 followers. You are rewarded with a lottery draw. As the voice echoed in his mind, Shun Xian's face broke into a smile. Since acquiring this live streaming system days ago, this was his first opportunity to participate in a lottery. Draw now. Before him appeared a colossal spinning wheel, its pointer whirling rapidly before settling on a segment. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Basic Animal Communication. Another notification chimed in his mind. Basic Animal Communication, host. Shun Xian. Age, 20. Stamina, 50 maximum 100. Agility, 50 maximum 100. Strength, 50 maximum 100. Skills, Basic Animal Communication. Special items, none. Achievements, 1,000 followers achievement. Each achievement allows for one lottery draw. This is indeed a practical skill. Shun Xian mumbled, realizing that with this, he could communicate freely with Da Huang in the future. Hey host, don't backtrack on your words. We passed 1,005 followers. How will Da Huang dance? If Da Huang can't dance, you should do it yourself with a mischievous grin. Seeing the host's demeanor, he must be planning to cheat him, about to unfollow. While Shun Xian was engaged in the lottery, the live stream was in chaos as viewers grew impatient with his delay in fulfilling his promise. Hold on, him just discussing this with Da Huang. Shun Xian glanced at the live chat and hurriedly explained. Haha, how do you plan to discuss with Da Huang? The host is quite the comedian. Do you think you're a beast tamer? How can a living person negotiate with a dog? The live chat was filled with skepticism. Shun Xian, however, remained unfazed, taking out a sausage from his bag and waving it in front of Da Huang. Woof woof woof. Da Huang immediately barked at Shun Xian. Da Huang, do you want to eat this? Now, equipped with the skill of animal communication, he could converse with Da Huang. If you want it, you must dance first. Woof woof woof. What is dancing? Da Huang barked again. It's quite simple, just do as I say. Shun Xian said earnestly that if Da Huang can understand, that's a miracle. The host has truly lost it. Let's not torment Da Huang, let him enjoy his meal instead. None in the live chat believed Shun Xian could communicate with Da Huang, but he proceeded methodically with his instructions. Extend your left paw, extend your right paw, wiggle your rear, shake your head. With each command, Da Huang attempted to comply, albeit awkwardly, lacking any grace. This was not dancing, it was clearly a test of Da Huang's patience. Haha, Da Huang's expression of despair is simply priceless. What sins did Da Huang commit in his past life to end up with such a master? If Da Huang is guilty, let heaven mete out justice, not you as his tormentor. The live stream echoed with laughter, captivated by Da Huang's clumsy antics. Shun Xian casually glanced at the stream data. Followers surged by over 20, and his popularity skyrocketed from 5,000 to over 9,000. Alas, in this day and age, it seems one is less appealing than a dog. Shun Xian lamented inwardly. After tirelessly streaming for over 10 days with little result, Da Huang's presence had significantly boosted his follower count and popularity. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang barked at Shun Xian in evident dissatisfaction. Here you go. Shun Xian chuckled lightly, peeling the sausage and tossing it aside. You danced well today. Noticing the time, he realized it was 6 o'clock, signaling the end of his streaming session. Dear viewers, today's live stream is coming to a close. If you enjoyed it, please follow, and we shall meet again tomorrow. Shun Xian bid farewell to his friends in the live stream and prepared to end the session. However, before he could act, the chat exploded with messages. Whoa, host, look behind you. Oh my goodness, what is that? Is it a wild boar? Are you blind? That's a wild bear, holy host. You're in danger. What in the world? A wild bear? Shun Xian read a few comments and instinctively turned around. Holy cow! Shun Xian cursed under his breath, quickly grabbing a hoe from nearby and gripping it tightly. Several dozen meters away in the vegetable plot, a large black figure suddenly appeared, covered in dark fur, its round eyes fixated on Shun Xian. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang, abandoning the sausage, dashed forward several meters, barking fiercely at the black bear, seemingly ready to charge into battle. Chapter 2. Reaching an agreement. I am deeply concerned about the little dog, Da Huang. Its petite frame seems hardly sufficient to withstand a black bear's appetite. This is disastrous. Both the host and Da Huang are in peril. Viewers in the live stream, witnessing this unfolding scene, grew increasingly anxious. They had been drawn to this stream by Da Huang's charm, and seeing it in danger naturally filled them with dread. They were equally worried about the safety of the host, Shun Xian. Roar. The massive black bear, eyeing a person and a dog before it, appeared somewhat displeased. It lifted its head and let out a couple of roars, seemingly attempting to shoo them away. Goodness! Shun Xian stood several meters away, and the bear's roar sprayed saliva onto him, causing the very ground to tremble. This creature was indeed formidable, should it decide to attack. Shun Xian and Da Huang's diminutive sizes would surely render them mere morsels. Woof, woof, woof. Shun Xian felt the urge to flee. Yet Da Huang boldly stood in front of him, barking defiantly at the black bear. Having recently learned the basics of animal communication, Shun Xian could roughly grasp Da Huang's intent. You should leave. This is my territory. Da Huang incessantly barked, asserting its claim. However, the black bear seemed entirely indifferent. Roar. What of your territory? I am here to eat. I am hungry. Woof, woof, woof. This is my master's vegetable garden. You are not permitted to eat. Roar. If I desire to eat, I shall. Do you dare to stop me? I could devour both you and your master. After threateningly growling, the black bear made a menacing gesture, as if prepared to consume them whole. Could I have a word? Shun Xian couldn't contain himself and raised his hand, speaking up amidst the escalating argument between Da Huang and the black bear. His ability to communicate with animals was evident, and both the bear and Da Huang turned to him. However, the live stream erupted in laughter. What was the host thinking? What good would his words do? Raising his hand as if in a classroom? I bet the black bear will soon turn on him. The notion of a human raising a hand to converse with a black bear was absurd. Yet, Shun Xian quickly astonished them all. This vegetable patch is my territory, he declared, pointing. If you wish to eat, I can offer you some, but you must not cause trouble. Upon hearing Shun Xian's words, the black bear's eyes flickered, seemingly perplexed by the concept of causing trouble. Roar. You, a feeble human, what right do you have to impose such demands upon me? The bear was displeased, questioning the qualifications of someone so small to negotiate terms. Weak? Shun Xian acknowledged the vast disparity between him and the bear. Akin to a university student compared to an elementary schooler, he was no match for such a creature. It's simple. If you create chaos, I will cease planting vegetables. If you return, there will be nothing for you. Shun Xian smiled gently, speaking earnestly. The bear paused, taken aback. It had not considered the implications of future visits. If you heed my words, I can assure you there will always be food available upon your arrival. Seizing the moment, Shun Xian reiterated his offer. Every time I come, there will be food? The prospect was undeniably enticing for the bear, especially given the scarcity of food on the mountain during this season. Many animals were descending in search of sustenance, including the black bear. If it could rely on a guaranteed meal at the foot of the mountain, hunger would no longer be a concern. Witnessing this unfolding dialogue, viewers were astounded. The host was negotiating with a fearsome black bear. Remarkable. Could it be that he truly communicated with animals? Surely, it must be an act. Surely the bear would soon retaliate. The audacity of the host would surely come at a cost. Viewers anticipated his imminent demise. Even after such a prolonged exchange, most spectators remained skeptical. In this day and age, Few possessed the ability to converse directly with animals. Those who did typically relied on body language. The notion of Shen Xian engaging in spoken dialogue was utterly preposterous. Roar. Soon, the black bear let out a few more roars. A smile crept onto Shen Xian's face as the bear finally acquiesced to his request. Albeit with the stipulation that Shen Xian provide it with meat regularly, an easy task for him. With such a formidable ally, Shen Xian's live stream popularity was bound to soar. Deal. Shen Xian, overcome with excitement, instinctively reached out his hand for a high five with the bear. The bear hesitated for a moment before gingerly extending its large paw to lightly tap Shen Xian's hand. This gesture sent the live stream into a frenzy. Goodness, has this bear truly become enlightened? It even understands the human high five. In disbelief, viewers marveled at the surreal nature of the interaction. Ding dong. User Qingyan Fairy has gifted the host a rocket. Ding dong. User Qingyan Fairy has gifted the host another rocket. Ding dong. User Qingyan Fairy has gifted the host yet another rocket. Suddenly, Qingyan Fairy showered the host with 10 rockets, causing the live stream's excitement to surge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a heat level of 10,000, earning a chance to draw a prize. So quickly, to 10,000 heat? While still gazing at the black bear, Shen Xian was startled by the notification. He quickly checked the live stream and realized that Qingyan Fairy's generous 10 rocket gifts had catapulted the heat from 3,000 to 15,000. Thank you, Qingyan Fairy. I am truly grateful. Your generosity is overwhelming. This was Shen Xian's first experience receiving gifts, and he hardly knew how to express his thanks. Resorting to clasping his hands together and repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Honestly, I am just thrilled that everyone has come to watch the stream. Gifts are far too extravagant. Please, no more. Shen Xian scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. Each rocket cost 500. 10 of them amounted to 5,000. A considerable sum for Shen Xian. Why is the host being so modest? Other streamers beg for rockets, yet here he is, asking people not to send gifts. He is a refreshing presence in the streaming world. Laughter erupted among viewers. I admire your humility. Allow me to send you 10 more. At that moment, Qingyan Fairy also chimed in. As soon as she finished speaking, a flurry of rockets rained down in the live stream. Ding dong. User Qingyan Fairy has gifted the host another rocket. Ding dong. User Qingyan Fairy has gifted the host yet another rocket. Ding dong. User Qingyan Fairy has gifted the host another rocket. Goodness, this person is quite affluent. Chapter 3. Disdain Ding dong. A user, an elderly gentleman who enjoys smoking. Rewards a plane. Ding dong. Another user, Little Heart, bestows 100 hearts. Ding dong. User Clear Wind and Bright Moon rewards a rocket. It appears that the celestial being, Qingyan Fairy, has prompted the lurking users to begin showering gifts. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a heat level of 20,000, earning you a chance to enter a lottery. So soon? Shen Xian did not expect that in just over 10 seconds, an additional 10,000 heat points would accumulate. Upon reflection, it is not surprising. The previous barrage of rockets from Qingyan Fairy attracted many new users. And then the old users contributed as well, causing the heat to rise rapidly. Indeed, having ample funds is exhilarating. Suddenly, he has 2 chances to participate in a lottery. Gratefulness flooded over him. He clasped his hands in appreciation, expressing his thanks profusely. I have little to offer in return, but tomorrow when I ascend the mountain, I will gather some wild fruits or local specialties for a lottery. Having observed many prominent streamers host lottery events to reward their fans, Shen Xian, lacking in valuable items, decided to procure wild specialties from the mountains. Wild goods are splendid. I adore them. Are they wild vegetables? That would indeed be a rarity. No way. After showering with so many rockets, he plans to merely provide some wild vegetables? What do you know? Wild vegetables are often unattainable for the average person. Shen Xian noted the discussions in the live stream and clarified, as for the specific items for the lottery, I cannot determine them at this moment. It will depend on tomorrow's luck on the mountain. If fortune smiles upon me, I might unearth a Tian Shan Snow Lotus or ginseng to offer you. However, if luck is not on my side, I may only gather some wild vegetables or pluck a few wild fruits. Do not disdain them. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in laughter. Haraha. You crack me up. The streamer is so genuine. I appreciate your sincerity. I'll follow you. It's rare to find such authentic streamers nowadays. Count me as a new fan. Shen Xian's simple declaration led to a substantial increase in followers. Those who enjoy rural live broadcasts are drawn to authenticity. Other streamers are often laden with tricks and ulterior motives, rendering their content quite uninteresting over time. So it's settled then. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, I will take you up the mountain to see. Shen smiled, bidding farewell to the audience before promptly ending the live stream. Just as he switched off the broadcast, the village chief, Wu Daiyou, approached, panting heavily. Xian, the payment you offered for the stone mountain is too little. 50,000 for 10 years? Surely it should be at least 100,000 for a decade. Wu Daiyou stated, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his eyes narrowed. 100,000 for 10 years? Shen was displeased upon hearing that figure. Stone Village is an isolated place, and the stone mountain has been abandoned for decades. No one has ever sought to lease it. 5,000 a year. And they still think it's insufficient? From what Shen understood, no one in the village was willing to undertake the mountain, and many spoke behind his back, calling him a fool for agreeing to the 5,000 price. Now the village chief comes demanding more? Chief Wu, I only have this much money. I cannot offer a single cent more. Shen was a straightforward individual, stating his position firmly. Wu Daiyou's expression turned awkward. He had expected Shen to negotiate. But instead, he was met with a firm refusal. Don't say that. You returned from the city, and 100,000 is not an unattainable sum. Wu Daiyou chuckled awkwardly. Many in the village wish to lease the mountain, but I've held off on agreeing. You are the only university student in the village. Leasing it to you, even for a lesser amount, is something I'm willing to do. Who else wants to rent this mountain? Shen inquired directly. There are plenty. Qinji has approached me several times, wanting to lease the mountain for a farm and livestock. Wu Daiyou immediately revealed a name as the village chief. I am also under pressure. Qinji, that scoundrel who idles around the village, harassing respectable women, he wishes to lease the mountain? That is preposterous. Tell him to come see me. I will speak with him. Shen waved his hand dismissively, refusing to believe Qinji was serious about leasing the mountain. All right, I will have him come to you. Wu Daiyou nodded in agreement. After all, Qinji was his man. He would later pressure Shen to hand over the money without a fuss, as this lad had never encountered the world outside. After saying this, Wu Daiyou departed. As the sky darkened, Shen tidied up the dishes and suddenly remembered that the big black bear was still over there munching on vegetables, so he hurried over. Roar. The big black bear, having devoured some vegetables, growled at Shen, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction. All right, I will get you some meat to eat tomorrow. Shen sighed, finding it amusing that this creature, having consumed his vegetables, now demanded meat. He could only acquiesce, as the big black bear was essentially his ancestor now. However, having such a formidable companion would undoubtedly enhance the appeal of his live broadcasts. A mutually beneficial arrangement. Speaking of which, there's also the lottery. Shen suddenly recalled that he still had 2 lottery chances to use. Let the lottery commence. He silently chanted, and a large spinning wheel appeared before him, the pointer whirling rapidly. Ultimately, it halted at an empty space. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received a bag of celestial soil. Celestial soil? What on earth is that? Shen gazed at the large bag of celestial soil in his hands. It weighed about 2 pounds. Upon opening it, it appeared no different from ordinary soil. Given the celestial aspect, could it possibly be soil from the underworld of the celestial realm? Let us spin again. With no time to ponder further, he set the celestial soil aside and silently initiated the lottery once more. The spinning wheel reappeared, the pointer whirled, and once again, it came to a stop. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a celestial elixir. Celestial elixir? He glanced at the shiny white pill in his hand, which emitted an enticing fragrance. Given that it was a celestial elixir, it must be a remarkable item. Crunch. He tossed it into his mouth, and with a crisp snap, the elixir transformed into a stream of refreshing essence that flowed down his throat, instantly enveloping his entire being in a sensation akin to floating among the clouds. Exquisite. Shen closed his eyes, savoring the experience. Woof woof woof. Within 2 minutes, Wang Kai suddenly barked loudly. Shen opened his eyes abruptly. This silly dog dared to criticize him for being smelly, but before he could retort, he caught a whiff of his own scent, which he found somewhat unbearable. It seemed the consumption of the celestial elixir had catalyzed a transformation, purging various impurities from his body. All right, I shall take a shower. Shen glanced at the big yellow dog, whose eyes were filled with disdain, and muttered irritably. How is it possible that a strikingly handsome man like him could be looked down upon by a mere dog? Chapter 4. The Deadly 5-Step Viper Host. Shen age. 20 Vitality. 70. Maximum 100. Agility. 70. Maximum 100. Strength. 70. Maximum 100. Skill. Elementary Animal Communication Special Item. Mystic Soil Xinxian was taken aback as he perused his personal stats. The consumption of a single mystic pill had augmented his vitality, agility, and strength by 20 points each. The potency of the mystic pill was truly astonishing. Woof, woof. Da Huang bounded over from a short distance, fawning over him, licking him profusely, as if attempting to ingratiate itself. Away with you. Wasn't it just moments ago that you found my scent objectionable? Shun Xian retorted, pushing Da Huang away with a hint of displeasure. Woof, woof, woof. Da Huang yelped a few times, then edged closer, sniffing intently. Shun Xian understood that the mystic pill had imbued him with an alluring aura. With its keen sense of smell, Da Huang sought to curry favor, hoping to procure a mystic pill for itself. There are none left for now. Perhaps later. Shun Xian waved his hand dismissively. Woof, woof. Upon hearing this, Da Huang emitted a few disgruntled yelps before retreating to its kennel, ceasing all interaction with Shun Xian. Well, such opportunism, Shun Xian muttered, speechless. The instant it learned of the absence of mystic pills, it promptly departed. Such canine fickleness. Noticing the lateness of the hour, Shun Xian tidied up perfunctorily and retreated to his abode. As he closed his eyes, the symphony of croaking frogs and chirping insects enveloped the thatched cottage, weaving together into a harmonious nocturne. A unique and tranquil ambience. Since returning from the city, leasing this mountain, and erecting the thatched cottage, Shun Xian had drifted into slumber amidst these sounds each night, finding solace and serenity. The night passed uneventfully. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Shun Xian arose from his bed, opened the door, and stood outside, inhaling the crisp, invigorating air. The melodious chirping of various birds filled his ears. Da Huang scrambled out of its kennel, circling Shun Xian and wagging its tail obsequiously. Now that you're famished, you seek me out? Shun Xian glared at Da Huang. The previous night, it had scorned his scent and sulked when deprived of mystic pills. What egregious indulgence. Woof. Da Huang whimpered plaintively, nudging Shun Xian's calf with its head. All right. I'll prepare the meal. Shun Xian strode into the kitchen and began to busy himself. Utilizing the leftover rice from the previous night, incorporating a farm-fresh egg and sprinkling scallions, he concocted a fragrant plate of fried rice. Woof! Enticed by the aroma, Da Huang sneaked in from outside, its saliva cascading. Such olfactory acuity, Shun Xian muttered, but nonetheless apportioned half of the fried rice into Da Huang's bowl. Da Huang devoured the meal with unrestrained fervor, its table manners leaving much to be desired. Glutton. Shun Xian watched Da Huang, a sense of helplessness washing over him. However, he was also grateful that it was a native breed, easy to maintain. Had it been one of those prized breeds, requiring daily dog food, he would have been unable to afford it. After the meal, he tidied up and launched the drone, activating the live stream. Soon, viewers began to trickle into the room, tuning into the broadcast. The stream's popularity escalated from a few hundred to 5,000. The viewers in the live stream were commenting one after another. Having concluded his address, Shun Xian, equipped with his rudimentary toolkit, embarked on the path leading into the mountains. His dwelling was situated at the foot of the mountain, and after a brief trek, he arrived at the rugged, uneven mountain path, flanked by thorns and weeds. In certain sections, he had to clear the way with a sickle. Within moments, Shun Xian's garments had sustained several tears, and his trousers were thoroughly soaked with dew. His appearance was rather disheveled. The viewers in the live stream were commenting one after another. Shun Xian cast a glance at the live stream's comments and chuckled. In the depths of the mountains, such occurrences were commonplace. As he concluded his statement, he wielded the sickle, hacking at the thorns ahead, creating a path after several swings. Da Huang trailed behind him, obediently swaying. Just as Shun Xian was about to proceed, he froze, his body rigid, his gaze fixed on the undergrowth. Shun Xian was currently in a predicament. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Within the undergrowth, a serpent, as thick as 2 fingers, was flicking its tongue, its eyes fixated on Shun Xian, poised to strike. The drone descended slowly, its lens focusing on the serpent within the undergrowth. The viewers in the live stream erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Chapter 5. Unearthing Ginseng. Shun Xian's gaze was fixed on the 5-step snake, yet his mouth continued to expound knowledge without pause. Goodness, is this the time for such lectures? Broadcaster, please exercise some caution and devise an escape plan. The audience in the live stream was exasperated. Here they were, transfixed by a venomous snake, while the host remained engrossed in his commentary. How audacious. Stay calm. I have brought tools. Shun Xian slowly withdrew a stick from his backpack, and upon noticing this movement, Da Huang understood his master's intent. Woof, woof, woof. A sudden cacophony erupted, startling the snake momentarily as it recoiled its head. De Huang may lack many skills, but his ability to divert attention and intimidate snakes was commendable. Now was the moment. With the long stick in hand, Shen Xian unleashed a flurry of strikes towards the five-step snake. "Ah, I shall vanquish you," he cried out as he continued to strike. For a solid 2 minutes, he relentlessly beat the creature until it lay lifeless, its head unrecognizable. With a sigh of relief, Shen Xian observed the snake's stillness and took a moment to catch his breath. Indeed, it had been perilous. The five-step snake possessed lethal venom. If bitten, given the remoteness of Stone Village, reaching a hospital would likely take 2 hours, and Shen Xian would have met a dire fate. Meanwhile, the audience witnessed Shen Xian's dramatic actions unfold. "Wow, Xian Gu is incredible," exclaimed one viewer. "I thought he was a shoo-in for success. Yet it seems he too was caught off guard. Just moments ago, he had exhibited calmness while educating the audience, but now he was flustered and frantic. I bow to you, Xian Gu. You are truly formidable." The viewers' comments flooded in, with gifts pouring forth. User Qingyun Fairy gifted the broadcaster 10 rockets. User Xinyu Prince gifted the broadcaster an airplane. The live stream erupted into a frenzy, the barrage of comments multiplying exponentially, and a plethora of gifts poured in. "Thank you, Qingyun Fairy, for the rockets. Thank you, Xinyu Prince, for the airplane." Shen Xian expressed his gratitude as he regained his composure, then glanced at the comments with a wry smile. "I am but an ordinary person. That was a five-step snake, incredibly venomous. How could I not be frightened? This was the source of my earlier trepidation," Shen Xian conveyed, emphasizing the natural instinct for self-preservation in the face of danger. After all, he was merely a recent college graduate. Indeed, the broadcaster demonstrated remarkable courage. Had you been in his shoes, you would have likely been paralyzed with fear. The audience reassured him. After expressing his gratitude, Shen Xian approached the snake's carcass and remarked, "This snake is, in fact, a valuable creature. Its meat is edible, and its gallbladder is said to improve vision. However, I harbor a fear of snakes and shall not consume it. Instead, I shall bury it." With that, he took a hoe and began digging a small grave, placing the five-step snake's body within. "Xian Gu is truly compassionate. What a good person he is." Another viewer commented, "Xian Gu, don't you possess the ability to communicate with animals? Why not converse with the five-step snake?" "Indeed, I was pondering the same question." Another chimed in. Shen Xian, having caught sight of the inquiries, began to explain, "I can communicate with animals, albeit selectively. For instance, De Huang is my companion. We share a bond through daily interactions. Similarly, with De Xiong, there exists an exchange of interests regarding food. However, the five-step snake is fundamentally venomous. It is akin to a thorny rose. Attempting to pluck it would likely lead to injury. Any attempt at communication with the five-step snake would result in peril." With this clarification, the audience grasped the rationale. Xian Gu is right. Engaging with venomous creatures is simply unwise. One's own life must take precedence. After burying the snake, Shen Xian began to survey his surroundings. "Now, it is time for Xian Ji's educational segment. Prepare to take notes," he stated solemnly. "I believe I am on the verge of discovering something exceptional." Upon hearing this, the audience was filled with curiosity. Something extraordinary? Is he truly that confident? I doubt it. With such self-assurance, he is bound to be proven wrong. The comments brimmed with skepticism, yet Shen Xian remained undeterred and diligently searched the nearby underbrush, carefully prodding the foliage with his stick. Finally, he uncovered a plant that appeared markedly different from its surroundings. "Ginseng," Shen Xian exclaimed, having studied agricultural science in university. He recognized the rare herb's distinct appearance. Crouching down, he delicately maneuvered the soil, intent on preserving the integrity of the ginseng. Lo and behold, he truly has found something remarkable. The audience erupted with excitement, questioning how he had known ginseng would be present. "Please, be patient. Allow me to extract the ginseng before I enlighten you further." Shen Xian chuckled, then continued to carefully unearth the plant, revealing the ginseng in its entirety. Holding it aloft for inspection, he noted its diameter was roughly that of 2 fingers, adorned with numerous fibrous roots. "Do share how you discern the presence of ginseng here," the viewers urged. "We await your explanation eagerly." User Xiao Daodu has gifted the broadcaster an airplane. In an instant, the live stream was once again abuzz with a wave of gift-giving, all clamoring for Shen Xian to address their pressing questions. Chapter 6. The stingy system. Shen Xian was feeling a bit overwhelmed. The enthusiasm of the audience was simply too fervent. In just a short span of time, there were already 2 airplanes and numerous small gifts. I could ascertain that there was something valuable here, and it was all because of that 5-step snake. After expressing his gratitude, Xian began to educate his viewers, keeping them in suspense, which was not ideal. What did snakes have to do with this? The host should refrain from making wild claims. Is there some kind of saying behind this? I'm curious. Please finish quickly and don't keep us hanging. As Xian completed a sentence and paused to catch his breath, the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their impatience. Why the rush? Wait for me to finish. Xian waved his hand and continued. The 5-step snake, being a formidable species among snakes, possesses a sense of territoriality. It remains here because of this ginseng, guarding the treasure within its domain. Its attack on me stemmed from the belief that I was infringing upon its territory and threatening its treasure. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream began to grasp the situation. Impressive. The host is knowledgeable about such obscure facts. Yes, indeed. There is such a notion that animals tend to hoard treasures. The host is remarkable. I've learned something new today. So, does that mean you, the host, are also an invader, having killed the 5-step snake and taken its treasure? After the educational segment, before Xian could bask in his glory, a sharp question was posed by the wealthy viewer Qingyan Fairy. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Should we not condemn the hostess invasion then? Ha, discussing invasion with a venomous snake. Are you all saints? Prompted by Qingyan Fairy, a debate erupted in the live stream, shattering the previously harmonious atmosphere. Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Could such matters spark an argument? From the perspective of the 5-step snake, I was indeed an intruder, not one to shy away. Xian admitted, however, in the animal kingdom, the law of the jungle prevails. The strong are justified. If I hadn't killed it today, it would have killed me. I merely outmatched the 5-step snake, and thus it perished while I survived. This explanation garnered acceptance from most viewers. That's right. It's a fight for survival between the host and the 5-step snake. One must perish. In the animal realm, killing for treasure is a natural occurrence. To those self-proclaimed saints, I bet you would tremble in fear if you encountered a venomous snake. Host, I apologize. I overthought things earlier. Please disregard my comments. Qingyan Fairy immediately sent a message to acknowledge her mistake. Oh, it's nothing. I'm not a petty person, Xian replied, relieved. Qingyan Fairy had already sent dozens of rockets in the live stream, indicating her fondness for his broadcast. It would have been unfortunate if their earlier disagreement had caused a rift, especially given the monetary support she had provided. Host, are you going to raffle off that ginseng? Qingyan Fairy sent another message. My grandfather isn't well, and I'd like to get some wild ginseng to help him recover. Upon hearing this, the audience began to ponder. Host, you mustn't forget what you promised. Indeed, this wild ginseng must be included in the raffle. But this wild ginseng is worth at least several $100,000. Using it for a raffle seems rather extravagant. Xian, glancing at the barrage of comments, gritted his teeth. I promised, and the goal of today's mountain expedition was to gather prizes for you all. This wild ginseng will definitely be raffled off. As he uttered those words, Xian felt a pang of regret. This was a wild ginseng. If sold on the market, it could fetch a significant sum. To give it away in a raffle felt like a waste. Host, you're incredible. I'm cheering for you. This kind of host is rare. To offer a wild ginseng worth several $100,000 in a raffle is truly generous. I'm a fan now. Since it's a raffle, I won't buy anything. I'll just try my luck later. Qingyan Fairy quickly chimed in. Xian, while wearing a smile on his face, felt a deep sense of discomfort inside as he observed the flattery in the live stream. He was just an ordinary person, having only recently embarked on his streaming career. He initially thought today's mountain climb would yield no rewards, yet he unexpectedly unearthed a wild ginseng. Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. To continue streaming, he must follow through on his promises, or the new fans he had garnered would surely abandon him. User Xianyu Prince gifted an airplane. The host is generous. User Xiao Daodu gifted an airplane. The host is amazing. User Brother Octopus sent 100 hearts. Just as Xian was wrestling with his thoughts, a wave of donations surged into the live stream, with several airplanes appearing at once. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for reaching 30,000 heat. You were rewarded with one raffle opportunity. The sudden notification in his mind brought a slight sense of comfort to Xian. Although he could not sell the wild ginseng for money, he had at least attracted a wave of fans and received donations. Plus, he now had a chance to raffle something. With the system backing him, he need not worry about financial success in the future. With this thought, Xian felt less conflicted. Thank you to all the brothers for your donations. I'll see if I can find anything else on the mountain, and I will raffle it off for you. After expressing his gratitude, Xian continued his ascent up the mountain. As he walked, he also activated the raffle system. The pointer on the grand wheel began to spin. Buddha bless, I've already offered the wild ginseng in a raffle. At least let me win something good. Shun Xian prayed silently. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a drop of spiritual liquid. Just as his prayer concluded, a voice echoed in his mind. What is this? Just a drop? Shun Xian nearly jumped in frustration. After sacrificing a wild ginseng worth several 100,000 for a mere 30,000 heat, the prize turned out to be just a drop of spiritual liquid? At the very least, it should have been a vial. The system is truly stingy. Silently cursing within, he glanced at the small vial in his palm, containing a single drop of transparent liquid that appeared no different from a drop of water. If this substance proves ineffective, I'll make sure to deal with you later. Shun Xian muttered to himself, tucking the vial into his pocket as he hurried along the mountain path. After walking for a considerable distance, he paused before a nearly withered plant, squatting down to examine it closely. 666, has the host discovered something valuable again? What could a nearly withered plant possibly be worth? You don't understand. The hostess' eyes are more discerning than even the fiery eyes of Sun Wukong. If he stopped, it must be a great treasure. Chapter 7. A word of caution that which could arrest Shun Xian's gaze must be extraordinary. It was a Cymbidium tigrinum. A wild variety, its leaves noticeably broader and the plant larger than those sold commercially. Alas, it was withering. At that moment, a viewer with the ID Orchid Wholesale Retail, Find Me promptly commented, Cymbidium tigrinum? Shun Xian glanced at the live stream and, seeing the comment, nodded. This friend is correct. It is indeed a Cymbidium tigrinum, but I'm not sure what went wrong. The leaves are all yellowed. Such a large Cymbidium tigrinum would fetch over 10,000 on the market, perhaps even more, being a wild specimen. Its appearance is far superior to those commercially grown. A healthy plant like this could easily sell for around 50,000. Heavens, 50,000. Shun Xian wasn't entirely certain of the exact price of Cymbidium tigrinum, but knew that wild varieties were considerably more valuable than cultivated ones. If it could truly sell for 50,000, it would be a substantial sum. Should I dig it up? With that thought, Shun Xian began to excavate a large clod of earth around the orchid, carefully wrapping it in a bag and placing it in his basket. I'll take this Cymbidium tigrinum back with me to investigate the cause. Perhaps I can revive it, Shun Xian said casually. However, it won't be part of the raffle. I fear it might completely wither before it can be transported. I wouldn't want such a thing, even as a gift. Some wild vegetables are edible. But what use is a dying orchid? The host should abandon it. This Cymbidium tigrinum is beyond saving. The live stream audience showed little interest in the withering orchid, which, in turn, reassured Shun Xian. He could research it, and, if he managed to revive it, sell it. Subsequently, Shun Xian continued along the mountain path for a while, failing to find any wild vegetables but gathering a considerable amount of fresh shiitake mushrooms, filling a large bag that felt heavy in his hand. I'll head back now. I'm exhausted after a morning's work, Shun Xian said to the live stream audience, wiping sweat from his brow. I'll descend the mountain now and hold the raffle when I get back. Thank you for your hard work. I'm ready for the raffle. I am determined to win the wild ginseng. Upon hearing Shun Xian's words, the viewers in the live stream were eager, all hoping to win the wild ginseng. Well aware of its value, winning it would be a stroke of fortune. Woof, woof, woof. Halfway down the mountain path, Big Yellow suddenly ran ahead, darting into the undergrowth and barking towards Shun Xian. What is it? Not going home and running around. Shun Xian grumbled, annoyed that Big Yellow claimed to have made a new discovery and wanted him to come over. The host has keen eyes. Could Big Yellow have evolved as well? Let's go see. Maybe he'll dig up another ginseng. I bet it's a snow lotus this time. Are you daft? Snow lotuses grow on cliffs. The previously quiet live stream suddenly buzzed with excitement as viewers urged Shun Xian to investigate. Could there really be treasure? Shun Xian wondered, quickening his pace until he reached Big Yellow. One glance was enough to make Shun Xian's eyes light up. What is that? In front of Big Yellow, at the base of a large tree, was a furry little creature, its innocent eyes gazing at Shun Xian and Big Yellow. What kind of animal is that? Shun Xian couldn't immediately identify it. It resembled a puppy. Could it be an abandoned puppy? Unlikely. Even if it were abandoned, it wouldn't be left in such a place. It looks like a wolf, but it's hard to tell at this age. The live stream audience speculated, giving Shun Xian an idea. A wolf? Shun Xian recalled descriptions from books and carefully compared them to the small animal before him, quickly reaching a conclusion. I know what it is. It's a wolf cub, Shun Xian declared with certainty. Really? Are you sure? Don't be embarrassed if you're wrong. I don't see much difference between it and a dog. Can the host explain? Since you're all curious, allow me to enlighten you, Shun Xian said, clearing his throat. It's time for Xian Ge's educational segment. Listen carefully. First, The little one's tail droops. A natural self-protective posture for wolves. Dogs' tails usually curl upwards. Second, a wolf's ears stand erect and parallel, while a dog's ears typically droop. Based on these 2 points, this little one is indeed a wolf cub. Upon hearing this explanation, the livestream audience carefully examined the little creature. It's true, after looking closely. It matches the host's description. The host is incredible, possessing such detailed knowledge. It's a wolf cub. The host should run. Yes, before its family arrives. Upon learning that it was a wolf cub, everyone urged Shinxian to leave to avoid encountering adult wolves, which could be dangerous. No need to rush. Shinxian replied calmly. According to wolf customs, cubs are nursed for the first 5 months, and after 6 months, they must find food on their own. This little wolf cub appears to be only 1 or 2 months old and has been abandoned here, suggesting something has happened to its parents. Hearing this, the livestream audience was puzzled, unsure of Shinxian's intentions. I think I should take it back with me, Shinxian said after a moment's thought. The little one seems very hungry. If its parents don't care for it, it will starve to death here. What? Take a wolf cub home? The livestream audience thought the host had lost his mind. It's a wolf. Wolves are inherently predatory and ferocious. Taking it back will lead to trouble when it grows up. Xiange, I urge you to reconsider. It's a wild wolf. Don't be fooled by its small size. It will eat people when it grows up. What will you do when its parents come looking for it? Raising a wild wolf is absurd. The live stream was filled with dissenting voices. Chapter 8. To sign or not to sign, wolves are inherently ferocious carnivores, and taming them poses a formidable challenge. Their brutality is deeply ingrained, making it seemingly impossible to alter their nature. However, the tiny wolf cub before me possesses an innocent sparkle in its eyes, reminiscent of a young dog. If one were to raise this wolf cub as one would a dog from the very beginning, could it potentially transform its innate tendencies? After all, this cub is merely a month or 2 old, utterly oblivious to its identity as a wolf. Perhaps if I guide it now to forget its true nature, there remains a possibility for change. Ladies and gentlemen, I have made my decision. I shall take this wolf cub home to rear it. Shinxian earnestly addressed his audience in the live stream. This place is quite remote and teeming with venomous snakes. Leaving it here would be perilous. I will take it home, and if its parents come looking, I shall return it to them. With that, Shinxian crouched down, extending a hand to gently stroke the little wolf cub's head. The cub remained still, allowing him to pet it, even squinting its eyes in apparent enjoyment. The broadcaster's reasoning seemed somewhat sound. It would be truly pitiful for such a small wolf cub to be devoured by another creature. Surprisingly, this wolf cub is rather endearing. As the audience watched Shinxian interact with the cub, their hearts softened, and they ceased their objections. Big Yellow, what do you think of this little one as your son? Shinxian inquired, glancing at Big Yellow while patting the wolf cub. Bark, bark, bark. Big Yellow barked excitedly at Shinxian, seemingly anxious. What? You claim to be a single dog without a mate? Shinxian chuckled before continuing. Fear not. This is what we call an unwed fatherhood. You shall take care of it, and we shall name it Little Yellow. Bark, bark, bark. Big Yellow protested vehemently, refusing to accept. You shall be responsible for it, and ensure it consumes an extra portion of meat each day, Shinxian asserted without room for debate. Bark, bark, bark. Deal. After uttering his agreement, Big Yellow dashed over to Little Yellow, affectionately licking it several times. Wolves and dogs share common traits, and the little wolf cub mistook Big Yellow for one of its kind, happily engaging with him, creating a charming scene of paternal affection. Goodness gracious. Has this become a father-son duo? Congratulations to Big Yellow on his newfound offspring. My word, Big Yellow has lost all dignity, just for a bit of meat. He has acquired a son? The viewers in the live stream were astonished, never anticipating that a wolf cub would so easily become a dog-esque child. How exhilarating. Come, Big Yellow, take your son. We are heading home. Shinxian smiled slightly and declared. With that, he rose and began walking down the mountain, while Big Yellow naturally followed, carrying Little Yellow in his mouth. What a remarkable turn of events. Big Yellow has gained a son on this mountain trip. How delightful. I wonder how Little Yellow will perceive his father as he grows. Congratulations to the broadcaster. This journey has truly yielded bountiful rewards. After a 10-minute trek, they soon reached the foot of the mountain. Shinxian set down his belongings, took a shower, and changed into fresh attire. Meanwhile, Big Yellow lounged in the doghouse with Little Yellow. Shinxian poured some milk into a small bowl and placed it before Little Yellow. Come, drink up. He gently stroked Little Yellow's head. The cub sniffed the milk before slowly licking it up. In just a few minutes, it had polished off the bowl, beaming at Shinxian with a joyful expression. So well behaved. Shinxian gazed at this adorable creature. finding it hard to fathom whether little Yellow would grow into a fierce and ruthless wolf. Stop petting it and get on with the lottery. What are you waiting for? Indeed, it's been over half an hour since you returned, yet you've mentioned nothing of the lottery. Are you trying to avoid your obligations? Hurry up. We're all waiting, deliberately keeping us in suspense. Shun Xian glanced at the live stream and realized the audience was growing impatient. Rest assured, I shall commence the lottery shortly. I will not renege on my promise. He promptly replied, retrieving the ginseng and mushrooms for the draw. This round of the lottery will primarily feature these two items. The nearly wilted tiger-headed orchid will not be included. After briefly explaining, Shun Xian began to navigate the lottery process, which he had never attempted before and needed to familiarize himself with. Haraha, I've been waiting impatiently. Let us get on with it. Indeed, I'm all set. I even have rockets prepared. It seemed that the more gifts offered, the greater the likelihood of winning. The audience members eagerly anticipated the lottery, their excitement palpable upon hearing Shun Xian's words. Ginseng worth tens of thousands. If one were to win it, it would indeed be a windfall. However, as Shun Xian fiddled with the lottery setup, he suddenly furrowed his brow. It appeared there would be a delay, as he needed to sign a contract with the streaming platform first. He had yet to finalize that arrangement. Scratching his head, he lamented, I suppose I must contact the administrator. This is how it goes. Just reach out to the administrator and request an online contract for signing, came the advice from others. Such a delay. Hurry up and finalize the contract. I'm eager to proceed with the lottery. The audience urged him on. Without hesitation, Shun Xian searched the backend and finally located the administrator's contact option, sending a request for the contract. Shortly thereafter, the administrator sent over the documents. Shun Xian opened the file and hesitated, incredulous. Is this truly a contract? It feels more like a servitude agreement. The terms outlined were quite daunting, including stipulations such as maintaining an online presence for no less than 8 hours a day. For every half hour less, 100 yuan would be deducted. If less than half an hour, it would be counted as a half hour. Goodness, if I were unable to stream one day, would I lose 1,600 yuan? With an initial salary of only 3,000, missing just 2 days of streaming would obliterate my base pay. The document was riddled with restrictive clauses, even stating that audience donations would be split 40-60, with Shun Xian receiving only 40. This was outright exploitation. Excuse me, but don't you think the streaming hours are a bit excessive? If I cannot stream one day, is there an option for leave? Shun Xian mused internally. Lacking familiarity with streaming platform contracts, he initially intended to sign, but reconsidered the streaming hours and decided to inquire with the administrator. After all, everyone has their special moments. What if I can't stream? At the very least, I should be able to request a leave of absence, lest I lose my entire salary within 2 days. Must I truly labor for love? To sign or not to sign? Without stable streaming hours, do not apply for a contract. The administrator's response was exceedingly arrogant. Chapter 9. The Art of Apology. One could assert that this is the true pinnacle of dominance. This implies that Douyu is never short of hosts or aspiring streamers eager to sign contracts. Humph, you, a fledgling streamer who has only just begun broadcasting, still dare to refuse a contract? Concurrently, at a desk within the Douyu headquarters, Zhang Wei, an administrator, disdainfully addressed the chat window on his computer. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the chat interface with Shun Xian. Douyu's contracts come in numerous variants, each differing in terms and conditions. Generally, novice streamers are relegated to signing the most basic contracts, laden with stringent requirements. The contract that Zhang Wei and Shun Xian were negotiating was of this very lowest tier. In Zhang Wei's view, although Shun Xian had only been streaming for a mere 10 days, the growth in his follower count and the daily gifts he received were quite impressive. However, he still had no bargaining power against Douyu. After sending a message, he was met with silence from the other side. Could it be that Shun Xian truly intended to decline? Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, confident that he had the upper hand, certain that Shun Xian would eventually sign. Yet, after a lengthy pause, there was still no response. Just so you know, if you refuse to sign, you won't be able to withdraw the over 10,000 in gifts from your account. Zhang Wei sneered and sent another message. A threat. A temptation. Generally, those who engage in streaming do so for monetary gain. Shun Xian had already accumulated several tens of thousands in gifts within just 10 days, after deductions. He would still net over 10,000. Zhang Wei could hardly believe that this young man would remain indifferent to such an offer. Meanwhile, Shun Xian, contemplating how to retort, noticed the message from the administrator. Am I the kind of person to bow down for a mere 10,000? This is ridiculous. Earlier, when he had sent a message, He had already angled the camera towards his phone, allowing the viewers in the live stream to witness the exchange clearly. Wow, the staff at Douyu are incredibly arrogant. Our brother Xian has at least some fan base, and this is how they treat him? Brother Xian, we shouldn't tolerate this nonsense. Let's just leave. The viewers erupted in outrage, rallying behind Shen Xian and expressing their willingness to confront the administrator on his behalf. Enough. I cannot remain at Douyu any longer. I can always find another platform, Shen Xian declared with a grim face. With such an attitude and manner of handling matters, he could never agree to the contract. Where are you planning to go, Brother Xian? Just name the place, and I will definitely follow you. Indeed, we may not watch Douyu, but we will certainly support Brother Xian's live streams wherever he goes. Though only a few days had passed, Shen Xian had already attracted a dedicated audience. After all, watching streams was fundamentally the same regardless of the platform. I haven't made up my mind yet. Shen Xian shook his head slightly. He was still inexperienced with live streaming, having only ventured into it after acquiring a streaming system. Douyu was merely a name he frequently heard, and without much thought, he had chosen to stream there. Who could have anticipated encountering such a distasteful contract? Don't rush. There may still be a twist in this situation. Just wait. Suddenly, a user with the ID Yao Yaoda interjected in the chat. A twist? What kind of twist could there possibly be? With the administrator's attitude, should we expect an apology? Shen Xian felt disheartened. I promised the audience a raffle, but now it seems that won't happen, and I'll have to seek another platform for a contract. That's not your fault. We all witnessed it. Exactly. That administrator is simply unbearable. Then let us head to Huya. It seems decent there. Why not go now? We can have the raffle immediately. Do you want to go to Huya? Shen Xian pondered. Huya had a good reputation domestically, but he was uncertain about the contracts there. As Shen Xian was deliberating, Zhang Wei at the Douyu headquarters was summoned by his superior. Team Leader Chun, did you need something from me? Zhang Wei inquired, standing before a middle-aged man. Is there a streamer named Brother Xian among those you oversee? Team Leader Chun asked directly, without any preamble. Yes, there is. Zhang Wei's heart sank. He had just sent the contract to the streamer and remembered it vividly. I don't care what methods you employ. You must secure this streamer's contract. Team Leader Chin's tone was devoid of negotiation, coldly stating, if you cannot sign him, you may pack your things and leave immediately. What? The moment those words were uttered, beads of sweat formed on Zhang Wei's forehead. There's no need to ask me for details. This is a directive from higher-ups. And your time is running short. Zhang Wei attempted to inquire further, but was cut off by Team Leader Chun. Understood. Zhang Wei dared not delay, responding promptly and making his way back to his office. Once seated at his desk, he immediately opened the chat interface with Shen Xian. Brother Xian, are you still considering signing? Since becoming an administrator, Zhang Wei had never felt so tense, nor had he addressed a novice streamer in such a manner. As Shen Xian hesitated, he saw this new message and, without replying, simply closed the chat window. It's over. Zhang Wei waited for 2 minutes but received no response from Shen Xian. An urgent thought surged within him. I have no choice. It must be done. Everyone. I'm going to check out Huya. If the contract there is suitable, I will stream there. Shen Xian announced to the live stream. I cannot remain at Douyu. Rest assured. The ginseng and mushrooms will be used for the raffle. Once I settle down, I will definitely hold a raffle for you. Hearing Shen Xian's words, most viewers in the live stream expressed their understanding. Given that contract and that type of administrator, it was indeed impossible to continue there. Ding dong. User Zhang Didaway gifted the streamer 10 airplanes. Ding dong. User Zhang Didaway gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Ding dong. User Zhang Didaway gifted the streamer 1,000 hearts. Suddenly, a flurry of airplanes, rockets, and hearts filled the live stream, overwhelming the screen with gifts. Shen Xian halted his hand, poised to close the live stream. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the viewer with the ID Zhang Didaway spoke up. Brother Xian, I'm truly sorry. I am your administrator. I have come to apologize. Please, you must stay at Douyu. I beg you. What on earth? This person is the infuriating administrator? Chapter 10. Initiating the lottery. Is that arrogant administrator the one who just received thousands in tips? What on earth is going on? Are you foul swine, creating difficulties for our Xingo? If this were in real life, I would end you for speaking like that. As soon as Zhang Dawei finished speaking, the live chat erupted with insults directed at him. Everyone in the chat had witnessed his contemptuous demeanor, and naturally, they bore no goodwill towards him. Zhang Wei, seated in his office, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he read the barrage of insults flooding the screen. Normally, as an administrator, He would watch live streams and receive a warm welcome from many streamers who recognized his account. Yet in Xianji's channel, he was treated like a rat scurrying down the street, with everyone clamoring for his downfall. It was utterly humiliating. In a bid to win Shun Xian's forgiveness, he hastily donated several thousand yuan. Even so, he dared not utter a word of protest and continued to offer his apologies. "I'm truly sorry, Xian Good. It's all my fault. Please grant me another chance." Zhang Wei quickly typed another message of contrition. However, after waiting for a while, Shen Xian remained silent. Panic set in for Zhang Wei. Could it be that Shen Xian was still angry with him? No, he couldn't just sit idly by. He was acutely aware that if Shen Xian did not return, he would face dismissal, as per team leader Chen's warning. To work at Douyu not only ensured a high salary, but also came with excellent benefits. He certainly did not wish to lose his job so easily. Gritting his teeth, he clicked on the rocket icon, fervently sending rockets one after another. Ding dong. User Zhang Dawei has gifted the streamer a rocket. Ding dong. User Zhang Dawei has gifted the streamer a rocket. Ding dong. User Zhang Dawei has gifted the streamer a rocket. Soon, Shun Xian's live stream was inundated with rockets, creating a veritable rain of rockets on the screen. Wow. The viewers were taken aback. This guy's attitude towards admitting his mistakes was commendable. He had sent approximately 30 rockets, amounting to over 10,000 yuan. He deserved every bit of it for that attitude. Punishment was warranted. What could have spurred such a drastic change in demeanor? Some viewers began to sympathize with Zhang Wei, while others were curious about the stark contrast in his attitude. "All right, you can stop sending rockets. I'm not in need of your money." Shen Xian was taken aback, realizing that in a moment of distraction, the administrator had sent over 30 rockets. "Xian Ge, if you do not forgive me, I will continue sending rockets until you do," Zhang Wei exclaimed. "If you don't sign the contract, I will be fired. I beg you, grant me another chance." Upon hearing this, Shun Xian understood. This fellow must have been under pressure from his superiors, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so courteous. Ha ha ha. Serves him right. He brought this upon himself. But how did the higher-ups find out? Could it be that someone from Douyu's hierarchy was in the chat? It suddenly dawned on him. Someone had previously asked Shen Xian to wait, and that person must have been the administrator's superior. The viewers began speculating. It wasn't a superior. Just a worker who enjoyed watching Shun Xian's streams, hoping to do a small part to keep him at Douyu. At that moment, a user with the ID Yao Yao chimed in, indirectly confirming this notion. Shun Xian's live stream had even attracted the attention of Douyu's higher-ups. After Zhang Wei's generous gifts and numerous apologies, Shun Xian's anger had dissipated considerably. There aren't many quality streaming platforms in the country, and given that Shun Xian had built a solid fan base on Douyu over time, leaving now would be ill-advised. With even Douyu's executives personally attempting to persuade him to stay, Shun Xian decided to take a more accommodating stance. "All right, since it's come to this, I want to leave." Shun Xian nodded and declared, "It's a hassle to gather everyone elsewhere, so let us remain at Douyu." Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Xian Gu, thank you. Your generosity is deeply appreciated." He promptly expressed his gratitude, followed by sending another 50 rockets. A flurry of rockets cascaded down. It was impressive. This administrator displayed some perceptiveness. His attitude had improved remarkably, so perhaps he deserved some leniency. It was truly pitiful that an administrator had to resort to sending nearly 100 rockets to atone for his transgressions. One cannot deny Zhang Wei's capacity for redemption through monetary means. He had swiftly spent 10,000 yuan on gifts for Shen Xian. Given this attitude, Shen Xian and the other viewers felt they could not speak further against him. "Enough of the chatter. Let us finalize the contract so we can proceed with the lottery," Shen Xian urged. The delay caused by the contract was stretching on far too long. "Understood, please hold on," Zhang Wei replied and promptly sent over a new contract. Shen Xian scrutinized it carefully before feeling satisfied. The new contract imposed no stringent requirements on streaming hours, merely stipulating a minimum of 20 hours per week, with a revenue split of 40 to 60 in Shen Xian's favor. Moreover, his base salary was raised to 5,000, along with various time-based bonuses. This contract was far superior to the previous one. "Xian Ge, you only need to sign in a few places," Zhang Wei explained in a follow-up message. "Additionally, once your earnings exceed 200, fill in your payment details, and you can withdraw your funds." "All right," Shen Xian replied succinctly, inscribing his name on the contract before sending it back. Zhang Wei submitted it to the legal department, and within minutes, the signing was completed. "Xian Ge, everything is ready. You can now initiate the lottery," Zhang Wei promptly reminded him. "Okay," Shen Xian responded with a single word, eliciting a wry smile from Zhang Wei. He realized that Shun Xian had not genuinely forgiven him. It was merely the result of his monetary offerings and the intervention of his superiors that led to this reconciliation. It seemed he would need to continue to curry favor with this individual. Meanwhile, Shun Xian had already clicked to initiate the lottery. After setting the prizes and participation conditions, he announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, from this moment on, simply send a message in the chat to participate in the lottery. This is a wild ginseng worth several 100,000, which I personally dug up. Let us see who possesses the best luck." Chapter 11. Divorcee with kids. Such extravagance was unheard of, not just in this live stream, but potentially across the entire platform. Hundreds of thousands of yuan. For the average person, that represents several years' worth of income. Who would dare to do something like that? Yet, did exactly that. A singular act in the live streaming world. Instantly, the live stream's chat exploded with a barrage of comments, completely overwhelming the screen. My man is incredible. So generous, 6,666. Let's show our appreciation for his generosity. Is truly a breath of fresh air in the live streaming world. To give away hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of ginseng in a lottery, I'm in awe. I absolutely have to participate. Rockets and airplanes incoming. At that moment, the live stream was not only filled with a flurry of comments, but also a downpour of virtual gifts. The screen inundated with various airplanes, rockets, and hearts. A significant portion of Douyu's viewers had some disposable income and weren't stingy when it came to spending. As magnanimity deeply impressed them, and besides, sending gifts increased the chances of winning the lottery. Most people were sending an airplane or a rocket. Some big spenders were sending dozens at a time. Ding. User Little Dumb gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Ding. User Salty Fish Prince gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Ding. User Yao Yao gifted the streamer 20 airplanes. Soon, some of the big spenders in the live stream began to take action, gifting thousands of yuan worth of presents. Thank them profusely. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving 40,000 popularity, reward, 1 lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving 50,000 popularity, reward, 1 lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving 2,000 followers, reward, 1 lottery draw. The live stream was abuzz with airplanes, rockets, and comments, causing his popularity and follower count to surge. In just a few short minutes, he achieved 3 milestones. Good heavens, was stunned by the notifications. Achieving 1 milestone had been difficult before, but now he suddenly had 3 lottery opportunities. No wonder those streamers loved doing lotteries. It was an effective way to boost popularity and followers. Felt like he had discovered the key to wealth. If he could do more lotteries like this, wouldn't he have even more lottery chances? For the time being, he put the system lottery aside and focused on thanking the viewers who were giving gifts in the live stream. The gift-giving frenzy lasted for a minute before gradually subsiding. At this point, there was still 1 minute left until the lottery draw. I really didn't expect there to be so many wealthy people in our live stream. That's hundreds of thousands of yuan worth of wild ginseng. Who wouldn't want to get in on that? Sending 1,000 yuan worth of gifts. If you win, you'll strike it rich. I guess everyone's done sending gifts. Now it's just a matter of who has the best luck. The viewers in the live stream discussed, all silently anticipating the moment of the draw. But at that moment, in a certain room in Shanghai, a young woman was sitting in front of her computer, looking at the Douyu live streaming page. Now, surely no one else will be sending gifts. I'll be the grand finale. A smile played on the young woman's lips, a hint of smugness in it, and then her fingers clicked the mouse, frantically. Ding. User Azure Fairy gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Ding. User Azure Fairy gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Ding. User Azure Fairy gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Just 30 seconds before the lottery draw, the entire live stream was suddenly showered with a rain of rockets, and they were all being sent in batches of 10. In just 10 seconds, 100 rockets were sent. That's 50,000 yuan. Holy crap, this is a real big spender. The hidden benefactor in the live stream must be a rich woman. What if she's a rich, beautiful, and successful woman? Judging by the name, she's probably in her 50s. You should try to hook up with her. Maybe you won't have to work hard for the next 30 years. The arrival of 100 rockets instantly stirred up the atmosphere in the live stream. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving 60,000 popularity, reward, 1 lottery draw. The system notification chimed again, leaving no time to get excited. Thank you, Azure Fairy, for the rockets. Thank you, hurriedly expressed his gratitude, emphasizing it. Those 100 rockets were worth a full 50,000 yuan, almost matching the total value of all the gifts sent by everyone else combined. Don't joke around. I'm just a small-time streamer. Looking at the comments that were flying by, gave a helpless smile and said directly, the lottery is about to start. Let's see who the lucky winner is. Ding. Winner, Azure Fairy. Soon, the live stream lottery ended, and the result was immediately revealed. Azure Fairy, the one who sent 100 rockets, had won the grand prize. Good heavens. It really was a rich woman who won. Let's congratulate this pig. Congratulate this rich woman. As expected, the more gifts you send, the better your luck. I'm so jealous. The wild ginseng has gone to someone else's home. The live stream was filled with sour voices. After all, those who had sent gifts, or even just posted comments, were hoping that they might get lucky and be the ones chosen. But unfortunately, reality is cruel. Congratulations to Azure Fairy for winning the lottery. Please send me your shipping address and personal information, and I'll mail the ginseng to you. Said as usual. Okay, thank you, streamer. Azure Fairy immediately sent a comment. Soon, received a private message from Azure Fairy. Lin Lon, phone number 136XXXXXXXX, address, Shanghai. Took a look and said in the live stream, okay, I've received your information. I'll mail the ginseng to you this afternoon. Streamer, tell us, is Azure Fairy a rich woman? Where is she from? Streamer, why don't you deliver it in person? You could even meet a rich woman. People in the live stream started joking around. Someone who had sent 100 rockets and was possibly a woman naturally attracted a lot of attention. I'm 40 years old, divorced, with 2 kids. Any younger men between 18 and 20 who are interested, hit me up. At that moment, Azure Fairy suddenly posted a comment in the live stream. 40 years old, divorced with 2 kids? And she's asking for someone between 18 and 20? The requirements are really demanding. The live stream fell silent, and those who were joking around instantly shut their mouths. Cough, cough. Couldn't help but laugh after reading it. These people were immediately dumbfounded when they heard the specific conditions. Sorry, I'll take my leave. Actually, it's not too bad, after all. You could avoid working hard for several decades. Have you considered it? Chapter 12. The mischievous dog. Consider it nonsense. I am over 20. It simply isn't appropriate. Shinshin waved his hand slightly and immediately proclaimed, such an excellent opportunity is better suited for you young ones. Laughter erupted in the live stream. If the host is willing, age can be disregarded. I don't mind your advancing years. Unexpectedly, the fairy of Qing Yun suddenly uttered a line that seemed to express her affection towards Shen Xian. Goodness, the wealthy lady has truly taken a liking to Brother Xian. Someone exclaimed, Brother Xian, what are you waiting for? The affluent lady is beckoning you. Indeed, it was a call to action. A few decades of struggle could be avoided. In an instant, viewers in the live stream began urging Shen Xian to reach out to the fairy of Qing Yun. If this were to materialize, he could abandon work entirely. Haha. What a joke. Shen Xian waved his hand dismissively. He certainly wouldn't take such banter seriously. He had little faith in online romances. Who could say who was truly on the other end of the phone? What if it was a greasy middle-aged man? That would be utterly embarrassing. All right, let us commence the next lottery. This bag of mushrooms weighs about 4 pounds. Let us give it away. After saying this, Shen Xian established the lottery rules, similar to before. A single message in the chat would qualify one for participation. Surely no one would compete for this bag of ordinary mushrooms? I didn't win the ginseng, but I'll take this bag of mushrooms. No one dare contest me. I need it for my chicken stew. Although it was merely a bag of regular mushrooms, the excitement in the live stream remained high. After all, a lottery win meant free goods. Ding dong. User Qingyun Fairy has gifted the host 10 rockets. Ding dong. User Qingyun Fairy has gifted the host 10 rockets. Ding dong. User Qingyun Fairy has gifted the host 10 rockets. While everyone in the live stream assumed no one would vie for the mushrooms, suddenly, a flurry of rockets began to soar. Goodness. 50 rockets. 25,000 yuan. Is it worth it for a bag of mushrooms? Incredible! The young lady is astonishing. Bowing in respect, truly, this is the essence of wealth. At that moment, everyone was in awe, realizing with over 20,000 yuan, what wild vegetables could they not procure? Why fuss over mushrooms? One can only say that the world of the wealthy is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Thank you for your support, Qingyun Fairy. I am truly grateful. Shen Xian quickly expressed his thanks. Since the start of the broadcast, this individual had already contributed over 100,000 yuan. Simply terrifying. Thankfully, the other party had indeed won the wild ginseng, so there was not a complete loss. Ding! Congratulations to Old Wong for winning the lottery. As the live stream concluded, it was revealed that the user who gifted 50 rockets, the fairy of Qingyun, had not won. While a user who had not bestowed a single gift, Old Wong, had triumphed. Congratulations, old Wang. Please send me your personal information so I can send you the mushrooms. Shun Xian smiled and announced. Goodness, I actually won. Ha ha ha. What luck. Old Wang was evidently taken aback and quickly sent a message. Let us congratulate this bee. This time, the expenditure yielded no return. Old Wang is impressive, scoring a bag of mushrooms for free. Soon, Shun Xian received Old Wang's personal information. Well, today's lottery concludes here. I will head to town this afternoon to send out the prizes. Shun Xian declared, adding, additionally, I appreciate all of your support. It has been quite a financial burden. Brother Xian, you are too polite. Why act so distant? We are all family. Many expressed their fondness for Shun Xian's genuine and generous demeanor, urging him to remember to hold a lottery next time he finds something valuable. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Shun Xian ended the live stream, as he needed to explore the back end of Douyu. Since he had already signed a contract, he could now withdraw his earnings from gifts. A brief glance revealed that in just over 10 days of broadcasting, he had accumulated 150,000 in gift income. Based on a 40-60 split, Shun Xian would receive over 90,000. So much. Shun Xian was pleasantly surprised. Previously, he had only heard in the media that streamers earned substantial amounts, but experiencing it firsthand provided a true understanding. No wonder the youth are drawn to streaming. Just a bit of verbal exchange, and money flows in. Who wouldn't crave such a lifestyle? From another perspective, Shun Xian realized he had been fortunate enough to use the wild ginseng, worth tens of thousands, for a lottery. Considering that, he felt he had lost out. Nonetheless, Shun Xian was an open-minded individual. The purpose of the live stream was to complete a system task, and he still had 4 lottery chances remaining. With that thought, he promptly withdrew the over 90,000 in gifts and opened the system. Lottery, he declared, and the pointer on the spinning wheel began to whirl. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a transformative elixir. Another elixir? Shun Xian recalled having consumed one before, and its effects had indeed been remarkable. Let us draw again. Setting the elixir aside, he continued. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a bag of celestial soil. More celestial soil. Is this system trying to make me eat dirt? Shun Xian grumbled. Could it not bestow something decent upon me? Draw again. Shun Xian was unconvinced today. He would not relent until he obtained something worthwhile. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a seed of celestial fruit. Celestial fruit seed? Shun Xian's eyes lit up. The name alone suggested it was something splendid. If cultivated, could it not yield fruits reserved for deities? Draw again. For the final lottery chance. Shun Xian rubbed his hands together, hopeful for a marvelous item. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome the host to return next time. The once expectant smile on Shun Xian's face froze in disbelief, utterly speechless. Thank you for your patronage. This was absurd. How ruthless. Shun Xian found himself at a loss, muttering a few heated words before opening the personal interface of the system. Host, Shun Xian age, 20 stamina, 70, maximum 100, agility, 70, maximum 100, strength, 70, maximum 100 skill, basic animal communication. Special items, 2 bags of celestial soil, 1 celestial fruit seed, 1 drop of spiritual liquid. Shun Xian scrutinized the information, sensing something was amiss. What was missing? Ah, the elixir. Slapping his forehead, he realized he had indeed drawn an elixir, yet it was absent from the system display. As Shun Xian contemplated voicing his frustrations, he suddenly noticed that De Huang had appeared beside him, eyes squinted in delight as he chewed on something. Soon, a foul odor emanated from De Huang. Goodness! Did this rascal sneak a bite? Chapter 13. Lawlessness. Perhaps sensing Shun Xian's gaze, De Huang turned to look, grinning and licking his lips in an endearing manner. Oh, so you've learned to act first and report later, Shun Xian said with exasperation. Who gave you the audacity? Woof woof woof. De Huang whimpered pitifully at Shun Xian. Goodness, you dare to retort? Shun Xian was at a loss for words. This De Huang was becoming increasingly audacious, truly unrestrained. Oh woo. De Huang, intimidated by Shun Xian's fierce demeanor, hesitated and whined a couple of times, his tone noticeably subdued. Hurry up and take a bath. You stink. Shun Xian gestured dismissively, pinching his nose. Woof. With a single bark, De Huang dashed towards the creek by the riverbank. Shun Xian returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch, having spent the entire morning on the mountain and was now quite hungry. By the time Shun Xian finished cooking, De Huang returned from outside, drenched but considerably less odorous. Time to eat. De Huang wagged his tail vigorously, yet Shun Xian's response was rather lukewarm. He placed the food aside and shot De Huang a glare. This rascal was getting too comfortable and needed a lesson, or he would continue to act with impunity. Woof woof woof. De Huang glanced at the bowl of food and immediately barked. Today, if you misbehave, your portion will be halved, Shen declared. If you dare to act up again, I will withhold your food. A whoop. Upon hearing this, De Huang whined in distress. If you don't eat, I will take it all away. Shen approached, pretending to snatch the dog bowl. Slurp. Before Shen could make a move, De Huang had already begun devouring the food in the bowl, finishing it in no time, yet still gazing at Shen with hungry eyes. This is a lesson for you, Shen remarked before turning to eat himself. With no food left, De Huang could only meander back to his doghouse, collapsing beside Xiao Wang. After his meal, Shen prepared some milk for Xiao Wang, who was still too young to consume solid food. Just as he was about to take a break, his peripheral vision caught sight of the tiger orchid tucked away in the corner. He picked it up and inspected it closely. The tiger orchid appeared quite robust, with lush branches and leaves, and the roots were notably thick. However, the leaves had turned a sickly yellow, and he could not discern the issue. What a pity! If he could revive it, it could fetch several thousand. Scratching his head, he examined it again, yet still found no answers. As a student of agricultural science, failing to identify the problem with a plant left Shen feeling rather disheartened. Wait a minute. While he was mulling over this, an idea struck him. The spirit liquid. He had obtained it during a lottery on the mountain. Perhaps it could save this tiger orchid. With this thought, he retrieved the vial containing a drop of the spirit liquid, which shimmered like crystal. After a moment's hesitation, he dripped it onto the tiger orchid. After applying the liquid, Shen watched intently, but after quite some time, the orchid showed no signs of change. No effect? Shen sighed in frustration. What a useless system to have yielded such a thing with no result. What good was this spirit liquid? Muttering to himself, he set the orchid aside, watered it, and then fetched a chair to rest under the shade of a tree for a nap. When he awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Shen tidied up briefly, gathered the ginseng and mushrooms, and hopped onto his little donkey, heading towards the town. Upon finding Shufeng Express, he filled out the necessary forms and watched as they carefully packaged the ginseng and mushrooms, applying the shipping label before he felt reassured. After all, that ginseng was worth a fortune. Once he completed this task, Shen sent the tracking number to Qingyun Ferry and Brother Wang, then rode to the supermarket for a substantial shopping spree. Having just withdrawn 90,000, he took this opportunity to buy plenty of items. Recently, Shen had been living alone at the foot of the mountain to prepare for his live stream, and today he planned to purchase some goods to take back home to visit his parents. After shopping, Shen rode his little donkey back towards the village. Shen, stop right there. Before he reached home, a person intercepted him. It was Qinji, the local troublemaker, commonly referred to as a slacker, who spent his days idling about. What is it? Shen raised an eyebrow and inquired. The village chief said you wanted to discuss the matter of leasing the mountain. Qinji took a puff from his cigarette, exhaling smoke as he spoke. Oh yes, I almost forgot about that. You wish to lease the mountain? Shen countered. Indeed. I intend to lease it. What do you say? When are you moving out? The mountain is mine, Qinji asserted with a hint of arrogance, demanding Shen vacate immediately. Go to the mountain, and I will join you shortly. We can have a chat. Shen frowned, realizing this fellow was quite presumptuous. Fine. I will wait for you. Qinji, hands behind his back, strutted confidently. Shen rode back home, unloading his items. Son, why did you buy so many things? His mother, Wang Mei, quickly asked. Where did you get the money? Mom, I told you before, I earn money through live streaming. Shen explained hastily. Can you really earn money by fiddling with a phone at home? His father, Shen Dahai, expressed skepticism and cautioned, you must not engage in illegal activities. We are law-abiding citizens, and earning money must be done legitimately. Sigh. Shen knew some matters were beyond explanation. His parents were older and had spent their lives in the countryside, unaware of the changes in the outside world. Rest assured, I do not engage in illegal activities. The money I earn is all through my own hard work. Shen reassured them, deciding against giving them 10,000 for groceries, as they would likely worry he was up to no good. After a brief conversation, Shen hurriedly rode back. As he neared his small abode, Qinji suddenly came rushing down from the mountain, looking frantic. Ah, there's a bear, a wild bear. Oh my, and wild wolves too. They want to eat people. Run, it's terrifying. As he shouted and ran, his face was filled with panic, as if he had seen a ghost. Hey, stop. Shen attempted to call out to him, but Qinji seemed oblivious, sprinting towards the village. Is this guy insane? Shen scratched his head, bewildered by Qinji's apparent fright. Chapter 14. The adult wolf. Before anything else, he opened the live streaming room. Whatever incident Qin Ji encountered was undoubtedly extraordinary, so he decided to bring his viewers along for the experience. Xian Gu is live again. Fortunately, I set up a notification or I would have missed it. Sneaking a peek at Xian Gu's stream during work hours. As soon as he entered, a few viewers had already gathered in the live stream. I just returned home from town, and it seems something happened at my place. I'm going to check it out. Xian announced to the audience. Something happened? Did they get robbed? Curious murmurs filled the chat. Surely not, with that rundown house of his. If it were to be robbed, that thief must be blind. Haha, you're quite the cynic up there. Xian scratched his head and said, let us go take a look. After speaking, he made his way home. Upon reaching his small yard, he found it eerily quiet, as if nothing unusual had transpired. The yard gate remained ajar, clearly indicating that Qin Ji had rushed down and forgotten to close it behind him. Yet, the silence felt unsettling. It was not characteristic of a home. De Huang? Xian called out tentatively. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed, and De Huang burst forth from the yard. Wang, Wang, Wang. Spotting Xian, De Huang barked excitedly, urging him to come inside. What on earth happened? Xian furrowed his brow, demanding an answer. Wang, Wang, Wang. You'll find out if you come in. De Huang yapped a few more times before trotting back inside, glancing over his shoulder to see if Xian was following. Hey, you mutt, keeping secrets from me? Xian was at a loss, questioning whether De Huang was truly his dog, playing such tricks on his owner. Has this dog become sentient? Not even telling the truth to its master. The audience in the live stream began to voice their opinions on De Huang, collectively criticizing its behavior. Forget it, I'll just go in and see for myself. With a deep breath, Xian stepped inside. The yard appeared tranquil, seemingly unchanged. Yet an instinctive sense of danger washed over him. His gaze landed on De Huang's spot, and he was met with a shocking sight. Beside the little yellow dog lay a full-grown wolf, its yellow-brown eyes fixed intently on Xian, while the little yellow dog nestled affectionately against it. The parents of the little yellow dog? Xian speculated, taking in the wolf's numerous wounds. Blood oozing from its legs. Goodness, this is a full-grown wolf. Streamer, be careful. You should run. The chat erupted in panic as viewers urged him to flee, fearing for his safety. That wolf looks particularly vicious. Wait, what are you doing? Run. The audience was in an uproar, with some even suggesting they should call the police. An adult wolf had invaded his home. Wolves are inherently savage. How could a gentle scholar like Xian possibly stand a chance against such a fierce creature? Everyone, calm down. I'll try talking to it. Xian swallowed hard. Though he appeared composed, his heart raced with anxiety. In the face of a predator that could attack at any moment, it was impossible not to feel apprehensive. However, since he possessed the ability to communicate with animals, he felt compelled to give it a try. Your courage is truly remarkable. Xian Gu is indeed a formidable man. Are you the father of the little yellow dog? Xian cautiously inquired. The wolf remained silent, its gaze unwavering, seemingly waiting for something. The little yellow dog, however, sprang into action, having recognized its name. It bounded towards Xian, affectionately licking his shoes, a gesture of familiarity. Are you hungry? Xian mused. He remembered having fed the little one milk before, and it likely sought comfort now. Such a good little one. Xian crouched down, gently petting the little yellow dog. But just as he did, the adult wolf abruptly rose, fixing its piercing gaze on Xian. This. Xian felt a chill as goosebumps prickled his skin. The threat of the wolf loomed large. Wang, Wang, Wang. De Huang seemed to sense the danger and barked fiercely at the wolf. A wave of relief washed over Xian. At least his loyal dog was on his side during this critical moment. De Huang, go. Take it down. With De Huang defending him, he felt a semblance of safety. Can De Huang really handle this? I fear it might back down at any moment. The live stream buzzed with chatter, the lively banter contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere outside. Suddenly, the wolf opened its mouth and let out a chilling howl, a sound that resonated deep within, sending shivers down Xian's spine. What is happening? Just moments ago, De Huang had been fierce, but now it had retreated behind Xian, cowering. What on earth? Xian was at a loss for words. His own dog, in this critical moment, had chosen to hide behind him, betraying him in his time of need. Haha, just as I thought. De Huang has indeed cowardly. The live audience bore witness to this comical betrayal, laughter erupting as they sympathized with Xian, the beleaguered owner. Before Xian could respond, the little yellow dog, seemingly agitated, stomped its little paws and called out to its father. However, its voice was too feeble to convey urgency. with one paw tugging at Shen Xian's shoe. It frantically gestured towards the wolf, as if trying to communicate something vital. After a moment of observation, Shen Xian finally understood. The little yellow dog did not want to leave. It wished to stay with him. Chapter 15. Animal Expert. It seems little Huang has taken a liking to Xian Ge, perhaps mistaking him for its mother after being given milk. How amusing. Xian Ge, a grown man, being perceived as a maternal figure by a wolf. What a peculiar situation. The viewers in the live stream are not oblivious. They can discern little Huang's protectiveness towards Shen Xian. Perhaps little Huang could remain here. I would ensure its well-being. Shen Xian inquired, glancing at the adult wild wolf. Upon hearing this, the wolf fixed its gaze upon Shen Xian once more. However, this time, its eyes held less ferocity and bloodlust, regarding him with a complex expression. After a prolonged moment, it emitted a cry towards Shen Xian before turning and departing, heading directly into the mountains. It's leaving? Shen Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He had been quite intimidated. After all, it was a formidable adult wild wolf. In a confrontation, Shen Xian would be outmatched. The wolf's movements were swift, and its strength considerable. With Shen Xian's rudimentary skills, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Why did the wolf flee? I anticipated a prolonged battle with Xian Ge. Prolonged? A single exchange would likely determine the outcome. You overestimate Xian Ge's combat prowess. The live stream's viewers engaged in lively discussion, playfully teasing Shen Xian. I suspect the wolf left little Huang here out of concern for its own ability to care for it. Shen Xian speculated. Xian Ge is correct. The wolf appeared injured, possibly from a conflict within its pack, which remains unresolved. Therefore, it did not take little Huang, commented a user identified as Su, an animal behavior specialist. A pack conflict? Shen Xian's eyes widened upon hearing this. Could the wolf have been vying for the position of pack leader, hence its battered state? It is said that upon the demise of an alpha wolf, the new leader is the strongest member of the pack, determined through fierce combat. The last wolf standing assumes the mantle of leadership. Shen Xian had perceived the wolf as fierce, imposing, and robust. It would not be surprising if it were indeed an alpha. Good heavens. Does that imply little Huang is the offspring of an alpha wolf? Xian Ge, you're remarkable. You possess such obscure knowledge. We must care for little Huang diligently. Otherwise, we might face the wrath of the entire pack. A chill ran down Shen Xian's spine. He had initially believed little Huang to be an abandoned wolf pup, but now it seemed he had inadvertently taken in the son of a potential alpha. If anything were to befall little Huang, would he be besieged by the entire pack? Little Huang, you must grow up strong. Wait here. I shall fetch you some milk, Shen Xian said, cradling little Huang in his arms as he entered the house. He poured a cup of milk for the pup. The family dog, De Huang, barked in protest. It had never tasted milk, yet little Huang was being given some upon arrival. It was expressing its discontent. Move aside, Shen Xian retorted. Little Huang is still developing. You are fully grown. Why would you need milk? De Huang sulked, retreating to its doghouse, nursing its resentment. Shen Xian paid it no heed, focusing on tending to little Huang as it drank its milk. Alas, De Huang has fallen out of favor. It deserved it for its earlier desertion. Deserters do not merit milk. Xian Ge is likely fearful of little Huang's father, hence his attentiveness. Of course, the offspring of a potential alpha must be treated with utmost care. Xian Ge, judging by its size, little Huang is nearly 2 months old. It can consume small pieces of meat. It does not require excessive milk. Su, the animal behavior specialist, advised in the live stream. Is that so? Shen Xian inquired skeptically. Are you truly an animal behavior specialist? He was not well versed in caring for young animals and sought confirmation, lest he be misled. I am not an expert, but I work at a zoo and have some experience in caring for small animals, Su replied promptly. Excellent. Shen Xian exclaimed, elated. May I add you as a friend? I lack experience in raising such animals, and it would be helpful to consult you on any issues. Working at a zoo certainly seemed reliable. Shen Xian immediately seized the opportunity. Certainly, I shall send you my social media handle, the other party agreed without hesitation. Xian Ge, you're incredible. You've already obtained a young lady's social media handle. How do you know it's a young lady? It could be a gentleman. Given Xian Ge's radiant smile, it must be a young lady. The live stream's viewers were filled with envy and jealousy. While Shen Xian had already added Su's social media account and engaged in a brief conversation. What is your name? How should I address you? Shen Xian inquired. Su Bingyan. You may call me as you wish. The other party replied promptly. Very well, Miss Su. Shen Xian replied with a smile, proceeding to inquire about the wolf pup's habits before concluding the conversation. Glancing at the live stream, Shen Xian was speechless. What nonsense are you all spouting? I merely had a brief discussion with Miss Sue regarding the care of the wolf pup. How did it devolve into a discussion of romantic relationships? However, his words inadvertently revealed certain details. Indeed, it is a young lady. Look at Xiangu, positively beaming. He now has a legitimate reason to converse with a young lady daily. Xiangu, with a bit of effort. You could find a partner and bring Miss Sue home as your wife. When might we see Xian's wife make an appearance? The live stream was filled with mirth, with some viewers even suggesting names for Xian and Su Bingyin's future children. Enough. Please cease. Xian implored. Such jokes are acceptable in moderation, but do not frighten the young lady. However, the discussion in the live stream continued unabated. Just as Xian was about to steer the conversation in another direction, a faint tremor emanated from the ground beneath his feet. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Xian stood up quickly, noticing the chair shaking slightly. Is Xiangu experiencing an earthquake? It doesn't appear to be a significant earthquake, as De Huang has not reacted. Regardless, we should evacuate immediately before it becomes too late. The live stream's viewers urged Xian to flee, emphasizing the importance of safety. Chapter 16 is utterly absurd. Naturally, Xian remained motionless. If an earthquake truly struck, he could easily escape, for in front lay a vast expanse of farmland, allowing him to flee without a second thought. There was no need for haste. It did not seem like an earthquake at all. Xian waved his hand and remarked, "Perhaps it is." Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, the courtyard gate was suddenly smashed open, splintering into pieces. What on earth was happening? Xian turned his gaze towards the entrance and was met with the sight of two black bears, one following the other, charging in. Their imposing figures loomed before him like two small mountains. Good heavens! A whoop! One of the bears was the very same that had come to feast on vegetables the previous day. Upon spotting Xian, it bellowed loudly, clamoring for meat. Xian was momentarily taken aback. Not only had it come on its own, but it had also brought a companion, demanding meat. Did it truly believe he was running a charity? Who was this bear? Xian couldn't help but inquire. Oh well. The large black bear seemed somewhat embarrassed by the question, yet it persistently urged Xian to present meat. Haraha. This black bear was surprisingly adorable. It had come with an old friend to mooch a meal from Brother Xian. Brother Xian, your burdens have just doubled. You now have to provide for two bears. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Only Xian wore a distressed expression, with two enormous bears blocking his path, demanding meat. What on earth was he to do? Two bears, each as massive as a hill, would consume a substantial amount of meat daily. Wouldn't he that leave him utterly impoverished? Oh whoop! Hurry up, I want meat. Bang bang bang. The large black bear pounded its chest while urging Xian. All right. I will get it for you. Just wait. Xian found himself with no other option. He had purchased quite a bit of meat in town that day. Some for his parents and some he had brought along. Initially, he had planned to prepare a nice meal for himself in the evening. But now, with the arrival of the black bears, he had no choice but to hand it all over. A full 3 pounds of pork was snatched away the moment it was presented, quickly divided between the two bears, who devoured it voraciously. Their eating habits were nothing short of ruthless. Goodness, are black bears really so ferocious when it comes to eating meat? I'm starting to worry about Brother Xian's future. How will he manage being extorted daily? Brother Xian is bound to be eaten into poverty. Those without money offered moral support, while those with money contributed financially to assist Brother Xian. Ding dong. User Deja Nen gifted the streamer an airplane. Ding dong. User Xiao Run 2 gifted the streamer a rocket. Ding dong. User Lung Mei Gue gifted the streamer 100 hearts. In that instant, the live stream was flooded with various gifts, resembling a fundraiser for Xian. Ding dong. User Qingyun CNZ gifted the streamer 50 rockets. Suddenly, a wealthy benefactor appeared again, with Qingyun CNZ bestowing 50 rockets at once, dazzling the viewers. Brother Xian, I'll cover the black bear's meat for a month. Qingyun CNZ sent a message after the generous donation. Good heavens. Now that is a true tycoon. How generous of Qingyun CNZ. It is truly unfathomable to comprehend the world of the wealthy. Rich lady, is there still room to cling to your leg? I would love to. Observing this scene, Xian scratched his head and said, providing them with meat for a month wouldn't even cost 25,000, would it? In truth, Xian felt it was a waste. He could barely bring himself to eat meat every day. Why should he buy it for the black bears? Unwilling to accept this. No worries. The remainder is the hard-earned money from a wealthy lady. This amount was mere pocket change to her, insignificant in the grand scheme. Was this not akin to a form of indirect sponsorship for Brother Xian? The live stream was filled with playful banter, causing Xinxian to feel a bit embarrassed. There's no need for such formality in our relationship. Any extra funds can be used to buy food for De Huang and Xiao Huang, as my treat for them. Qingyan Xianzi replied with another message. Very well, I will express my gratitude on behalf of De Huang, Xiao Huang, and the black bears for the special funds provided by Qing Yun Xianzi. Xinxian sincerely thanked her. Oh, on the other side, the large black bear had finished devouring the meat and was back for more. 3 pounds of meat, divided between the two enormous bears, left them with barely enough to satisfy their appetites. No more meat. Xinxian shrugged, stating bluntly, you've eaten it all. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, the large black bear was clearly dissatisfied, roaring in frustration. Startled, Xiao Huang trembled and scurried beneath Shun Xian's feet, shaking in fear. All right, enough with the roaring. Shun Xian scooped up Xiao Huang and declared, you spend all your days wanting to eat meat. Yet tell me, what labor have you contributed? This is what we call unearned rewards. Earned labor, unearned rewards. These phrases were lost on the black bear, leaving it utterly bewildered. Well, Xinxian realized he was essentially speaking to a wall. Do you wish to eat meat every day? Xinxian asked straightforwardly. Of course. That goes without saying. Oh, woo. The large black bear nodded vigorously in response. It was inherently a carnivorous creature, yet hunting in the mountains had become increasingly challenging. Even obtaining fruits was considered fortunate. The thought of eating meat daily was nothing short of a dream. If you wish to eat meat every day, it's quite simple. Come work for me, Xinxian proposed. Oh, woo. What is working? Very simple. There's a patch of land ahead that needs weeding, plowing, and planting vegetables. If you come to help me for 2 hours daily, you can eat 2 pounds of meat. Xinxian mused after contemplating. Oh, woo. Oh, woo. The two black bears nodded in unison, their excitement palpable. Could this truly be? Xinxian was astonished that the two bears were willing to work in exchange for meat. How remarkably sensible. Then you shall come tomorrow afternoon. Having made the agreement, Xinxian felt compelled to uphold it. With that, the bears departed. The streamer is incredible. Managing to enlist black bears to assist him. This is truly a first. Witnessing a human commanding animals to work is simply absurd. I must come to observe tomorrow afternoon. Watching 2 black bears labor will be utterly ridiculous. Xinxian, feeling quite proud, proclaimed, just wait and see, it's only 2 black bears. I am Brother Xian. In the future, my subordinates 1T just include bears, lions, tigers, and wolves will all serve under me. Chapter 17. Astronomical figures. I have a premonition that Xian's live stream is about to become a sensation. Given some time, it will surely rival the likes of Douyu's Nanboan. Shun Xian's words ignited excitement among his audience, stirring a wave of enthusiasm. All right, today's streaming session must come to an end. Tomorrow morning, at 8 o'clock. Let us meet again. As Shun Xian noted that it was nearly time for dinner, he prepared to shut down the stream. However, before he could press the button, he heard the voice of Qingyun Fairy once more. Wait, streamer. What is the story behind that tiger head orchid behind you? Did you manage to revive it? What? The tiger head orchid? Xinxian instinctively turned to take a glance, and to his astonishment, he was met with a startling sight. Before heading to town, he had dripped spiritual liquid onto the orchid, but after half a day without results, he had disregarded it. Now, however, miraculously, all the leaves of the orchid had turned green, and it even bore flower buds, ready to bloom. Xian is incredible. He has managed to revive a nearly dead tiger head orchid. 666. Not only is Xian an expert in zoology, but he is also a master in botany. Truly, he is the foremost expert streamer on Douyu. I am in awe. The viewers in the stream attributed this feat entirely to Xinxian, as he was the only one to have touched the orchid from start to finish. Streamer, sell me this tiger head orchid for 100,000. At this moment, Qingyun Fairy unexpectedly made an offer. What? 100,000? Xinxian, still dazed from the viewer's praise, was taken aback by this statement. Wasn't it previously valued at 50,000? How did it suddenly double? Qingyun Fairy must be quite wealthy to be willing to spend 100,000 on an orchid. I believe this is merely affection for the streamer, a direct gift of money. You all don't understand. This is a wild tiger head orchid with immense cultivation value. While 100,000 might seem steep, it is not entirely unreasonable. This tiger head orchid, with its appealing appearance and broad leaves, is indeed wild, making it highly collectible and valuable for cultivation. Moreover, a tiger head orchid in the bud stage is the most expensive. Thus, 100,000 is not exorbitant. I am willing to offer 150,000. A viewer in the stream. Under the ID Orchid Wholesale Retail, contact me. chimed in with a bit of trivia before raising the price by 50,000. Goodness, is it really that sought after? Shen Xian did not expect that this single tiger head orchid would spark a bidding war between two viewers. I'll bid 200,000. Qing Yun Fairy retorted without hesitation, raising the stakes. I'll go for 250,000. The orchid wholesale viewer matched her offer, adding another 50,000. Very well. I shan't deprive you of what you desire. If you want it, I shall yield. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Yun Fairy ultimately conceded. 250,000. My heavens! This is indeed an unimaginable astronomical figure for Shen Xian. Come on, why has the little wealthy lady stopped raising the bid? You don't understand. This is called knowing when to stop, a display of refinement from a well-bred family. How dull. I was hoping to witness a fierce bidding war. Are you truly willing to spend 250,000 on this tiger head orchid? Shen Xian scratched his head, still somewhat incredulous. Of course. I simply adore this tiger head orchid. 250,000 is not excessive. The orchid wholesale viewer promptly responded, Streamer, let me private message you. I'll add you as a friend and send you my address. I'll drive over to pick it up when the time comes. All right, it's settled then. Shen Xian did not decline and soon received a message from the other party, adding him as a friend. After exchanging a few words, the other party sent a transfer notification. Ding. Shen Xian glanced at the screen, his eyes widening in shock. What the heck? A direct transfer of 250,000? This is, brother, you haven't even received the orchid yet. And you're already sending me 250,000? Aren't you afraid I might run off? Shen Xian gazed at the transfer in disbelief, unable to contain his thoughts. No worries, I trust Xian's character. I'll send you the money first. I'll drive to town in a couple of days. And you can bring the orchid to me. The other party was completely unfazed, stating matter-of-factly. Goodness, just like that, I've made 250,000. Shen Xian stared at the notification of his account balance, feeling somewhat dazed. Earning 250,000 in a day. I never imagined I could achieve such success. Xian is incredible. Earning 250,000 in a day is truly remarkable. The amount I earn in a day could buy me a meal. Ah, life. What the heck? You up there, are you flexing? How excessive. Thank you for your support, my friend. When you arrive in town, please give me a call in advance, and I will deliver the tiger head orchid to you. Shen Xian quickly added, and after receiving a reply, he finally ended the live stream. Having just made over 200,000, Shen Xian felt elated. At the same time, he realized a truth. If one engages seriously in live streaming, it is indeed possible to earn substantial sums. Furthermore, discovering treasures in these mountains could lead to significant profits. Leveraging the system to achieve wealth is entirely feasible. In light of this, the items gifted by the system appeared to hold immense value. With this thought in mind, Shen Xian retrieved the items provided by the system. 2 bags of celestial soil. Seeds of celestial fruit. These 2 bags of soil weighed approximately 10 pounds combined. Yet they appeared remarkably similar to ordinary dirt. However, when he took a handful and inhaled deeply, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Regardless, I shall plant the celestial fruit seeds and see what happens. Shen Xian pondered, using some wooden planks to construct a simple box, pouring 1 bag of celestial soil inside, burying the seeds within, and watering them gently. As for the other bag of celestial soil, he contemplated mixing it into the vegetable garden tomorrow to observe any effects. Having decided this, Shen Xian set the celestial soil aside for use the following day. Once these tasks were completed, he began preparing dinner. Fortunately, he had saved some provisions earlier. Otherwise, he would have had nothing to eat that evening. Chopping some minced meat, he placed it before Xiao Huang. Woof, woof, woof. Big Huang protested upon seeing Xiao Huang's treatment. How old are you, and still competing with that little one for meat? Shen Xian shot a glare at Big Huang, who then dejectedly stood aside, watching as Xiao Huang joyfully devoured the minced meat. Subsequently, he quickly stir-fried some meat rice, dividing it evenly between himself and Big Huang. After finishing, he tidied up the dishes, and by the time he finished washing up, it was already 8 o'clock. Lying in bed early, Shen Xian found himself unable to sleep. Perhaps it was the excitement of earning 250,000 in one day that left him so invigorated. When combined with the 90,000 he had earned on Douyu, it totaled 340,000. Such a windfall left Shen Xian feeling somewhat lightheaded. Who knew making money could be so effortless? Yet, a dilemma arose: how to spend this money. Living in the countryside, purchasing a car seemed wasteful. Buying a house was unnecessary, and online shopping was out of the question, as he would have to go to town to collect any deliveries, which proved inconvenient. With such a substantial sum, he couldn't even bring himself to tell his parents. If they discovered he had earned over 300,000 in just a few days of live streaming, they would surely send him to the police station. Chapter 18. A ride with my sister-in-law. He enjoyed a restful slumber that night, accompanied by a vivid and delightful dream of springtime. Awakening with vigor, he hastened to the bathroom for a refreshing shower and change of clothes. Emerging from the shower, Shen Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration, a common plight of bachelors with an abundance of energy and no outlet for it. He pondered his current situation, living at the foot of the mountain, and wondered which girl would be willing to be with him. For the time being, he shelved the notion of finding a girlfriend. After completing his morning ablutions, he initiated his live stream. Good morning, Xian. What's with the early morning shower, Xian? Did you perhaps dream of something last night that warranted such a cleansing? Confess, which beauty graced your dreams last night? Shen Xian was taken aback by the barrage of comments that greeted him upon glancing at the live stream. It was as if his viewers were astute detectives, capable of discerning so much with a single glance, even deducing the nature of his dreams. It was unsettling, to say the least. What nonsense are you spouting? I simply took a morning shower to feel refreshed, Shen Xian retorted, his countenance betraying his unease. He was never one for deception, and his attempts at dissimulation were immediately apparent. Haha, look at Xian, he's blushing. We've hit the nail on the head. He had a spring dream last night. Per Xian, living alone in the mountains without a woman in sight. Shen Xian's discomfort was immediately seized upon, and the live stream became a torrent of playful teasing at his expense. Fortunately, it was still early, and the audience was relatively small. Otherwise, he would have become the subject of widespread ridicule. All right, I'm done bantering with you all. I need to prepare breakfast, Shen Xian declared. Seizing upon an excuse to divert attention from himself, he ceased engaging with the live stream and focused on preparing his meal. Breakfast was a simple affair, noodles with an egg, a portion of which he shared with Big Yellow. Little Yellow was content with some milk. After breakfast, Shen Xian ventured to the foot of the mountain to survey the potential vegetable garden. He intended to clear a plot of land for cultivation. After a thorough search, he settled on a spot near the stream, conveniently close to a water source for irrigation. All right, the location is chosen. Work will commence this afternoon. Shen Xian grinned, panning the camera to showcase the surrounding scenery to his viewers. Excellent. The scenery is top-notch. Why wait until afternoon? We can start now. Hold your horses. There are a few free laborers coming this afternoon. Free laborers. Shen Xian chuckled upon hearing this. You're right. This afternoon, the 2 giant black bears will be here to assist. Then I won't have to do all the work myself. After all, I feed them meat every day. Clearing wasteland is a task best left to them. The viewers immediately understood his meaning. After completing his inspection, Shen Xian ambled back home. Xian, I'd like to arrange a homepage recommendation for you. When would you like it? The administrator sent a message from the back end. Homepage recommendation? Shen Xian was taken aback. Could he receive such a recommendation so soon after signing? Although his understanding of the live streaming industry was limited, he knew that homepage recommendations generated significant traffic and could attract a large number of new viewers. Douyu was one of the leading live streaming platforms in the country, with downloads numbering in the hundreds of millions. A homepage recommendation could potentially draw tens of thousands of viewers, and the ability to retain them would depend on the quality of the content. Around 3:00 p.m., Shen Xian replied after a moment's contemplation. Understood. I'll schedule it for 3:00 p.m. Administrator Zhang Wei responded promptly and cautiously. As an administrator, he was in a rather pitiable position. Normally, streamers would seek him out for recommendations, showering him with compliments. But now, he was the one having to ingratiate himself with a streamer. However, he had no choice, as this particular streamer had caught the attention of the higher-ups. By 3:00 p.m., the black bears should have arrived, and the sight of them helping with the work would undoubtedly attract a crowd. Returning home, Shen Xian hopped on his trusty donkey and set off for town. If he wanted the horses to run, he had to feed them grass. He needed to buy some meat for the black bears if he wanted them to work diligently in the afternoon. All right, today I'll take you all to see our town, Shen Xian announced to the camera, intending to broadcast his trip to town. Great. Today we get to see Xian's living environment. Towns in the countryside are usually lively, with a strong rural atmosphere. Will we see any local beauties? The comments in the live stream were sparse and lacked the enthusiasm of previous sessions. As Shen Xian pondered how to attract more viewers, he noticed someone waving in front of him, seemingly trying to flag him down. Little Xian, are you going to town? A plainly dressed woman called out. It was Chen Lan, Shen Xian's sister-in-law. Her husband worked away from home year-round, leaving her to live alone most of the time. Sister-in-law. I'm going to town to buy some things, Shen Xian replied, nodding. What are you up to? I'm going to town too. Your brother said he'd send me some money. and we're out of groceries. I thought I'd go withdraw the money and buy some groceries, Qianlan explained with a smile. Could you give me a ride? A ride? Sun Xian hesitated. His vehicle was small, barely enough for one person. Squeezing in another would be a tight fit. And there was the matter of propriety between men and women. Say yes. This is a golden opportunity. Haha, a romantic encounter. Xian, you're in luck. Don't talk nonsense. That's Xian's sister-in-law. It's just a ride, nothing more. What are you getting so excited about? While Xin Xian was still deliberating, the live stream erupted with activity, the comments flying faster and thicker than during the lottery. Matters of the heart always seem to capture people's attention. All right, hop on. I'll take you, Xin Xian conceded, feeling compelled to offer a ride on such a hot day. Great, Qianlan replied, settling onto the seat behind Xin Xian, carefully holding onto the handlebars. However, the seat was too short, and despite their best efforts, they ended up pressed close together. As the vehicle started moving, Xin Xian realized that his ordeal had only just begun. The rural roads were bumpy and uneven, and each jolt brought Xin Xian's back into closer contact with Qianlan's chest. Is that phone recording? Qianlan noticed Xin Xian's phone mounted on the front of the vehicle and asked curiously. Unbeknownst to her, as she peered at the phone, her face was clearly visible to the viewers in the live stream. Chapter 19. Relief for sister-in-law. This is her unadulterated visage, unlike the made-up faces on television. With just a touch of embellishment, she would undoubtedly be a great beauty. The denizens of the live stream were passing judgment and even making some risky jokes. Though Xin Xian, engrossed in cycling, remained oblivious. It's not a recording. I'm just dabbling in a live stream. Sister-in-law, you might be on camera. Is that all right with you? Xin Xian inquired hastily. It's nothing. I don't mind. Qianlan responded magnanimously. Just don't let my old mug scare away your fans. Nonsense, sister-in-law. You're far from ugly. Xin Xian stated earnestly. If you dolled yourself up, you'd rival those celebrities on TV. Flattered by such praise, Qianlan blushed slightly. When did you become such a smooth talker? She playfully chided. I assure you, I'm being genuine. Xin Xian chuckled, quickly denying the accusation. Brother Xian's flirting game is strong. The words may be a bit clumsy, but at least he dares to speak them. Bravo, Brother Xian. I thought Brother Xian was a hopeless romantic. But he's quite adept at sweet talk. The live stream viewers were taken aback. They had envisioned Xin Xian as awkward and shy around women, yet here he was, conversing confidently with Qianlan, without a trace of embarrassment. Sister-in-law, hold on tight. The road ahead is rough, Xin Xian remarked, noticing the upcoming terrain. All right, Qianlan replied. Soon, the vehicle began to jolt violently, encountering a growing number of potholes. Instinctively, Qianlan's hands clasped around Xin Xian's waist. Brother Xian is deliberately he's creating opportunities. Brother Xian is truly capable. Haha. Don't be absurd. Would Brother Xian do such a thing? Why pass up an advantage? Our Brother Xian is handsome, and she's not losing out. The position of Xin Xian and Qianlan naturally sparked imaginations, and the more lascivious viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Fortunately, Qianlan was unaware of the content in the live stream, or Xin Xian would have been mortified to face his sister-in-law. Upon reaching the town, Xin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. We've finally arrived. Sister-in-law, we're here. As the vehicle came to a halt, Xin Xian noticed that Qianlan's hands were still clasped around his waist. Ah, we're here, right? Qianlan stammered. As if awakened from a dream, she hastily removed her hands, alighted from the vehicle, and said, I'm going to withdraw money to buy groceries. Do you have other business in town? I'll be buying groceries as well later. Xin Xian casually replied. I'll wait for you here. After you withdraw the money, we'll go together. All right, wait for me. Qianlan nodded and headed towards the bank to withdraw funds. Xin Xian, seated in the vehicle, retrieved his phone and glanced at the live stream. Brother Xian, you're such a Philistine. Exactly, the sister-in-law didn't want to let go. Why did you remind her? Ultimately, he's just a straight man, clueless about seizing the moment. You lecherous lot. What's always on your minds? Xin Xian retorted, annoyed. Sister-in-law's home is near mine, and her husband, Brother Yong, is an acquaintance. We can't joke like that. Don't mind them, Brother Xian. They're just teasing. Indeed, they're all perverts. Actually, the sister-in-law is quite beautiful, haha. Xin Xian was at a loss with these individuals, who were so enthusiastic with their verbal improprieties. Just as he was about to say something, Qianlan emerged from the bank, and Xin Xian immediately noticed her pallid complexion. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Xin Xian asked, puzzled. Did something happen? Nothing. Qianlan forced a smile, waved her hand, and said, Xian, why don't you go buy groceries first? I'll wait for you here. What do you mean? Xin Xian was bewildered. Didn't we agree to go together? You need to buy groceries too, right? I suddenly remembered that I have some at home, so I won't buy any. Qianlan responded vaguely, but her expression made it clear that something was amiss. Sister-in-law? Could it be that Brother Yong didn't send you the money? Xian guessed. Generally, rural folks come to town to buy groceries, mostly meat, and only every few days. Sister-in-law was clearly waiting for Yong to send money, and the sudden change of plans could only mean she was short on funds. Perhaps he forgot. Or maybe he's busy with something. Qianlan nodded, feeling ashamed and avoiding Xian's gaze. In that case, let me lend you a few hundred to use. Xian quickly offered. Lend money? Qianlan hesitated at the suggestion. That wouldn't be right. You just quit your job and returned home. You don't have much money. I have money. I earn from live streaming. Xian chuckled. I'll transfer 500 to you via WeChat. Is that enough? 500. That's too much. I don't need that much. Qianlan exclaimed, startled. Her husband usually sent her only 200 a month, and Xian was offering her 500 at once, which was a fortune. It's all right. Use it for now, and ask me again if you need more. Xian said, transferring 500 immediately. Ding. Qianlan's phone chimed, and upon checking, she saw the 500 yuan transferred by Xian. Her heart fluttered instantly. She thanked him profusely. Xian quickly said, it's just 500 yuan. Not much at all. Let's go buy groceries together. All right. Qianlan nodded emphatically, her face radiating joy. She sat behind Xian on the vehicle, and her hands instinctively gripped his waist as they headed towards the market. What kind of life does this sister-in-law lead, that she considers 500 yuan a lot? That's the reality in rural areas. There are many undeveloped places. With the streamer here, we can help the sister-in-law out. At least we can improve her life. I can't help but feel that this resembles a scene from certain adult films. Next time, if the sister-in-law can't repay the money, will she have to? The comments in the live stream started to turn suggestive. Xian and Qianlan, preoccupied with buying meat, were oblivious to the comments. Xian, are you buying so much meat? Qianlan asked, surprised to see Xian buying a full 10 pounds of meat. Is it too much? Xian scratched his head. 10 pounds isn't enough. It'll probably be gone in 2 or 3 days. Gone in 2 or 3 days. Qianlan's eyes widened in disbelief. In her eyes, indulging in meat so lavishly was something only the wealthy could afford. Xian must be a wealthy man. Qianlan's gaze towards Xian softened, impressed that someone so young could earn so much money. However, Xian also intended to initiate a scarcity marketing strategy. If the black bear were satiated with meat every day, it would become arduous to command it in the future. Qianlan procured half a kilogram of meat, along with some tofu and dried tofu. Little Xian, this tofu appears quite fresh. Would you be interested in acquiring some? Qianlan inquired amiably. Indeed? Then I shall purchase some as well. I harbor a fondness for tofu. Xian assented, drawing closer and procuring 2 blocks of tofu. Indeed, I suspect the streamer is engaging in suggestive banter. Assuredly, this serves as a subtle hint to the sister-in-law. Regrettably, the sister-in-law remains oblivious, a paragon of innocence, rendering the streamer's illusions futile. The cohort of libertines in the live stream continued their jesting, albeit Xian and Qianlan remained preoccupied with their tofu acquisition, oblivious to the commentary. Having completed their shopping, the duo embarked on their journey home. This time, Qianlan dispensed with her initial reticence, embracing Xian's waist directly, resulting in a close physical proximity. Here it comes again, the streamer's moment of indulgence. The little sister-in-law possesses an exquisite figure. The streamer is indeed fortunate. Streamer, please proceed with caution, savor the experience. You libertines, your minds are perpetually consumed with lewd thoughts. Xian merely glanced at the live stream, feeling too embarrassed to observe further. The risque nature of the audience's commentary escalated progressively. Nevertheless, these libertines' remarks served as a reminder to Xian of the compressive sensation emanating from his sister-in-law in the rear seat. May Buddha grant me serenity. Xian recited a Buddhist invocation internally, seeking to pacify his thoughts. She is, after all, his sister-in-law. He must not entertain any untoward notions. Throughout the journey, Xian remained steadfastly focused on his cycling, concurrently reciting Buddhist invocations, eschewing any extraneous thoughts. After half an hour, the vehicle arrived at the village entrance, prompting Xian to halt. Thank you, little Xian. Qianlan expressed her gratitude upon disembarking, adding, I shall endeavor to repay the money to you at the earliest opportunity. It's of no consequence. There's no need to rush. It's merely a few hundred yuan. Xian demurred, knowing that he could effortlessly earn tens of thousands of yuan, rendering the 500 yuan insignificant. That's unacceptable. As it is a loan, it must be repaid. Shenlong insisted with utmost sincerity. Would you care to join me for lunch? There's no need. I can prepare something simple for myself. Shun Xian declined, resuming his journey towards the foothills. Shenlong remained stationary, her gaze lingering on Shun Xian's receding figure, lost in contemplation. This young man is indeed commendable. He possesses a spirited demeanor, coupled with a generous nature, surpassing her own obtuse spouse. However, alas, she is already a married woman. A sense of inexplicable regret welled up within Chunlan's heart. Streamer, you are truly obtuse. The sister-in-law extended an invitation for you to partake in tofu, yet you declined. Indeed, such an opportune moment, potentially leading to the consumption of that particular tofu. Verdict: the streamer is a paragon of virtue. Alone on his bicycle, Shun Xian finally scrutinized the live stream's discourse. You individuals are truly idle. Shun Xian retorted, rolling his eyes. Sister-in-law is a woman burdened by hardship. She married into the family at a tender age. Brother Yong's family is not affluent. Brother Yong toils away from home year-round, leaving sister-in-law to tend to the fields, cultivate vegetables, raise pigs, and maintain the household single-handedly. It is arduous work. Refrain from making such jests in the future. Upon hearing Shun Xian's elucidation, the live stream's audience was immediately overcome with remorse. She is indeed a woman burdened by hardship. Any individual with a modicum of sensibility would refrain from engaging in such bawdy jests. I apologize. The jest I made earlier was inappropriate. Rest assured, streamer, we shall abstain from such jests henceforth. The sister-in-law is truly pitiable. I am filled with shame. The denizens of the live stream proffered their apologies. Their demeanor markedly different from their earlier levity, as if transformed. Very well, since everyone has expressed such sentiments, I shall not dwell on the matter. Shun Xian smiled. Jests are acceptable, provided they are tempered and do not cross the line. He remained magnanimous, willing to overlook transgressions that did not impinge upon his moral boundaries. All right, the time is nigh. I shall return home to prepare lunch, followed by a period of repose. This afternoon, I must commence the reclamation of the wasteland. With these words, Shun Xian arrived at his doorstep. Qingji, what is the meaning of this? Village Chief Wu Dayo sought out Qingji's residence at midday, inquiring. I instructed you to intimidate Shun Xian, compelling him to remit an additional tens of thousands of yuan in rent. How have you fared? Village Chief, I shall not proceed. Seek another. To his surprise, Qingji, typically arrogant and overbearing, evinced reluctance. I am genuinely fearful. What is the matter? Fearful? Wu Dayo furrowed his brow, questioning. What do you fear? Shun Xian is merely a recent graduate, unschooled in worldly matters. A few harsh words should suffice to subdue him. No, unschooled. Truly? Qingji remained unconvinced, retorting, Village Chief, that lad keeps wolves and a black bear. I am genuinely afraid. What nonsense? Keeps wolves? And a black bear? Impossible. It was inconceivable to Wu Dayo that Shun Xian, a mere bookworm, could possibly raise such ferocious creatures. Whom do you intend to deceive? Wu Dayo remained incredulous, asserting that Shun Xian, a mere mortal, could not possibly sustain such savage animals. It is the truth. Qingji, still shaken by his encounter, affirmed, in any case, I shall not seek out Shun Xian again. If you wish to proceed, do so yourself. This scoundrel, daring to shirk his responsibilities? Very well, then prepare to regret it. I shall demand an additional 20,000 yuan, and you shall receive not a single penny, Wu Dayo retorted, dismissing the notion that Shun Xian kept wolves and a black bear. Upon returning home and partaking in lunch, Wu Dayo, with his hands clasped behind his back, ambled towards the foothills. Soon, he espied Shun Xian standing alone beneath the shade of a tree by the stream, seemingly awaiting someone. Little Xian, Wu Dayo approached, calling out, Village Chief, to what do I owe the pleasure? Shun Xian glanced at the approaching figure, retorting, It concerns the matter of the stone mountain, lease once more. 50,000 yuan for 10 years is insufficient. Remit an additional 20,000 yuan, and I have brought the contract with me. If you have no objections, add 20,000 yuan, and I shall affix my seal forthwith. Wu Dayo produced the contract, stating directly. Shun Xian perused the contract, which still stipulated 50,000 yuan for 10 years, revealing Wu Dayo's intention to extort 20,000 yuan as a kickback. Impossible. Shun Xian refused point-blank. The rent has already been remitted. I shall not remit a single penny more. In rural areas, seeking favors often entails offering gifts or monetary compensation. Was Shun Xian feigning ignorance? Are you genuinely naive, or merely pretending? Must I explicitly state the obvious? Wu Daio's countenance darkened, and he gestured, signaling Shenxian to proffer the money promptly. I am genuinely unaware, Shenxian chuckled softly. Could you elucidate why I should remit an additional 20,000 yuan beyond the 50,000 yuan stipulated in the contract? Is this a gratuity for you? Or are you attempting to embezzle 20,000 yuan? As he spoke, Shenxian retrieved his mobile phone, aiming it at Wu Daio. Should he dare to utter the words, Shenxian would record them. The consequences would be immediately apparent. What? What do you mean? Why are you brandishing your phone? Wu Daio's tone intensified, his voice laced with severity as he observed Shenxian's actions. Nothing, Shenxian replied, holding his phone aloft. Just explain to me whether offering you 20,000 yuan constitutes bribery and whether you are accepting a bribe. I intend to record everything and disseminate it to the online community for their perusal. So he sought to exploit his vulnerability. Wu Daio was no fool. In recent years, online discourse had grown increasingly influential. Were Shenxian to record him and disseminate it online, his position as village head would be untenable. This is not bribery, Wu Daio emphasized. This is the customary fee for contracting the mountain. Renting such a vast expanse for 10 years at 70,000 yuan is already a bargain. Remit the funds forthwith. But the issue is that this mountain has remained unrented. We had previously agreed upon a rental fee of 50,000 yuan for 10 years, which I have already remitted. Why are you reneging on our agreement? Shenxian retorted with righteous indignation. Little Xian, as village head, I must prioritize the interests of our village. The sum you offer is insufficient, and I cannot justify it to the villagers, Wu Daio stated somberly. Should you decline to comply, I will be compelled to dispatch individuals from the village to dismantle your residence. What? Dare to demolish my residence? I dare anyone to try? Shenxian stood his ground, hands on his hips, and proclaimed loudly, whoever dares to come, I will confront them. This village head was excessively audacious, brazenly demanding money. Such individuals should have been reported long ago. Brother Xian, provide an address, and we will all come to your aid. We will deal with anyone who dares to demolish your house. The denizens of the live stream were exceedingly chivalrous, eager to assist Shenxian in a fracas. Little Xian, you are still young, Wu Daio scoffed, stating earnestly, the contract remains unsealed, rendering it invalid. The house you constructed is an unauthorized structure, which I am entitled to demolish at any time. Upon hearing this, Shenxian fell silent. At the time, he had been in a hurry to contract the mountain and had placed considerable trust in Wu Daio, thus remitting the funds directly. Little did he anticipate that this old rogue would seize the opportunity to extort him. He had failed to adequately prepare, allowing Wu Daio to exploit a loophole. Now that the house was built and he had become familiar with the area, being evicted would render his many days of live streaming futile. Was he truly to remit an additional 20,000 yuan? The money was not the issue. Shenxian had already amassed hundreds of thousands of yuan in recent days. However, he felt resentful. Why should he give this old rogue 20,000 yuan, allowing him to profit unjustly? Brother Xian, forget it. Give him the 20,000 yuan. This place is excellent, and it would be a pity to leave. Indeed, consider it tuition. It would be a great loss if the house were demolished. Let's not leave. What is there to fear? He is merely trying to bully you into giving him money. We must not yield. There is no point in prolonging the dispute. It would be troublesome for Brother Xian to find another place. 20,000 yuan is not a significant sum for Brother Xian. The majority of the livestream viewers urged Shenxian to compromise. After all, Shenxian's negligence was largely to blame. Had he insisted on signing the contract when he remitted the funds, these issues would not have arisen. Of course, some hot-tempered viewers also urged Shenxian to resist to the end, refusing to yield to authority. Shenxian, give him the money. Wu Daio was confident, his face beaming. In the end, Shenxian would yield. This young man was a mere bookworm, easily intimidated by a few harsh words. With a few words, he had extorted 20,000 yuan. Where could one find such an opportunity? That fool Qin Ji had refused to come. What a simpleton. Brother Xian ultimately relented. What else could he do? Brother Xian is still young and inexperienced. This Wu Daio is a seasoned scoundrel. Alas, consider the 20,000 yuan as having been fed to the dogs. The live stream viewers lamented, feeling sorry for Shenxian. Shenxian retrieved his phone, preparing to transfer the funds to Wu Daio. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, causing Shenxian's hand to tremble and preventing the transfer. What is happening? Wu Daio exclaimed, his heart pounding with apprehension. What is that commotion? Shinshin glanced outside and immediately recognized the sound. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The black bear is here. Nothing, it is merely a friend arriving, Shinshin replied casually, observing Wu Daio's nervous demeanor. A friend? What kind of friend can cause such a commotion? Wu Daio panicked, urging, transfer the money to me quickly so I can seal the contract, and then I will leave. You want money? Shinshin was unwilling to comply so readily. Don't be impatient. Let's discuss it further with my friend when he arrives. Shinshin chuckled softly, betraying no sense of urgency. Oh, the black bear is here. Let the black bear negotiate with the village head. I wonder if he will still dare to demand money. Two hulking figures standing before the village head would terrify him. The livestream viewers, recognizing the arrival of the black bear, burst into laughter, dispelling the previous gloom. Chapter 22. The winter of life. The tremors of the earth grew increasingly intense. Wu Daio looked around nervously until he finally spotted the source of the noise. Two animals, entirely cloaked in black fur, were racing down the mountain path. Before Wu Daio could ponder what they were upon him. With a roar, the two massive black bears stood before Shinshin and Wu Daio, letting out a cry that echoed through the air. Only Shinshin, who could comprehend the language of animals, understood that the bears were requesting meat. Wu Daio, however, was utterly perplexed by this animal dialect, perceiving the bears as fearsome predators ready to devour him. Run! Wu Daio shouted, attempting to flee, but before he could make any progress, Shinshin seized his arm. Village chief, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Shinshin said with a slight smile. These black bears are my friends. Let us have a chat. What nonsense is this? Your friends are black bears? Wu Daio's eyes widened in disbelief. You're not joking, are you? They are your friends? He stammered. Absolutely. Shinshin affirmed with unwavering certainty, then waved at the bears. The two black bears stepped closer, nearly standing face to face with Shinshin and Wu Daio. Good heavens! Wu Daio dared not move, his body frozen in fear. From this proximity, he could even see the remnants of dirt around the bear's eyes. The two bears leaned in, sniffing the air around Wu Daio, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably, terrified that one of them might suddenly open its massive jaws and consume him. Village chief, what were you saying just now? Shinshin inquired innocently. Wu Daio quivered, unable to comprehend. Is there still an issue with the mountainous lease? When can we get the stamp? Shinshin asked earnestly. You Haven T. Even Wu Daio began, but before he could finish, Shinshin's demeanor shifted. The bears, who had just seemed ready to spare Wu Daio, suddenly extended their heads forward, gazing intently at him. Wu Daio swallowed his words in fear. What on earth do these bears want? Village chief, I suggest you reiterate your statement. Are you truly insisting on payment? Shinshin said with a faint smile, his tone casual, yet laced with an unsettling undertone. I would hate to read a headline tomorrow about how the village chief of Shirtu village was tragically torn apart by two wild bears during a village inspection. That would be such a pity. Wu Daio's eyes widened in shock. He had not anticipated such a blatant threat to come from Shinshin's lips. What do you mean by that? He asked, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Was this truly the naive, bookish Shinshin he remembered? The smile on his face resembled that of a cunning fox. It's nothing of great significance, just a possibility to consider. You need not take it to heart. Shinshin waved his hand dismissively. Village chief, you must have heard tales of bears attacking humans, right? Our village has seen such occurrences in the past, and it is not beyond the realm of possibility for history to repeat itself. Wu Daio gulped, his nerves taut. It dawned on him that Shinshin was quite familiar with these bears. No wonder Qin Ji had mentioned the presence of bears and wolves in this area. It was indeed true. Xiaoxian, you are a university student, a rare talent in our village. You are perfectly suited to lease this Shirtu mountain. Wu Daio hesitated briefly before exclaiming, 50,000 for 10 years is more than sufficient. I'll have the stamp ready right away. He promptly retrieved the seal and stamped the lease agreement without a moment's hesitation. Is this acceptable? Wu Daio inquired, handing over the stamped contract with a beaming smile, even addressing Shinshin with respect. Very well, this is more like it. Shinshin examined the document briefly, nodding in approval. What about the 20,000? And no, that's unnecessary. Wu Daio replied emphatically. You are a university student from our village, an exceptional talent. Just leasing the mountain is enough to show appreciation. With a scoff, Shinshin tucked the lease agreement away, wary of Wu Daio reneging on the deal later. There's nothing more, so I'll take my leave now? Wu Daio asked cautiously, casting a glance at Shinshin. What, do you wish to stay for a meal? Shinshin retorted. Not at all. I'll take my leave immediately. Wu Dao hastily waved his hands, cautiously making his way back to the village. Once he had taken several steps and confirmed that Shen Xian and the bears remained where they were, he bolted towards the village, not daring to pause for breath, fearing Shen Xian might change his mind and prevent his escape. Upon reaching the village entrance, Wu Dao finally dared to stop. Phew, he gasped for air, cautiously glancing back to ensure Shen Xian and the bears were gone before he exhaled in relief. He was genuinely terrified. The two bears had fixated on him as if they were ready to pounce at any moment. It was utterly horrifying. He silently vowed never to venture near the foot of the mountain again. It was far too perilous. As for the 20,000, it was a distant thought. He would not risk his life over such a trifling sum. The village chief is truly timid. Anyone would lose their wits upon encountering two enormous black bears. Indeed, with such immense creatures, who wouldn't he be afraid? If it were me, I would likely be paralyzed with fear. The viewers in the live stream witnessed the entire encounter between Wu Dao and the bears. Prior to the bears' arrival, Wu Dao had been brash and confident, but upon meeting them, he was reduced to a quivering, pleading figure. It was as if they were two entirely different people. I never anticipated that your presence would assist me so greatly. Shen Xian smiled slightly and said, "Come, let me fetch you some meat." He then retrieved 2 pounds of meat from his home, distributing 1 pound to each bear. With a delighted roar, the bears reveled in their meat, playfully nudging Shen Xian as they stood beside him. Goodness, these bears are quite exuberant. Shen Xian is truly fortunate, embraced by such magnificent creatures. A true winner of life. With 1 bear on each side, living a life of bliss. After much effort, Shen Xian finally managed to push the bears away, exasperatedly exclaiming, "Stop crowding me. You're getting fur all over me." Ugh. Chapter 23. Diminished status adding insult to injury. The 2 black bears, as if intentionally provoking him, returned after being pushed away, nuzzling against Shen Xian with vigor. Haha, the host's charm is irresistible. Are the black bears in heat? Why are they so fond of the host? Release Xian Ge. Let me take your place. The live stream audience erupted in amusement, though some were puzzled. Xian Ge was hardly a stunning beauty, so why were the bears so insistent on rubbing against him? After several minutes of this affectionate display, Shen Xian finally managed to push the 2 black bears away, maintaining a safe distance as he inquired, "What's gotten into you two?" The 2 massive black bears vocalized excitedly, their eyes fixed on Shen Xian with fervent intensity. Under their gaze, Shen Xian felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Their expressions resembled those of animals in heat. Seeking a mate. Are you implying that I possess a pleasing fragrance, one that you find irresistible? Shen Xian asked, finally deciphering their behavior. The 2 great bears nodded vigorously, affirming Shen Xian's interpretation. Fragrance? Shen Xian hadn't noticed it himself. He took a closer sniff and detected a faint aroma, which he recalled appearing after consuming the elixir. This fragrance was the result of the elixir's potency transforming his body. So, the black bears weren't fond of Shen Xian himself, but rather this alluring fragrance. Astonishing. Xian Ge possesses a natural fragrance. Good heavens, does Xian Ge truly have a natural fragrance? Incredible, he's a treasure. The live stream audience was in awe, marveling at the revelation. Typically, a man like Shen Xian would be fortunate to be free of body odor. Yet he possessed a natural fragrance? All right, get back to work, Shen Xian urged. Don't you want to eat meat? Upon hearing this, the 2 great bears eagerly responded. However, the bears lacked experience in agricultural labor, appearing bewildered by the expanse of barren land. Start by weeding, Shen Xian instructed, demonstrating how to uproot the weeds. Once this entire area is cleared of weeds, you'll be rewarded with meat. Observing Shen Xian's actions, the 2 great bears diligently mimicked him, beginning to learn the task. Good. Get started, Shen Xian said, satisfied with their progress. Huff, huff. The 2 great bears immersed themselves in the task, diligently pulling weeds. Shen Xian returned to his dwelling, carrying a chair, a table, a pot of tea, and a plate of fruit, arranging them all beneath the shade of a tree. Leaning back in his recliner, he sipped his tea, savored his fruit, and watched the 2 great bears toil away. Life couldn't be better. What a delightful life for Xian Ge. The bear's existence is too wretched. The live stream audience was thoroughly entertained. Pardon me, what kind of live stream is this? Newcomer here, wondering if the host is a black bear? Good heavens, have I stumbled into the animal kingdom? The live stream's traffic surged, accompanied by a flurry of comments, mostly inquiring about the absence of a human presence and the focus on 2 bears pulling weeds. Ding. Congratulations, host. For reaching 70,000 in popularity, reward, 1 lottery draw. What's going on? Shen Xian, drowsily reclining in his chair, was startled by the notification. He was merely resting. So how could his popularity be increasing? He hastily rose from his chair and examined the live stream's comments. Good heavens, what is that monstrosity? Where did that ugly thing come from? Don't obstruct my view of the Bear brothers. Who is that? So unsightly, unkempt man, quickly vanish. Haha. Xian Gu is being brutally insulted. What? Shen Xian was stunned by the comments. What was happening? Why were so many people unfamiliar with him? They were all commenting on his ugliness? Shen Xian scrutinized himself. He had just awakened with drowsy eyes and disheveled hair. Appearing as an unkempt man who had just risen from sleep, revealing only half of his head, naturally lacking any aesthetic appeal. Being labeled an unsightly object seemed justified. But where did all these new viewers come from? Wait. Shen Xian suddenly recalled that the administrator had mentioned a front-page recommendation for today, which explained the influx of new viewers. Greetings to the new viewers. I am your host, Xian Gu. Shen Xian announced, quickly tidying himself up and smiling. I dozed off earlier, my apologies. Upon closer inspection, the host isn't ugly at all, quite handsome. Uninteresting. I'd rather watch the Bear brothers. I'm leaving. Who wants to see a grown man? Move aside. Don't obstruct our view of the Bear brothers. What? Am I now inferior to the black bears? Are you willing to watch the black bears rather than me? Shen Xian was speechless, but he still shifted the camera's focus to the bears. The black bears are more engaging. This black bear is so adorable. It even pulls weeds. So sensible. Xian Ji's status has plummeted. How pathetic. New viewers. Please follow. This live stream broadcasts daily, with new content every day. Shen Xian announced, even though he was off-screen, asserting his presence as the host. Positioning the camera closer to the bears, Shen Xian seized the opportunity to draw a lottery. Since the live stream viewers preferred watching the bears, his presence was inconsequential. Lottery draw. Shen Xian exclaimed, and a colossal spinning wheel appeared, its pointer beginning to rotate. Ding! Acquired 1 bag of celestial fertilizer. Celestial fertilizer? That's a valuable item. Shen Xian exclaimed, delighted as he examined the bag of fertilizer in his hand. The celestial beings of the immortal realm consumed sustenance unlike that of Earth. So using this fertilizer to cultivate vegetables would undoubtedly yield exceptional results. Filled with anticipation, he eagerly desired to test it out. Hey, you too, expedite your efforts, stop dawdling. Shen Xian urged, approaching the 2 great bears with a bamboo stick in hand. Oh. The 2 bears, drenched in sweat, nodded vigorously and continued their diligent labor, showing no signs of reluctance. Good heavens, this host is too ruthless. The Bear brothers are so pitiful, being exploited in such a manner. Is this host mistreating animals? Isn't that illegal? Chapter 24, Profound Affection. I perceive this may also contravene the law. Are black bears not a nationally protected species? Good heavens, has the entire sanctimonious populace descended upon this live stream? It constitutes an infraction, and a report would assuredly yield consequences. Were one so inclined. Observing the increasingly unfavorable trajectory of the comments section, Shen Xian promptly interjected. Please, do not misconstrue the situation. I neither subjugate nor mistreat the bears. Shen Xian asserted directly. I merely possess some understanding of animal behavior and communication, enabling me to reach agreements with them. They assist me in clearing weeds and cultivating barren land, in exchange for which I provide them with meat. Really? While longtime viewers were inclined to believe Shen Xian's assertion, newcomers were far more skeptical. Nonsense, conversing with animals? Do you fancy yourself an animal expert? You appear far too youthful to possess the credentials of an animal expert. I am inclined to believe you are fabricating this narrative. New viewers expressed skepticism towards Shen Xian's claims, questioning how someone in their early 20s could possibly possess the ability to communicate with animals. It seemed implausible. Well, I am being doubted once more. However, Shen Xian understood, given the prevailing societal superficiality, that individuals were disinclined to observe his live stream with patience, rendering them incredulous towards his claims. All right, you two. Cease your activities and approach me. Shen Xian, standing in place, simply called out to the 2 black bears. Don't be absurd. You expect the bears to heed your call simply because you shouted? It is one thing to boast, but to genuinely believe yourself to be an animal expert? You are all rather naive. Brother Xian is not jesting. New viewers were dismissive of Shen Xian's demeanor, doubting his ability to command the 2 massive black bears. Conversely, seasoned viewers watched with amusement, anticipating the impending discrediting of those who doubted Brother Xian. The 2 massive black bears, after a moment's hesitation, swiftly approached and stood obediently before Shen Xian, their large eyes fixed upon him. It is currently a rest period. You may both relax and remain stationary. Xian stated patiently. Ah. The two massive black bears complied without question, nodding their heads in acknowledgement and settling down to rest. Good heavens, are they truly that obedient? Is the streamer genuinely proficient in animal language? You are all expressing astonishment. We have been observing this for days. There is nothing extraordinary about it. The live stream suddenly became animated, with those who previously doubted Xian's ability to communicate with animals now expressing admiration, seemingly forgetting their earlier skepticism. Subsequently, Xian retrieved 2 pounds of meat from his residence and placed it on the table. Grumble. The two massive black bears, upon beholding the meat, immediately began to salivate. Had Xian not been present, they likely would have seized it and divided it equally. Now, proceed to remove the remaining weeds, and then you may consume the meat, Xian instructed, gesturing towards a small patch of weeds in the distance. Ah! Without hesitation, the black bears dashed over and swiftly removed the weeds with great enthusiasm. In a mere 10 minutes, they had cleared the remaining weeds and returned to Xian. Panting heavily. Ah! The black bears urgently urged, eager to express their desire for meat. Consume it. Xian divided the meat in half, allocating 1 pound to each bear. The meat, barely chewed, was swiftly devoured, leaving no trace. They stared at Xian expectantly, their expressions conveying a sense of longing and reluctance. That is all for today. Xian waved his hand, stating, if you return to work tomorrow, there will be more meat to consume. Ah! The black bears nodded eagerly, vocalizing their agreement and clapping their paws together in excitement and joy. They resembled children. Subsequently, the two bears lingered, reluctant to depart. What is the matter? Why are you not leaving? Xian, observing the bears standing in place, staring intently at him with their large eyes, felt a sense of unease and inquired. After all, any rational individual would feel apprehension when subjected to the gaze of two massive black bears. He was of sound mind and had no interest in a relationship that transcended the bounds of normalcy. Haraha, Brother Xian, why does your voice sound tremulous? Brother Xian appears nervous. Is he concerned that the black bears harbor amorous intentions towards him? Do not be alarmed. Even if they do, there is nothing inherently wrong with it. Good heavens. Your tastes are peculiar, but I concur with your sentiments. The viewers of the live stream were merely interested in observing the spectacle. Ah, the two black bears vocalized, tugging at Xian's clothing, appearing reluctant to part. What is it? Do you wish to reside here? Xian, upon comprehending their desires, inquired in disbelief. The black bears nodded emphatically, their eyes filled with anticipation. That is not feasible. My residence is too diminutive, unsuitable for your needs. Xian waved his hand, stating, the mountains are vast. You should return to your respective caves. The rejected black bears appeared dejected, expressing their displeasure and waving their paws. It seems the bears have developed an affection for Brother Xian. Indeed, they are clearly unwilling to leave Brother Xian's side. Brother Xian, accept them. Their affection for you is genuine. What? Genuine affection? The prospect of housing two black bears was untenable. Depart immediately and return tomorrow morning, Xian urged, driving away the two massive black bears. Ah! The black bears appeared despondent, glancing back repeatedly, their eyes brimming with tears. Is it truly necessary? Xian wondered, perplexed by the childlike behavior of the massive bears. Brother Xian, you have wounded the bears' feelings. Alas, the bears' affection for Brother Xian is profound. It is merely a desire for Brother Xian's pork. It is not a tragic parting. Chapter 25. Unprecedented good fortune greetings to all the newcomers. Follow me, and allow me to immerse you in the most authentic rural lifestyle. Today, I've made it to the homepage recommendation, yet my followers have not increased significantly. So I decided to seize this moment to promote a bit. Indeed, this live stream is quite intriguing. I will follow. But if you ask me to follow, I might just refuse. Follow. With Xianji's charm, when will we unearth another several 100,000 ginseng roots for a lucky draw? What ginseng? The newcomers are completely clueless. Soon enough, some seasoned viewers provided a brief introduction to the new friends. Wow, what a conscientious host. I must follow. When is the next round of lucky draws? Following now means waiting for the grand prize. Upon hearing the encouragement from the veteran viewers, the newcomers were astonished. Ginseng worth hundreds of thousands was directly used for lucky draws. Where can one find such a benevolent host? Don't rush. Allow me to cultivate this barren land and plant some vegetables before I venture up the mountain for some good treasures for you. Xian chuckled, reminding them that haste makes waste. All right, I can wait. Everyone, please follow and set a broadcast reminder to tune in daily. If you don't want to miss out, come to the live stream every day Xian wouldn't disappoint us. As Shun Xian observed the comments in the livestream, he exhaled in relief, grateful for his harmonious relationship with these viewers who were now eager to support him. The follower count in the livestream surged. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have achieved 3,000 followers. Reward, 1 lucky draw opportunity. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have reached 80,000 heat. Reward, 1 lucky draw opportunity. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have achieved 4,000 followers. Reward, 1 lucky draw opportunity. Goodness. Xian did not expect to receive 3 achievements all at once. Ladies and gentlemen, today's live stream concludes here. Shall we meet again at the same time tomorrow? Xian, eager to participate in the lucky draw, abruptly ended the live stream. With a swift declaration, the pointer on the spinning wheel began to whirl. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a good luck charm. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a stamina potion. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received a misfortune charm. A good luck charm? Xian blinked, pondering intently. By its literal meaning, it enhances one's fortune. Conversely, the misfortune charm would diminish one's luck. This is rather intriguing. The good luck charm can be utilized by oneself, while the misfortune charm can be employed to afflict others. The stamina potion is straightforward, simply enhancing physical capability and strength. All are commendable items. Host, Xian age, 20 stamina, 70, maximum 100, agility, 70, maximum 100, strength, 70, maximum 100 skill, beginner animal communication. Special items, a bag of celestial soil, a bag of celestial fertilizer, good luck charm, misfortune charm, stamina potion. Xian examined his inventory. Any items he had already utilized would no longer display. This clarity was indeed beneficial. After organizing his belongings, he returned home with his tools, freshened up briefly, and began preparing dinner. After dining, Xian contemplated whether to renovate his humble abode. It was rather dismal at night, with absolutely no entertainment. At the very least, he should secure internet access, purchase a computer, and acquire a large television or projector for evening movies. Otherwise, his lifestyle felt utterly isolated. During the construction of this house, he lacked funds. Now that he had some money, a modest renovation was certainly in order. With this thought, Xian silently began to plan. As he lay in bed, he drifted into a hazy slumber around 9 o'clock. The following morning, after washing up and having breakfast, Xian was about to begin his live stream when he suddenly remembered something and retrieved the good luck charm. This item could only be used for a day. Today was the perfect opportunity to test it. He placed the good luck charm on his forehead. As soon as it adhered, it slowly became transparent and vanished. Is it gone? Xian glanced at himself, seemingly unchanged. Unable to discern any transformations, he shrugged it off and opened the live stream. Good morning, Xian. Good. I've been eagerly awaiting your live stream. Wow, so many people arrived before me. Upon opening the stream, several viewers were already present, seemingly waiting. After all, Xian now had 4,000 followers, and some had set reminders for the broadcast. Naturally, viewers joined as soon as it began. You all are early. Xian greeted them and enthusiastically shared his plans for renovating his home. That is fantastic. It's about time. A computer and television are essential. Imagine having a family karaoke setup. How cool would that be? Hurry and make it happen. Living like a caveman won't attract any girls. This time, the live stream audience unanimously supported Xian's renovation plans. In such a remote place, lacking even Wi-Fi, it was unlikely any girl would want to live with him. Therefore, internet, computer, and television are indeed necessities. No problem. Today, I'll inquire about the cost of setting up internet in town. Xian nodded, continuing. And then I'll return to renovate the house. Let us go. I'm heading to town right now. With that, Xian pushed out his little donkey and addressed the camera. Brothers, I can assure you, today will be a day of unparalleled good fortune. Do you believe me? What is that? Unprecedented good fortune? Xian's declaration left the viewers bewildered, unsure of the source of his confidence. Is that for real? Unprecedented good fortune? He must be plagued with misfortune. I believe the host will face a setback. Xian felt a tinge of pride. He had unwavering faith in the system, which had assisted him greatly. Since he had applied the good luck charm, today would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Xian smiled subtly, riding his bike towards town, humming a cheerful tune, his spirits buoyant. He was curious about the kind of luck the charm would bestow upon him. Is the host in such high spirits? Just wait. The more confident he is, the more likely he is to stumble. I have a premonition that trouble awaits the host. Suddenly, As Shun Xian pedaled along, a loud bang resonated. What is happening? The little donkey bucked wildly, and he clutched the handlebars to regain control. Oh no, the tire burst. Shun Xian dismounted to find the front tire completely flat, devoid of air, and he exclaimed a curse. Where's the promised good fortune? This is absolutely absurd. Chapter 26. Preconceived notions. The slap came swiftly. Can Brother Xian still boast? The sound of the slap resonates loudly. Brother Xian, how does it feel? The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter, as if celebrating some grand occasion. After all, who could forget how Shun Xian confidently declared that today would bring him good fortune, only to suffer a flat tire the moment he stepped out? With such luck, how could he expect any good fortune? This is a classic case of making oneself a target for ridicule. Shun Xian found himself in a state of helplessness. His previous declarations were merely the result of having adhered a good luck charm. Who could have anticipated that instead of good fortune, he would encounter a flat tire as soon as he left the house? Who could he turn to for reasoning? You all are too much, devoid of any sympathy, and still here laughing at my misfortune. Observing the revelry in the live stream and contrasting it with his own predicament, Shun Xian felt utterly speechless and began to voice his grievances. Brother Xian, they are truly excessive. I'll help you chastise them. Indeed, these people were unreasonable. Yet it must be said that your situation is undeniably amusing. I'm sorry, Brother Xian, I do not wish to mock you, but I simply cannot help but laugh. Shun Xian came to understand that the individuals in the live stream found joy in his embarrassment. How could one expect them to feel sympathy? It would be wiser to contemplate his own situation. Stranded in a remote area, pushing his bicycle towards the town would take at least half an hour. And under this blazing sun, it was becoming quite unbearable. Just then, a small car abruptly halted before him. The window rolled down, revealing a delicate visage. Shun Xian? Is that you? Xueqing? Both recognized each other simultaneously. What happened to you? Xueqing inquired, puzzled as she sat in the car. My bicycle broke down, and I'm unsure what to do, Shun Xian replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Here, place your bicycle in my trunk, and I'll drive you to the town. Xueqing suggested after a moment's thought, stepping out to open the trunk. Thank you so much. Shun Xian exclaimed as he placed his bicycle in the trunk and took a seat in the passenger seat. Wow, Brother Xian's romantic fortune has arrived. No wonder he claimed he had good luck. It seems his romantic prospects are flourishing. This Miss Xue is indeed quite attractive. Brother Xian is fortunate. The viewers in the live stream were all curious about Xueqing's identity. Driving an attractive car and possessing a lovely appearance, it was inevitable that they would speculate. Is your phone recording a video? Xueqing asked, noticing Shun Xian's phone secured on a stand. Not quite. I'm live streaming. Shun Xian chuckled and added. I just filmed you getting in. I hope you don't mind. Live streaming? Xueqing expressed surprise, laughing. That's impressive. Back in school, you were quite the introvert. Rarely speaking, I never imagined you'd venture into live streaming. Really? I was an introvert? Shun Xian found her description amusing. How many followers do you have now? Do you have many fans? Xueqing inquired as she drove. I only have a few thousand followers. I just started a few days ago, Shun Xian explained simply. A few thousand? Xueqing dismissed this casually. She regularly watched streams, noting that popular streamers often boasted hundreds of thousands of followers, while even average ones had tens of thousands. It was clear Shun Xian, with only a few thousand, was merely a small-time streamer. Likely doing it for fun, certainly lacking significant influence. Brother Xian is far too honest. Can't you at least embellish a bit? A few thousand followers is nothing. Our Brother Xian has loyal fans regardless. Having just a few thousand followers doesn't hinder Brother Xian from earning tens of thousands daily. The viewers detected the shift in Xueqing's demeanor after Shun Xian mentioned his few thousand followers. Her enthusiasm noticeably waned. By the way, what are you doing now? Shun Xian asked, sensing the sudden chill in the atmosphere. After graduation, I returned and started an orchard. Now I sell fruit, Xueqing replied succinctly. How is the fruit business? Shun Xian probed. It's not bad. I earn about 30 to 40,000 a month, which is enough to support my family. Xueqing answered lightly. Though her tone was devoid of bragging, it was evident she was subtly showcasing her accomplishments. In a small town, an income of 30 to 40,000 monthly placed one among the elite. Xueqing believed her disclosed earnings would astonish Shun Xian. However, she was disappointed to find no hint of surprise on his face, not even a trace of envy. What is going on? Does he not understand the significance of earning 30 to 40,000 a month? That is quite a sum. You're impressive. Shun Xian genuinely complimented her. His praise was sincere, devoid of jealousy. After all, he had earned tens of thousands himself over the past few days. Why would he feel threatened by her income? He simply admired Xueqing's diligence and success. Why not come work with me? I can offer you a salary. With some effort, you could earn over 10,000 a month. Xueqing suggested, glancing at Sun Xian, feeling that as old classmates, mutual support was only natural. Work with you? 10,000 a month? Sun Xian chuckled. No thanks. I'm quite content with live streaming. It offers me more freedom. You're in your 20s now. It's time to consider settling down, Xueqing advised earnestly. Don't aim too high. The live streaming industry is quite volatile. Earning substantial wealth is challenging. You're an ordinary person. Why chase after such unrealistic dreams? Isn't it better to have a steady job and earn some money? Sun Xian felt somewhat perplexed. His follower count may be modest, but he had earned a significant amount of money. Xueqing seemed to misunderstand, preaching from a moral high ground without grasping his situation. I think I'll pass for now. I want to give it a try. Sun Xian scratched his head and laughed. I have quite a few friends in my live stream who have given generous gifts. I even made several thousand recently. Several thousand? I hardly believe that. Xueqing retorted. You probably arrange for people to boost your numbers. I've heard that many streamers use tactics like hiring people to create hype in their streams. You must be doing the same, right? This left Sun Xian speechless. It seemed that Xueqing had already formed her own preconceived notions. No matter how he explained, it would likely be in vain. You seem quite knowledgeable about live streaming. Sun Xian countered. Chapter 27. Heartfelt advice. Xian. Show her the recent earnings. Let her broaden her horizons. With hair long, but knowledge short, how dare she question you? Truly foolish. The attitude of the audience in the live stream room toward Xueqing took a sharp turn. Previously, they encouraged Sun Xian to engage with her, thinking perhaps he could find romance. But now, they were all filled with indignation, feeling she was unworthy of Sun Xian. After all, Xueqing had made baseless assumptions without clarification and even dared to challenge Sun Xian's words. How outrageous. My friend has been live streaming for over a year, Xueqing casually remarked. She maintains an audience of about 150,000 and earns around 20,000 a month. She has quite a following. Upon hearing this, Sun Xian finally understood. If her friend, with such a substantial following, only earned 20,000, then with his few thousand followers, Xueqing likely perceived his income to be a mere 1,000 to 2,000. Little did she know, despite the low follower count, his audience consisted of loyal fans, and he had received nearly 90,000 in gifts alone. How could that even compare? My friend is quite beautiful and has a considerable following, but she also faces a lot of harassment. Many even wish to support her financially. Xueqing sighed, lamenting the harsh realities of the live streaming industry. You, as a man who isn't particularly handsome and lacks unique talents, how do you expect to compete with the wealthy and influential? If it weren't for Sun Xian's substantial earnings, he might have almost believed her words. While there was some truth to her statement, Sun Xian was no ordinary person. He was multi-talented. How could she not see that? Clearly, she was blind to his qualities. A pretty face with little understanding. Sun Xian observed the barrage of comments in the livestream chat. Fortunately, Xueqing was oblivious. Otherwise, she'd surely be enraged. Are you even listening to me? Xueqing exclaimed, frustrated that Sun Xian seemed engrossed in his phone. I heard you. Sun Xian nodded. Rest assured. If I don't earn money, I shall quit live streaming and come to you for a meal. Forget it. I won't bother you anymore. Xueqing, realizing she couldn't sway him, decided to introduce him to her friend another day, allowing him to grasp the hardships of live streaming. All right, that sounds good. Sun Xian readily agreed, knowing only someone in the same field could truly understand him. Arriving at their destination, Xueqing instructed him to exit the vehicle. During their conversation, she had driven to the town, and feeling their dialogue was unproductive, she decided to remain silent. Thank you, Sun Xian said without further ado, stepping out to retrieve his bicycle. As he closed the car door, Xueqing drove off without even a farewell. What a practical woman, Sun Xian thought. We were classmates. Wouldn't it be nice to have a meal together? Don't take it to heart. She means well and is just looking out for me. Sun Xian chuckled, addressing the live stream audience. We must empathize with others' intentions. There's a bike repair shop ahead. I'll go fix my bike. With that, Sun Xian wheeled his bicycle toward the repair shop. Meanwhile, Xueqing continued her drive, stopping in front of a quaint countryside villa. Exiting the vehicle, she entered the yard. Creak. As she opened the door, voices echoed from within. Don't move. There's a sound of footsteps. They must be in here. Let me deal with them. Everyone, step aside. Who killed me? Hearing the commotion, Xueqing shook her head in exasperation. Her friend was genuinely losing her mind, playing games all day long for the sake of live streaming. Upon hearing Xueqing enter, a girl seated at the computer spun around, glanced at her, and then addressed the camera. "All right, everyone, that's it for today's stream. We'll meet again tomorrow." She promptly shut off the camera and the computer. "You arrived quite early. I was starving." The girl, named Wu Xiuxiu, stood and snatched the lunchbox from Xueqing's hands. "Why do you insist on live streaming? There's nothing appealing about it. You'd be better off helping me sell fruits." Xueqing sighed. "I say this because I care about you. Staying up late and eating irregularly while staring at the computer is detrimental to your health. But I live stream to earn money. This month alone, I've made over 20,000. Wu Xiuxiu retorted, exasperated. Originally an ordinary girl from a small town, Wu Xiuxiu had decent gaming skills and ventured into live streaming, with a surprisingly successful outcome, earning a monthly income that was impressive for someone from her background. Yet, tormenting your body like this isn't worth it. Xueqing scolded like a concerned elder sister. "If I suddenly become popular in a few days and gain 1 million followers, I won't have to stay up late to game. I can earn a fortune with just a casual stream," Wu Xiuxiu said, filled with hope and dreams. "Isn't that the same fantasy every streamer has?" Xueqing shot back. "Your mindset is no different from daydreaming." She mentioned encountering an old classmate who was also live streaming, but only had a few thousand followers, and she wasn't pleased about it. "Really? Which platform?" Wu Xiuxiu asked, intrigued, as it was rare to find a fellow streamer in their small town. "I didn't ask for specifics." Xueqing shook her head, guessing there were likely only 2 of them streaming in their town. No, I know of one." Wu Xiuxiu waved her hand dismissively, recalling a friend mentioning a streamer from their town. She had even gone to check and confirmed they were indeed from the same hometown. "What a coincidence. Are they famous?" Xueqing inquired, not taking it too seriously, as if someone were truly popular, word would have spread by now. "Well, they don't have many followers, but their loyal fans shower them with gifts. Last time, they held a giveaway with a wild ginseng and received about 100,000 in gift shares," Wu Xiuxiu explained, then mentioned selling a rare orchid for 250,000, making over 300,000 in one go. "Wow, over 300,000? Xueqing gasped, curious about this individual. "I can't recall their name. Let me check." Wu Xiuxiu pulled out her phone and began scrolling. Xueqing's curiosity piqued. Suddenly, a remarkable figure had emerged from their small town, and she wanted to witness it herself. "It's him." After some searching, Wu Xiuxiu finally found the streamer and presented the information to Xueqing without letting her see just yet. "What?" Xueqing glanced briefly and was left utterly astounded. Chapter 28. Purchasing lottery tickets on Wu Xiuxiu's phone, a young man stood before the camera, uttering a phrase. "Come on, host, with your luck today. Should you even consider buying a lottery ticket? Perhaps it's best to refrain. Your fortune simply isn't up to par. Let me lend some support to our unfortunate host," exclaimed a user named Ziawawa, gifting the host with an airplane. Another user, Lao Wang, presented the host with a rocket, while Qifeng Mingwei bestowed 100 hearts upon her. The chatroom was abuzz with a flurry of comments, accompanied by virtual airplanes and rockets, creating a lively atmosphere. "Look, it's him," Wu Xiuxiu observed. After watching for a while, she noticed her friend seemed utterly stunned, speechless. "What's the matter with you?" she inquired. "Is he really impressive?" Xueqing, snapping back to reality, couldn't help but ask, "Is this the host you mentioned who made hundreds of thousands in one go?" "Absolutely." Wu Xiuxiu nodded enthusiastically. "He is incredibly talented. When it comes to drawing wild ginseng, he knows how to do it right. Many of his followers are affluent. Just look at the top-ranked user. They've sent hundreds of rockets." Xueqing was taken aback. "To think my old classmate is so remarkable? How embarrassing. I even advised Shenxian to find a job in front of the camera. Wouldn't he that make me the laughingstock?" Her face turned crimson as she realized her folly. He is the old classmate I spoke of?" Xueqing stammered, finally admitting it. "What? You know Brother Xian?" Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Why, yes," Xueqing nodded. "Quick, call him, and introduce me." Wu Xiuxiu was now brimming with excitement, gripping Xueqing's hand. "He is a wealthy individual. If I can attract just a few of those affluent fans, that would be incredible. Is it really that thrilling?" Xueqing gazed at her friend, bemused. Meanwhile, Shenxian was at a lottery store, ready to purchase a ticket. "How much for a scratch-off ticket?" he directly inquired. $10 each. The store owner replied, glancing up at Shenxian. "I'll take $500 worth," Shenxian declared, pulling out 5 bills from his pocket and handing them over. $500. The store owner grinned widely, his mind racing with thoughts. A big spender has arrived. "Not a problem," Just wait here. The store owner, having seen many inexperienced newcomers before, anticipated that Shin was among those hoping to strike it rich through scratch-offs. While the odds of winning were indeed high, the reality was that winning significant amounts required extraordinary luck. To purchase $500 worth of tickets was akin to giving away money without a second thought. Let me remind you, the odds of winning with these scratch-offs are quite favorable, but whether you win is entirely dependent on your luck, the store owner said, presenting Shin with 50 scratch-off tickets. Understood. Shin nodded. Surely, I'll at least recoup a couple of $100 with these 50 tickets. The chat room buzzed with excitement as viewers began betting on how much Shin would win. Here you go. The store owner handed the tickets to Shin. All right. I'll scratch them off now. Shin replied, positioning the camera aside. He eagerly picked up the first ticket and scratched it open. Thank you for your patronage. The four bold characters smacked him like a blow to the head. I'm utterly flabbergasted. Shin lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Despite being adorned with a good luck charm today, his fortune seemed to be waning. Haraha. Don't cry, host. The next 50 tickets will likely yield the same results. It's a pity. Don't let this get to you. Stop scratching the tickets. The chat room was filled with both mockery and consolation for Shin, who had become a source of amusement for many. I refuse to be defeated by fate. I'll try another ticket. Shin gritted his teeth and declared, this one will definitely win. The effect of the good luck charm must surely kick in now. With that, he scratched off the next ticket. Thank you for your patronage. The four characters pierced his heart like a dagger. Haha. The hostess' luck is truly unparalleled. Relax, this is just how scratch-offs work. It's all in good fun. Why take it so seriously? Watching Shin's dismal attempts, the audience couldn't help but feel sympathy, turning to offer him words of comfort. Young man, maintain your composure. This mindset won't do. You still have plenty of tickets left. Take your time. The store owner suggested, though internally he scoffed, thinking, still too young and naive. How could he expect to earn money like this? Thanks. Shin replied, adding, but if I hit the jackpot, you better not try to cheat me. A jackpot? You're still dreaming. The store owner chuckled. No problem. As long as you can win, I'll pay out every cent. Several customers nearby, preparing to buy their tickets, paused to watch the spectacle unfold. All right, I'll scratch now. Shin nodded, beginning with the third ticket. Wow, I've won $20. He shouted, overflowing with excitement after scratching it off. $20, and you're this thrilled? The store owner thought to himself, clearly, this guy is a novice. Winning is a good thing. Come, I'll help you cash it in. Yet Shin waved his hand, saying, no rush, I still have many more to go. It would be a hassle to redeem them one by one. I'll redeem them all at once. Still hoping for more wins? A classic case of wishful thinking. The store owner chuckled softly, convinced that for someone like Shin, winning even once was a stroke of luck, let alone multiple times. Little did he know, he would soon regret his words. Chapter 29. Contentment brings happiness. It must be said that Brother Shin's mindset is truly commendable. Brother Shin, do scratch quickly. Let this boss part with some of his fortune. The audience in the live stream admired Shin. Despite his unfortunate luck today, he maintained such an optimistic demeanor, which was indeed remarkable. Let us open another one. Shin mumbled as he scratched away, chuckling. Ha, this is $30. Another win? The viewers in the live stream expressed their skepticism, as did the onlookers and the lottery shop owner, all appearing somewhat incredulous. No way, did you really win again? The lottery shop owner approached to scrutinize the ticket closely. It was rare for someone like Shin to scratch 4 tickets and win on 2 of them. Take a good look. I'm not lying. Shin confidently handed over the ticket. After examining it for a while, the lottery shop owner begrudgingly returned the ticket, feigning congratulations as he remarked, you're really impressive. You've won $50. Ha. No worries, this is just the beginning. Shin smiled slightly and promptly tore off another ticket to continue scratching. Excuse me, another 50. Just as the lottery shop owner was about to return to his chair, Shin's voice echoed again. What? Another win? This can't be true. The shop owner's disbelief was palpable. He turned back and examined the ticket once more. Having scrutinized it from beginning to end, he could not find any indication of deceit. Your luck is truly remarkable. The shop owner could no longer conceal his astonishment, uttering the words with a stiff expression. Ha, this is merely the beginning. Shin smiled again, fully engrossed in scratching the tickets. I've won $60. I've won $80. I've won $100. Soon. The lottery shop owner was genuinely witnessing what it meant to have an overwhelming stroke of luck. It was an exceedingly rare occurrence. It was madness. Brother Shin's luck was off the charts. My goodness, this luck was unparalleled. and the shop owner felt like crying. Yet, what could he do? As the proprietor of a lottery shop, he had to honor the winnings. The live stream was abuzz with excitement, comments flooding in one after another. The viewers were even more exhilarated than Shenxian himself. After scratching for a good 10 minutes, Shenxian had completed all 50 tickets. Of those, only 5 or 6 failed to win, while the remaining 40-some tickets were all winners, with amounts ranging from 10 to several thousand, totaling a remarkable 20,000. Boss, let us cash in. Shenxian handed over the winning tickets and stated, it's not much, just a total of 20,134. Investing 500. He had ultimately garnered over 20,000. The shop owner's face turned ashen, and he hesitated to take the tickets from Shenxian. He could not fathom how this person had achieved such a feat. 500 could multiply to 40 times. Was he here to rob the place? Ha ha ha. The boss is looking grim. The audience laughed, noting the lottery shop owner's expression, and began to speculate. What is the meaning of this, boss? Shenxian asked, observing the owner's glum face. Didn't you just say I could claim my winnings? There are so many witnesses here. Why aren't you paying out? Exactly. Can this boss not handle a little extra winnings? Running a business without credibility? The murmurs reached the owner's ears, softening his rigid demeanor as he finally spoke. So, 20,000, huh? I'll cash you out. He took the tickets and moved to his chair, starting to calculate using a calculator. 20,134. Not a cent less, not a cent more. Sighing inwardly, the shop owner eventually laid the cash on the table. He was no fool. If he didn't pay out today, his business would suffer in the future with so many eyes watching. Thank you. Shenxian took the money, tucked it away, and turned to the onlookers, saying, this shop has good credibility. Those who wish to buy tickets, hurry up. Indeed, this shop's reputation seems solid. I'll buy some scratch-offs too. Let us test my luck. Give me $100 worth. With Shenxian's example, many others soon flocked to buy tickets, each purchasing in amounts of $100 or $200. The shop owner's expression finally improved a bit. Seizing the moment, Shenxian stepped out. Having spent $500 to earn over 20,000, he felt content. Although his streak of good fortune continued, Shenxian possessed a notable quality. He understood the value of contentment. When it was time to stop, one should indeed stop. That shop owner was running a small business. If he kept scratching, it might lead to a confrontation. Brother Xian, it's a pity. With such good luck today, you should keep buying. The owner's grimace over 2,000 was already notable. If more wins came, it might escalate into a brawl. Brother Xian's generosity is truly admirable. Glancing at the comments, Shenxian chuckled, we've earned quite a bit today. Let us leave some for others. No matter how good the luck, there comes a time when it runs out. This thought reminded Shenxian of the good fortune charm. He finally comprehended. The flat tire that led him to meet Xueqing was a fortuitous twist, guiding him to the lottery shop, where he won over 20,000. But why had he encountered Xueqing in the first place? Was there more to follow? Shenxian, lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice calling out. Looking closely, it was Xueqing. What a coincidence. What brings you here? Shenxian asked, puzzled, as he noticed the girl beside Xueqing gazing at him with excitement. I came to hang out with you. Xueqing scratched her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Previously, she had dismissed Shenxian as a mere slacker. Now, approaching him felt awkward. Came to hang out with me? Really? Shenxian was intrigued, even somewhat reluctant to engage with Xueqing. It wasn't he just him. The viewers in the live stream also held a slight disdain for Xueqing. Isn't she the one who looked down on Brother Xian? Brother Xian, let us go. We don't need to entertain her, such a narrow-minded person. The girl beside Xueqing looked somewhat familiar and attractive. This statement carried a hint of self-deprecation, yet it subtly mocked Xueqing. Shenxian's disposition was typically affable, rarely resorting to such sarcastic remarks. However, even the most patient individual has their limits, and Shenxian was no exception. Shenxian, I apologize. I was in the wrong before, and I misjudged you. Xueqing frankly admitted, taking the initiative to say, I owe you an apology. Please don't be angry with me. This apology caught Shenxian off guard. You're still pretending? Xiao has already told me. You're a major streamer, and I didn't know before. You never mentioned it. That's not very nice of you. Xueqing playfully tapped Shenxian's shoulder, appearing somewhat exasperated. Shenxian hesitated, taken aback by Xueqing's sudden change in demeanor, which bordered on flirtatious. Well, this woman changes faces faster than anyone I've ever seen. She looked down on Brother Xian before, but now she's been proven wrong. This girl has a good personality, admitting her mistakes and correcting them. Brother Xian, you should win her over. Many viewers in the live stream felt a sense of satisfaction. witnessing Xueqing's transformation from superiority to humility. I'm not a major streamer. I only have a few thousand followers, Shen Xian said earnestly, scratching his head. Brother Xian, don't be modest. You're the one who gave away ginseng worth hundreds of thousands in a lottery. Wu Xiaoxiao looked at Shen Xian with admiration, saying, I'm a Douyu game streamer, and I've heard of your glorious deeds. I've met a fellow streamer. Shen Xian smiled. Hello. I heard Xueqing mention earlier that you earn tens of thousands a month. My tens of thousands are nothing compared to you. You received over 100,000 in gifts in just a few days. Wu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. Brother Xian, you're really being too modest. It's all thanks to my friend's support. I'm just scraping by, Shen Xian said, neither denying nor confirming. However, Xueqing heard everything clearly. He received over 100,000 in gifts. Shen Xian's lack of denial implied that the amount was accurate. He earned tens of thousands in just a few days. My goodness. Xueqing's gaze toward Shen Xian changed. She had previously thought that Shen Xian was simply avoiding reality and working by doing live broadcasts. But now it seemed she was wrong. This Shen Xian was a truly formidable streamer. So, you're the little Xiao from PUBG? No wonder you look familiar. I know. You're the noob who played for a whole day and night without getting a chicken dinner. Your skills might be lacking, but your figure and face are great. Brother Xian. Seize the opportunity. Shen Xian glanced at the live stream and chuckled. What are you laughing at? Wu Xiaoxiao and Xueqing asked, puzzled. They're talking about your gaming exploits. Shen Xian smiled. Do you play PUBG? Yes. Wu Xiaoxiao nodded and leaned closer to look. Her face immediately turned red. I'm just a little bad at it. Is that so bad? Wu Xiaoxiao retorted to the camera, stomping her foot. Being exposed in front of the streamer she admired was embarrassing. They're just joking. Don't pay them any attention. Shen Xian laughed, waving his hand. Let me join you sometime. Sure. What are your skills like? Can you carry me to a chicken dinner? Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. She agreed immediately. Although Shen Xian had fewer followers than her, they were all loyal fans. If she could get just one of Shen Xian's wealthy fans to follow her, she would be set. Moreover, playing with a well-known streamer like Brother Xian could generate buzz, which would benefit her. Skills? Shen Xian looked strange. He had never played PUBG before. He had only heard of the game. Of course, my skills are amazing. Shen Xian nodded. Carrying you to a chicken dinner is no problem. As he said this, Shen Xian felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was exaggerating without thinking. And it would be embarrassing if he was found out. Does Brother Xian want to carry a girl to a chicken dinner too? Does Brother Xian really play games? We've never seen him play before. Maybe he plays in private. The viewers in the live stream were skeptical of Shen Xian's words. However, they had never seen Shen Xian play games, so they couldn't make a judgment. Really? That's great. Let's go play now. Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't wait. Her skills were relatively poor, and she usually relied on viewers to carry her during live streams. If Shen Xian could carry her to a chicken dinner, it would be a great thing. Go now? Shen Xian was dumbfounded. He was just trying to act cool. How did Wu Xiaoxiao take it seriously? I can't today. I have things to do. Shen Xian scratched his head, pretending to be busy. If he was going to carry a girl to a chicken dinner, he needed to practice more, or he would embarrass himself. Just carry me to one chicken dinner, please. Wu Xiaoxiao wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. She grabbed Shen Xian's arm and started to beg. Good heavens. Who could resist that? Wu Xiaoxiao is a beautiful streamer. If she wasn't too embarrassed, she could be a beauty streamer. Look at that figure, that face. And now she's grabbing Shen Xian's arm and begging. Which old cadres can withstand this test? Ha. Brother Xian is in luck. Hurry up and agree. Playing games with a beautiful woman is great. Agree quickly. What are you hesitating for? It's great to play with a beautiful woman. The viewers in the live stream were enthusiastic, hoping that Shen Xian would agree soon. After all, what man wouldn't want to play with a beautiful woman? If they couldn't, they hoped to see their favorite streamer interacting with a beautiful woman. Okay, let's try it. Shen Xian saw that he couldn't get out of it, so he had to agree. However, he was a little nervous. He had never played the game before. What should he do? Wouldn't he embarrass himself? Where are you going to play? Xueqing asked, confused. She suddenly envied Wu Xiaoxiao, who could at least have a conversation with Shen Xian. She couldn't get a word in edgewise. To an internet cafe. There are many computers there, and we can play as a trio. Wu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and said immediately, okay, let's go. Xueqing nodded. She usually didn't go to internet cafes. But today, to spend more time with Shen Xian, she was willing to go to an internet cafe. Shen Xian had no choice but to follow the two women. Find an internet cafe, get a row of seats, and turn on 3 computers. Do you have to buy an account to play this PUBG game? Shen Xian fiddled with the computer for a long time, but everything was in English, which made his head spin. He couldn't help but ask. He had never played before, and today was his first time. You didn't know? Wu Xiaoxiao was speechless. Haven't you played before? Well, Shen Xian scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Chapter 31. A shotgun snafu. It's evident that Xian Gu is unfamiliar with shotguns, and his attempt to boast has backfired spectacularly. The audacity, claiming to lead the ladies to victory without any experience. The astute viewers in the livestream have quickly discerned that Shen Xian is indeed bluffing. Anyone acquainted with the game knows that an account purchase is necessary. Furthermore, his unfamiliarity with the English software platform used to access the game betrays his complete inexperience. Alas, others usually handle this for me, so I'm not entirely sure, Shen Xian admitted, scratching his head, attempting to gloss over his ignorance. Having already made the bold claim, he felt compelled to maintain the facade, unwilling to concede defeat. Is that so? Allow me to assist, Wu Xiaoxiao offered, readily stepping in to help Shen Xian with the account setup. She had several friends and easily borrowed an account for him to log in. Meanwhile, Shui Qing, observing her old classmate, couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Was Shen Xian being disingenuous? However, she hesitated to directly confront him. All right, the account is ready. Let's team up, Wu Xiaoxiao announced after navigating the login process and initiating a team with Shui Qing, extending an invitation to Shen Xian as well. Come on. Wu Xiaoxiao waited patiently, but Shen Xian remained unresponsive, prompting her to urge him. Come where? Shen Xian responded, bewildered, glancing nervously at his homepage, unsure of what to click. He randomly clicked around with the mouse. Is it ready? Shen Xian sighed with relief as he found himself on the 3-person team page. Could it really be that his random clicks had gotten him into the team? Okay, let's discuss our strategy first, Wu Xiaoxiao suggested. Since you're leading us to victory, we'll follow your lead. Where do you suggest we drop? Where to drop? Shen Xian muttered, at a loss for words. Having never actually entered the map, he had no idea where to go. Well, we'll see when we get there. Let's just take our chances, Shen Xian said casually. All right, we'll follow your command then. Wu Xiaoxiao readily agreed, even finding Shen Xian's suggestion reasonable. Soon, the three entered the game. Buzz. The plane's trajectory appeared immediately. Quick. Tell us where to drop so we can prepare, Wu Xiaoxiao urged. Shen Xian glanced at the map, filled with yellow and various English letters, which meant nothing to him. How should I know where to drop? Shen Xian thought to himself, but outwardly feigned contemplation, randomly selecting L City, which appeared to have the most buildings. Wu Xiaoxiao and Shui Qing had chosen to follow Shen Xian, so they automatically followed his lead. Are we going to L City? Wu Xiaoxiao asked after a moment. Yes. Why? Shen Xian replied, nodding. Then why are we still floating? Shouldn't we be controlling our angle? Wu Xiaoxiao asked suspiciously. What? Shen Xian was confused by Wu Xiaoxiao's words. But upon closer inspection, he noticed that they had already floated past L City and were landing near a 3-story building on the outskirts. Well, I thought L City would be too crowded, so I chose this smaller area for safety, Shen Xian quickly improvised. That makes sense. Wu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. L City was large, with many buildings and resources, which meant it would attract more players and be more dangerous. But there won't be any resources in such a small building. Shui Qing, despite being a novice, had played a few rounds and pointed out, Shen Xian, have you ever played this game before? There won't be anything good for 3 people in such a small building. We'll be dead when they come with full gear. Don't worry, there are definitely resources here, and a lot of them, Shen Xian said confidently. Let's go find them. He charged into the building. Look, there's a gun here, Shen Xian exclaimed, spotting a gun and some bullets. TCH, a useless shotgun. Don't pick it up. Wu Xiaoxiao dismissed it. We need rifles and snipers. Or at least a UMP9. No one can use shotguns. What is all this? Shen Xian had no idea what any of these terms meant in the game. But since he found a shotgun, he might as well use it. Wow, I found an M4. There's a 98K and an M16 here. I found a first aid kit and energy drinks. There are rifle bullets and bandages here. After equipping the shotgun, Shen Xian heard the excited shouts of Wu Xiaoxiao and Shui Qing. The 3 gathered on the top floor, and the other 2 burst out laughing when they saw Shen Xian's gear. Xian Gu, why are you so unlucky? You only have a shotgun? Ha ha. You're going to be the first to die. Shen Xian scratched his head and said, you don't understand. This shotgun is very powerful. I'll get headshots every time. Headshots every time? That's impossible. Wu Xiaoxiao and Shui Qing were skeptical. Even professional streamers couldn't guarantee headshots every time. How could Shen Xian, an outdoor streamer, do? Xian Gu, don't brag. How will you save face later? I'm already embarrassed for Xian Gu. You're bringing 2 girls with that gear? You're just embarrassing yourself. The viewers in the live stream side realizing that Xian Gu really didn't know how to play the game. He was just a noob. Xian Gu, what do we do next? Wu Xiuxiu asked Xin Xian. Ask me. Xin Xian looked at the two girls and pondered for a moment. Why don't we wait here? Isn't there a poison circle? Let's see what happens. Should we go outside? Xian Gu only has a shotgun, which isn't enough. We need to find a rifle, Xueqing suggested. Concerned about Xin Xian's gear. I don't need any other guns. A shotgun is enough. I'll blow anyone's head off. Xin Xian said seriously. Where does your confidence come from? Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing exchanged helpless glances. Before they could say anything, they heard footsteps outside. Someone's coming, hide. Wu Xiuxiu, having played many times, was sensitive to footsteps and immediately warned. Chapter 32. Scavenging equipment. Wu Xiuxiu immediately retreated, crouching behind the table with her gun aimed at the stairway. Meanwhile, Xueqing concealed herself behind the wall, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Only Xin Xian, emboldened, seized a shotgun and charged downstairs. Xian, good. What are you doing? Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed, startled. What do you mean? I'm going to take them down. Xin Xian replied instinctively. Are you out of your mind? We have no idea how many there are down there or what weapons they possess, charging in recklessly. Wu Xiuxiu protested. Before she could finish, Xin Xian had already dashed out, shotgun in hand. Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing, standing nearby, focused intently on Xin Xian's computer screen, eager to witness the prowess of the self-proclaimed sharpshooter. Xian Gu is truly insane, charging in with just a shotgun. Who gave him such confidence? Is it Liang Jingru? The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter, but Xin Xian was wholly engrossed in the game, oblivious to the comments. Where are they? Xin Xian rushed to the second floor, searching fruitlessly before making his way to the first floor, where he unexpectedly encountered an adversary wielding a shotgun of his own. Goodness! In a narrow passage, only the brave prevail. Both men raised their shotguns simultaneously and fired. Bang! Bang! The sound echoed as Xin Xian, startled by the recoil, instinctively closed his eyes upon pulling the trigger. Headshot! Unbelievable! Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. Wow, you're incredible! Xueqing echoed, equally astonished. Really strong? Xin Xian, bewildered, glanced at the screen, realizing he had indeed eliminated his opponent. This shotgun is quite formidable, isn't it? A hint of pride tinged his voice. However, Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing were left speechless. Was this truly Xin Xian's skill? A single shot to the head? Was it sheer talent, or mere luck? Be careful. There is another enemy. Wu Xiuxiu suddenly shouted, breaking the moment of triumph. What? Another enemy? Xin Xian turned quickly and saw yet another assailant rushing towards him with a UMP-9, unleashing a hail of bullets. Da-da-da, a barrage of bullets flew in Xin Xian's direction. In a daze, Xin Xian stood frozen, instinctively firing back. Bang! The unmistakable sound of a shotgun reverberated. Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing held their breath. Everyone knew how this encounter would end. There was no doubt Xin Xian would be riddled with bullets. Yet, the next moment, their jaws dropped in disbelief. Xin Xian remained standing, unfazed, while the enemy crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Goodness! Another headshot? Who would dare to believe this? Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing exchanged incredulous glances, both astonished by the 2 consecutive kills with a shotgun. Xian Gu, you're amazing! Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. I thought you were just boasting. But your skill is truly impressive. Xueqing, equally captivated, confessed, Xin Xian, I'm sorry for underestimating you. You are indeed a gaming master. Xin Xian, slightly bashful under their adoration, dismissed their praise. It's nothing. Xian Gu, you should loot the enemy's equipment. Wu Xiuxiu suggested eagerly. Looting equipment? How do I do that? Xin Xian asked, perplexed. What? You don't know how to loot? Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing were taken aback. A gaming expert not knowing such a fundamental aspect? Impossible. I'll check it out. Xin Xian, sensing the awkwardness in the air, approached the 2 corpses and figured out how to collect the fallen equipment. I thought you genuinely didn't know. You startled me. Exactly. I thought you were just teasing us. How could a gaming expert not know such basics? After watching Xin Xian loot the equipment, both women sighed in relief. What did you pick up? Wu Xiuxiu casually inquired. I got his shotgun and a few boxes of ammunition. Xin Xian smiled. Now I have 25 rounds. Should be sufficient. Is that all? Wu Xiuxiu was perplexed. What good are so many shotgun shells? Are you planning to use a shotgun in the final circle? I didn't pick up any drinks. Xin Xian waved dismissively. Why bring drinks to a game? That cola isn't drinkable. Once he finished speaking, Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing were once again taken aback. That drink replenishes our energy. Xueqing interjected, unable to restrain herself. Haven't you ever used it? What? That's usable? Shun Xian mused internally, wondering if those items were merely decorative. Having just quelled their doubts about Shun Xian's skills, his next comment rekindled their skepticism. I know that. I simply believe my skills are sufficient without such items. Shun Xian declared confidently, his demeanor radiating authority. Now it makes sense. Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing nodded, largely convinced by Shun Xian's assertion. After all, he had just achieved 2 consecutive headshots, establishing his skill beyond doubt. What shall we do next? Wu Xiuxiu, now fully trusting Shun Xian, inquired. Don't worry, we're still in the safe zone. We can just wait here. Shun Xian glanced at the map, noting the safety of their position. With my skills, to secure a victory, we must play it safe. Charging out recklessly would surely spell disaster. All right, I'll follow your lead. Wu Xiuxiu nodded in agreement. Let us head to the second floor and set up an ambush. Shun Xian suggested after a moment as contemplation. Didn't you just love charging in for a face-to-face confrontation? Why the sudden change to ambush tactics? Wu Xiuxiu queried, puzzled by the sudden shift. This is called a strategic adjustment. Initially, there were only 2 opponents. A charge could swiftly resolve the conflict. However, now that the area has been narrowed twice, more players are converging here. We cannot expose ourselves easily. Hiding on the second floor increases our chances. Shun Xian explained earnestly. Chapter 33. Provoking the opponent. Wu Xiuxiu nodded vigorously, expressing her profound agreement with Shun Xian. Brother Xian, you are truly impressive, possessing such an array of strategies. She exclaimed with admiration. Your skills are remarkable. Oh, it's merely my own haphazard conclusions. Shun Xian waved his hand dismissively, displaying a humble demeanor. Is this what you call impressive? Clearly, he is just afraid for his life, yet he speaks with such grandiloquence. Are today's female streamers truly this gullible? She is practically a Navi little lamb. The viewers in the live stream quickly discerned the reality. Shun Xian, a novice, was managing to outwit both Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing, the 2 female players. It could only be described as an intellectual domination. The trio remained concealed within the 3-story building, waiting for the safe zone to refresh. Though many passers-by wandered nearby, none seemed interested in entering the building. How long must we hide here? Xueqing asked, her patience wearing thin. Shall we venture out and engage in combat? Wu Xiuxiu suggested tentatively, glancing at Shun Xian. I ask you, do you wish to claim victory? Shun Xian replied, eyeing the 2 of them. Yes, indeed. Without a moment's hesitation. Both Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing nodded in agreement. Then heed my advice. This is undoubtedly the final safe zone. We shall remain here, and we will surely emerge victorious. Shun Xian asserted earnestly. What? This building constitutes the safe zone? That seems rather improbable. Yet, Shun Xian's unwavering confidence persuaded Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing to stay put. Brother Xian is incredible. He can even predict the safe zone. Just wait. The next circle will force them to move. The viewers in the live stream were utterly skeptical of Shun Xian's claims. The nature of the game's safe zones was inherently uncertain, and for someone like Shun Xian, who had never played before, to predict it seemed far-fetched. However, just a few minutes later, the atmosphere shifted to one of silence. Brother Xian, you truly are amazing. You actually got it right. Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she glanced at the updated safe zone. So, we can simply wait here without worry. Shun Xian maintained an appearance of calm, though internally he was breathing a sigh of relief. All his predictions had been mere guesses, yet they had proven accurate. He was certain it was the effect of his lucky charm. With only 7 opponents left, we might actually secure a victory. Shun Xian remarked casually, observing the number of remaining players. Let them fight amongst themselves. Let us hope they are not formidable opponents. Xueqing nodded in agreement. That's not guaranteed. Not everyone is as fortunate as you 2. You've encountered the formidable Zhu Ge and his trio, she added with a chuckle. Huh. Brother Xian's luck has run out now that Zhu Ge has arrived. Shun Xian glanced at the barrage of comments, perplexed. Who is Zhu Ge? He inquired directly of Wu Xiuxiu. What? Is it really Zhu Ge? Wu Xiuxiu gasped, her expression shifting dramatically. Then we're doomed. Encountering Zhu Ge means we have no chance of victory. Xueqing sighed. What a waste of time hiding. What is his background? Shun Xian asked, intrigued. Zhu Ge is also a streamer with Douyu. He is a professional player who leads 3 other experts and consistently racks up kills. Wu Xiuxiu explained, her demeanor disheartened. Whenever Douyu streamers see him, they steer clear. Few survive his onslaught. A professional player? Shun Xian realized the gravity of their situation. Fear not. Trust in my marksmanship. What if I manage to take them down one by one? He reassured them. One by one? Really? That's a professional player you're talking about. Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing had completely relinquished hope, dismissing Shun Xian's bravado. Come now. Facing a professional player, you think you can take them down with ease? That's pure fantasy. Never challenge someone's livelihood with your own hobby. Just like the national football team. Even if they're subpar, they would still dominate against amateurs. Brother Xian, your bravado is truly unfiltered. Don't worry, I'll relay your words. As Zhu Gu and his team advanced toward the safe zone in a villa in Jiangzhou, they were already strategizing their approach. Zhu Gu, I heard the other three are on the same team. Two of them are also Douyu streamers, right? The ones who streamed for an entire day and night without achieving a single victory? Laughter erupted among Zhu Gu's teammates, but he merely smiled. He had noticed the viewers' comments and couldn't help but acknowledge their good fortune. Surviving until now was quite the feat, however. It was unfortunate for them that they had crossed paths with him. Now, don't underestimate them. The fact that they lasted this long indicates some level of skill. We must not let our guard down. Zhu Gu's warning was merely a formality. Those who knew him understood that he held little regard for his opponents. He was a professional player, and no one in Douyu could rival him. Of course, he kept such sentiments to himself, mindful of his public persona. Rest assured, Zhu Gu, we will be vigilant. This chicken dinner is ours for the taking. They even mentioned using a shotgun against us. How presumptuous. Clearly, some enthusiastic fans had relayed Shun Xian's words, leading to a surge of indignation within Zhu Gu's team. Then let us make them pay. Zhu Gu smirked, leading his team toward the three-story building. This is the last safe zone. Heal up, and let us move in. Here they come. Shen Xian and his companions heard the footsteps approaching from below. Goodness. Shen Xian raised his shotgun, aiming at the staircase, ready to fire. Yet, he noticed that Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing remained utterly still, showing no signs of resistance. What are they doing? Have they surrendered? Chapter 34. The dish is original since Xueqing glanced at Shun Xian and sighed. Indeed, at this point, resisting would be futile. Perhaps it would be better to let Pig Brother end our misery. Otherwise, wouldn't that be merely courting humiliation? Wu Xiuxiu echoed his sentiments, having completely lost the will to resist. After all, their opponent was a professional player, a league apart from them. You two truly lack fighting spirit. Shun Xian retorted, rolling his eyes. So what if he is a professional? If he dares to come at me, I'll gladly blow his head off. This bold declaration left both Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing utterly astonished. Shun Xian exuded such confidence, dismissing even a professional player? Brother Xian is incredible. With that kind of bravado, I'm all in. They thought. Let us take him down. He is just a professional player, after all. The audience in the live stream thrived on the drama, egging on the spectacle, eager for chaos as if the very heavens would turn upside down. Meanwhile, Pig Brother and his three companions had already seized the first floor but hesitated to ascend to the second, pausing instead. Pig Brother, hurry up and take them out. That Xian guy is too arrogant, treating you like nothing, urged one of the viewers. Don't hold back. That kid is just a noob. He knows nothing. Pig Brother, a prominent streamer with a substantial following, could no longer tolerate Shun Xian's arrogance. The chat was ablaze with demands for him to swiftly take down Shen Xian. Pig Brother, let us throw a grenade, toss in a flashbang, and charge in. The team strategized. Employing the most conventional method for storming a building, one grenade could potentially eliminate one or two foes, while a flashbang would blind them, allowing for a swift assault. With four of them in the party, victory seemed assured. Exactly. This so-called Brother Xian is far too presumptuous, clearly underestimating us. Does he think we are easy prey? They rallied, ready to execute their plan. However, Pig Brother chuckled softly, saying, no need to rush. Our opponents are also streamers. Let us not go overboard. We should first extend an invitation for them to surrender. We wouldn't want to appear as if we're bullying ordinary players. Pig Brother, quite the gentleman, displayed remarkable magnanimity. Indeed, it was rare to see someone so considerate despite the provocation. Pig Brother is truly generous. The viewers applauded, showering him with virtual gifts as his smile widened in satisfaction. His persona was that of a congenial individual, never engaging in quarrels or harboring any negative history, a fact that endeared him to a sizable audience, and he was determined to maintain that image. Ahem. Is that Xiuxiu and Brother Xian over there? Pig Brother opened the voice chat, calling out, hello, Pig Brother. I'm Xiuxiu. Wu Xiuxiu responded promptly. Since we've all met, why not just end it here? Pig Brother suggested. We'd prefer not to fight, to spare ourselves the trouble of taking you down. To the casual observer, Pig Brother's words seemed benevolent. a display of restraint typical of a professional player who could easily eliminate Shun Xian and Wu Xiaoxiao. However, Shun Xian felt a surge of dissatisfaction and directly questioned, "Why aren't you coming at us? You must be Brother Xian. It's a pleasure." Pig Brother replied, recognizing the voice. "We're all streamers here. There's no need for hostility. Just surrender, and let us keep things civil." "Why should I surrender?" Shun Xian countered. The purpose of playing this game was to secure a victory. Now, when the end was in sight, he was asked to concede. Shun Xian was not inclined to comply. The question hung in the air, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Asking Pig Brother to surrender? Was he jesting? With Pig Brother's prowess, eliminating him would be a mere formality. How could one be so ungrateful, utterly oblivious to the reality of their situation? Pig Brother's goodwill went unappreciated, and the audience erupted in derision towards Shun Xian. "Brother Xian, is this really necessary? If I were to take action, the outcome would be disastrous for you. I wouldn't want anyone to think I, as a professional player, was bullying ordinary gamers." Pig Brother laughed, attempting to clarify his stance. "Oh please, spare me the theatrics." Shun Xian retorted, "In esports, being inexperienced is the original sin. If I fall to your hands, that is simply a reflection of my own skill. I want to take the coward's way out and surrender. If I want to win, I'll do it with skill, not empty words." With that declaration, Shun Xian felt liberated, while the audience was left in stunned silence, including Xueqing and Wu Xiaoxiao, as well as Pig Brother and his teammates, who were momentarily frozen in disbelief. Brother Xian is phenomenal, fierce. He is absolutely right. Victory in esports demands genuine skill. They mused. Damn it. Pig Brother cursed internally, feeling a surge of irritation towards Shun Xian. In the past, when encountering fellow streamers, they would usually comply with such requests for surrender. Yet here was Shun Xian, audaciously mocking him. Did he think so little of Pig Brother's abilities? Such insolence was intolerable. "Pig Brother, go teach him a lesson," the viewers urged, sensing an opportunity for retribution. This Brother Xian clearly has never faced reality. Excitement surged in Pig Brother's chatroom. They all understood that Shun Xian had genuinely provoked him, and this time he would ensure they paid dearly. "Prepare the flashbangs. Ready the grenades." Pig Brother commanded his team over the voice chat. "Flashbangs ready. Grenades ready," came the immediate response from those designated to handle the explosives. "Old 4, hand me your shotgun," Pig Brother suddenly called out. "What are you up to, Pig Brother?" Old 4 inquired, puzzled. "Since they intend to take me down with a shotgun, I shall show them what true power looks like." Pig Brother sneered. "In my earlier days, I carved a path to victory with a shotgun. Am I to fear him now? You 3 handle the other 2. Brother Xian is mine." With that, Pig Brother discarded his gear and picked up a shotgun. "Ha ha, Pig Brother is serious now. Let the flames burn and let chaos reign, Brother Xian. Prepare to meet your end." The excitement in the live stream reached a fever pitch. A professional player was stepping up to the challenge, and that was a formidable prospect indeed. Chapter 35. Reporting cheating. Suddenly, a flash grenade shot up from below, immediately followed by a hand grenade. Bang! 2 consecutive explosions echoed, leaving Shun Xian blinded by a blinding light on the screen, unable to see anything, and feeling as if most of his blood had been blown away. Ah, is this the end? Well, so be it. Encountering Pig Brother was simply our misfortune. Xueqing and Wu Xiaoxiao had entirely given up resistance, their hands relinquishing the mouse and keyboard, allowing the opponent to advance. Only Shun Xian remained, still clutching his shotgun, listening intently to the faint footsteps approaching. Vividly, he seemed to glimpse shadows rushing up from the lower floors. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, instantly followed by 3 headshot notifications. 3 shots, each a headshot. Pig Brother, trailing behind his 3 teammates, charged forward. Yet, with his teammates fallen before him, Pig Brother's hand holding the shotgun trembled. How could they have died? But there was no time for Pig Brother to ponder further. He leapt to the 2nd floor. There, he spotted a figure standing upright in the middle of the room. It was him. Pig Brother aimed his shotgun directly at Shun Xian. Yet, before he could react, he heard a gunshot echoing in his ear. Bang! The opponent fired first? Surely a fluke. Pig Brother had just jumped up. The effects of the flashbang hadn't worn off yet, so the opponent must have fired blindly. But in the next moment, his screen went dark, and within the game, his character lay lifeless on the ground. Dead. Pig Brother stared in disbelief, struggling to fathom how he could have fallen at the hands of that inexperienced streamer. Meanwhile, the live chat room erupted into chaos. No way. This is impossible. It must be a trick. I refuse to believe that professional player Pig Brother was taken down with a single shot. This person must be cheating, absolutely. Pig Brother hastily reported the incident. Xiangu, is this your true strength? Incredible, simply astounding. I find it hard to believe. May I ask, Xiangu, do you have any sort of aimbot? Not only was Pig Brother's chat filled with skepticism, but Shun Xian's own audience expressed doubts as well. After all, how could someone, still reeling from a flashbang, manage to score 4 headshots with a shotgun? It seemed too implausible to accept. I did not cheat, Shun Xian declared resolutely to the camera. If you don't believe me, go ahead and report me. I assure you, I did not cheat. I have told you all before, my skills are formidable. Is that so? Shun Xian's words only deepened the audience's suspicions. This sounded far too far-fetched. Pig Brother, is this person truly that skilled? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Even top professional players cannot achieve that. He must be cheating, report him. All 3 of Pig Brother's teammates chimed in, none believing Shun Xian possessed such prowess. If the opponent was indeed cheating, then there was no reason to hold back. Pig Brother swiftly pressed the report button, refusing to acknowledge his inferiority. Convinced the opponent was cheating. Well done, Pig Brother. Such cheaters deserve to be reported. With a prominent streamer like Pig Brother submitting a report, the game developers will surely deliver a fair judgment. The chat room buzzed with praise for Pig Brother, mocking Shun Xian in the process. Rest assured, his account will be banned. Pig Brother declared confidently, I have strong connections with the adjudication department. I'll send them a message. With that, he pulled out his phone to message a friend for assistance. Pig Brother is impressive. He has direct ties to the game developers. This is splendid. That Xiangu is bound to face dire consequences. His account will undoubtedly be suspended, and his reputation will be tarnished. A notable streamer caught cheating. Such news would spread. And Doyu would certainly not want him. The chat room was filled with schadenfreude, as if they had already concluded Shun Xian was cheating. Meanwhile, many viewers conveyed the news to Shun Xian. Xiangu, they've reported you and even sought help from the game developers. Is this necessary? It's just 1 kill. Why report? Pig Brother lacks sportsmanship. In truth, if Shun Xian had cheated, such a report would be justified. After all, he had compromised game balance in his pursuit of assisting a teammate. Shun Xian's audience had largely come to the conclusion that their streamer had indeed cheated. After all, the previous scene was far too shocking. What nonsense is this? I did not cheat. I simply had a stroke of luck, Shun Xian asserted emphatically. Really? Wu Xiuxiu and Xue Qing exchanged glances, disbelief clouding their expressions. If he hadn't cheated, then his marksmanship could only be deemed extraordinary. Of course, if you choose not to believe, just wait for the news. They will definitely follow up on the report. Shun Xian nodded, firmly confident in his innocence. Now all that remained was to await the outcome. That is true. Wu Xiuxiu and Xue Qing turned their attention to Pig Brother's live stream, eager for updates. Ding. As Pig Brother awaited a response, he suddenly received a system message in the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the game developers have replied. Pig Brother proclaimed triumphantly. Typically, it takes 3 business days for a report to be processed, but as a well-known streamer with connections, my response came swiftly. Pig Brother is indeed impressive. It seems that prominent streamers can take shortcuts. Quick, let us see. I can hardly contain my excitement. The live chat buzzed with anticipation. As soon as the developers confirmed that Xiangu was cheating, he would undeniably face dire repercussions. Cheating within the game was strictly prohibited by Doyle. Once caught, the only path left would be a ban. I'm opening it now. Pig Brother eagerly grabbed the mouse, ready to click on the email. Chapter 36. An unexpected visit. As he opened the email, he deliberately maximized the screen, ensuring that all the viewers in the live stream could see it clearly at the very first moment. No cheating detected. When he read this response, Zhu Ge was utterly bewildered. How could that be? No cheating? This was absurd. The player landed headshots with every shot, and yet there was no cheating involved? This was simply outrageous. Could it be that this individual was truly a gaming prodigy? Was he even more formidable than professional players? Such an absurdity left Zhu Ge in disbelief. The live chat erupted in chaos. No one dared to accept that Shun Xian had not cheated. Xiangu is incredible. Xiangu is dominant. They exclaimed, I was wrong. I take back my words. I owe an apology to Xiangu. The atmosphere in Shun Xian's live stream was akin to a festive celebration, with praises of amazing and dominant flooding the screen. Since the game developers confirmed that there was no cheating, it must be said that Xiangu was simply fortunate and immensely skilled. Xiangu, I misjudged you. At that moment, Wu Xiuxiu and Xue Qing were filled with regret, rapidly apologizing to Shun Xian. They had initially thought he was cheating to achieve such precision. But now that it was confirmed he had not, their guilt weighed heavily on them. It's all right. Shen Xian waved his hand, acknowledging that his skills were just too exceptional for them to believe. Typically, skilled players must endure such pressure. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu were momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Your understanding is quite profound, Shen Xian remarked. I fulfilled my promise of helping you win. Now, I must take my leave. Checking the time, he noted it was already 11 o'clock, and it was time to head home. Wait, let us grab a meal together. Wu Xiuxiu quickly suggested, You're so amazing. Play a couple more rounds with me. Yes. It's rare for us to play together. Why leave now? Xueqing, who was in awe of Shen Xian, wished to converse with him further. No, I must return home. I can't linger here. Shen Xian gently declined and left the internet CAF. With a stroke of luck, his fortune had indeed been remarkable, yet he understood that luck could eventually run out, and he did not want to be taken out in the next game. What a pity. I only managed to win one chicken dinner. Wu Xiuxiu lamented, wishing Shen Xian could take her for another round. Be content. You played for so long without winning, and now you've secured a chicken dinner with Shen Xian. Xueqing retorted, This clearly indicates that your skills are lacking. Wu Xiuxiu's face flushed at this comment. As a gaming streamer, it was somewhat embarrassing to have been carried to victory by an outdoor streamer. Let us head back. She finally conceded. With Shen Xian gone, Xueqing felt the game lost its appeal, and she prepared to shut it down and return with Wu Xiuxiu. Suddenly, just as they were about to leave, a notification chimed in Wu Xiuxiu's game. Upon checking, she saw a friend request from the renowned Zhu Gu. Oh my gosh, Zhu Gu added me as a friend. Wu Xiuxiu gasped, grabbing Xueqing's shoulder in excitement. In the realm of Douyu gaming streamers, Zhu Gu was undeniably a top-tier figure, while Wu Xiuxiu was merely a novice. Hardly worthy of mention, the fact that Zhu Gu had taken the initiative to add her filled her with exhilaration. Quick, accept it, Xueqing urged, curiosity piqued. With a face full of excitement, Wu Xiuxiu clicked to accept and immediately sent a message. Hello, Zhu Gu. I'm your little fan. However, Zhu Gu was not interested in her. Instead, he directly inquired, Is that Shen Xian still around? Why, he's asking for Xian Gu. Wu Xiuxiu was startled. Tell him to log in. I want to challenge him. Zhu Gu sent another message. Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. Xian Gu has already gone home. Wu Xiuxiu replied promptly. At that moment, Zhu Gu was beside himself with rage, feeling vexed. Since he started playing games, Zhu Gu had always maintained a high level of skill. Although he had faced defeat, he had never felt so frustrated before. It was infuriating to be headshot repeatedly with a shotgun, and yet, there was no cheating involved. This left the proud Zhu Gu seething with indignation. That guy must have fled. He is probably afraid I'll challenge him again and expose him. Let us go to his live stream. Zhu Gu's followers were equally furious and began brainstorming ideas. Visiting his stream? That is a splendid idea. Zhu Gu nodded and promptly searched for Xian Ji's stream. He quickly found Shen Xian leaving the internet CAF, riding a small donkey into the market to buy some groceries, then stopping by a shop to inquire about internet service. Watching this unfold, Zhu Gu pondered. If he shouted directly, the other party might not take him seriously. His mission was to entice Xian Gu into playing a few rounds with him, where he was certain the truth would come to light. How could he make it impossible for the other party to refuse? After some contemplation, Zhu Gu finally devised a plan. Friends, I just asked the shop owner. Here, the broadband costs $1,000 a year. Though it's a bit pricey, there's nothing to be done. Our village is too remote. After inquiring, Shen Xian exited the shop and briefly updated his viewers. Ding. User Zhu Gu has gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Ding. User Zhu Gu has gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Ding. User Zhu Gu has gifted the streamer 10 rockets. As soon as Shen Xian finished speaking, a shower of rockets filled his live stream, decorating the screen with vibrant displays. A total of 50 rockets had been sent, amounting to $25,000. Zhu Gu is truly generous. The viewers exclaimed. Zhu Gu has arrived. This is getting interesting. The Zhu family army is here. Let us check it out. The live stream became a bustling hub of activity, the excitement soaring high. Zhu Gu, being one of the top 3 streamers in the PUBG game category, attracted many viewers who joined him. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving a heat milestone of 90,000. You have earned a chance to participate in a lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving a milestone of 5,000 followers. You have earned a chance to participate in a lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving a heat milestone of 100,000. You have earned a chance to participate in a lottery. Simultaneously, Shun Xian's mind echoed with the system's notifications, signaling his recent achievements. Chapter 37. Gradual canonization. As Pig Brother paid a visit, he graciously bestowed upon him 3 additional chances for the lottery. Deeply appreciative of the rocket gifted by Pig Brother, Shun Xian expressed his gratitude before the camera. Brother Xian, I have come to invite you for a few more rounds of gaming. Pig Brother revealed his intentions. Still want to play with me? Shun Xian chuckled, his amusement evident. It was clear to anyone that Pig Brother was still unsatisfied with his previous losses and sought another opportunity to defeat him. I bet Brother Xian won't dare to accept. Someone chimed in. Of course, those who cheat are often apprehensive and reluctant to engage again. Another added, Brother Xian, don't be timid. You are the strongest. What has Pig Brother compared to you? Shun Xian, observing the encouraging voices in the live stream, smiled lightly. I have no issue playing with you, but not for the next couple of days. I'm quite busy. Let us reschedule for 3 days later. 3 days later? Is this a stalling tactic? Pig Brother thought little of it, confident that as long as Shun Xian agreed, he could wait. He truly did not believe that Shun Xian could hone his skills to match his own within 3 days. No problem. 3 days from now, Friday, do you dare to come? Pig Brother inquired again. Absolutely, 3 days from now, Friday. Shun Xian replied without hesitation. Great, it's settled then. I'll find you in 3 days, Pig Brother declared. Satisfied with the response, and promptly exited the live stream. Brother Xian, you've acted impulsively. How could you agree so readily? When it comes to a real match, you're certainly no match for Pig Brother. Now, the fans grew anxious. In their eyes, while Shun Xian may possess some skill, his recent streak of 4 consecutive headshots was merely luck. How many times could such fortune be relied upon? Would he still be lucky on that fateful Friday? Surely not. Would that not mean certain defeat for Shun Xian? At that point, he would have no opportunity to defend himself. His previous prowess would be rendered meaningless if he performed poorly now, suggesting prior deceit. Everyone fret not. Shun Xian chuckled. Who do you think I am? I am a gaming deity, with skills so refined that defeating a mere streamer poses no challenge. Just watch as I dominate the game. Is that truly the case? The viewers expressed their skepticism. However, Pig Brother's provocation ignited a determination within Shun Xian to install a broadband connection and acquire a computer, allowing him to play games from the comfort of his home. Turning back into the store, he arranged for the installation of broadband with the telecommunications company for the following day. Friends, is there anyone skilled in computer assembly who could help me out? Since Pig Brother has extended the invitation, I'm eager to purchase a computer and practice at home. Shun Xian inquired. That's simple. I can do it. What is your budget? I'll set you up with a great machine. Brother Xian, let me message you privately. I'll sponsor you a complete setup to deal with Pig Brother. Undoubtedly, there were talented individuals among the viewers, and Shun Xian soon received several private messages from those willing to assist with computer assembly. Upon closer inspection, one message came from Brother Wong, who expressed sincere intentions, stating that he had won a wild mushroom in a live stream lottery and wanted to give Shun Xian a complete setup. That one T do. I'll pay you. Shun Xian promptly declined the generous offer. All right then, just give me 5,000, and I'll sort it out for you. Brother Wong stated directly. Sounds good. Shun Xian agreed without hesitation, adding Brother Wong on WeChat and transferring the 5,000 yuan immediately. Whoa, you're paying already. Is this a scam? 5,000 isn't a small sum. Brother Xian, don't rush to send money. What if he is a fraud? The viewers cautioned. Not a problem. Shun Xian waved his hand dismissively, saying, we're all brothers here. Brother Wong has also gifted plenty in my live stream. 5,000 isn't much. If he truly deceives me, I'll accept that as my loss. Upon hearing this, the viewers fell silent, recognizing Shun Xian's genuine trust in them. Brother Xian is truly open-hearted and generous. Friends like him are worth having. Indeed, Brother Wong isn't a bad person. Giving money is fine. Shun Xian's confidence inspired Brother Wong. Brother Xian, after that statement, I'm determined to be your friend. Someone will come by your place before 5 o'clock today to set up your computer. So soon? All right, brother, I'll await the good news. Shun Xian smiled. Feeling pleased with Brother Wong, he relished making friends with straightforward individuals who got things done without unnecessary fuss. Having settled these matters, Shun Xian rode his bike home, unaware of the whirlwind of events that had transpired that morning. After affixing a good luck charm, he acknowledged that while there had been numerous fortunate occurrences, there were also many troubles. However, upon reflection, he realized he had indeed profited. He had won over 20,000 in the lottery, met 2 lovely ladies, and due to a gaming session, Pig Brother had generously rewarded the live stream, granting him not only 3 additional lottery chances, but also over 20,000 in tips. Profits gained, fame acquired, truly a windfall. Lottery time. Shun Xian commanded as he pedaled, summoning the spinning wheel of fortune. The pointer spun rapidly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 100,000 cash. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a peach blossom charm. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bottle of intelligence-enhancing potion. Host. Shun Xian age. 20 stamina, 70, maximum 100, agility, 70, maximum 100, strength, 70, maximum 100 skill, basic animal communication. Special items, a pouch of celestial soil, a bag of celestial fertilizer, a misfortune charm, a peach blossom charm, stamina potion, intelligence-enhancing potion. 3 consecutive lottery draws yielded 3 valuable prizes. 100,000 cash speaks for itself. Who does not appreciate wealth? Although Shun Xian was not in need of money. The more, the merrier. The peach blossom charm sparked a glimmer in Shun Xian's eyes. Could it truly enhance his romantic prospects? As for the intelligence-enhancing potion, it left him somewhat disgruntled. Did it imply that his intellect was lacking? Was he to be considered a fool? Shun Xian had always believed himself to be exceptionally intelligent. Now, he was faced with the possibility of being a mind yet to be developed. Upon arriving at such a conclusion, his mood soured unexpectedly. Upon reaching home, De Huang and Xiao Huang rushed towards him, showering him with affectionate licks. Goodness, is Xiao Huang truly a wolf? Why does it seem as if this little wolf is being assimilated by De Huang, transforming into a dog? Had he not known that Xiao Huang was a wolf pup, he might have mistaken it for De Huang's offspring. Though Xiao Huang had only been with them for a few days, he was rapidly growing. And this once proud wolf now wagged his tail and licked his owner in a display of endearment, truly undergoing a gradual transformation into a canine. Chapter 38. The generosity of the wealthy. It is a perfectly natural occurrence for 2 distinct animal species to gradually assimilate after cohabiting for an extended period. Moreover, Shun Xian did not perceive Xiao Huang's imitation of De Huang as something alarming. What harm is there in gradually becoming more canine? Shun Xian glanced at the live stream and remarked with dissatisfaction, Our De Huang is a Chinese rural dog, not inferior to any other breed. If Xiao Huang learns from him, he too can grow strong, guard the home, and remain loyal to his master. Must he be as ferocious and wild as a true wolf? Our Chinese rural dog is a product of thousands of years of agrarian society. A living fossil of history and culture, it is the national dog of China. In terms of breed and lineage, we are no less than any other. This elicited immediate agreement from many viewers. Xian Ge, such knowledge is effortlessly shared. Indeed, I prefer rural dogs. They are far superior to those pampered pets. Let Xiao Huang be a carefree dog. There is nothing wrong with that. After concluding his thoughts, Shun Xian busied himself in the kitchen preparing lunch. Today, he had specially purchased some ribs, which he simply braised, and also made a vegetable dish. A balanced meal of 1 meat and 1 vegetable, healthy and nourishing. He set aside some bones for De Huang to chew on, while Xiao Huang, still young, was given some meat to eat. Woof woof woof. Upon seeing this arrangement, De Huang immediately expressed his discontent. Why must he only eat bones while Xiao Huang gets to enjoy meat? Xiao Huang is so small. With teeth that are not fully developed, bones would be unsuitable for him. How could De Huang, a fully grown dog, be so petty? Shun Xian lightly tapped De Huang on the head and said, somewhat annoyed, Come now. Arg arg arg. Despite receiving a reprimand, De Huang remained disgruntled. Yet he merely grumbled a couple of times before resuming his chewing of the bone. Poor De Huang. In such a position, what could he do? Well, at least be grateful for the bones. The viewers in the live stream watched Shun Xian and his 2 dogs eating with great interest. Perhaps captivated by the idyllic life they longed for, a small home, a loyal dog, and a life free from worries. Yet, it is precisely this quiet and simple existence that many are unable to enjoy. Ding! Welcome to the live stream, the affluent Qingyun Fairy. A notification suddenly chimed in the stream. Shun Xian heard it and glanced at the screen, realizing that this was a basic feature of the platform. When a viewer donates over 100,000, such a prompt appears. It seemed that Qingyun Fairy had indeed contributed significantly. The wealthy lady has arrived. Welcome, wealthy lady. May her good fortune rub off on us. The viewers quickly recognized the benefactor known for her generous donations and began to cheer. Xian Ge, I have received the wild ginseng. Thank you very much. Qingyun Fairy directly messaged. I consulted a doctor, and it is indeed pure wild ginseng, valued at over 500,000 on the market. Gasp! 500,000. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. Truly impressive. 500,000 worth of ginseng had been given away in a lottery. This news might have been somewhat disheartening for Xiango. What a pity. Should he laugh or cry? The viewers, aside from feeling astonished, also felt a tinge of regret for Shen. That was 500,000. Had he sold it instead of using it for a lottery, it could have purchased a house in a small county. Just be glad you received it. Give it to your grandfather, and may his health improve. Shen smiled lightly, feeling no regret. On the contrary, he felt fortunate for the decision he made initially. 500,000 is indeed a substantial amount to Shen, but now, he no longer lacked for money. With his system in place, as long as he continued to conduct live streams properly, wealth would be within easy reach. It was with a piece of wild ginseng worth tens of thousands that he had garnered so much attention and amassed a substantial following. Although he might have incurred considerable loss, the invisible returns in followers and popularity were significant as well. Reflecting on this, he deemed his decision to use the ginseng for a lottery as a profitable venture. Thank you, Xiangu. Qingyun Fairy expressed her gratitude. Just as everyone lamented Shen's loss, a flurry of rocket emojis began to rain down in the live stream. Ding! User Qingyun Fairy has gifted the streamer 10 rockets. But this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, a full 100 rockets descended, filling the entire stream with them. 100. Worth 50,000. Such is the might of Qingyun Fairy. Thank you for the generous gifts, Qingyun Fairy. Shen smiled, saying, there's really no need. It was just a piece of wild ginseng. We agreed it would be used for a lottery. Why such courtesy? That won't do. I've already gained a significant advantage. These rockets are merely a small token. Qingyun Fairy insisted on her stance. All right then, thank you for your rockets. Shen expressed his gratitude once more, feeling no burden. After all, she was indeed a person of wealth. For someone from the bustling metropolis, this sum might be substantial for Shen, but perhaps just a mere trifle for her. Xiangu, do you have Tianshan Snow Lotus on your mountain? Suddenly, Qingyun Fairy inquired. Tianshan Snow Lotus? This is also a rare and precious medicinal herb, extremely scarce, growing only in steep mountains, inaccessible to most. Well, I'm not too familiar with it. Shen slightly shook his head. However, our Shirtu mountain is vast, with endless mountain ranges. The Tianshan Snow Lotus grows on cliffs, unless one ventures deep into the mountains. It is unlikely to be found. With this explanation, everyone gained a clearer understanding. Why do you ask? Shen questioned, puzzled. My grandfather's condition is not improving. The doctor said he needs a Tianshan Snow Lotus as a medicinal catalyst, but it cannot be found on the market. Qingyun Fairy briefly explained. How about this? I will venture into the mountains today. If I am fortunate enough to encounter a Tianshan Snow Lotus, I will send it your way. If not, then there's little I can do. Seeing the uniqueness of her situation, Shen offered his assistance. After all, she was his fan, and this was all he could do. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you, Xiangu. Qingyun Fairy seemed overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. It's nothing. I'm not certain if I will find it. Just going to take a look. Shen waved his hand, humbly admitting. Xiangu is truly generous. No wonder we admire you so much. You genuinely care for your fans. Without further ado, someone sent a plane emoji. Ding dong. User by Xia Ruyu has gifted the streamer a plane. Chapter 39. The Little Yellow Guide with a Wave of Gratitude. Shen found himself reflecting on the influx of affluent viewers in his livestream, who generously showered him with virtual gifts like airplanes and rockets. In just 2 days, he had raked in a staggering 50,000 yuan in shares. The prospect of making money through live streaming was indeed exhilarating. He mused, as a grown man, if he could earn such a fortune, how much wealth could be amassed by those alluring female hosts? Surely, they must be collecting riches by the sackful. With these thoughts in mind, Shen prepared to venture into the mountains. Having promised the Qingyun Fairy to explore, it was only natural that he should seek his fortune there. If he could procure the heavenly Tianshan Snow Lotus, it would be akin to saving a life, a merit exceeding that of constructing a grand pagoda. Dear friends, today we embark on another journey into the mountains, Shen announced cheerfully, camera in hand. If I unearth the Tianshan Snow Lotus, it shall be gifted to the Qingyun Fairy. Should I stumble upon other treasures, I shall hold a lottery for you all. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream became animated. Wow, Brother Xian is incredible. Off to dig for treasures again. We're going to strike it rich. If I could just win once, it would be amazing. If he finds a ginseng, I'll send 100 rockets. Shen could only chuckle at their enthusiasm, aware that they were fixated on him unearthing ginseng for a prize draw. Such fortune was rare. His previous success in discovering a ginseng root was merely due to an encounter with a 5-step snake. I truly hope I don't come across that creature again. It's too terrifying, he laughed. Yet, his audience remained insistent. We don't mind. Just bring back a ginseng or even some cordyceps. We're not greedy. Even a little rasher would suffice. What are you all thinking? Do you believe that cordyceps and rasher are common finds, just lying around? Shun Xian mused. Bemused by their insatiable greed, he decided not to dwell on their whims and set off into the mountains with Big Yellow and Little Yellow. Despite being young, Little Yellow had grown plump from a nourishing diet and was ready to accompany Big Yellow on this adventure. As they traversed the rugged terrain, Little Yellow exhibited an exuberance reminiscent of returning to familiar grounds. The little creature navigated the hills, jumped over ravines, and scampered across grassy fields with remarkable agility, displaying no fear whatsoever. Little Yellow is truly remarkable. No wonder it is the descendant of the Wolf King. The viewers in the live stream echoed this sentiment, showering praises. Little Yellow, since we're at your home, do you have any treasures to show us? Shun Xian teased. Lead me to something good. At the sound of its name, Little Yellow responded eagerly, barking twice as if beckoning Shun Xian to follow. How unfortunate for Little Yellow, returning home only to have to hand over treasures. Someone quipped. Report. The host is illegally employing child labor. Could it be that Little Yellow genuinely possessed some hidden treasures? Shun Xian ambled leisurely behind the little creature, not genuinely expecting it to lead him to anything remarkable. He was simply enjoying the stroll, unaware of where the Tianshan snow lotus might be found. Perhaps Little Yellow would surprise him with an unexpected delight. After a few minutes of walking, Little Yellow guided Shun Xian to the upper reaches of a babbling brook, darting into a small hollow before settling down in place. What brings me to such a spot? Shun Xian wondered aloud, though he continued his slow approach. Little Yellow must have found something good for Brother Xian, he mused. Could it be another ginseng? That seems unlikely. Such damp, shadowy spots are not conducive to ginseng growth, more likely to harbor snakes. Cautiously, Shun Xian glanced around. The area was dense with weeds, and the wet underbrush near the stream appeared a potential haven for serpents. Please, let us avoid another encounter with that 5-step snake, he remarked, feeling a chill run down his spine. His aversion to such slippery creatures was instinctual. He would rather confront a wolf than contend with a snake. As he approached Little Yellow, he suddenly noticed a peculiar plant sprouting beneath a tree. What on earth? He exclaimed, dropping his phone in his astonishment. What treasure has he found? The viewers clamored. Don't leave us hanging. Show us what it is. Seeing Shun Xian's reaction, the audience grew frantic, as the camera now only displayed the sky and a few trees, leaving them in suspense. It was several minutes before he picked up his phone again. And when he did, a broad smile illuminated his face, signaling to his viewers that he had indeed found something valuable. Brother Xian, please show us what you've discovered. Don't keep us in suspense. The chat erupted, their eagerness palpable. Moments later, the alerts flooded in as viewers showered him with gifts, a plane, a rocket, and a flurry of hearts, all urging him to reveal his newfound treasure. All right, I'll show you. Just stop with the gifts for a moment. Shun Xian chuckled, realizing he had unintentionally turned their excitement into a gift-giving spree. With a flourish, he presented the item he had found to the camera. What is this dark object? Someone exclaimed. Is that a rasher? Did Little Yellow lead you to this? Brother Xian has struck gold. This rasher appears to be of the red variety, renowned for its medicinal properties. Is it 10 years old? The older, the more valuable, right? Shun Xian shot a glance at the live stream, chuckling. Let us not jump to conclusions. If a rasher grows for more than 2 years, it loses its value. Typically, it can be harvested within 6 to 8 months. That's the prime time. So don't measure its worth by age like you would with ginseng. Such a notion would be laughable. Chapter 40. Territory of Beast. Gratitude to Xian Gu for his enlightening explanations. I have learned much. Thankfully, Xian Gu provided insights, or else we would risk embarrassment next time. While the knowledge shared is invaluable, might this Lingji be used for a lottery? Many have already set their sights on the large Lingji in Shun Xian's hands. A lottery? Shun Xian felt helpless. These individuals were indeed fixated on the Lingji he possessed. No problem. Once I descend the mountain, I will arrange a lottery for you. Shun Xian assured them, as he had previously stated that everything collected, save for the Tianshan snow lotus, would be used for a lottery. Having given away ginseng worth hundreds of thousands last time, offering this Lingji valued at a mere 1,000 was hardly a concern. Xian Gu is so generous. I adore him. He truly embodies a magnanimous spirit. Although the Lingji is valued at only 1,000, wild Lingji is a rarity indeed. The live stream was filled with expressions of admiration, and many were eagerly preparing for the lottery. Do not rush. I still need to explore the mountain a bit more. Shen Xian waved his hand and said, continuing deeper into the mountains with De Huang and Xiao Huang. The Tian Shan snow lotus, a rare medicinal herb, grows on sheer cliffs. And he had yet to even glimpse a cliff. Thus, finding the snow lotus was out of the question. As they continued along the increasingly steep and thorny path, De Huang sustained several cuts, while Xiao Huang, being smaller, managed to navigate through the underbrush unharmed. Poor De Huang, bleeding for the pursuit of the Tian Shan snow lotus. In the live stream, viewers began to express concern upon seeing De Huang's wounds. Xiangu, I am sorry. It is my fault that De Huang is hurt. Qian Yun Fairy, who had been watching the stream, immediately apologized. It is not your fault. Shun Xian smiled upon seeing her message. I have been eager to explore the depths of the mountain. I will tend to De Huang's wounds once I return. Thank you so much, Xiangu. Qian Yun Fairy expressed her gratitude and promptly sent an impressive 20 rockets as a token of appreciation. The live stream erupted in a flurry of rocket emojis. What a generous lady. Shen Xian had initially intended to decline her generosity, but reconsidered, realizing it was for De Huang. I shall accept graciously. I will use this money to buy some ointment for De Huang and a treat for him, as if you were treating him. Everyone laughed, including De Huang, who seemed to understand the sentiment. Woof woof. Awoo awoo. Very well. I will buy you meat and ointment for your wounds. Shen Xian replied with enthusiasm, attributing the gifts to a friend named Qian Yun Fairy. Woof woof. Awoo. De Huang barked again. Qian Yun Fairy. De Huang wants to express his gratitude to you. Shen Xian smiled at the camera. Haha. No need for thanks. I will treat De Huang to meat in the future. Qian Yun Fairy responded, amused. Wow, is this a prelude to an in-person meeting with the streamer? I suspect romance is in the air. Many viewers in the live stream began to concoct elaborate scenarios. All right, I shall await your arrival. Shen Xian nodded and continued walking with De Huang and Xiao Huang. As they ventured deeper, the surroundings transformed into dense forest, yet an eerie silence enveloped the area, evoking a sense of an ancient, foreboding wilderness. Despite it being midday, Shen Xian felt an unsettling chill, as if invisible eyes were observing him. Goodness! Shen Xian could not suppress a shiver. Xiangu, are you trembling? This environment feels rather unsettling. It resembles a horror film. Xiangu, do not proceed. Let us return. This place is rather frightening. The viewers could sense the unusual and ominous ambience surrounding them, akin to a primeval forest. Fear not. Shen Xian gently shook his head, surveying his surroundings. It is now evident that a ferocious beast resides here, and I have intruded upon its territory, hence the sense of danger. Ferocious beasts. This place is undeniably perilous. Yet danger coexists with opportunity. The more ferocious the beast, the greater the likelihood of discovering exquisite, rare herbs in its territory. With this explanation, the audience grasped Shen Xian's reluctance to retreat. The duality of danger and opportunity was indeed a profound truth. While the logic was sound, the peril seemed overwhelming. What if a lion appeared? Upstairs, I sense you possess a prophetic intuition. The live stream buzzed with speculation about which beast might emerge. Meanwhile, Shen Xian felt an undeniable tension. If a lion were to appear, how would he escape? Alone, alongside De Huang and a young wolf? It would be akin to lambs walking into a tiger's den. Please, do not discuss this. It makes me anxious. Shen Xian hurriedly remarked, choosing not to read the comments further, focusing intently on advancing. Haha, Xiangu is truly frightened. Although he maintains a calm facade, his heart is racing. Amidst the playful jests in the live stream, Shen Xian remained unfazed, opting to disregard the comments. After walking for what felt like an eternity, his anxiety only heightened. Sensing danger could strike at any moment. Yet, having ventured so far, he could not turn back and pressed forward with determination. At last, perseverance bore fruit. After 2 hours of trekking, Shen Xian found himself at the base of a steep cliff, gazing up at a series of towering peaks. Dear viewers, behold. This is a mountain range, and if the Tian Shan snow lotus exists, it is likely here. Shen Xian swiftly panned the camera to showcase the surroundings. The scenery here is quite splendid. Wait, Xiangu, stop. I think I see the Tian Shan snow lotus. Such a large snow lotus, and you missed it? What extraordinary luck. While Shen Xian merely intended to share the beautiful landscape with his viewers, the live stream erupted in a flurry of excited comments. Chapter 41. Devotion. What extraordinary luck is this? It is simply outrageous. Shen Xian, upon the reminder from the barrage of comments, finally spotted the elusive Tian Shan snow lotus. Goodness, it truly exists. I thought you were all pulling my leg. Shen Xian chuckled awkwardly and remarked, But how can I possibly pick it from such a height? Surveying the steep peaks surrounding him, he realized that with his slender arms and legs, climbing was utterly out of the question. Even if he managed to ascend, descending safely would be another matter entirely. One misstep could lead to a broken leg, rendering the endeavor utterly futile. Such a perilous place necessitated the expertise of professionals. Brother Xian, just forget it. It's impossible to reach it without injuring yourself, came the chorus of voices in the live stream, expressing their collective regret over the missed opportunity. After all, before their very eyes lay a Tianshan snow lotus, its value immeasurable. Brother Xian, just give me an address, and I'll arrange for someone to retrieve it. Don't risk yourself. Qingyun Fairy immediately chimed in, her concern palpable. It was indeed a treacherous cliff, and should Shun Xian injure himself while trying to obtain the snow lotus, she would feel profoundly guilty. Shun Xian hesitated, torn between the desire to climb and the safety of letting someone else do it. Admittedly, it would be safest to have Qingyun Fairy send someone to fetch it. But he could not simply stand guard here. Who knew if the snow lotus would still be here upon his return? In the heart of the mountains, various creatures roamed freely. If a wild animal devoured it in the meantime, all his efforts would have been in vain. Wait a moment, Shen Xian suddenly recalled something and retrieved a small test tube from his pocket, containing a stamina potion he had won through the system lottery. It was said that consuming this potion could instantly enhance one's strength. If he were to drink this, would it grant him extraordinary power? Shen Xian felt a surge of excitement. After all, the stamina potion seemed to have no immediate use. He might as well give it a try. With that thought, he wasted no time and downed the potion in one swift motion. Gulp, the refreshing liquid flowed down his throat, invigorating him instantly. Brother Xian, what are you doing? What did you just drink? Is it some sort of energy drink? The live stream erupted with playful banter. Everyone, I plan to pick that Tianshan snow lotus right now. Shen Xian declared earnestly. There are all sorts of animals in these mountains, and who knows where the snow lotus might be by tomorrow. It could very well be gone. Therefore, I intend to climb up and retrieve it. With that, he began to stretch and prepare himself. Have you lost your mind? It's way too high? Even if you somehow manage to climb up, you won't be able to get back down. The viewers were filled with concern, warning him against such recklessness. For the sake of a wealthy woman, you shouldn't gamble with your life. Brother Xian, please don't climb. I genuinely don't want you to get hurt. Qingyun Fairy urged, just provide an address, and I'll send professionals to help. It's all right. I can manage. Shen Xian insisted. This is a trivial matter for a man like me. I shall do it. In his mind, he believed that having consumed the stamina potion, climbing was no great challenge. However, those in the live stream perceived his actions as merely an attempt to impress the wealthy woman. What is this? Trying to impress her by putting yourself in danger? It's simply not worth it. The audience derided him, convinced that he had fallen under the spell of the wealthy woman's allure. Let us see how this plays out. Let us hope he doesn't end up as a casualty. The live stream was filled with skepticism, with no one believing Shen Xian could successfully retrieve the snow lotus. Brother Xian, you've truly moved me. If you manage to obtain the Tianshan snow lotus, I will be yours for life. Qingyun Fairy, evidently touched by his determination, publicly declared her intentions in the chat. Upon hearing her words, the entire live stream erupted in excitement. Oh my goodness, the wealthy woman has declared her affection for Brother Xian. This is worth it. Brother Xian must have been waiting for this moment. The wealthy woman has made her feelings known. Wishes and blessings flooded the chat, creating a festive atmosphere. Yet, Shen Xian remained utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the frenzy around him. His sole intention was to assist the friends in the live stream, which led him to consume the stamina potion and attempt to retrieve the snow lotus. Little did he know, everyone assumed he was merely striving to win the affections of a wealthy woman. Moreover, the fact that Qingyun Fairy had openly expressed her willingness to be his made Shen Xian's head spin. What on earth is happening? He muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. I'm not discussing this further. I'm going to retrieve that Tianshan snow lotus, Shen Xian declared, waving his hand dismissively. He secured his phone to a nearby tree and rolled up his sleeves, casting a determined glance at the snow lotus perched atop the cliff. Gritting his teeth, he began to ascend. With a leap, he landed on a boulder, gripping the uneven surface of the cliff as he began to climb. Remarkably, after consuming the stamina potion, Shen Xian felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, making the ascent feel effortless. Within mere minutes, he found himself mere meters away from the Tianshan snow lotus. Wow, is Brother Xian really this incredible? Is he a professional climber? The audience erupted in astonishment. He must have intentionally downplayed his abilities. Picking the snow lotus is a piece of cake for him. The comments exploded with enthusiasm, even reaching the distant Qingyun fairy, who was left speechless. Lin Lan, seated in her study, watched as Shun Xian scaled the cliff with ease, contemplating, what a wickedly charming man. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, her eyes glued to the screen, fearful of missing a single moment. If you truly bring me the Tianshan Snow Lotus, I might just offer myself to you, you rascal, Lin Lan whispered, as if solidifying a silent vow. Chapter 42. The threat of unfollowing at this moment. He felt as if he were possessed by the spirit of a war god. To say nothing of plucking a mere Tianshan Snow Lotus, even scaling this mountain seemed trivial. However, he was acutely aware that all of this was due to the effects of stamina potions. Once their efficacy wore off, he would likely revert to his normal self. Thus, Shun Xian decided to temporarily set aside the notion of climbing down the mountain. Before long, he arrived beside the Tianshan Snow Lotus, gently plucking it with one hand. He cradled it in his palm and began to carefully descend. Caution was paramount. While ascending the cliff was manageable for most with sufficient strength, descending posed a significant challenge. The various mosses scattered about could easily lead to a fall. Just when he was about 4 or 5 meters from the ground, he inadvertently stepped into thin air, plummeting downwards. Shen Xian let out a sharp cry as he fell from that height. Oh no, Brother Xian is in trouble. At such a height, he might break a leg. This was the deep mountains. A broken leg would be a minor injury, but the fear of disfigurement loomed large. Not to mention the risk of further wounds. Such circumstances would be dire. The viewers in the live stream were filled with concern. The screen was awash with thoughts for Shun Xian's safety. I'm here. Moments later, Shun Xian's face suddenly appeared on camera, grinning as he proclaimed, I, Hu Hanzhong, have returned. Brother Xian, are you all right? The fairy of Qingyun asked anxiously. Fear not, I am unscathed, Shun Xian replied with a slight smile. Lifting the camera to show his entire body, indeed, he was perfectly fine, without a missing limb or any injuries whatsoever. Wow, Brother Xian is incredible. How could he fall from such a height and remain unharmed? Perhaps this is what they call divine favor. What do you know? This is the power of love. Love fills Brother Xian with passion. The viewers began to tease Shun Xian and the fairy of Qingyun. All right, enough of the nonsense. Shun Xian quickly shifted to serious matters, producing the Tianshan Snow Lotus from his clothing and presenting it to the camera. Behold, this is the Tianshan Snow Lotus. With pride, Shun Xian declared, I have indeed had remarkable luck today. Since your grandfather requires this wild Tianshan Snow Lotus for treatment, I shall gift it to you. He truly meant it. A wild Tianshan Snow Lotus valued at tens of thousands was being given away just like that. Brother Xian is amazing. I truly admire him. He is so generous, offering something worth tens of thousands without a second thought. You are all family now. The wealthy lady's grandfather is also your grandfather. The fairy of Qingyun naturally responded. Brother Xian, please give me your address so I can come find you. Upon hearing this, the live stream exploded with excitement. Brother Xian, quickly give your address so the wealthy lady can come to you. Now it seemed they were truly on the verge of meeting in person. Remember to live stream the entire process. Let us see what the wealthy lady looks like in reality. The viewers were already buzzing with anticipation. The prospect of an in-person meeting was inherently captivating, especially between a streamer and a viewer. Why not? I can just mail it to you, Shun Xian said somewhat awkwardly, recalling the last time he had to send it to her home. He considered this, but the viewers were adamant. No way. No way. The wealthy lady must come to you. Exactly. What kind of response is that? She is coming to your door. You should not refuse. As Shun Xian scanned the barrage of comments, not a single person suggested mailing it. In fact, many threatened to unfollow him. If you don't meet in person, I'll unfollow. A real man should have some backbone. I'm unfollowing too. Come on, give your address for the meeting, or else I'll unfollow. It's up to you, streamer. Good heavens. Not a single person stood by his side. Everyone insisted that the other party come to meet him. These spectators truly thrived on drama. Did anyone consider the possibility that the wealthy lady might be an older woman? What would he do then? If she turned out to be a beautiful girl, well, he wouldn't say a word. Why do I feel that Brother Xian is worried the fairy of Qingyun might not be attractive, which is why he keeps refusing? At that moment, a viewer with the ID Old Wong immediately chimed in. Little did he know, this remark garnered widespread agreement from the other viewers. I believe that's the reason. Men are all superficial. Absolutely, men care only about appearances. If she looks good, it's all good. Looks are justice. Brother Xian is just worried about meeting an ugly girl. In reality, when the lights are out, it's all the same. The comments in the live stream struck a chord, leaving Shinxian feeling somewhat embarrassed. All right, how about this? I'll send you a photo. If you say I'm not good looking, then I want to go. Before Shinxian could say more, the fairy of Qingyun sent a comment. What are you waiting for? Quickly send a private message to Brother Xian. Fairy of Qingyun, hurry and chat him up. As long as you're pretty, nothing else matters. The viewers were all urging him on, and Shinxian felt a wave of exasperation. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, he received a notification on his phone, a new message. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback. The message was from the fairy of Qingyun, containing a single photo. She wore a school uniform, her hair styled in twin ponytails, and her face bore a gentle smile. He couldn't help but admit, she was indeed quite beautiful. Shun Xian's lips instinctively curled into a slight smile as he stared at the photo for a long time. Wow, Brother Xian's smile is a classic LSP grin. He must be looking at the fairy of Qingyun's photo. With that smile, she must surely be a beauty. Ah, Brother Xian is about to meet in person. The viewers in the live stream had sharp eyes. Just from Shinxian's subtle smile, they knew he had seen an exceptionally beautiful photo. How else could he look this way? Ahem. Shinxian cleared his throat, saying, All right, I admit it. She is indeed a beauty. So, when will you be coming? I'll send you the address. He readily agreed, as she was coming to collect the Tianshan snow lotus, and there was little else to be concerned about. Having said that, he prepared to send her the address. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, before he could send the address, a dog and a wolf nearby began barking restlessly. What is going on? They had been so quiet just moments ago. This sudden change perplexed him. What are you barking about? Yichen attempted to calm them down, but De Huang and Xiao Huang continued to bark, becoming increasingly agitated. This is bad. A sense of foreboding flashed through Shinxian's mind. Chapter 43, A Desperate Encounter. What caused the sudden outcry? Is it hunger? When unusual events occur, something ominous must be afoot. The host, Shinxian, was cautioned by his viewers in the live stream. Be careful, Brother Xian. Both the dog and the wolf are agitated. This indicates that danger lurks nearby. One viewer, identified as zoologist Su, hastily interjected. Danger? Shinxian, having noticed the message, shared the same apprehension. He acknowledged. I am aware that dogs and wolves possess a keen sense of environmental changes and potential threats. There may be danger ahead. I must descend the mountain immediately. Without further ado, he grasped his phone, signaling to the dogs, De Huang and Xiao Huang, to follow him down the mountain. However, after only a few steps, the two dogs halted, barking loudly at a dense thicket. Woof, woof. A woo. They retreated, trembling with fear. It's here. The danger has truly arrived. Shun Xian's gaze was fixed on the towering grass, his heart racing with trepidation, for in these deep woods, the presence of ferocious beasts was a very real possibility. Suddenly, the sound of rustling leaves and underbrush erupted, as if something was sprinting towards them. Shinxian instinctively took 2 steps back, still unaware of the nature of the oncoming entity. Run, Brother Xian. Why are you hesitating? What is the point of running? Let us first see what it is. The viewers in the stream were in a frenzy, concerned for Shun Xian mounting, yet helpless as he was deep within the mountains. Rescue was not an option. They could only wait to see what would unfold. A roar echoed as a massive tiger burst into view, its coat a striking light yellow adorned with black stripes, baring its formidable teeth as it lunged towards Shinxian. By heavens! Shinxian gasped, dropping his phone and diving aside, rolling several times on the ground. De Huang and Xiao Huang scattered in all directions, desperately seeking refuge. A tiger in these mountains. Shinxian was surely doomed, torn asunder by such a beast. Brother Xian, be careful. You must survive. Encountering a tiger meant nothing but misfortune for Shinxian. His fate seemed sealed. The majority of viewers in the stream succumbed to despair, convinced of Shun Xian's imminent demise. After all, this was a fearsome tiger, raised in the wild, even more savage than its domesticated counterparts. Confronted by a human, it would be a brutal encounter, devoid of mercy. The zoologist, Su, remarked, "It is indeed perilous." His words, though understated, implied that Shinxian would likely become the tiger's prey. The gravity of the situation silenced the chat. Meanwhile, Shinxian could no longer engage with his viewers, his attention solely on the majestic beast before him. The tiger, equally curious, sniffed the air, attempting to discern what manner of creature Shinxian was. Brother Tiger, let us converse amicably. Shinxian attempted to placate the beast with a nervous smile. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Though he was uncertain if a tiger could comprehend such human sentiments, he hoped to convey his good intentions. However, the tiger let out a thunderous roar. sending a gust of wind that nearly toppled Shenxian. Along with the wind came an unbearable stench from the tiger's maw, making him nearly retch. How foul! Shenxian lamented internally, but there was no time for such thoughts. Brother Tiger, I mean no harm. Let us talk this through. Talk things through? With a tiger? The viewers, unable to see the scene, could only listen to Shun Xian's futile attempts at reasoning with a ferocious creature. Was he jesting? It seemed utterly absurd to attempt to reason with the king of beasts. Wild tigers are inherently savage. They cannot be reasoned with. Brother Xian is being foolish, Su commented. Exasperated. Yet, what other option did Shen Xian have at this moment? This was his only recourse, a desperate bid for survival, surely better than awaiting a grim fate. Brother Tiger. I shall descend now. I promise not to disturb you, Shen Xian implored, preparing to retreat down the mountain. Yet, the tiger had no intention of allowing him to leave. It lunged forward, jaws agape, ready to rend Shen Xian apart. Do you dare to eat me? Shen Xian exclaimed, frustration boiling over. I'm trying to reason with you. Yet you leave me no choice. In a moment of defiance, Shen Xian rolled up his sleeves and charged at the tiger, fists clenched, aiming for its head. The tiger, taken aback by Shen Xian's audacity, hesitated for a brief instant, but then the two clashed in a tumultuous struggle, fueled by the effects of a stamina potion. Shen Xian grasped the tiger's neck, preventing it from sinking its teeth into him. Is Brother Xian truly prepared to fight a tiger? Viewers mused, aware that a mere human stood no chance against such a formidable foe. Inevitably, they anticipated the sound of Shen Xian's anguished cries, envisioning his fate as nothing more than scattered remains. The mere thought was chilling. Chapter 44. Tactical probing. As the tiger opened its massive jaws, the foul breath it exhaled struck Shen Xian's face, overwhelming him with a nauseating stench. Despite this discomfort, bolstered by the effects of a stamina potion, he felt he could muster enough strength to contend with the beast. How repugnant! Get away from me! Shen Xian exclaimed, suddenly gathering his breath and forcefully hurling the tiger away. It crashed into a tree, pausing momentarily to assess this formidable opponent, seemingly perplexed by the human's unexpected strength. Listen, my friend, there's no need for violence, Shen Xian urged, hoping to persuade the tiger with his eloquence. He was acutely aware that the potion's effects were time-limited. Once it wore off, he would revert to being an ordinary man, defenseless against the tiger's might. The tiger, however, paid no heed to his words and continued to approach with its jaws agape, poised to strike. Shen Xian, incensed by the tiger's defiance, shouted, If you think you can take me down, come at me. With that, he defiantly raised his middle finger at the beast. Whether provoked by Shen Xian's challenge or not, the tiger lunged toward him, seemingly intent on avenging an earlier affront. Bring it on. I'll fight you to the end, Shen Xian roared, charging forward. It was his moment of peak strength. If he had the capability to duel with a tiger, he would seize the opportunity. After all, in this world, sheer force often dictated the narrative. In the depths of the forest, a fierce battle commenced between man and beast. Is Brother Xian truly capable of holding his ground against a tiger? I thought he was doomed. Concerns rippled through the onlookers, who had initially doubted Shen Xian's chances. The sounds of combat echoed in their ears, and they began to worry. This could end badly. If he kills the tiger, he'll face severe consequences. Tigers are protected species. An animal behavior expert interjected, her expertise evident. Is it not a dead end? If he kills the tiger, he faces legal repercussions. If he doesn't, the tiger might devour him. The viewers were left in stunned silence, unsure of how to react. They could only listen to the cacophony of the struggle between Shen Xian and the tiger. Come on. If you dare, bite me. Otherwise, I'll finish you, Shen Xian taunted, engaging the tiger in a fierce exchange. Despite the ferocity of their conflict, neither party seemed able to gain the upper hand. Shen Xian's clothing was torn in several places, while the tiger bore its own share of minor injuries. Patches of fur scattered across the forest floor. The tiger circled, eyeing Shen Xian with a hint of hesitation, as if contemplating its next move. Just as Shen Xian prepared to speak, a wave of pain surged through him, and he felt his strength waning. Trouble. The stamina potion has worn off. He realized, understanding that his earlier prowess was a mere illusion granted by the potion. Now, the injuries sustained in combat were beginning to take their toll. He felt utterly weakened, hardly capable of facing even a domestic cat, let alone a tiger. The tiger continued to assess him, its predatory instincts honed and ready to pounce at the slightest sign of vulnerability. What now? Panic set in for Shen Xian. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow as he grappled with the gravity of his situation. The tiger edged closer, seemingly eager for another bout. Shen Xian's heart raced. He knew that displaying any sign of fear would invite an immediate attack. Enough. I refuse to go down without a fight, he declared, gritting his teeth. He seized a large rock from the ground, brandishing it as a weapon. Come on, I'll take you on. I'd rather die fighting than be your prey. Surprisingly, his fierce demeanor seemed to give the tiger pause. Having experienced Shenxian's strength in their earlier exchanges, the tiger hesitated, sensing the newfound weapon in his hands. Let us see what you've got. I'll crush you with this, Shenxian shouted, advancing a few steps with the rock in hand. This display of bravado intimidated the tiger, which retreated slightly, its eyes wide with fear. Come at me, Shenxian taunted, growing bolder as he realized his tactic was working. The tiger, sensing his fierceness, seemed less inclined to engage. In this moment of reprieve, Shenxian raised his phone, directing the camera at the tiger. Look everyone, this tiger and I have been locked in combat for quite some time. Now it's too afraid to approach. The viewers, reassured by his bravado, cheered him on. Brother Xian is incredible, a modern-day hero. Yet, just as doubts about the tiger's authenticity surfaced, the creature roared, revealing its true ferocity. Startled, Shenxian nearly dropped his phone, instinctively preparing to hurl the rock. But as he lifted it, the tiger shrank back, its keen eyes studying him with caution. Testing me, are you? Shenxian realized. If he had not projected such ferocity moments prior, the tiger might have lunged at him. The realization of the tiger's strategic acumen left Shenxian in awe. Such a creature, embodying raw instinct, possessed a tactical approach to confrontation, truly a fearsome adversary. Chapter 45, a riveting showdown, however, upon deeper reflection. Can a creature dubbed the king of beasts truly lack acumen? At the very least, Shenxian had just witnessed a tiger demonstrating sagacity, even employing tactical maneuvers. This suggested the feline before him was more than just a simple beast. Alas, Shenxian found himself in a predicament. His stamina was severely depleted. Should this attrition persist, he would be the first to falter. While the tiger had sustained some injuries, they were not critical, thus posing no immediate threat. Continued confrontation would inevitably lead to his downfall. A solution was imperative. Yet, despite racking his brains, Shenxian could not conceive of a viable plan. It was a deadlock. Without assistance, how could he possibly contend with the tiger? What will you do now, Xiangu? Where are Huang and Xiaohuan? I haven't seen them. Could they have been devoured by the tiger? Shenxian gingerly retrieved his phone, glancing at the comments in the live stream. This only exacerbated his irritation. Don't even mention Huang and Xiaohuan. They bolted long ago, he exclaimed with vexation. I'm supposed to be their master. Yet they abandoned me the moment the tiger appeared. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted with laughter. Haha, it seems Huang and Xiaohuan are truly astute. That's outrageous. They could at least offer some encouragement instead of just running away. Xiao Wang has clearly been led astray by De Huang, learning bad habits at such a tender age. The audience voiced their condemnation. Shenxian chimed in, if I manage to return safely, I will make them pay. In fact, he had already formulated plans to discipline the ungrateful pups. Perhaps you should first consider how to escape. They deserve a scolding for deserting their master. It's unacceptable. Xian good. It's a tiger. Can you even outrun it? Shenxian sank into contemplation and anxiety, momentarily at a loss for words. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the earth trembled, as if another large animal was approaching. What abysmal luck! Shenxian muttered under his breath. One tiger was already a trial, but now another creature was joining the fray? Could it be a pack of tigers, drawn by the scent of potential prey? The streamer is doomed. One tiger was bad enough, but now another animal is coming. He's likely to perish in the wilderness. The live stream was filled with lamentations, with viewers bemoaning Shenxian's misfortune. Even without the audience's input, Shenxian himself felt devoid of hope. A single tiger had already exhausted him. If another predator were to appear, even a wolf, he would be utterly defenseless. Was he truly destined to die? There seemed to be no escape. Despite having obtained a system akin to the protagonists in novels, he was constantly beset by mortal dangers. He had harvested the Tian Shan Snow Lotus only to be devoured by a tiger? Perhaps it was a form of karmic retribution. He had grown too arrogant, relying on the lucky charm to act with impunity. Now, the consequences had arrived. Silently regretting his actions, Shenxian sighed. If there is a next life, I will never be so presumptuous. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, the sound of barking jolted Shenxian back to reality. To his surprise, De Huang and Xiao Huang were before him, wagging their tails incessantly. What's going on? They actually came back? Shenxian was bewildered, at a complete loss for words. Xiangu, you were mistaken. De Huang and Xiao Huang are loyal after all, returning in such a dire situation. Indeed, these dogs are well trained. The audience showered the dogs with praise, while Sun Xian, who had previously threatened to punish them, was now cast as the villain. He felt thoroughly embarrassed. Why did you come back? It's pointless. If you had stayed away, you might have survived. Now you're just walking into the tiger's den. He abruptly changed his tone, scolding them. I was only scolding you, but deep down I was cheering you on. De Huang and Xiao Huang seemed perplexed, their eyes questioning Sun Xian. Why were you scolding us? Xian Gu is being ridiculous, trying to justify himself. To be fair, Xian Gu has a point. De Huang and Xiao Huang shouldn't have returned. They had a chance to live if they had stayed away. The live stream was filled with sighs. Hurry up and leave. Don't come back. Sun Xian waved his arms, as if bidding a final farewell to De Huang and Xiao Huang. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang barked again, gesturing for Sun Xian to look behind him. Behind me? What does that mean? Sun Xian wondered. He looked over his shoulder and saw two black bears emerging from the undergrowth. Well, it's you. Sun Xian recognized the two bears who had freeloaded at his house, consuming meat yesterday. Had De Huang and Xiao Huang gone to fetch reinforcements? Intriguing. Sun Xian was dumbfounded. He had initially assumed they had fled. It seemed he had misjudged them. Roar, roar. The two black bears roared at Sun Xian, indicating their desire for more meat. So you want meat? That's easy. If you can drive away this tiger, I'll treat you to meat today. Sun Xian pointed at the tiger, which was still prowling nearby, and declared. If the tiger had companions lurking nearby, the bears might have been apprehensive. But since it was alone and injured, there was little to fear. Moreover, driving away the tiger meant a feast. What could be better? Roar, roar. Thump, thump, thump. The two black bears readily agreed, pounding their chests and roaring to the heavens. Then they charged towards the tiger, preparing to confront it. Roar, growl. A tiger, the king of beasts. Two bears, exuding formidable power. At that moment, the vast jungle was filled with a palpable sense of foreboding. Sun Xian and the livestream audience were utterly dumbfounded. Who could miss such a spectacular showdown? Chapter 46. A sudden fainting spell. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. An epic showdown between a black bear and a tiger, truly madness. My heartfelt gratitude to Brother Xian for allowing us to witness this historic moment. Ding dong. User Data Angel has gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Ding dong. User Yao Yao has gifted the streamer 10 airplanes. In an instant, the entire live stream room erupted with excitement. Viewers sent barrage after barrage of messages and showered gifts, causing the heat to surge dramatically. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a heat level of 110,000. You have earned a lottery chance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for reaching 6,000 followers. You have earned a lottery chance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for achieving a heat level of 120,000. You have earned a lottery chance. 3 consecutive system notifications made Sun Xian's ears ring. Indeed, in such a pivotal moment, as heat and followers surged rapidly, the system rewards also multiplied. Dear viewers, the confrontation between the two formidable black bears and the tiger has reached a fever pitch. I, your host, Douyu streamer Sun Xian, will narrate the unfolding events. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Xian transformed into a commentator, his voice booming with enthusiasm. To the left stands the king of beasts, the tiger, fierce and formidable, reigning as the sovereign of the animal kingdom. To the right are my friendly companions, the two large black bears, equally robust and towering, outnumbering their opponent. Sun Xian's excitement was palpable as he narrated passionately. Come on, let the battle begin. What are we waiting for? The viewers in the live stream grew impatient, eagerly anticipating the clash between the black bears and the tiger. However, after a prolonged wait, the black bears and the tiger remained locked in a standoff, circling each other without striking. Dear viewers, please remain calm. Sun Xian patiently explained. The confrontation in the animal kingdom is akin to a psychological battle among humans. Your impatience is futile. They must assess each other's strengths before engaging in combat. How frustrating. I can hardly bear it. Let them fight. The clash between the tiger and the black bears will undoubtedly be exhilarating. The viewers urged Sun Xian, even goading him to join the fray. Join the battle? What nonsense is this? Sun Xian thought, unwilling to march to his doom. At that moment, he realized that even as an observer, he was in grave danger. To actively participate would be tantamount to courting death. Suddenly, the tiger roared fiercely, planting its feet and lunging at the two black bears, bearing its menacing fangs, exuding the aura of a forest monarch. Instinctively, the black bears recoiled. After all, it was a tiger, the king of beasts, and such ferocity was no laughing matter. Astounding. Is this the majesty of the Tiger King? Terrifying yet thrilling. The viewers were consumed with excitement. While they might have glimpsed tigers in a zoo, those creatures, confined and domesticated, lacked the wildness of the tiger they now beheld, an embodiment of both power and ferocity. The kingly presence was unmistakable, even through the screen. After the initial trepidation, the two black bears transformed into fierce warriors, simultaneously stepping forward. They roared in unison, beating their chests to showcase their might, refusing to be outdone. In that moment, the black bears matched the tiger's intensity. Go, black bears! The battle of titans is truly exhilarating. Such confrontations are rare in the forest. I never expected to witness one today. What an unforgettable experience. Shen Xian was now on the edge of his seat, having abandoned his commentary. He understood that the struggle between the tiger and the black bears symbolized his own fate. If the black bears triumphed, he would escape the forest alive. If the tiger prevailed, he would meet his end amidst the wilderness. After several tense minutes, the tiger finally let out a couple of roars and, reluctantly, retreated, casting a resentful glance at Shen Xian and the black bears before disappearing into the underbrush. Victory! The black bears had won. Watching the scene unfold, a tremendous weight lifted from Shen Xian's heart, and he relaxed. Is that all? How disappointing. It ended without a true fight. I wish the tiger would return for a rematch. I still crave more action. The viewers in the live stream clamored for the tiger to return and engage in a genuine battle. Ha ha ha. The black bears have triumphed. At that moment, Shen Xian, caught up in the excitement, dashed over to the black bears. The jubilant black bears roared, seemingly exclaiming, "Look, we have defeated the Tiger King." Indeed. You are magnificent. Shen Xian praised them wholeheartedly. You are the next generation of kings in the forest. You are the strongest. The black bears, basking in the admiration, performed their signature move, throwing back their heads to roar and pounding their chests to assert their dominance. Just as Shen Xian was about to utter more words of praise, he suddenly felt dizzy and fainted, his vision turning dark. Having previously exhausted himself battling the tiger and now overwhelmed by the emotional roller coaster, his body could no longer endure the excitement and collapsed. The camera in his hand fell to the ground. Brother Xian, are you all right? What is happening? Speak to us. Brother Xian, please don't scare us. The viewers, noticing the distressing turn of events, shouted anxiously, hoping to rouse Shen Xian. Yet, apart from the sounds of the bears and a few faint roars, there was silence. Something has happened to Brother Xian. This is bad. A sense of unease swept through the live stream audience. Chapter 47. The collective gathering. Rest assured, even the tiger could not overpower Xiangu, so there is nothing to worry about. Let us all pray for Xianji's safety. As the live stream unfolded, viewers began to offer their prayers. Since Shen Xian initiated his live broadcasts, he has attracted a devoted fan base, comprised entirely of loyal supporters willing to pay. Now that Shen Xian seemed to have encountered an accident, their concern was palpable. After a brief pause, the camera captured the figure of De Huang. He approached, sniffed the phone, hesitated for a moment, and then grasped the device in his mouth, starting to run. What is going on? Where is Xiangu? He must be unconscious. De Huang is now holding the phone. Goodness, De Huang's teeth are remarkably white. Currently, the audience's perspective in the live stream consisted solely of De Huang's gleaming teeth. With nothing else visible, the camera wobbled, leading to a rather poor viewing experience. What kind of absurd live stream is this? There isn't even a living person in sight. This is utterly ridiculous. The platform is becoming increasingly subpar, allowing such a low-quality broadcast. If you don't like it, feel free to leave. For those who appreciate it, stay. About 2 wild viewers entered the stream, observing for a while, but failing to glean any clarity, leading them to express their dissatisfaction vocally. However, as soon as they voiced their complaints, the crowd in the stream rallied against them, inundating them with insults. I'm new here. May I timidly ask? Where is Xiangu? A newcomer inquired. Xiangu just battled a tiger for 300 rounds and is now utterly exhausted. He is temporarily resting while De Huang takes over the stream. Welcome to the universe's greatest canine live broadcast, showcasing De Huang's radiant teeth. Even though Xiangu was absent and all they could see was De Huang's glimmering smile, most viewers remained, silently waiting and entertaining themselves, hoping for Xianji's awakening. After approximately 20 minutes, the camera finally transitioned from De Huang's teeth to a vast blue sky. The surroundings appeared more spacious, devoid of towering trees. Occasionally, one could hear the calls of De Huang and a large black bear. It seemed De Huang had returned home. Could it be that the bear carried Xiangu back? It must be so. Xiangu is truly remarkable. Even the black bear aids him. The audience in the stream erupted in astonished murmurs. Just as they were discussing, Xiao Huang suddenly dashed in front of the camera, his large eyes fixated on the phone, seemingly deep in thought. What is Xiao Huang up to? If only we could speak, we could prompt him to position the phone vertically. Xiao Huang, prop it up. The viewers lamented, wishing they could see the yard instead of just the sky. After sniffing and observing for a while, Xiao Huang seemed to make a decision, grasping the phone in his mouth. 10 seconds later, Xiao Huang hopped onto a chair, propping the phone against it, and the yard's scenery graced the live stream. Xiao Huang is truly brilliant. Xiangu has indeed collapsed from exhaustion. With 2 great black bears acting as his bodyguards, Xiangu is surely safe now. Before the camera now sat 2 large black bears quietly on the ground. De Huang lay sprawled, appearing fatigued, while Xiao Huang scurried about. Only Xiangu remained, slumped over the table, unconscious. Let us all wait. Xiangu will awaken eventually. I, for one, have nothing to do but wait. Does anyone know Xianji's address? I wish to visit. The viewers expressed their desire to wait for Xian to awaken, with some even contemplating a personal visit. Who wants to go? I plan to. At this moment, a viewer with the ID Old Wang chimed in. Xiangu previously sent me a large bag of mushrooms. I have the address of the town. Then I shall go. What is the name of the town? I want to join as well. I've recently experienced a breakup and wish to get away. Me too. I have long admired Xiangu and wish to visit as well. Suddenly, many viewers responded, eager to see Xiangu. So, if you wish to go, send me a private message, and I will share the name of the town so we can gather there. Old Wang immediately sent a bold message, prompting a flurry of replies. Meanwhile, far away in Magic City, Lin Lan, known by her ID Qingyun Fairy, hesitated as she read the barrage of comments on the screen, but soon resolved to act. She stood, grabbed her bag, and began to pack her belongings. After finishing, she exited, traversing a long corridor, descending the stairs, surrounded by luxurious decor. In the living room, 2 middle-aged individuals sat on the sofa. Xiaolan, what are you doing with that bag? The woman, regal and elegant, inquired with a slight furrow of her brow. Mother, I am stepping out. Lin Lan replied. Grandfather requires Tian Shan's snow lotus for his illness, and a friend of mine has some wild ones. I intend to go and purchase them. Wild Tian Shan snow lotus? Xiaolan, who is this friend of yours? The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa questioned, his tone authoritative. Do not let yourself be deceived. While Tian Shan snow lotus is obtainable, wild ones are nearly non-existent in the market. Despite my connections, I cannot procure any. How could your friend possibly have them? It is true, Lin Lan exclaimed, pulling out her phone to display a screenshot of the snow lotus as seen in Shun Xian's live stream. Look, this is what my friend harvested from the mountains. Unfortunately, he has encountered a mishap, and I need to go personally. Upon seeing the image, Lin Lan's parents could not deny its authenticity. It was indeed wild Tian Shan's snow lotus. Then I will send 2 bodyguards to accompany you, the middle-aged man declared sternly. You must prioritize your safety while out. No need. I can go alone. I am confident I will bring back the snow lotus. Lin Lan firmly declined, determined to proceed without any escorts. With that, she turned and exited without hesitation. The middle-aged man glanced after her, then took out his phone to call someone. Send 2 experts to follow the young lady and ensure her safety. He concluded the call before hanging up. Across the nation, several individuals were packing their bags, all with a singular destination, Qingyang Town. This quaint locale, situated in the central region of Huaghua, is characterized by its mountainous terrain and underdeveloped transportation, yet retains a charmingly simple rural culture. Upon their arrival, Lin Lan, Old Wang, and others would come to understand what it truly meant to be in a backward rural area. Chapter 48. A gathering of friends from the afternoon until late evening. The live stream remained eerily silent. Yet, many viewers steadfastly held their ground, unwilling to leave. Unfortunately, the battery of their phones could not endure the wait. At 7 o'clock, the devices powered down, abruptly cutting off the stream and plunging the viewers into darkness. It was over. They could no longer see anything, and they had no idea what had become of Xiangu. A profound desire to find him surged within, but alas, work obligations loomed large. Oh, divine providence! May Xiangu be safe. Fans scattered across various locales began to silently pray, hoping for Shun Xian's safety. Some had already set off on their way. Meanwhile, at 10 o'clock that evening, Shun Xian groggily awakened. However, upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by an impenetrable darkness that startled him. As he took in his surroundings, he was bewildered to find 2 large black bears, a dog, and a small wolf nearby. Good heavens! A cacophony of howls and barks erupted almost simultaneously, reverberating through the stillness of the night with startling intensity. Shen Xian, taken aback, let out a startled scream, leaping from his chair. Yet, before he could take a step, he stumbled and fell, landing in a most undignified manner. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. He felt utterly drained, as if he had consumed a potion of lethargy. Standing was an arduous task. Once he discerned that the imposing figures were merely the bears and the dog, he breathed a sigh of relief. The moonlight cast a faint glow, yet the area remained shrouded in darkness. The dog, De Huang, bounded towards him, barking loudly. At last, comprehension dawned upon Shen Xian. You mean to say that when I fainted, you carried me down from the mountain? De Huang nodded vigorously in response. Shen Xian recalled the events leading up to his unconsciousness. He had witnessed the two bears scare off a tiger before succumbing to oblivion. Now he was home, thanks to the bear's intervention. I owe you a debt of gratitude, he thought, smiling as he stroked the bear's thick fur. The bears let out a collective roar. Their message clear. They were hungry. No problem, I shall fetch you some meat. Shen Xian chuckled, using the chair for support to rise, and made his way into the house. After retrieving the meat he had previously bought, he distributed it, giving each bear a pound, and shared some with De Huang and Xiao Huang. The four creatures devoured the food with great enthusiasm while Shen Xian watched, longing for a meal of his own, but knowing he would have to cook it. Too much effort for his current state. As he rummaged through the house, he finally uncovered 2 containers of instant noodles. He prepared them in haste, relishing several mouthfuls that brought him a measure of comfort. Sated, he sprawled onto the bed and quickly fell into a deep slumber. Awakening to the sun streaming into the room, Shen Xian rubbed his eyes and sat up. After a night of rest, he felt considerably revitalized. The effects of the stamina potion had worn off, leaving him feeling utterly depleted. Counting the previous afternoon's nap and the night's sleep, he estimated he had slumbered for over 20 hours. It was time to eat. He rubbed his stomach and climbed out of bed, instinctively calling out for De Huang and Xiao Huang, but received no response. Odd, where had those two wandered off to? Approaching the door, he was taken aback to find it ajar, and both dogs were nowhere to be seen. How outrageous. They weren't even guarding the house anymore. Upon stepping into the yard, Shen Xian was left speechless. In addition to De Huang and Xiao Huang, several individuals were present, holding various foods and playfully engaging with the dogs. Xiao Huang, come eat this. De Huang, here is a piece of meat. They're so adorable. I wish I could take them all home. Xian Gu has awakened. Suddenly, one of the young men spotted Shen Xian and called out, prompting everyone to turn their attention toward him. Taking advantage of the moment, Shen Xian quickly assessed the gathering, counting 6 individuals in total. Only 2 of them were familiar, Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu, both of whom were old acquaintances. Shen Xian, how have you been resting? Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu approached him, concern etched on their faces. We came by and saw you sleeping soundly, so we didn't want to disturb you. I'm well now, thank you. Shen Xian waved his hand dismissively, then instinctively inquired, and you, who are you all? After staring at the remaining 4 individuals for a moment, he realized he did not recognize them and decided to ask. Hello, Xingu. We are your fans. The cheerful young man grinned broadly. I'm the one known as Old Wang in your live stream. Old Wang? Shen Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, expecting a middle-aged man, not such a youthful face. Hello, Xingu. I'm Su Bingyan, a zoology expert. A petite girl, slender and bright-eyed, introduced herself with a smile. Nice to meet you. Shen Xian responded warmly. Xingu, I'm Chen Yao. My ID is Yao Yaoda. Do you remember me? Another young woman, dressed casually, chimed in softly. Yao Yaoda? The name triggered a memory. She was the one who had stood up for him during a previous incident with the Douyu administrators. Hello. Yes, I remember you. I owe you my gratitude for that. No need for thanks. It was a minor issue, a lapse on our part. Chen Yao quickly reassured him. Xingu, you can't just focus on the beautiful ladies. Though Old Wang and I are men, you shouldn't overlook us. A middle-aged man interjected, feigning indignation. Ha ha ha, Lu Gu, are you feeling jealous? Su Bingyan teased, a triumphant gleam in her eyes. I'm not. You ladies are beautiful, and it's only right for Xingu to admire you a bit more. Lu Gu waved dismissively, clearly unperturbed. Lu Gu, may I ask who you are? Shen Xian blushed, scratching his head in curiosity. I'm the one who purchased your orchids. Lu Gu introduced himself. I happened to see them discussing coming to see you, so I tagged along. Ah, so it was he. Shen Xian recalled that the orchids were still being kept here. After exchanging pleasantries, he eagerly welcomed the group. Xingu, don't rush. An important person is about to arrive. Old Wang chuckled, teasingly building anticipation. Chapter 49. A boastful gathering. Shen Xian, perplexed, inquired. Are there any other significant figures? Let me ask her where she is. Wang Onping retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Before he could connect, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the courtyard. Bang! Before anyone could react, a red Jeep Wrangler crashed through the entrance, demolishing Shun Xian's wooden gate. Good heavens! What is happening? Everyone was startled, relieved that the vehicle ultimately came to a halt. Otherwise, Shun Xian's hastily constructed wooden abode would surely have suffered irreparable damage. Creak! Soon, the car door swung open, and a casually dressed woman emerged, her long hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. I'm sorry, I pressed the accelerator a bit too hard, she apologized, her expression a mix of embarrassment and residual shock. Are you the Qingyun fairy? Wang Onping stepped forward, gazing at the woman with incredulity. Yes, Lin Lan nodded in acknowledgement. The name Qingyun fairy resonated with everyone present. They were all viewers of Shun Xian's livestream and were well aware of its implications. A wealthy patron, the kind who generously bestows dozens of rockets in a single sweep. Yet, she appeared so youthful and stunning. Weren't you just saying you were divorced with 2 children? How come? Lu Hao, known for his forthrightness, asked outright. This prompted everyone to recollect her previous claims. Lin Lan herself felt a tad bashful. What do you know? This is called disguise. Wu Xiuxiu chuckled as she approached, warmly taking Lin Lan's arm. The quality of most livestream audiences these days is rather mediocre. If they knew the Qingyun fairy was this beautiful, your private messages would probably be inundated. With this, everyone grasped the situation. In the online realm, truth and falsehood often intertwine. It is entirely reasonable for a young woman to protect herself. Come, please have a seat. I'll pour you some water. Shin Xian hurriedly beckoned, moving several chairs and boiling water for tea. Fortunately, he had some supplies on hand. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for cups and tea leaves. Since you've come, allow me to gift you this Tianshan snow lotus. Once Shin Xian had settled the guests, he fetched the precious snow lotus from within and presented it to Lin Lan. The sight of the Tianshan snow lotus illuminated everyone's eyes. Typically, they could only admire such treasures in books, but the snow lotus in Shun Xian's hand was genuine, freshly harvested just the day before. Xiangu, I admire this about you. You follow through on your promises. Wang Oping chuckled, seriously remarking, ordinary folks would be eager to sell ginseng or Tianshan snow lotus for money. Yet you genuinely offer it as a gift. Indeed, I was captivated by Xiangu because of the ginseng giveaway. Lu Hao chimed in. That's wild ginseng worth hundreds of thousands. It's the first time I've seen someone give it away in a draw. Su Bingyan, Xueqing, and others smiled at Shin Xian, wholeheartedly agreeing with their sentiments. The affection the audience held for Xiangu stemmed from his authenticity. Witnessing this moment only solidified their admiration. Xiangu, Lin Lan promptly stood, cradling the Tianshan snow lotus, and said earnestly, my grandfather truly needs this snow lotus. But I can't accept it for free. I will buy it. Buy it? Shin Xian chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. It's merely a Tianshan snow lotus. I'm not in need of this small sum. You've already gifted me so many rockets in my live stream. I can't accept your money. Well, fairy, it's really fine. We're all friends. If Xiangu says it's a gift, then it's a gift. No need to fret about a few coins. Lu Hao interjected in persuasion. That's right. You can always send more rockets in the future. Wang Oping nodded in agreement. That's not quite right. Sending rockets incurs a 3% commission. Wu Xiuxiu, being a host, quickly reminded them. Do you big streamers really care about a 3% cut? Chen Yao, a staff member from Douyu, immediately interjected. I'll cover that 3% for you. Yao Jie is truly generous. With her words, any concerns dissipated, and they felt free to send rockets. Yao Jie, if you were a man, I would have made you my brother. The courtyard buzzed with chatter, each person contributing to the lively atmosphere. All right, I'll accept it for now. I'll send rockets in my live stream. Lin Lan, no longer coy, accepted the Tianshan snow lotus. Don't be so polite. I'm a prominent streamer now. What has one Tianshan snow lotus? I'm destined to earn big. Shin Xian proclaimed, patting his chest confidently. Indeed, Xiangu is a prominent streamer with 6,000 followers. Wang Oping interjected. Haha, is there a hint of sarcasm in that? Lu Hao laughed heartily. Be confident. Drop the questioning tone. Su Bingyan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Sarcasm directed at me? Shun Xian retorted, speechless. Is it a crime to have a few less followers? Just wait. My followers will soon surpass 100,000, a million, or even 10 million. Who knows, perhaps one day, I'll reach 1 billion. Upon hearing such grandiose claims, everyone chuckled, saying nothing further. Still don't believe me? Yao Jie, tell me, will my followers on Douyu surpass 1 billion? Shin Xian turned his gaze to Chen Yao, inquiring, What do you think? Is it possible? Well, Chen Yao glanced at Shen Xian, cleared her throat, and said, currently, the most popular streamer on Douyu has only about 17 million followers. This revelation left Shen Xian in silence. Haha. The others erupted in laughter. With the highest count being just over 10 million, reaching a billion seemed a distant dream. Xian Ge, don't lose heart. I'm cheering for you. Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed enthusiastically, perhaps one day, you'll become Douyu's top streamer, with a billion followers and earning a billion daily. Though the boast felt somewhat awkward, Shen Xian could not help but accept it. Yes, Xiuxiu, rest assured, once I achieve what you mentioned, I will immediately prepare a grand red envelope for you. A grand red envelope? Wu Xiuxiu's eyes sparkled momentarily, but then dimmed. Ah, had I known, I would have boasted a little less. She lamented, with this goal, I doubt I'll ever receive that grand envelope. Haraha. Everyone burst into laughter, while Shen Xian remained speechless. Just a moment ago, he was praising the girl. Yet here she was, asserting her disbelief in achieving that goal. Chapter 50. Division of Labor and Collaboration as the mealtime approached. Shall I prepare some food for you all? As the host, Shen Xian felt it was only natural to entertain his guests who had come to visit him. Brother Xian, you need not trouble yourself. I have brought a substantial amount of beef and lamb for our gathering. Since there are so many of us, why not indulge in a barbecue? Wang Omping quickly waved his hand in protest. Originally, the beef and lamb were meant for the black bears and the little yellow bears. But let us enjoy a meal first. Old Wang, you are quite thoughtful. Lu Hao exclaimed in surprise. I had completely forgotten about that. Just as they were speaking, two large black bears along with the little yellow bears approached, seemingly quite dissatisfied and vociferously protesting, as if they had suffered a great injustice. Oh no. They understood what you said. Wu Xiuxiu laughed. But those are their meats. What will they eat after we finish? Pay them no mind, day in and day out. All they think about is meat. Look at how plump they are. All of you need to lose weight today, Shen Xian declared, pointing at the four creatures. Weight loss? Upon hearing this, Wang Omping, Lu Hao, and the others fell silent. To suggest weight loss to a group of carnivorous beings was nothing short of a jest. Afterward, Wang Omping brought out the beef and lamb. But we don't know how to prepare this. Wang Omping scratched his head, unable to contain his frustration. Typically, it was his subordinates who handled such tasks, and Lu Hao, being somewhat careless, had never grilled meat before. Wu Xiuxiu and Shui Qing usually opted for ready-made meals. As for Chen Yao and Lin Lan, it was needless to say, their refined upbringing had never exposed them to barbecuing. Come assist me. Shen Xian rolled up his sleeves with a sense of pride. Let me showcase my culinary skills, the prowess of the barbecue prince of Shirtu Village. The barbecue prince of Shirtu Village. This was surely a title Shen Xian had bestowed upon himself. The group burst into laughter. Old Wang, take that hoe and dig a pit over there. Make it a bit larger. Shen Xian commanded. How go? Bring me over a dozen bricks. Xiuxiu, Shui Qing, you two go outside and gather some branches for me. Miss Su, Miss Chun, please fetch some green peppers and baby bok choy from the vegetable garden. Shen Xian immediately began issuing orders, directing everyone to their respective tasks. What about me? Lin Lan timidly inquired, standing before Shen Xian as everyone else busied themselves. Well, you can come with me and lend a hand, Shen Xian replied. Following him into the kitchen, Lin Lan began assisting. With a large chunk of lamb, Shen Xian took a knife and began slicing it into strips and then into pieces. Lin Lan watched closely, her gaze fixed on his movements. I must tell you, the first step in grilling lamb is marinating it with scallions, ginger, and cooking wine. These are the three essentials to eliminate the gamey taste. Shen Xian explained as he worked, adding 2 eggs to the marinade to enhance the tenderness and flavor of the lamb. Only then did he notice that they were surrounded by onlookers, all watching intently. Why are you all staring at me? Shen Xian scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Brother Xian, your culinary skills are truly impressive. You can handle everything, exclaimed one of them. It's remarkable to see a man so adept in the kitchen. Though Lin Lan said nothing, the twinkle in her eyes spoke volumes. What is this even about? Shen Xian waved his hand dismissively. Have you all completed the tasks I assigned? Yes, we're just waiting for you. They all nodded in agreement. Shen Xian and Old Wang then carried a large basin of lamb to the table outside. Come, let us skewer the meat together. Shen Xian smiled gently. Picking up a clean bamboo stick, he began threading a piece of lean meat, followed by a piece of fatty meat, repeating the process until he had a sufficient amount. The others, inspired by his actions, joined in, and soon there were over 60 skewers of meat prepared. Now, we move on to the final stage, Shen Xian announced, a smile playing on his lips. This is the crucial moment, the grilling. The mastery of the heat will determine the ultimate flavor and texture of the meat. With that, Shen Xian retrieved a substantial amount of charcoal from the house, igniting it before pouring it into the pit. He arranged bricks around the fire pit and placed the skewers above it. Soon, the sizzling sound filled the air, and a mouth-watering aroma wafted through, enticing everyone present. "Brother Xian, this barbecue smells divine." Old Wang rubbed his hands together eagerly. "I dare say it rivals that of a five-star chef." "A five-star chef?" Shen Xian modestly acknowledged his skills but believed he fell short of such a claim. "You're exaggerating. It's not that impressive." Shen Xian rolled his eyes at Old Wang, who was merely hungry and eager to eat. Lu Hao chuckled, quickly exposing Old Wang's true intentions. "Brother Xian, why not start a live stream?" Chun Yao suddenly recalled. "Many viewers are eager to know what you're up to." Remembering this, Shen Xian nodded. "Yes. Many have expressed their desire to join but are unable due to work commitments. They asked me to send their regards." Old Wang concurred. "Brother Xian, you should indeed go live and reassure everyone." "Let us do it." Shen Xian agreed. "Who can grab my phone, charge it, and set up the live stream?" "I'll do it." Lin Lan stepped forward without hesitation, taking the phone, charging it, connecting it to the drone, and finally starting the live stream. Ding user Xiaodai entered the live stream. Ding user Xiaoyu entered the live stream. In an instant, hundreds of viewers flooded in. "Brother Xian, you finally started the live stream." "I've been waiting forever." "Yes, I've been glued to my phone." "Wow, there are so many beautiful women in the yard." "Who are they?" "Brother Xian, I entrust my lifelong affair to you. Please introduce me." The viewers began to greet one another, momentarily distracted by the numerous lovely faces on screen, momentarily putting Shen Xian's affairs aside. Shen Xian glanced at the live stream, feeling somewhat resigned. Indeed, beauty held a captivating power. Chapter 51. The Zoo Concept. Old Wang, unable to bear it any longer, leaned into the camera and remarked, "Indeed, Brother Xian has just awakened with great difficulty and is still quite weak." Lu Hao chimed in. "Having survived such a calamity, Brother Xian is sure to enjoy future blessings. Since he cannot perish, why not help us ponder over lifelong matters?" With so many lovely ladies around, Brother Xian is indeed fortunate in love, but he must not forget his brothers. As the conversation drifted towards the topic of beautiful women, excitement surged amongst them. It was clear that their innate inclinations were surfacing. "Let's not rush into matters concerning lovely ladies." Shen Xian interjected. "Yesterday, after fainting on the mountain, it was the great black bear that carried me back, and I am genuinely grateful for the many friends who came to visit me. Allow me to introduce everyone." He then presented Wang Anping, Lu Hao, Lin Lan, Chen Yao, and others to the audience. "Goodness, who knew such a wealthy lady could be so young and beautiful?" exclaimed someone in the comments. "Sister Yao is so graceful and alluring. I adore her." Another added, "Miss Su is stunning as well, embodying the essence of a refined lady." "Oh, why didn't I go? I could have seen all these beautiful women." For a moment, all attention was captivated by the ladies, leaving Old Wang and Lu Hao in the shadows. Shen Xian, the host, faced similar neglect, as many lamented their missed opportunity to attend. "Is it too late for me to come now?" One user posed a poignant question. "No, don't come." Shen Xian waved his hands, stating, "They can't stay for long. You should all remain at home and wait for the next gathering." He wished to avoid an influx of guests overwhelming his humble abode. "Well then, we shall wait for the next occasion. I can hardly wait for Brother Xian to host a grand gathering. I will definitely attend." As there are plenty of beauties among his fans, the mention of a gathering drew everyone's attention, with many eager viewers in the live chat ready to seize the chance to meet new acquaintances. "Come, let us enjoy some barbecue," Shen Xian announced, holding a skewer of perfectly grilled meat, dripping with juices and exuding a tantalizing aroma. He distributed the skewers, ensuring that Lu Hao and Old Wang each received one. Given their stature as men, "Wow, this is delicious," someone exclaimed. "Look at Old Wang's manner of eating. Can he not display a bit of decorum?" While Shen Xian was indulging, he noticed Lin Lan staring at the barbecue without taking a bite. "Miss Lin, is something the matter?" he inquired curiously. I've never had barbecue like this before," Lin Lan replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "Never had this before?" The crowd expressed confusion, asking, "Do you not eat barbecue regularly?" "I do enjoy it, but usually it's Wellington steak. I seldom eat lamb," Lin Lan clarified earnestly. Upon hearing this, the others understood. Her culinary experiences were of a higher caliber, and homemade barbecue seemed too humble. "Rest assured, this is certainly not inferior to your Wellington steak," Old Wang reassured her. "Just give it a try. Brother Xian's skills are truly remarkable," Wu Xiuxiu encouraged. Linlong glanced at the group and then at Shen before she timidly took a small bite of the lamb. Upon tasting it, a unique flavor spread through her mouth and throat. Delicious. After her first bite, she could not resist taking another, her eyes sparkling with delight. How is it, Miss Lin? Shen asked eagerly. There's no need to inquire. Her eyes are smiling. Someone joked, and laughter erupted around them. Delicious. Linlong, though not verbose, nodded enthusiastically. Haha. That is splendid. Enjoy. Shen nodded, picking up another skewer to grill. As they feasted and chatted, Old Wang suddenly posed an intriguing question. Brother Xian, have you ever considered opening a zoo here? Opening a zoo? Shen paused, perplexed. What makes you say that? Look around. You already have 2 black bears and a wolf here. If you could bring over that tiger we encountered yesterday, wouldn't that constitute a small zoo? Old Wang exclaimed excitedly. There are surely more animals in these mountains. If we can catch others, the zoo could expand significantly. The notion of a zoo left everyone momentarily speechless, contemplating the potential. Lu Hao nodded in agreement. This idea has merit. As a live streamer, it's challenging to stand out. Having a zoo would undoubtedly make the channel popular. This thought ignited Xian's enthusiasm. The streaming system he received was designed to elevate his popularity, and opening a zoo would certainly capture public interest. However, he pondered the complexities involved in establishing such an endeavor. But starting a zoo requires proper qualifications, doesn't it? Chen Yao interjected. That is not an issue. Su Bingyin chimed in. I work at a zoo. As long as there is a legitimate source for the animals, sufficient funding, and local government support, it can be done. Her comment elicited a mix of reactions. Su, those 3 conditions seem quite difficult to meet, Lu Hao remarked with a chuckle. First, the legal source for the animals. They are all wild. Second, the funding Brother Xian only has a few $100,000. For investment, that would barely scratch the surface. And, in such a small locale, Brother Xian lacks connections. Approval would likely be a challenge. Su Bingyin scratched her head, realizing the validity of those points. Funding difficulties. Approval challenges. These 2 significant obstacles seemed insurmountable for Xian's dream of establishing a zoo. Is it truly impossible? Xian mused, envisioning the possibilities. A zoo could elevate his streaming career and potentially bring prosperity to the entire village. Would his newfound dream be extinguished before it even began? Chapter 52. One after another, with the establishment of a zoo, he could launch a countryside leisure business, forge connections, and subsequently leverage his live broadcasts to attract a stream of visitors. This was indeed a complete industrial chain. Yet, the most crucial component, the zoo, was on the brink of failure. I could tackle the funding and official support. Just as Xian was at a loss, Old Wang suddenly stepped forward and said, but there is one thing, the legal source of animals. Xian, can you procure more animals to populate the zoo? Otherwise, with just 2 bears and 1 wolf, the quantity and variety are far too limited for official approval. Upon hearing this, Xian felt a surge of excitement, but still inquired, can you truly secure the funding and the official approvals? Indeed, the funding starts in the hundreds of thousands. Old Wang, you should weigh this carefully. Lu Hao interjected. Money is not the primary issue. The main challenge lies with the official approvals. If we can connect with the local authorities and gain their support, it will be no problem. Old Wang exuded confidence, radiating an aura of affluence, as if he had already devised a plan. Money is not a problem? My goodness. Typically, only the wealthy can make such claims. Xian remarked, intrigued. You clearly have the background of a wealthy heir. You must have connections. Shuaiqing nodded in agreement. I'm not exactly a rich heir. I simply have a bit of spare cash. Wang Onping waved his hand dismissively. Xian, I am genuinely serious about embarking on this venture. Opening a zoo, establishing a countryside leisure business, and utilizing the entire Shirtu Mountain for some farming. I believe there is great potential. Xian recognized the sincerity in Wang Onping's eyes. Despite his youthful demeanor, he was earnest in his intentions. No problem. Since that's the case, let us indeed establish a zoo. Xian affirmed. I will find a way to acquire the animals. After all, this mountain is teeming with wildlife. Then we should take the time to consult with the officials about this. Old Wang concurred, marking the initial agreement. The onlookers were taken aback by this turn of events. Was it truly this easy to forge a partnership, especially for something as significant as a zoo? Xian, Wang, if you ever need staff for the zoo, you can count on me. Su Bingyin chimed in with a smile. I can accept a lower salary, as long as I get to care for the animals. I'm in too. I can lend a hand. Wu Xiuxiu eagerly added. Are you in need of extra hands? Shuaiqing grinned. I would love to join as well. If you open a countryside leisure business one day, I can help you manage it. The animals are beyond my expertise. Lu Hao scratched his head, noting the high enthusiasm among the group and didn't want to be left behind. Count me in. Work is secondary, as long as I can enjoy your barbecued meat every day. Even the live stream audience was swept up in the excitement, engaging in lively discussions. The idea of opening a zoo was something most people would never encounter, and now that someone was actually pursuing it, many were eager to join in for the novelty and excitement. Everyone, let us not get ahead of ourselves. This is merely a concept for now. Once I have successfully established it, I will reach out to you. Shen Xian reassured the crowd with a smile. For now, our task is to enjoy the feast. After saying this, he distributed the skewers of meat among everyone, encouraging them to indulge. After the meal, they all sat in the courtyard, casually chatting. Before long, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Su Bingyin and Shen Yao had to catch a train back, as they needed to work the next day. Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu also prepared to leave. Lu Hao, along with Hu Tolyan, was heading back to the city as well. Only Old Wang and Lin Lan remained. Xingu, wait for me a couple of days. I will return to the city and then come back so we can inquire about the zoo's approval. Wang Omping stated succinctly before discussing the zoo's grand plans with Shen Xian, feeling satisfied as he departed. With only Lin Lan left, Shen Xian noticed her silence and asked, "Aren't you heading back? Do you remember what I said to you after we encountered the tiger while picking the Tianshan snow lotus on the mountain?" Lin Lan looked intently into Shen Xian's eyes, asking earnestly, "What did you say?" Shen Xian genuinely could not recall. Scratching his head, he instinctively asked, "What was it you mentioned?" Lin Lan felt speechless. She had made a firm resolution at that moment, and now he couldn't remember? As a young woman, did she really have to repeat that embarrassing confession? What do you mean? Shen Xian, not particularly experienced with girls, especially beautiful ones like Lin Lan, was puzzled. "You're hilarious." Xiangu truly cannot hold a conversation. The viewers in the live stream laughed, teasingly suggesting, "Should we start calling you Xiansa now?" "Greetings, Xiansa." Shen Xian glanced at the live stream and suddenly recalled that Lin Lan had indeed expressed a desire to dedicate herself to him. What should he do now? Are you that much of a man that you need me to spell it out? Lin Lan, having waited long enough, could not help but interject. What should I say? Shen Xian became even more bewildered, stammering, Say what? As a man. Can't you just give a clear answer?" Lin Lan said, stamping her foot in frustration. "As long as you are willing, just say the word." I am willing." "All right." Before Shen Xian could finish his sentence, Lin Lan eagerly affirmed, causing him to swallow his next words. The two locked eyes, suddenly at a loss for words. "What are you two willing about?" Just then, Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu, who had just left, returned out of curiosity. Lin Lan's face flushed a deep crimson as she turned to her vehicle, calling out to Shen Xian, "Wait for my return." With that, she started her car and sped away. What just happened? Wait for your return? Shen Xian was left baffled, unsure of what Lin Lan intended. It wasn't he until her car vanished from sight that he returned his gaze. "What did you say?" Wu Xiuxiu asked curiously. Nothing at all. Why did you come back?" Shen Xian quickly diverted the topic, looking at the two of them. "Xingu, we were just wondering if there is still space at your place. We want to stay with you." Wu Xiuxiu shyly inquired. "What? Stay with me? Are you out of your mind? You want to cohabit?" Chapter 53. Premeditated Xingu. We simply wish to experience the pastoral life like you. We can cultivate vegetables, wash your clothes, and prepare meals for you. Wu Xiuxiu hastily clarified, sensing Shen Xian's confusion. "Indeed, we can also keep you company for conversations. Otherwise, you would be rather lonely all day, merely talking to De Huang and Xiao Huang." Xueqing chimed in with a grin. "Is that truly feasible?" Shen Xian scratched his head, still somewhat skeptical about their intentions. Goodness, Xingu is indeed fortunate. First, a young lady pledges herself to him, and now 2 young ladies are volunteering to cohabit. This could lead to a blissful life with 1 man and 2 women. How delightful. The audience in the live stream erupted with excitement. Merely imagining the scenario was entertaining enough. 1 man sharing a space with 2 beauties. Surely, there would be countless stories to tell. Shen Xian felt a stir of desire within him from the audience's comments, yet he remained composed and inquired. "But I lack the necessary accommodations here. What shall we do?" "That's easily resolved." Wu Xiuxiu nonchalantly pointed to a large expanse of vacant land in the yard. "We can construct a few wooden cabins right here, one for Xueqing and me, and another for any friends who wish to visit. We could even create a study for you." "That sounds intriguing," Shen Xian observed, conceding that Wu Xiuxiu's suggestion was quite reasonable. The 2 rooms he currently occupied were far too rudimentary, a kitchen and a bedroom with nothing more. If they could build a few more cabins, it would indeed be much more spacious. Xiangu, look around. It's so desolate when it's just you here. With the three of us living together. There will be some vibrancy, and your live stream audience will surely appreciate it. Wu Xiaoxiao eagerly urged, her every word laden with temptation, gradually eroding Shenxian's resolve. All right then, let us devise a plan to build the cabins. Shenxian found no valid reason to refuse and readily agreed. Leave that to me. Xueqing, beaming with joy, pulled out her phone and declared, I know a craftsman who specializes in this. If all goes well, we can move in tonight. She promptly made a call to inquire. Goodness, moving in tonight? Shenxian's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't help but admire the speed at which these two operated. Had they already plotted this beforehand? He silently vowed to be cautious and protect himself from being taken advantage of. Xianji's luck with love is soaring. How splendid. Will the enchanting Qingyun fairy also be moving in? With another beauty added to the mix, it would be a heavenly existence. The live stream was filled with cries of envy and dismay as viewers expressed their dissatisfaction. After all, many were still single, lacking even a girlfriend. While Shenxian enjoyed the company of three beauties. Hey, please don't exaggerate. Xiaoxiao and Xueqing are merely here to experience the rural life. There's no need for wild speculation. Shenxian interjected, noticing the chat veering off course. Xiangu, may I sign up? I wish to experience the pastoral life too. What nonsense. Why would a grown man sign up? I'm a girl. Can I sign up? Soon, many volunteers emerged, eager to participate in the rural life experience. Certainly. Once I construct a few more rustic cabins, I can raffle off opportunities for you to join in the experience. Shenxian chuckled. Of course, girls can sign up for free, while boys will have to enter a lottery. The chat exploded with reactions. I protest. This is gender discrimination. Why do girls get to sign up for free? It's outrageous. When is the lottery? I can prepare 100 rockets. Will that suffice? Most viewers were vocal in their protests, but a few were already gearing up to use rockets for the lottery. They understood that once Shenxian's cabins were completed, many girls would be eager to experience rural life. For the boys, this could be an opportunity to meet potential partners. Do not rush. Once I plant some vegetables and fruit trees, I will invite you all over to enjoy the fruits. Shenxian waved his hand dismissively. Xingu, I've made arrangements. The craftsman will arrive shortly to begin building. Just then, Xueqing dashed over, her face alight with excitement. So soon? Shenxian couldn't help but exclaim, impressive. We'll be able to enjoy rural life tonight. Indeed. Let us pack our belongings and move in tonight. Xueqing nodded in agreement. Absolutely, let us head over now. After saying their goodbyes to Shenxian, Wu Xiaoxiao and Xueqing drove off, leaving Shenxian standing there in a daze. How is it that these two girls are more excited than I am? Shouldn't it be the other way around, considering I am the man? He was utterly perplexed. In the blink of an eye, he was about to cohabit with two women. What a monumental shift. Did I see Xiangu smiling? Surely, sharing a home with two lovely ladies is a grand occasion. Being a streamer is wonderful, allowing one to openly live with two beautiful fans. The chat was abuzz with envious commentary. You all have the wrong idea. We are genuinely here to enjoy rural life together. How could you think so lowly? Shenxian said with exasperation. If you don't believe me, just keep watching. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Is that true? To be honest, no one truly believed Shenxian's words. A respectable man living under the same roof with two beauties. Surely, something would transpire, unless he had some peculiar issue. Chapter 54. The big bore. In just half an hour, the skilled builders arrived, bringing with them a truckload of timber. Hello, are you Xiaoxin? One of the craftsmen inquired politely. I'm here to construct the house for Miss Shui. Hello. Hello. Shenxian stepped forward and explained the location for the construction. After delineating the area, the craftsman busily set to work. Erecting a few wooden cabins is a relatively uncomplicated process, especially for these seasoned artisans, who find it as familiar as their daily routine. They utilized sturdy beams as the main supports and began assembling the roof, nailing down wooden boards. They laid a layer of snakeskin bags, followed by thatching with straw, and finally affixed wooden boards around the room, leaving several windows. Thus, a simple straw-thatched cottage was completed. Shenxian, holding a camera, stood by, thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Naturally, he was not alone. The viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Impressive. These are true craftsmen. In just an hour, they've constructed 3 cabins. You don't understand. They have honed their skills through experience, with clear divisions of labor and collaborative effort. Once the builders finished, they laid wooden flooring. Although referred to as a house, it was merely a rudimentary structure crafted from timber. Just as the construction concluded, Xueqing and Wu Xiaoxiao arrived at the foot of the mountain with 2 trucks, directing the craftsmen as they transported various pieces of furniture, beds, tables, chairs, and an array of household items, including quilts and toiletries, filled several large boxes. Observing this scene, Shen Xian felt a headache coming on. With girls moving in, it was indeed a much more complicated affair. Unlike him, who could manage with just a couple of changes of clothes and a backpack. Things are about to get lively here with these two beauties. Wow, this is exciting. Shen Xian must take precautions. Otherwise, he might end up with a little Shen Xian. The viewers in the live stream were particularly thrilled, as situations involving mixed-gender living arrangements naturally captured their attention. All right, enough chatter. I'm going to help them organize the house. It's already 4 o'clock, and if we delay, night will fall. Shen Xian remarked before stepping inside to assist Wu Xiuxiu and Xue Qing with their arrangements. Meanwhile, Lin Lan, who had just returned to Modu, looked at the live stream on her phone with growing discontent. That scoundrel. All men are just big bores. Lin Lan muttered under her breath, her lips pouting in displeasure. When she departed from Shirtu Mountain, Shen Xian had expressed his willingness to be with her, and now he was immediately cohabiting with 2 other women. How outrageous. Was she to simply give up? Lin Lan felt a surge of unwillingness. Just wait. I will go over there. Lin Lan resolutely decided Shen Xian was the man she had set her sights on, and she could not allow him to be taken away by someone else. He was hers to reclaim. With this thought, she turned off her phone and returned home, clutching the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Dad, Mom. Lin Lan called out a few times and soon spotted her parents sitting in the living room, excitedly handing over the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Is this a wild Tianshan Snow Lotus? Her father, Lin Tianan, exclaimed with delight, quickly inquiring. It certainly looks like it. This is indeed wild. Her mother, Fang Xiu, added, somewhat surprised. Xiaolan, did your friend give this to you? Yes. Lin Lan nodded emphatically. This is what he picked on the mountain, and he even fought a tiger for it, getting injured. Ah, was it serious? Lin Tianan and Fang Xiu asked, a hint of concern in their voices. He just woke up from a fainting spell, Lin Lan casually replied. But I want to go take care of him, after all. He got hurt for the sake of this Tianshan Snow Lotus. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianan and Fang Xiu hesitated. Dad, Mom, please let me go. I'll only stay for a little while. Lin Lan pleaded. This. Lin Tianan and Fang Xiu were still hesitant. A young girl going to stay at someone else's home? To take care of him? Dad, Mom, he is the one who saved my grandfather. I can't just ignore him. Otherwise, I would be ungrateful. Lin Lan insisted earnestly. The Lin family, being a prestigious household, placed great importance on reputation. If Lin Lan were to be labeled ungrateful, it would spell disaster for the entire family. You may take care of him, but don't get carried away, Lin Tianan said sternly. As a young lady, you must uphold your virtue and self-respect. Do you understand? Dad, you can rest assured. I'm just going to care for him, not for leisure. Lin Lan nodded and promised. Then go ahead. Lin Tianan waved his hand slightly, granting his approval. Thank you. Dad. Lin Lan exclaimed with excitement, quickly returning to her room to begin packing, although she claimed it would only be for a short while. A girl always needed to bring plenty of items when departing. At least 5 or 6 changes of clothes, a set of cosmetics, a skincare regimen, and all essential items for a girl had to be included. After a simple organization, she had already filled several large boxes. Once finished, she moved everything to the car, bid farewell to her parents, and set off for Qingyang town. Are you really just letting her go? Fang Xiu remarked, watching the car drive away. Once she leaves, who knows when she'll return or what the situation will be over there. It's fine. I've made arrangements. Lin Tianan replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I've dispatched several skilled protectors to watch over her discreetly. There won't be any issues. Upon hearing this, Fang Xiu felt slightly more at ease. She had confidence in the Lin family's elite bodyguards. They were the best of the best, as long as they were around. Lin Lan's safety was virtually assured. You surprise me. I thought you'd truly stop caring for our daughter. Fang Xiu chuckled lightly. How could that be? Lin Tianan shot her a serious glance. Xiaolan is my daughter and the hope of the Lin family. The old man places great expectations on her. She is still young. It's beneficial for her to experience the world a bit, but there must be limits. Any man who dares to harbor ill intentions toward her is courting death. I will never allow any unscrupulous men to approach her. Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile at Lin Tianan's protective demeanor. If Lin Lan were to bring a man home, how would Lin Tianan handle the situation? Chapter 55, A Whirlwind of Activity. Xian, what shall we have for supper tonight? Wu Xiuxiu inquired, rubbing her stomach. I'm famished. Xue Qing echoed, a touch of embarrassment coloring her tone. I'm hungry too. Leave it to me. Shen Xian declared with a grand gesture. Tonight, you shall witness the prowess of this chef. With that, he grabbed the camera and headed into the kitchen to commence preparations for the evening's repast. Thank you, Xian. 5 mouths to feed now, 3 humans, a canine, and a wolf. It's quite a task. Patience, soon there will be 6. The denizens of the live stream were thoroughly engrossed. Their interest piqued by Shen Xian's culinary endeavors. Given the presence of 2 guests, we must prepare something substantial to extend our hospitality. Standing before the camera, Shen Xian addressed his audience directly. Prepare to witness Shen, the culinary master, at work. He procured 3 eggs, for green peppers, a generous slab of pork belly, and a few heads of bok choy, along with an assortment of seasonings. It's obvious he intends to prepare stir-fried eggs with green peppers and braised bok choy. As for the pork belly, perhaps a twice-cooked pork or a stir-fry. Before Shen Xian could even utter a word, the live stream audience had already divined his intended menu. This. Shen Xian scratched his head, momentarily speechless. It seemed his veteran viewers had become attuned to his habits, deciphering his culinary intentions from the mere sight of his ingredients. Are you all mind readers? Shen Xian lamented. But tonight, I shall not be making twice-cooked pork. You shall simply have to wait and see. Not twice-cooked pork? Then it must be braised pork. Perhaps a spicy boiled pork? The live stream audience fervently speculated about the dish. Shen Xian patiently set about his preparations, placing a large slab of pork belly into cold water, adding 2 scallions, and a splash of cooking wine, before setting it to simmer. While the pork belly cooked, he diced 2 green peppers, cracked 3 farm-fresh eggs, and heated a pan. A flurry of activity ensued, but upon closer inspection, the eggs were burnt. What's that smell? Is something burning? Wu Xiuxiu inquired as she entered the kitchen, wrinkling her nose. A mishap. A mishap. Shen Xian hastily stirred the eggs, scooping them onto a plate. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. A whirlwind of activity, only to result in a culinary catastrophe. Xian's cooking skills are truly something else. Utterly embarrassing. Perhaps I should take over? I know how to cook. Wu Xiuxiu offered earnestly. Though my cooking may not be spectacular, at least I won't burn it. A taunt. A blatant taunt. Shen Xian rolled his eyes, promptly ushering Wu Xiuxiu out of the kitchen. You and Xueqin can wait outside. Dinner will be served shortly. Very well. Wu Xiuxiu relented, resigning herself to waiting outside for the meal. Xian is truly inept. Even a young lady doubts his abilities. How humiliating to be questioned. If I were Xian, I'd simply crawl into a hole and disappear. Not only was Wu Xiuxiu mocking him, but the live stream audience joined in the derision, leaving Shen Xian thoroughly mortified. Just you wait. I shall now cook with utmost seriousness, Shen Xian declared before proceeding to heat a wok, adding crushed garlic cloves to the oil. Sizzle, sizzle. Soon, the aroma of garlic filled the air. He then added the washed bok choy, stir-frying it vigorously. Within minutes, the dish was ready. By this time, the pork belly had been simmering for nearly 20 minutes. He removed it, sliced it into thin pieces, and reheated the wok, adding scallions, ginger, garlic, and a dollop of fermented bean paste, stir-frying until the oil turned red. He then added the pork slices. Finally, he poured in the diced green peppers, stir-frying everything together. 3 minutes later, the dish was complete. That's twice-cooked pork. Authentic Sichuan twice-cooked pork, no less. Not bad. Xian's skills are commendable after all. Not as bad as we thought. The live stream audience showered him with praise. It seemed that when Xian cooked with diligence, he was indeed capable. The 3 dishes are now complete, simple yet delectable. Shen Xian proudly presented the stir-fried bok choy and twice-cooked pork before the camera, while the burnt green pepper and eggs were relegated to the side. All right, enough talk, time to eat. With that, he carried the dishes outside, placing them on the table in the courtyard, and then ladled 3 bowls of rice. Xian, these dishes are amazing. They smell divine. Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed, rubbing her hands together. I apologize for my earlier misjudgment. Of course, our Xian is no ordinary man. He is a first-rate chef. Xueqin concurred, unreservedly showering him with compliments. We are fortunate to partake in Xian's culinary creations. Haha, you flatter me. Shen Xian chuckled. I'll fetch some beverages. Wait here. With that, he dashed into the house, returning with 3 cans of Wangzai milk, 1 for each of them. Let us raise a toast, Shen Xian proposed, to celebrate our official cohabitation and the commencement of a blissful life together. Well now, cohabitation. The utterance of these words caused Xueqin and Wu Xiuxiu to blush crimson. It was only natural that the 2 young women would feel a touch of embarrassment upon hearing Shen Xian's words. Look at the grin on Xian's face. He's revealed his true nature. Haha, I thought Xian was reluctant. It seems all men are the same. Imagine, two beautiful women in your company. Just the thought of it is blissful. The live stream audience erupted in a chorus of envious and jealous remarks. Bang! Just as the three of them were about to take a sip of Wangzai milk, a deafening crash echoed through the air. A familiar Wrangler SUV had smashed through the courtyard gate, coming to a halt in the yard. Creak! The car door swung open, and Lin Lan emerged. Her face a mask of embarrassment. My apologies. I did it again. Lin Lan scratched her head, her voice subdued. This is hilarious. Is Qingyun Ferry at war with Xian's gate? Well, here comes another one. That makes 1 man and 3 women. Xian needs to stock up on supplements, or his body won't be able to handle it. The live stream audience burst into a frenzy once more, their excitement ignited by Lin Lan's sudden arrival. As for Shun Xian and the others, they were utterly bewildered. What brings you here? Shun Xian couldn't help but ask. Did you drive back and then turn around? Indeed, I brought my belongings. I'm here to seek refuge with you. Do you have a place for me to stay? Lin Lan nodded slightly, her gaze fixed on Shun Xian's eyes as she posed the question. Heavens above. So direct? Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 56. We all understand in the live stream. A wave of astonishment washed over the viewers. Is it truly possible that Xian's charisma is so captivating? It seems the affluent lady could no longer contain herself, fearing that Xian might be snatched away. Previously, Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu had moved closer, perhaps to experience the rural lifestyle. That was understandable. Now, even a wealthy lady from the distant metropolis drove over with her belongings, speaking so bluntly, as if determined to seek refuge with Xian. Don't worry, we've prepared everything for you to stay. Before Shen Xian could respond, Xueqing immediately interjected. Indeed, tonight's meal is all prepared by Xian. Would you care to join us? Wu Xiuxiu also extended an invitation, welcoming her as a friend of Xian. I'm not hungry, actually. Lin Lan glanced at the food on the table, smiling, yet her stomach audibly betrayed her before she could finish her sentence. I'll fetch you a bowl and chopsticks. Shen Xian, without hesitation, dashed to the kitchen, quickly returning with a bowl of rice. Here, eat up. He handed the bowl to Lin Lan. Thank you. Lin Lan nodded, her face brightening with a smile as she took the chopsticks and sat down to eat. Despite just claiming she wasn't tea-hungry, Lin Lan devoured the food with gusto. Haha, the affluent lady is simply adorable. Watching them eat is delightful. The live stream audience chimed in, commenting on the scene. In the span of a mere 10 minutes, the 4 of them polished off the rice in 3 dishes, leaving no remnants, not even a drop of soup. Burp. After the meal, they instinctively patted their bellies, letting out satisfied burps. The atmosphere was genuinely harmonious. Are you all full? Shen Xian, as the host, inquired courteously. Absolutely. They replied in unison, nodding affirmatively. That's great. Shen Xian sighed in relief. Had they not been satiated, he would have had to whip up more noodles or a stir-fry. Woof woof. A chorus of dissatisfied barks erupted from De Huang and Xiao Huang, their eyes fixed on Shen Xian, seemingly demanding, what about our meal? Oh no, how could I forget about you two? Shen Xian slapped his forehead, realizing his oversight. Upon hearing this, De Huang and Xiao Huang appeared even more displeased, their gazes turning fierce. Haha, poor De Huang and Xiao Huang. A classic case of forgetting the loyal companions for the allure of beauty. The viewers in the live stream were equally bemused, questioning how anyone could overlook the dogs for a few beautiful ladies. What should we do now? Xueqing and the others exchanged glances, concerned. I'll get them some meat. Shen Xian casually suggested, tidying up the dishes before heading back to the kitchen. He retrieved the last of the pork, cleaned it, minced it, and shaped it into meatballs, 2 for De Huang and 1 for Xiao Huang. Today, you shall feast on meat. Shen Xian chuckled, watching De Huang and Xiao Huang relish their treat, feeling reassured. Dear friends, today's live stream concludes here. Shen Xian addressed the camera. So much has transpired today, and I am quite exhausted. It's time for rest. Wait, keep streaming. We want to see how you, a man, and 3 women manage together. The audience urged eagerly. Just be careful not to wander into the wrong room. If you mistakenly enter the ladies' quarters, that would be quite the blunder. As the viewers made their light-hearted reminders, the screen abruptly went dark, leaving many longing for more. After all, with 3 stunning ladies now in Xian's abode, one couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. Many promptly set their notifications for the next stream, eager to witness what might unfold that evening. Shen Xian, having concluded the live stream, began washing the dishes and soon prepared hot water. After a day filled with activity, everyone wished to take a refreshing bath. My accommodations are modest. I hope you can make do. Xian announced as he entered Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu's room with a large bucket of hot water, explaining that they would need to mix it with cold water for bathing. No problem, we can manage. Both Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu, stemming from rural backgrounds, were unbothered by the arrangements. Xian then exited, carrying another bucket of hot water, knocking on Lin Lan's door. It's me, he called after a couple of knocks. Coming. Lin Lan responded quickly, hurrying to open the door. Are you planning to bathe? I brought hot water, he inquired as soon as he saw her. Sure, Lin Lan replied, stepping aside to let him in. Upon entering, Xian noticed clothes strewn across the bed and table, clearly indicating Lin Lan was unpacking. Several items of feminine apparel were carelessly displayed, catching Xian's eye and rendering him momentarily speechless. Oh. Lin Lan quickly recognized the awkwardness of the situation, grasping Xian's shoulder and urging, you should step outside for a moment. Pushed out, Xian stood bewildered in the hallway. At that moment, Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu, curious, opened their door and noticed Xian lingering outside Lin Lan's room, their eyes sparkling with intrigue and amusement. Xian, you seem a bit hasty. Yes. Give her a moment to acclimate. Even if she offers herself, she deserves time. Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing teased, their expressions playful. Patience is key, Xueqing emphasized. What on earth? Have they lost their minds? Xian thought, utterly confused. I haven't done anything. No need for explanations. We all understand. Wu Xiuxiu smiled knowingly, not allowing Xian to speak. Chapter 57. Exhaustion. The hour was late, and it was time for everyone to rest. You should turn in early, Xian remarked casually before retreating to his room. Look, Brother Xian is upset, Xueqing commented. It's all your fault for saying so much. You must have embarrassed him. Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu exchanged awkward glances, both aware of Xian's displeasure. They understood that if this caused a rift in their relationship, it would hardly be worth it. Brother Xian isn't the type to hold a grudge. You needn't worry, Wu Xiuxiu quickly reassured. All right then. Let us get some rest and discuss it in the morning, Xueqing conceded, recognizing the necessity of the situation. Upon returning to his room, Xian washed up briefly before preparing for bed. With the addition of 3 more people, time had slipped away, and he typically would have been fast asleep by now. Indeed, more guests mean more troubles, he mused as he settled down. However, just a few minutes later, a sudden knocking at the door interrupted his thoughts. Who could it be? He frowned, rubbing his eyes. He had just begun to dream of a beautiful woman slipping into his bed, only to be jolted awake by the unwelcome noise. This is truly inconvenient, Xian grumbled as he rose and hurried to the door, opening it to find Lin Lan standing there, looking rather flustered. What is it? Xian asked quickly. I have a lot of mosquitoes in my room. Do you have any incense? Lin Lan asked, her face flushed with embarrassment. I almost forgot about that. Yes, I have some. I'll get it for you, Xian replied without hesitation, realizing that it was his oversight. Without a mosquito net in the mountainous area, especially during summer, one had to take precautions against the numerous mosquitoes, or else a peaceful night would be impossible. After lighting the incense, he followed Lin Lan to her room. Just give me the incense. I can handle it from here. You should go back and rest, Lin Lan suggested, wanting to avoid having Xian enter her room again, as it was still somewhat disorganized. You don't understand. While the incense will help, it's not as effective against the mosquitoes already inside. We need to eliminate them first. Otherwise, you won't sleep a wink tonight, Xian said, stepping into Lin Lan's room with the incense in hand. Once inside, he noticed that Lin Lan had tidied up quite well. Being a girl, she had a knack for organization. However, a few pieces of clothing were carelessly strewn about. Turn on the light. I'll take care of the mosquitoes, Xian declared, placing the incense down and grabbing a swatter to begin his search for the pesky insects. Smack. Got one. Smack. Another one. Look at this one. It's already had its fill of your blood, Xian exclaimed as he continued to swat at the mosquitoes, while Lin Lan watched, intrigued by the spectacle. Having lived a life of privilege in the bustling metropolis, she had never experienced anything quite like this. Watching Xian hunt mosquitoes brought her an unexpected amusement. The commotion did not go unnoticed by Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu, who were already in their room. Having settled in, they were engrossed in their phones when the sudden cacophony piqued their curiosity. What is going on? I need to check it out. Wu Xiuxiu, being the more energetic of the two, attempted to rush out, only to be pulled back by Xueqing. What are you doing? Don't ruin Brother Xian's moment, Xueqing admonished. Moment? Wu Xiuxiu's eyes widened. Are you implying that kind of moment? Is there any other kind? Xueqing retorted. Haven't you noticed that Lin Lan has feelings for Brother Xian? If you go out now, you'll only disrupt their chance. Surely not. Wu Xiuxiu replied, skeptical. They're in the same room. What could possibly happen? Xueqing chuckled at her naivety. You really are young and clueless. When desire is in the air, anything can happen. The chorus of frogs and the chirping of cicadas only heightened the romance. That's interesting, Wu Xiuxiu said, momentarily speechless. And what about you? You're classmates with Brother Xian. Don't you have any feelings? Caught off guard by the question, Xueqing hesitated. See, you're hesitating. Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed triumphantly. You told me you weren't interested in him, but now I see you've changed your mind. Xueqing shot her a glare. Aren't you feeling the same way? Of course I am. Wu Xiuxiu admitted boldly. I'm just a small streamer hoping Brother Xian will help me gain popularity. Xueqing rolled her eyes. You're so blatant about it. Are you brave enough to admit your feelings? Wu Xiuxiu pressed. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Xueqing deflected, not wanting to delve deeper. Although she had agreed to stay at Shenxian's place partly due to her own feelings, she was too shy to express them openly like Wu Xiuxiu. You should just admit that you're interested in Shenxian. Wu Xiuxiu teased, seeing through her friend. After exhausting himself by eliminating the 10 or so mosquitoes in Lin Lan's room, Shenxian returned to his own room, utterly fatigued. As soon as he lay down, a familiar sound filled his ears. Buzz. The most irritating sound of summer had returned, and Shenxian realized that this night would be sleepless, with the mosquitoes as his unwelcome companions. Resigned, he got up, eyes still heavy with sleep, and began the battle anew. By the time he finished dealing with the mosquitoes, it was already 1 a.m. Finally, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. It wasn't until 7 the next morning that the sounds of conversation outside roused him from his dreams. Brother Xian, wake up. You lazy pig, still sleeping. A lively voice echoed from outside, and he recognized it as Wu Xiuxiu. It seemed she had started a live broadcast, sharing her first day staying at Brother Xian's home. Chapter 58. The True Gentleman Xiuxiu. Hurry inside and find Xiangu. We are here to see him. What are we waiting for? Just push the door open and take a look. At this moment, Wu Xiuxiu's live streaming room was suddenly bustling with a multitude of visitors, all eager to connect with Shenxian. Typically, it took at least half an hour for Xiuxiu's stream to gain traction, reaching around 50,000 viewers. But today, right from the start, it surged to 60,000. These newcomers were all followers drawn in by Shenxian, and with his stream currently offline, they naturally flocked to her. Some even showered her with gifts, sending planes and rockets. Thank you for the plane, Brother Wu. Thank you for the rocket, lovely girl. Don't worry. I will go find Xiangu right away and let you see him today. Xiuxiu first expressed her gratitude towards the generous viewers before agreeing to lead them to Shenxian. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. With the camera aimed at Shenxian's door, she approached, intending to push it open, only for the door to swing open of its own accord. Suddenly, Shenxian appeared, sporting dark circles under his eyes and an air of fatigue, looking quite disheveled. What happened, Xiangu? Come clean. Did you have a wild night? The chat was flooded with astonishment. When Shenxian usually streamed, he was always impeccably groomed and well-rested, but now it was evident that he had endured a tiring night. The implications were hard to ignore. Living in the same vicinity as 3 young women naturally led the mind to certain conclusions. Xiangu, did you not sleep well last night? Xiuxiu inquired, her words heavy with insinuation. The simplicity of her question hinted at a myriad of possibilities. After Xiuxiu and Xueqing had gone to bed, only the wealthy lady remained. This suggested that Xiangu had spent the night with her. Well, did he really manage to win her over on the first day? Xiangu, you move fast. The chat erupted, with many affluent users beginning to shower her with gifts. User Yao Yao sends a rocket to the streamer. Congratulations to Xiangu on his newfound relationship. User Moo Moo Forever 18 sends a plane. A small token from a student. Xiuxiu was left dumbfounded. Within just 2 minutes, she received dozens of rockets and planes. Absolutely extraordinary. Such a bounty of gifts would normally take her a month to accumulate if she streamed alone. Yet, in a mere 2 minutes, it was accomplished. All thanks to a vague comment that set Xianji's fans into a frenzy, resulting in thousands of dollars worth of gifts. In shock, Xiuxiu found herself speechless. You all must be out of your minds. I was merely helping Miss Lin swat mosquitoes last night. That's why I got to bed late. Shenxian retorted, his tone incredulous. Swatting mosquitoes? This explanation left Xiuxiu and the audience bewildered. Really? Just swatting mosquitoes? It sounds a bit unbelievable. Did you really spend the whole night doing that? I can't believe it. Come on, Xiangu, just admit it. Surely, while swatting mosquitoes, you must have engaged in something more. Many in the live chat remained skeptical, pressing Shen Xian for the truth. It's true. Lin Lan appeared from somewhere, standing in front of the camera. I stayed here last night without a mosquito net or incense, and the room was filled with mosquitoes. Shen Xian helped me sweat them all, or else I wouldn't have been able to sleep at all. Lin Lan's words were earnest and composed, her reasoning clear and persuasive, leaving the audience with no room for rebuttal. Xian Ge, is he not a gentleman? Truly, a paragon of virtue. The chat was flooded with voices expressing their disappointment. What a wasted opportunity. Even if he was swatting mosquitoes, he could have done something else. Listening to their comments, Shen Xian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. All right, enough of that. 3 ladies are staying with me simply to experience rural life. You must not spread rumors. We are all innocent. Shen Xian emphasized seriously into the camera before heading off to freshen up. He had been awakened early and hadn't even had breakfast yet. Well, let us wrap it up for now. Once I'm done with my preparations, I'll live stream some games for you all. I need to help with breakfast first. Xiao Xiao quickly addressed her audience. Don't go. Continue streaming. Let us see Xian Ge. Yes, Xian Ge hasn't streamed yet. We can't miss him. Many viewers urged Xiao Xiao to keep the stream going. For most of them, the appeal lay in the picturesque rural scenery and the daily life of Shen Xian and his companions. Watching Xian Ge was delightful, but watching Xiao Xiao, at least, featured a beautiful face. However, Xiao Xiao remained clear-headed. Her audience had grown significantly, all thanks to Xian Ge. It would be inappropriate to poach his viewers at this moment. She intended to leverage Xian Ge's popularity, but would not resort to unethical means. With that, she ended the stream and began preparing breakfast with Xueqing. By the time Shen Xian finished freshening up, Xueqing had been busy in the kitchen, and breakfast was nearly ready. Did you prepare all this? Shen Xian asked, surprised to see a spread of egg pancakes, peanuts, pickles, and a pot of porridge on the table. Yes, Xueqing nodded. There weren't many other ingredients at home, and the vegetables are still in the field, so I just made a pot of porridge. I hope you don't mind. I eat anything. Shen Xian waved his hand and called Lin Lan over, and the 4 of them sat down together. Today's breakfast is all thanks to Xueqing. Her cooking is truly commendable. Qing Jie, your culinary skills are impressive. Lin Lan added, I would love to learn from you. Of course. As long as you don't mind, I would be happy to teach. Xueqing, coming from a humble background, was adept in the kitchen. And since Lin Lan was Shen Xian's friend and now a neighbor, she was more than willing to share her skills. With the relationship you and Xian Ge have, we can teach you anything. Xiao Xiao instinctively chimed in. Relationship? Lin Lan's expression froze, suddenly at a loss for words. Indeed. Just make sure to invite us for wedding candies when the time comes. Xueqing's eyes sparkled with mischief as she unexpectedly added. Huh. Lin Lan frowned, sensing a deeper implication behind Xueqing's words. Chapter 59. A glimmer of hope from that moment onward. She could discern that Xueqing harbored a subtle affection for Shen Xian. However, with her presence, it was inappropriate for her to overtly display her feelings. Please do not misinterpret. My relationship with Lin Lan is entirely innocent, Shen Xian felt compelled to clarify. Wishing to prevent any misunderstandings that might arise for Xueqing and Wu Xiaoxiao, especially given that Lin Lan was a young woman who placed great importance on her reputation. Yet, before he could finish, Lin Lan interjected. Wait, Lin Lan exclaimed suddenly, standing up with a serious demeanor. Shen Xian, I must ask you, did you not promise yesterday that you would be with me? Shen Xian was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. Xueqing and Wu Xiaoxiao were equally flustered, staring at Lin Lan in disbelief. No one had anticipated that Lin Lan would voice such a statement. When I said that day, I am merely asking you to confirm. Lin Lan pressed, her resolve unwavering. Yes, I did indeed. Shen Xian stammered. But Lin Lan was resolute. Since you admit it, then that settles it. Lin Lan rolled her eyes, her conviction palpable. Shen Xian found himself at a loss for words. Given Lin Lan's assertiveness, it would be unbecoming for him to deny it further. It was clear that if she was so determined, he, as a man, should not falter. Well, if you feel that way, then we shall give it a try. However, if it does not work out, silence. Do not even suggest that we are incompatible. We are absolutely suited for each other. Lin Lan interrupted again, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Yes, you are right. Shen Xian, overwhelmed, conceded defeat to Lin Lan's insistence. With this affirmation, Lin Lan beamed with pride, casting a glance at Xueqing, who, speechless, bore a hint of regret in her expression. After their meal, Lin Lan took the initiative to clear the dishes. Qingjie, leave it to me, she volunteered, saying. You prepared breakfast today, so I shall handle the dishes. With that, She gathered the dishes and entered the kitchen, busily attending to her task. Shen retreated to his room, preparing to start his live stream. This girl is quite perceptive, Wu Xiuxiu remarked, chuckling. You do not understand. She is asserting her claim over him. Xueqing replied with a hint of exasperation, adding, though she appears to be a naive and sweet girl, she is far from it. What do you mean? Wu Xiuxiu asked, puzzled. Did you not notice her excitement earlier? She was telling me that Xian Gu is her boyfriend, instructing me to be cautious. Xueqing sighed. Now, with her voluntarily washing the dishes, she is establishing her position as the lady of the house. Goodness, is it really that complicated? Wu Xiuxiu, a typical girl, scratched her head in confusion. If you like Xian Gu, why not pursue him? They are not married yet. You still have a chance. That was indeed a truthful observation. Isn't it a bit unethical to covet someone else's boyfriend? Xueqing hesitated. What are you afraid of? Xian Gu and she have only just met. Whether they are truly in a relationship is debatable. In this environment, do you really think she, a city girl, can adapt to village life? Wu Xiuxiu countered. Xueqing felt a stirring of interest. Lin Lan's appearance and demeanor did indeed reflect that of a young lady of privilege. And being from a bustling metropolis, she would likely find it challenging to adjust to the simplicity of village life. Given time, she would surely seek to escape. In that scenario, Xian Gu would be single again, and her opportunity would arise. With this thought, Xueqing's spirits lifted. You are right. I still have a chance. A smile began to blossom in her eyes. As they spoke, Xian emerged with a drone, ready to begin his live stream. Hello, friends. I have just finished breakfast and am now live. He greeted the audience, introducing Xueqing and Wu Xiuxiu. These two are familiar faces. And Lin Lan is currently in the kitchen tidying up the dishes. Today marks our second day living in the countryside. Xian Gu has finally gone live. His streams are always the most enjoyable. Let us see a drone in action to whet our appetites. The audience buzzed with excitement, praising Xian's enviable lifestyle. Surrounded by three lovely ladies, akin to a celestial being. Suddenly, a cacophony of crashing noises erupted from the kitchen. Lin Lan, are you all right? Xian hurriedly called out, rushing towards the kitchen with his camera. Upon entering, he was greeted by a chaotic scene, with shards strewn across the floor from broken plates and bowls. Ha! Is this dishwashing or a rebellion? The young lady clearly struggles with household chores. You all are so harsh. It's commendable that a wealthy girl would even attempt to wash dishes. The viewers chimed in, much to Xian's concern. Don't touch that, he shouted, noticing Lin Lan reaching for the shards. Unfortunately, his warning came too late. As her hand grazed the broken pieces, she winced in pain, a cut forming on her palm. Blood trickling down. Ah! Lin Lan gasped, clutching her hand as she grimaced in pain. Let me see. Xian approached, his concern evident as he examined the deep cut. It looks quite serious. We need to get you to the village clinic. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped her hand and led her outside, oblivious to the ongoing live stream. Xian Gu is quite impressive. He truly embodies the spirit of a caring boyfriend. The viewers commented, wait for us. This is typical, forgetting his friends in the face of romance. As Xian and Lin Lan hurried out, the live stream remained stagnant, leaving the audience dissatisfied, but their calls went unheard as the two departed for the clinic. Chapter 60. Revealing identities. One of Lin Lan's hands was grasped firmly by Xian, who moved with remarkable speed, compelling her to run forward passively. However, being merely a young girl, she lacked the physical stamina of Xian and found herself panting after just a few hundred meters. She simply could not keep up. I'll assist you, Xian exclaimed anxiously. Observing her struggle, he squatted down before her, clasped her hands, and hoisted her onto his back, continuing towards the village clinic. Oh. Why are you? Lin Lan gasped in astonishment, unable to register what had transpired before she found herself on Xian's back, with no room for resistance. Yet, as he secured her legs tightly, escaping his grasp proved to be quite a challenge, if not impossible. Moreover, being on his back, she could hardly leap down without risking injury. Please, put me down. I can walk on my own. Lin Lan noticed several villagers on the road ahead, glancing over and whispering among themselves, their fingers pointing in her direction. As a young woman, she felt a wave of embarrassment. Why are you moving so slowly? This wound needs prompt attention, or it will scar. Xian stated sternly, still catching his breath. Although he hailed from a farming background and possessed considerable strength, carrying her while running was indeed taxing. Nonetheless, with Lin Lan in his care, he was determined to ensure she did not bear any scars. That would be a great pity. After a few minutes of running, They soon reached the vicinity of the village clinic, where a road bustled with villagers. Xuanzi, what is going on? Who is this girl? I've never seen her before. Some of the older women were eager to engage Xinxian, curious about the identity of the girl he carried. Who was Lin Lan? A distinguished young lady from the bustling metropolis, a beauty of wealth and grace. Her demeanor and attire placed her on a pedestal akin to that of a celestial being within the stone village. The villagers gazed at her with wide eyes, eager to converse with her. If she were indeed Shun Xian's girlfriend, it would be quite the sensational news, a university graduate coming to the countryside to farm. Living off the land, and being accompanied by such a stunning partner was truly a rarity. Next time we'll chat. Xin Xian was far too preoccupied to indulge in conversation, rushing into the clinic. Grandpa Zhang, please take a look at her wound and treat it. Xin Xian called out to the elderly gentleman inside, who was perusing a newspaper through his reading glasses. This man was the village medic, capable of handling only minor ailments, such as common colds, fevers, and superficial cuts. Beyond that, he was unable to offer any further assistance. Oh dear, this wound is rather significant, Grandpa Zhang remarked, setting down the newspaper and scrutinizing the injury with a furrowed brow. Will it leave a scar? Shun Xian asked anxiously. Leave a scar? Grandpa Zhang replied, bemused as he glanced between Shun Xian and Lin Lan. You foolish boy, she is still young. Her cells are quite active. A mere scratch like this 1T leave a scar. Are you jesting? So at 1T scar? Shun Xian felt a bit embarrassed at being teased by Grandpa Zhang. He scratched his head and responded, as long as it 1T scar, that's good. You are truly a simpleton. Grandpa Zhang chuckled as he began to tend to the wound. At that moment, Lin Lan's attention was solely on Xin Xian. She was taken aback by how concerned he was for her. It was something she had not anticipated. This big man, who usually appeared carefree in his live streams, did not seem like someone who would be particularly meticulous. Yet here he was, fretting over her minor injury. Is she your girlfriend? Grandpa Zhang asked casually after finishing the treatment. Has this become gossip now? Xin Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Uncertain of how to respond. Grandpa Zhang, is this bandage sufficient? When can it be removed? Shun Xian quickly sought a diversion, attempting to deflect the conversation. It's fine. Just remove it tomorrow morning. It'll surely be healed. Grandpa Zhang assured him with a confident wave of his hand. That's wonderful. Thank you. Shun Xian expressed his gratitude and promptly took Lin Lan's hand, leading her outside. We'll take our leave now, and I'll bring you some treats next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Shun Xian dashed away, leaving Grandpa Zhang's curiosity unquenched. Be gentle. You're pulling too hard, Lin Lan exclaimed after running a few steps. Unable to contain her discomfort, Shun Xian quickly halted, noticing the redness on her arm where he had gripped her. Feeling slightly sheepish, he apologized. I'm sorry. I must have used too much strength. It's all right. Lin Lan rubbed her wrist and shook her head. Why didn't you just admit it earlier? Xin Xian scratched his head, feeling bashful. I was embarrassed. I worried Grandpa Zhang would keep asking about you. And what if you got upset? Lin Lan gazed at Xin Xian's earnest expression, feeling a sense of exasperation. I am your girlfriend, officially not a joke. Do you intend to keep it hidden forever? Her words brought a sense of relief to Xin Xian's heart. Xuanzi, is she really your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. She doesn't seem like someone from around here. Where is she from? When are you two getting married? At that moment, several village aunties approached, scrutinizing Lin Lan and bombarding Xin Xian with questions. Aunt Wu, Aunt Lu, third sister, this is my girlfriend Lin Lan. Xin Xian declared openly. Marriage isn't urgent. We're focused on our careers for now, so no need for your concern. Hello, everyone. Lin Lan chimed in, linking her arm with Xin Xian's and offering a sweet smile. When Xian Gu and I do get married, I'll definitely invite you all for sweets. With that simple statement, she effectively silenced their curiosity, responding gracefully and succinctly, leaving no room for criticism. After exchanging pleasantries, Xin Xian took Lin Lan's hand and walked away. Is this truly the girl Xin Xian has chosen? I've never heard of her before. Could she be a con artist? She doesn't seem like a virtuous person. Let us go speak with his parents. Several village aunties quickly conspired and headed toward Xin Xian's home, eager to confront his parents for clarification. Chapter 61. Dazzling everyone, please remain calm. Brother Xian will return shortly. Wu Xiuxiu hastily explained. Do not leave. The excitement will resume momentarily. Who wants to watch you? We are here for Brother Xian. Indeed. Hurry and take us to Brother Xian. Step aside. What are you doing lingering in front of the camera? However, the fans in the live stream did not particularly favor Wu Xiuxiu. Despite her beauty, The audience that adored Brother Xin consisted of genuine men, all drawn to him. The presence of a woman, especially one perceived as seeking attention from Brother Xian, ruffled many feathers. Brother Xian is merely attending to something temporarily, let me assure you. He will be back soon. Wu Xiuxiu felt a twinge of grievance. As a striking beauty, why was she so unappreciated? Enough of this. Why are you all upset over a girl? We simply dislike women who ride on Brother Xian's coattails. Please, she is just a girl. It is not a matter of great consequence. The fans began to converse among themselves. A portion of them was irked by Wu Xiuxiu's apparent attempts to leverage Brother Xian for her own gain, which naturally sparked dissatisfaction among his devoted followers. Seizing this opportunity, they vented their frustrations towards her. I'm back. Shen Xian entered, addressing the camera. I just took Miss Lin to the village clinic for a minor injury she sustained. Since Xiuxiu was there, I asked her to take over the stream for me. What is all this commotion about? Upon his arrival, the live stream fell into a hush. At last, Brother Xian had returned. The sight of him was far more comforting. Brother Xian, I adore you. As Shen Xian appeared, a wave of cheers erupted, and gifts began to flow in, a testament to his popularity. Xiuxiu is my friend and neighbor. Please show some decorum. Shen Xian emphasized to the camera. For the rudeness of the audience was becoming quite the issue. I'm fine. Wu Xiuxiu quickly interjected. The viewers simply adore you. Your charisma is truly remarkable. Hearing this, Shen Xian chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the matter any further. Dear friends, due to a recent encounter with a tiger on the mountain, I was delayed in planting crops. This afternoon, I will primarily focus on tidying up the vegetable patch. Shen Xian succinctly outlined the upcoming plans. Brother Xian, didn't you contact a technician to install the internet cable? Wu Xiuxiu suddenly inquired. I was planning to stream from here. I believe he came earlier today. Let me check. Shen Xian suddenly recalled, slapping his thigh in realization. Brother Xian, the internet cable is installed. Remember to prepare for the PK with Pig Brother. Oh yes. I nearly forgot. I believe it's tomorrow. Will there be enough time? I haven't even purchased the computer yet. The viewers in the live stream began to assist Shen Xian in jogging his memory. After all, many were keenly aware of the upcoming battle with Pig Brother. After making a call to confirm the technician's arrival, Shen Xian noticed the chatter about the PK. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have completely overlooked it, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Earlier, in a moment of impulse, I agreed to the PK with Pig Brother. Now it seems rather troublesome. I might have to head to the internet CAF again. Brother Xian, I specialize in assembling computers in Yunnan County. If you'd like, I can prepare a custom-built machine for you. A viewer with the IDT and Life sent a message, which quickly garnered attention and was shared by many as a reminder for Brother Xian. From the county? That's quite close. Shen Xian scrutinized the message. Great. If you have suitable machines, why not prepare 3 for me? Without hesitation, Shen Xian agreed. As these were his loyal viewers, he simply paid the standard price, considering it a way to support their business. Why 3? That's quite an order. 3 machines could amount to quite a sum. For Brother Xian, spending such an amount was hardly an issue. The live stream erupted in surprise. Xiuxiu has a machine. Perfect. Now Lin and I, along with Shui, will each have one. We can play games together during our free time. Shen Xian casually explained. Absolutely. I'll set you up with a splendid configuration capable of running large-scale games. The viewer T and Life promptly responded, Brother Xian, provide me with an address, and I'll come by this afternoon to set it up. Certainly. Shen Xian agreed, privately sending a location to the viewer. As for the price of these 3 computers, I'll pay whatever you usually charge. Please, no discounts. Shen Xian insisted, adding that he would appreciate their continued viewership of his streams. Brother Xian is generous. After all, he need not fret over such sums. Indeed, let us conduct business properly. No need for any irregularities. The viewers echoed this sentiment, affirming their agreement. Very well, I'll sell at cost, and just cover my travel expenses. The viewer T and Life promptly replied, who knows, I might come by Brother Xian's place for a meal in the future. Just as Shen Xian was about to respond, encouraging his viewer not to be modest and to earn what was fair, hurried footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. Xuanzi. Upon hearing that voice, Shen Xian was taken aback. Wasn't that his mother's voice? Why had she suddenly arrived? Before he could ponder further, Wang Mei and Xin Dehai appeared at the doorway. What on earth is going on here? Wang Mei seemed poised to question something but halted abruptly, noticing that, apart from Shen Xian, there were 3 young women in the courtyard. She was momentarily speechless, bewildered by the situation. Not just her, even Xin Dehai, who had followed behind, was flummoxed by the sight of the 3 young ladies. Who among them could be his daughter-in-law? Mom, Dad, what brings you here? Shen Xian quickly approached, smiling as he asked. You could have at least given me a heads up. Hello, Uncle, Aunt. Lin Lan, Wu Xiuxiu, and Xue Qing exchanged glances before collectively greeting them. Hello. Wang Mei and Shun Dehai responded nervously, their expressions brightening with smiles as they scrutinized the three girls, at a loss for words. Come here, you. After an awkward pause, Shun Dehai could no longer endure the silence. He shot Shen Xian a glare and motioned for him to step outside, seemingly intent on a private conversation. What is going on with you? Why are there three girls? Have you lost your mind? Once outside, Shen Dehai's tone turned serious, pressing for answers. Chapter 62. Taming the tiger. As for the potential achievements of Shen Xian, his family had never given it much thought. They simply wished for his happiness. Thus, when he returned to the countryside to take on the management of a hillside, they expressed no objections. However, upon seeing three beautiful young women in Shen Xian's courtyard, their tempers flared. What was this? Such impropriety in his personal life, even if they weren't cohabiting. The mere presence of three young ladies in his abode would surely tarnish the reputation of the Shen family. What do you mean by that? Shen Xian sensed a hint of what his parents were insinuating, but couldn't fully grasp it. What else could it mean? You, a grown man, living with three young women. Are you trying to be a king? Shen Dezai retorted, exasperated. If word gets out, people will accuse you of promiscuity. What will others think of you? Indeed, is three a bit excessive? Wang Mei pondered, feeling somewhat troubled. Son, is one not enough? Shen Xian finally grasped their implication. They believed he was involved with all three young women. What are you all thinking? He exclaimed in exasperation. They are merely here temporarily to experience rural life. Experience rural life? Shen Dezai and Wang Mei exchanged confused glances. Why would city dwellers, accustomed to a comfortable life, suddenly flock to the countryside? Wasn't that peculiar? Rest assured, they will leave after a short while. Don't overthink it. Shen Xian reassured them. Leave after a while. Only then did Shen Dezai and Wang Mei begin to relax a little. What about the girlfriends they mentioned? Wang Mei inquired immediately. You mustn't deceive me. Which one is your girlfriend? Shen Xian sighed, realizing that the gossiping women had come to his home to speak with his parents. Well, he gestured towards Lin Lan, who stood among the three, and said, I just recently started dating her. Please don't mention it. It might frighten her. Upon hearing this, Shen Dezai and Wang Mei scrutinized Lin Lan with gleaming eyes. They had been urging Shen Xian to find a girlfriend, and now that he had, they felt somewhat unprepared. Where is she from? Wang Mei quickly asked. How many family members does she have? What do her parents do? She's from the magical city, Shen Xian replied casually, genuinely unaware of further details since they had only just met. He couldn't very well interrogate her as if conducting a census. That would surely frighten her. You should head back quickly. Don't scare them. Shen Xian insisted, pushing his parents down the hill. When the time is right, I will bring her home. Can't you let us see her just a bit longer? Wang Mei lamented, feeling frustrated. She could be our future daughter-in-law. And I dream of having another person in the family. Well, Shen Xian is grown up. He can manage his own affairs, Shen Dezai remarked nonchalantly. With that, he took Wang Mei's hand and began walking home. Shen Xian turned back to the house, where three pairs of eyes were fixed upon him. Is there something on my face? Shen Xian asked, scratching his cheek in confusion. Did Uncle and Aunt misunderstand something? Xue Qing, seasoned by life as trials, quickly picked up on the underlying tension and inquired. There was indeed a misunderstanding. Shen Xian confirmed with a smile. But everything is clear now, so there is no need for concern. With this clarification, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, I believe it's not ideal for us to continue living here in this manner, Xue Qing pondered. In this village, gossip abounds. If more people come to our hillside, it will surely stir up unnecessary talk. This reasoning resonated with Wu Xiuxiu and Lin Lan. It wasn't just the girls who would be subject to scrutiny. Shen Xian himself would also be the subject of gossip, constantly surrounded by several women. What do you propose? Shen Xian asked instinctively. It's quite simple. If you and old Wang can successfully establish that zoo project, we can become employees there. With formal jobs, outsiders will have no reason to gossip. Xue Qing suggested with a faint smile. How could I have overlooked this? Shen Xian exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Old Wang is back preparing things. I wonder how it's progressing. I need to wait for his news. Old Wang is apparently a wealthy heir from Jiangzhou. I assure you, it will go well. Xue Qing remarked confidently. Then we shall all be employees of the zoo. Wu Xiuxiu laughed. Shen Xian, why not tame that tiger on the mountain? Then we could entertain ourselves with both the tiger and the black bears every day. Tame a tiger? Only Wu Xiuxiu would dare to utter such words. After all, it was the king of beasts. Let us bring along 2 big black bears to assist in taming the tiger. Capturing the tiger will significantly boost our chances of successfully running the zoo. Wu Xiaoxiu's suggestion ignited excitement in the live stream chat, with viewers urging Shun Xian to proceed. Capture a tiger? Is that truly a feasible idea? Shun Xian mused, a flicker of intrigue crossing his mind. If you wish to see me attempt to tame a tiger, type 1 in the chat. Moments later, the screen was flooded with numbers, indicating that the audience was indeed eager to witness such an event. Capture a tiger? Come on now. Shun Xian is just an ordinary person. I fear for your safety. Shun Xian, let us not be reckless. Taming a tiger is a perilous endeavor. Despite the overwhelming enthusiasm, a few clear-headed viewers cautioned Shun Xian against risking his life. Do you think if I live-streamed the attempt to tame a tiger, many would tune in? Shun Xian chuckled, addressing the camera. At the very least, such a stream would be unprecedented on Douyu. No one has ever done it before. Insanity. Lin Lan and Xue Qing exchanged glances, each recognizing the madness reflected in the other's eyes. Shun Xian was truly willing to go to any lengths for fame. He's lost his mind. The tiger is dangerous. Last time, he nearly lost his life. How can he dare to seek out a tiger again? I bet if he tries once more, he will surely be torn apart. The live stream erupted with lively discussions, and the excitement soared. Chapter 63. Resilience Potion. The ongoing discourse within the live stream chat propelled its viewership to surge past the 130,000 mark. In merely over a week, Shun Xian's viewership had stabilized in the tens of thousands, a remarkable feat in the live streaming sphere. This level of engagement and genuine following, untainted by artificial inflation, was unmatched by other channels. Given the overwhelming desire to witness my encounter with the tiger, I shall prepare myself and venture into the mountains within the next few days to confront the beast, Shun Xian proclaimed, sleeves rolled up. A mere tiger holds no fear for Shun Xian. I fear no one. His confidence was palpable, despite the bravado displayed in the chat. Few genuinely believed in Shun Xian's chances. Throughout history, ordinary individuals rarely, if ever, emerged victorious against tigers. The legendary Wu Song, who famously battled a tiger, was no ordinary man. Xianji is beyond help. Lin Lan approached, concern etched on her face. Are you jesting about confronting a tiger? It is the king of beasts. Exercise utmost caution. She had assumed Shun Xian's pronouncements were mere jest, only to discover his sincerity. Indeed, Shun Xian affirmed, nodding. I pledge to my viewers, and I shall fulfill my promise. Lin Lan was taken aback, her disbelief evident. A legitimate tiger was no laughing matter. A sane person would avoid such a confrontation, not actively seek it out. Fear not, I engaged it previously. This time, I shall be adequately prepared, Shun Xian reassured her with a smile. Lin Lan remained unconvinced, struggling to comprehend his motivations. Was he truly willing to risk his life for fame? If financial assistance is needed, do not hesitate to ask. I can provide you with 500,000 per month. Would that suffice? She offered earnestly. As the sole heir to the Lin family, she had ample resources. The chat erupted in envy at the prospect of such an offer. A wealthy benefactor was presenting herself to Shun Xian, a young and attractive one at that. Xianji, what are you waiting for? Seize the opportunity. Xue Qing chimed in, eyes gleaming with envy. Lin Gunyang has made her intentions clear. A simple affirmation could secure you 500,000. Wu Xiaoxiu, despite being a female streamer, expressed her envy. Lin Gunyang, might I be considered? Though I am not a man. I am adept at cuteness and come at a bargain. Would a monthly stipend of 10,000 suffice to secure my services? Lin Lan chuckled at the jest. Shun Xian, witnessing Wu Xiaoxiu's antics, interjected, conduct yourself with propriety. Wherein lies my impropriety? Wu Xiaoxiu retorted. You, a grown man, hesitate to answer Lin Gunyang's query. Are you even a man? Shun Xian glanced at Lin Lan, who was still fixedly regarding him, causing him a moment of awkwardness. I shall decline. I am still young and desire to forge my own path, he declared resolutely. I shall see what is available for lunch. With that, he hastily retreated to the kitchen. Xianji has retreated. He underestimates the allure of an easy life, preferring toil to comfort. Xue Qing, sensing Lin Lan's continued worry, offered reassurance. Fear not, Lin Gunyang. Xianji is not one to act rashly. If he dares to act, he assuredly has a plan. Indeed, we witnessed his capacity to contend with the tiger that day. Wu Xiaoxiu added. Besides, he has the assistance of 2 formidable bears. Lin Lan nodded in agreement. I hope he prepares adequately. Shun Xian, alone in the kitchen, assessed the available ingredients. There was an ample supply of ribs, vegetables, and eggs, sufficient for the three of them. However, he had another matter to attend to, the lottery. His sole chance of subduing the tiger lay in obtaining valuable items through the system's lottery. Lottery! Shinshin exclaimed, teeth gritted. The colossal wheel reappeared, its pointer spinning rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring a resilience potion. 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 Shinshin had exhausted all 4 of his accumulated lottery attempts, the same notification echoing in his mind each time. Were it not for the 4 identical vials that materialized, he would have doubted the reality of it all. 4 attempts, all yielding the same result? Was he destined to endure a beating? Was resistance futile? Shinshin envisioned himself being pummeled by the tiger, a grim and miserable scene. Chapter 64. The duel resumes. What a vexing predicament this system presents. After accumulating numerous chances for a draw, the struggle has been palpable. Just as I pondered this, the technician arrived to install the network cable, followed by the arrival of a sleek black car. A young man stepped out. Xian-gu. Upon spotting Shinshin, the young man waved enthusiastically, his face alight with excitement. Are you T in life? Shinshin scrutinized him for a moment before inquiring. Indeed, that's me. The young man nodded affirmatively. Shinshin was momentarily speechless. How could a lad of merely 20 choose such a name? I had assumed you were a man in your 40s or 50s. Upon hearing this, the young man chuckled. Though I am young, I have encountered much in my short life. He then introduced himself. My name is Li Feng, and I own a computer shop in Yunnan County, where I assemble computers, sell components, and offer repair services. It turned out that his shop was on the brink of closure, thus he was selling his inventory at reduced prices. Xian-gu, I owe you my gratitude. These 4 computers are essentially my remaining stock, and with my rivals closing in, I must part with them cheaply. Li Feng awkwardly confessed. For Shinshin, the surplus stock was of little concern. As long as the computers were of sound quality and functional, that sufficed. Rest assured, the quality of these computers is impeccable. It's just that my competitors are quite formidable, intent on bringing me down. Li Feng hastily clarified, aware that his words might be misconstrued. That's acceptable. Let us expedite the installation. Shinshin nodded. The price is the price. There's no need for discounts. In that case, I shall not hold back. Let us seize the opportunity. Li Feng laughed, beginning to transport the computers from his vehicle into a designated room to assemble them. As he worked, Shinshin took the opportunity to engage his audience. Brothers, Li is here to assemble the computers for me, he briefly announced, directing the camera toward the components Li Feng had brought. These are quite impressive, all brand-name products. Typically, assembling such a computer costs around 6,000 to 7,000. Several knowledgeable viewers quickly chimed in. Xian-gu, how much will your computer cost? I want to assemble one too. A viewer inquired. Shinshin promptly called out to Li Feng for clarification. This computer for Xian-gu costs 5,008, which is the cost price. I'll take a small fee of 200, making it 6,000 in total, Li Feng explained succinctly. Wow, that's incredibly cheap. Brother, I'll buy one. Can you ship it to me? I'm willing to pay 6,000. Before long, many viewers expressed their eagerness to purchase computers, recognizing the value in Li Feng's offer. Certainly, if you wish to buy, just message me. My ID is T and Life. I still have about 10 units left, but once they're gone, I may have to close my shop, Li Feng smiled, adding, since you are all friends of Xian-gu, I want to be making much profit. 6,000 it is. I'll reserve one. I've always wanted to assemble a computer, but never found the chance. Soon enough, numerous viewers decided to place orders. Shinshin realized that his live stream possessed untapped potential for sales. By the time the computers were assembled, it was already noon. Shinshin hoped to invite Li Feng for a meal, but he politely declined. Xian-gu, I must hurry back. Many customers are waiting for their computers. Li Feng said earnestly. Then go ahead. I want to keep you, Shinshin replied, transferring 18,000 yuan to Li Feng. Xian-gu, you've already introduced so many customers to me. Why not let this money be a sponsorship? Li Feng said cheerfully, feeling grateful for the exposure. That want to do. Business is business. The previous arrangement was simply a favor among friends. Ultimately, it is your fair pricing that attracted the clientele, and your success hinges on your efforts. Shinshin insisted, and after some deliberation, Li Feng accepted the payment. Xian-gu, if there are any issues with the computers, feel free to reach out. I'm always available, Li Feng assured him. Very well, you can go now. Shinshin nodded, escorting Li Feng out before returning to his meal. At lunchtime, Shinshin prepared a few dishes and they gathered to eat. This is delightful, someone exclaimed. Xiangu, dining with 3 beautiful companions. What a divine existence. Ding. User Zhugu has gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Xiangu, it's time to engage in a PK. Don't forget. While Shen savored his meal, he noticed the sudden influx of 10 rockets from Zhugu, prompting a realization of the impending challenge. Zhugu has arrived. Has he come to challenge Xiangu? Prepare for the spectacle. The live stream grew lively once more. Xian acknowledged the gesture with calm composure. Zhugu, your generosity is appreciated. Thank you for the 10 rockets. Let us commence the PK at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I'll practice a bit after finishing my meal. It has been a few days since I last played. Still practicing? The audience responded with disbelief. Is this the infamous last-minute cramming? Where were you earlier? Practicing for an hour won't suffice. Just concede already. Meanwhile, Zhugu sat in his study, observing Xian's leisurely dining. He smirked, typing a response. Not an issue, Xiangu. 2 o'clock it is. I shall await your arrival. Zhugu was brimming with confidence. He had prepared extensively for this PK, eager to redeem himself. This time, let us teach him a lesson. The atmosphere in Zhugu's live stream was electric, with viewers clamoring for retribution against Xian, still stinging from their previous defeat. Rest assured, I will ensure he experiences a thorough loss this time. Zhugu declared, his determination unwavering. Chapter 65. Total Annihilation. Lin Lan, Xueqing, you two should join us. Xian contemplated for a moment and remarked, perfect, we are 4, which allows us to form a team. 4 people in a squad? Wu Xiaoxiao hesitated and said, Xiangu, their skills are lacking. Miss Lin has never played before, and today you're up against top-tier players. How about I accompany you instead? I really have never played. Lin Lan nodded. If I join you, wouldn't that be a burden? My skills are inadequate. Perhaps it's best to refrain. Xueqing echoed her sentiments. Having only played a few rounds with Wu Xiaoxiao and being far from competent. Don't worry, just log in. Xian waved his hand dismissively. I'll lead you to victory. We still have an hour of training time, which is ample. You'll lead us? Wu Xiaoxiao and Xueqing exchanged doubtful glances, while Xian had successfully guided them before. Adding a complete novice like Lin Lan into the mix made it seem rather daunting. Let us give it a shot. Lin Lan agreed reluctantly, booting up her computer and logging into the software to purchase an account. Xiangu is going to lead the girls again. Last time, he was fortunate enough to dominate the game with a shotgun. Will he have that luck today? Xiangu is a powerhouse. Just watch, even with 3 novices. He will still triumph. The live stream audience observed as the 4 of them sat in unison, launching the game and entering the team page. All right, let us begin. Xian declared as he saw everyone ready, promptly entering the game interface. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoxiao was explaining the controls to Lin Lan as Xian listened attentively. In truth, there were many keys he was unfamiliar with. Last time, he had relied on a stroke of good fortune, but this time, no such charm was present. Prepare to parachute. Xian announced when the moment felt right, leaping down. The other 3 followed suit as before. Xiangu, are we heading to the school? There will be a lot of people there. Wu Xiaoxiao quickly warned. What is there to fear? Just wait and see. I will slay them all. Xian boasted with a hint of pride. All right, as long as you can perform like last time, we might just make it out alive. Wu Xiaoxiao replied, withholding further comment. Trust me, since Xiangu is so confident, there is bound to be no issue. After their previous game, Xueqing was brimming with confidence in Xian's abilities, appearing quite relaxed. Xian himself was overflowing with self-assurance. Xiangu is about to unleash a massacre. Enemies at the school, tremble, for your emperor has returned. The live chat was filled with die-hard fans, fervently praising Xian. As soon as they touched down, Xian spotted an AK in the distance and dashed over to collect it, loading the ammunition. Suddenly, an enemy wielding a shotgun charged towards him. Good heavens! An encounter! Bam! 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 Xian unleashed a barrage of bullets, yet the enemy only fired once. Game over. Dead. Xian stood frozen, unable to comprehend how he had fired so many rounds while the enemy remained unscathed, only to be taken out with a single shot. Ah, I'm dead too. I'm out. Xueqing, Wu Xiaoxiao, and Lin Lan echoed his demise without hesitation, all eliminated by that one shotgun blast. The 4 exchanged glances, staring at the dim screen in silence. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. The mighty Xiangu was taken down with a single shot. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. Is Xiangu still leading the girls? Is he still boasting? This is entertaining. The live chat erupted in laughter and mockery. Ding. A notification chimed as a user named Pig Brother sent a rocket to the streamer. This prompted even more excitement among the viewers. Pig Brother has come to slap faces. What a heart-wrenching blow to the opponent's morale. As Shen Xian's squad faced total annihilation, the delivery of rockets to the live stream spoke volumes. Thank you for the rocket, Pig Brother. Shen Xian, however, remained unfazed and humbly expressed gratitude before rallying Wu Xiuxiu, Lin Lan, and Xue Qing to dive back into the game. He had anticipated this outcome. After all, without any stroke of luck, being shot down immediately upon landing was rather ordinary. This time, let us choose a more remote location. Shen Xian scanned the map and finally settled on the mine. It was far from the flight path, so it should attract fewer players. After parachuting, they glided down and finally reached the mine. Quick, let us grab some weapons. Shen Xian led the charge, checking the surroundings until he finally spotted an MP5. He picked it up and loaded it, only to see an enemy with a shotgun not far away. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Xian unleashed a hail of bullets, turning the enemy into Swiss cheese. One kill. Wow, Xian Gu is impressive. Impressive? He fired so many bullets just to take down one person. Thankfully, the opponent had a shotgun. Otherwise, Xian Gu would have been finished. The viewers in the live chat were astute. Shen Xian wielded an MP5 while the enemy had a shotgun. Logically, he should have dispatched the enemy with just a few shots, yet he expended an entire magazine. This only indicated two possibilities. First, Shen Xian's marksmanship was lacking and he was quite rusty. Second, he was somewhat flustered when facing an opponent. With these two factors, facing a top-tier player like Pig Brother would surely lead to his demise. His previous stroke of fortune had vanished, and now Shen Xian's prowess had reverted to that of an average novice. I have an M16, who wants it? I found a medkit, and there are grenades here. Here are flashbangs. The mine had few enemies, and Xue Qing and Lin Lan were indulging in the thrill of scavenging for supplies. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted. Another squad had rushed in, sweeping away Xue Qing, Lin Lan, and Wu Xiuxiu in a single onslaught. Ah, I'm dead again. Xian Gu, avenge us. This game is unplayable. We were ambushed again. The three were thoroughly frustrated, pinning all their hopes on Shen Xian for retribution. Don't worry, leave it to me. They are merely a bunch of cowardly ambushes, Shen Xian declared confidently as he charged forward with his MP5. Bang, bang, bang. Yet, before Shen Xian could even fire a shot, he was taken down. Is it over? Lin Lan and the others looked at Shen Xian, feeling utterly helpless. What about the promised vengeance? With such meager skill, how could he lead the team? The gaming experience was abysmal. Shen Xian fell into a profound silence. Chapter 66. The Eternal God. Doubtless, his previous triumph was a mere stroke of luck. He managed to obliterate Piggy's entire team by sheer chance. It must have been achieved through illicit means. There's no other explanation for his victory. This time, however, his true ineptitude is on full display. Piggy, seated before his computer, smirked knowingly as he perused the commentary in the live stream. He had suspected all along that this individual, whom they called Xian Gu, was a novice. However, having been vanquished himself, he refrained from excessive pronouncements, lest he be subjected to ridicule. But now, the truth was undeniable. The opponent was utterly unskilled, a quintessential beginner. This only solidified his prior conjecture. Shen Xian was undoubtedly employing unauthorized software. Cease your speculations, Piggy addressed his audience. In half an hour, I shall engage him in a duel, at which point the truth shall be revealed. Piggy smiled faintly as he spoke to the viewers in his stream. What if he resorts to cheating once more? A viewer in the live stream inquired, posing a rather thorny question. Indeed, what if he cheats again? We would be none the wiser. Precisely, we must devise a method to prevent such an occurrence. Piggy, you must conjure a solution forthwith. We cannot allow this scoundrel to continue corrupting the gaming environment. The viewers in the live stream clamored for action. Hearing this, Piggy's lips curled upward slightly. Fear not. He reassured them. I have already alerted the officials at Bluehole, who will be diligently monitoring both of our accounts at precisely 3 o'clock. Any anomalies will result in immediate suspension. Upon hearing this, the denizens of the live stream erupted in excitement. Piggy is truly formidable, having directly contacted the authorities. That's precisely what should be done. Eliminate the cheaters. I am beside myself with anticipation. The moment that charlatan activates his cheat and is promptly banned, it shall be a sight to behold. Many were rubbing their hands together in eager anticipation, awaiting the moment Shen Xian would be banned for cheating. Certain members of Xian Ji's live stream, having gleaned this information from Piggy's stream, hastened back to inform Xian Gu. Xian Gu, exercise caution. Piggy has enlisted the aid of Bluehole personnel. Under no circumstances should you employ any illicit software. Indeed, refrain from cheating. If detected, your account will be suspended, which would be a dire outcome. Good heavens, Piggy is truly audacious, having even summoned Bluehole personnel to monitor the situation. The live stream buzzed with discussion, all imploring Xiangu to refrain from cheating. After all, should he be banned, it would occur before a vast audience, irreparably tarnishing Xiangu's reputation. Should he be caught cheating red-handed, even Douyu would be loath to allow Xiangu to continue streaming. Rest assured, I shall not cheat, Shun Xian replied with a smile. May calamity befall any who resort to such tactics. Upon hearing these words, the viewers in the live stream breathed a collective sigh of relief. It's best not to cheat. We are not professional gamers. After all, there is no shame in defeat. Indeed, there is no disgrace in losing to Piggy. He is a professional, which is hardly a fair contest. Xiangu, maintain a tranquil disposition. Enduring for even a single additional minute shall be a victory in itself. The viewers in the live stream offered their words of encouragement. Do you all presume I am destined to lose? Shen Xian lamented. Can none of you wish me well? I shall not be defeated. Shen Xian declared with conviction. I still have half an hour. I shall seize this opportunity to practice diligently, and I am certain I shall emerge victorious. To believe that one can triumph over a professional player with merely half an hour of practice is surely a delusion. Professional players are such precisely because they derive their livelihood from their skills. Skills honed through countless hours of practice. Yet Shen Xian imagines that he can bridge the gap of hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of practice in a mere half hour? Such fanciful notions. Pray, Xiangu, concede defeat. There is no need to be so resolute. He is, after all, a professional player. Xiangu appears to be possessed. Why persist so stubbornly? The viewers in the live stream dismissed Shun Xian's words, deeming them a jest. You must have faith in me. When I am roused to earnestness, I am a force to be reckoned with. You shall see. Shun Xian proclaimed with utmost solemnity, then turned to Lin Lan and the others. Login, allow me to carry you to victory. A force to be reckoned with? In what manner? Had these words been uttered prior to the two preceding matches, they might have been met with greater credulity. However, the two games had eroded the viewer's confidence. With such meager skills, how can he possibly carry us to victory? Utterly ludicrous. Even Lin Lan, Wu Xiao, Xue Qing, and the others had lost faith in Shun Xian, though they dared not voice their doubts in his presence. However, it was not long before all perceived a transformation in Shun Xian. Parachuting, entering a room to procure equipment, loading ammunition, each action was executed with seamless precision. Bang, 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 bang. Upon hearing footsteps, he unleashed 4 shots in rapid succession, each striking a foe and resulting in instantaneous death. Each shot a headshot. For bullets. For vanquished adversaries. Good heavens. A team wipe. For bullets to obliterate an entire team. Truly divine. This sequence of actions left the viewers in the live stream utterly dumbfounded. Even Lin Lan and the others, having only just acquired a firearm, beheld Shun Xian single-handedly annihilate a team. Such prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Shun Xian, his countenance unchanged, his demeanor serene, declared, attention, enemies to the 12 o'clock position. Lin Lan, remain within the structure, concealed. I shall come to your aid. Very well. Lin Lan responded without hesitation, promptly seeking refuge in a small, secluded room. Swiftly, Shun Xian traversed the terrain, leaping and bounding until he reached her vicinity. Bang, bang, bang. After a brief but intense exchange of gunfire, Shun Xian successfully eliminated 2 adversaries. Emerge and gather the spoils. Shun Xian's voice was steady and composed. Very well, I am coming. Lin Lan emerged from the structure and gathered ammunition and medical supplies. Follow me. Shun Xian's tone, though not harsh, brooked no dissent, compelling Lin Lan to follow him without hesitation. Wu Xiao, Xue Qing, remain where you are. Enemies are approaching. Seek refuge on the 2nd floor and remain concealed. I shall come to your aid. Shun Xian, in that moment, resembled a central processing unit, meticulously calculating every move, wholly absorbed in the game. Bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out in succession, and the surrounding enemies were dispatched by Shun Xian alone. In a mere matter of minutes, he had eliminated 8 individuals. The live stream erupted into a frenzy. Xiangu, the eternal god. Is this Xiangu's true power? Was he merely feigning incompetence all along? How outrageous. Feigning incompetence. That is the most plausible explanation. In truth, Shun Xian had not been deliberately feigning incompetence. He had merely been acquainting himself with the game. Having consumed the intellect-enhancing draft he had won in the system lottery, his capacity for learning had been greatly amplified. The two preceding matches had afforded Shen Xian a profound understanding of the game, and now, by simply concentrating his attention, he was capable of achieving unparalleled feats. It was akin to a student with a high school-level intellect tackling elementary school math problems, no matter how challenging. He would merely need to adapt to the task before executing it flawlessly. I had hoped to interact with you as an ordinary individual, but I was met with derision. Now, I shall no longer conceal my abilities. I shall reveal my true nature. I am the omnipotent marksman, Shen Xian declared to the camera in a measured tone. Chapter 67. The Cheating Controversy. Ha ha ha. Brother Xian is incredible, a true master marksman. Boasting incurs no taxes, yet you truly possess remarkable skill. Could this be a fleeting moment of glory? One might not even realize how they perish. Most individuals harbor skepticism regarding Shen Xian's prowess. After all, the disparity in performance is too vast to fathom. He was eliminated immediately upon parachuting before, and now he single-handedly annihilates an entire squad. Such a chasm. It is simply unfathomable. Brother Xian, shall we claim victory in this round? Wu Xiuxiu inquired excitedly. Of course. Follow my lead, and we shall certainly prevail. Shen Xian nodded affirmatively. Let us move. The poison circle awaits. With that, he found a vehicle and whisked Wu Xiuxiu, Xueqing, and Lin Lan towards the next safe zone. Their impressive maneuvers captivated the viewers in the live stream, who were thoroughly entertained. While Shen Xian showcased his sharpshooting skills, Pig Brother's stream was inundated with accusations. He must be cheating again. Pig Brother, report him immediately. Indeed, alert Blue Hole to investigate. This individual is undoubtedly utilizing hacks. His arrogance demands a ban. It is utterly outrageous. The audience members in Pig Brother's stream were anxious. And Pig Brother himself was equally distressed as he had already messaged Blue Hole's staff for an inquiry. However, after much time passed, no resolution was forthcoming. This was truly vexing. Do not fret. If he is indeed cheating, Blue Hole shall not let him off lightly. Pig Brother attempted to reassure his fans, unbeknownst to them that he was internally as restless as an ant on a hot stove, merely feigning composure. Ding dong. Shortly, a notification chimed, prompting Pig Brother to hastily retrieve his phone for a glance. The verdict read, he is not cheating. It is his genuine skill. A brief message left Pig Brother feeling disheartened. This is his true capability? The feats Shen Xian displayed were something even he would struggle to replicate. Could it be that Shen Xian, an amateur, surpasses his own professional abilities? This is inconceivable. You must be mistaken. Check again. He is merely an amateur. How could he be so formidable? Pig Brother could not suppress his skepticism, questioning the thoroughness of their assessment. Not long after, Blue Hole staff responded. I shall reiterate, he is not cheating. It is his authentic skill. His adaptability is exceptional. Moreover, even amateurs can excel. You may be a professional. But if you were truly formidable, would you retire so swiftly? The succinct response rendered Pig Brother's face crimson. How humiliating. The implication was clear. He was deemed inadequate, which prompted his early retirement. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Pig Brother could muster no more than 3 words in reply. Understood. He felt utterly humiliated to confront his rival again. How did it go, Pig Brother? Is there a result regarding the report? Will they ban Brother Xian's account? Yet the live stream appears unaffected. Observers noted Pig Brother's dejected demeanor, suggesting his endeavors had failed. Pig Brother, what are you afraid of? You are a professional. He is merely an amateur. Even if he possesses some skill, he cannot rival you. Encouragement flooded in from the audience. Hearing these words, Pig Brother's confidence was somewhat restored. Indeed, I am a professional player, and even if I am average among professionals, I cannot concede so easily. Rest assured, I shall perform admirably, regardless of his prowess. I am ready for battle, Pig Brother declared earnestly, subsequently seeking out his teammates for the impending clash. May fortune favor us. Let us feast on chicken tonight. Meanwhile, Shen Xian and his trio were greeted by 8 large characters on their screens. In this match, Shen Xian single-handedly eliminated 15 opponents. Lin Lan, being a novice, did not achieve a kill, while Wu Xiuxiu and Xueqing each secured 2. Their triumph was indeed commendable. Brother Xian, your skill is sufficient to contend with Pig Brother. Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed excitedly. You will surely win. Yet we must not grow complacent. He is a professional. Xueqing cautioned. We are, after all, amateurs. This cannot be compared. Let us proceed with caution. We shall heed your strategy, Lin Lan said, her eyes filled with admiration and excitement for Shen Xian. Brother Xian is astounding. An amateur can indeed retaliate against a professional. Professionals are remarkable, yet our brother Xian is unparalleled. There was a sense of anticipation for the apex showdown between Brother Xian and the professional player. The audience in the live stream was brimming with enthusiasm. Ding dong. User Yao gifted the streamer 10 rockets, wishing Brother Xian victory. Ding dong. User Old Wong gifted the streamer 10 rockets, wishing Brother Xian victory. In an instant, the affluent supporters filled the live stream with rockets, planes, and hearts, all rallying behind Shen Xian. After all, witnessing Brother Xian challenge a professional was a monumental event. Ding. Before Shen Xian could respond, Pig Brothers' team had prepared and sent a game invitation. For fairness, shall we refrain from live streaming? Pig Brother inquired. Not live streaming? That is a valid point. Shen Xian recognized Pig Brothers' concerns. If they streamed, their strategies would be exposed to the viewers, leading to potential leaks. That would indeed be unfair. Agreed. Shen Xian readily consented, and both parties abandoned the live stream to immerse themselves fully in the duel. Isn't this disappointing? What about the entertainment? No worries. We merely seek a conclusion. Let us wait. Perhaps the outcome will soon be revealed. The viewers in the live stream began to speculate, some expressing disappointment, others frustration, while many conveyed understanding. However, with the stream shut down, they had no choice but to wait. After a full half hour, the live stream resumed, and Shen Xian appeared before the camera, beaming with joy. Brother Xian, did you win? The viewers, observing Shen Xian's demeanor, were certain of victory. Wow, you truly won? Even the professional was defeated? The audience was left in awe. There's nothing to elaborate on, it is just a game. Shen Xian waved his hand, not wishing to dwell on the matter, for everyone values their dignity. He also sought to spare Pig Brother further humiliation, leaving the topic at that. Why is Pig Brother's stream still offline? Did you cheat to secure the win? Surely that is the case. The viewers speculated. Pig Brother must be furious. Having shut down his stream, your audacity is commendable. Just as Shen Xian finished speaking, a wave of Pig Brother's fans flooded into the chat, hurling insults and accusations, implicitly branding Shen Xian as a cheat, labeling him a truly despicable individual. Chapter 68, Collective Request to Fight Shen Xian, observing the tumultuous crowd in the live stream, felt a sense of helplessness. These individuals are truly adept at character assassination, utterly merciless. It's not up to you to determine whether or not I'm using cheats. Indeed, your assertions are slanderous towards Brother Xian. Expel them all. Who authorized their insolence here? This uproar incited Brother Xian's loyal followers, who retaliated vehemently, plunging the entire live stream into a chaotic frenzy. What? Are criticisms of cheating now forbidden? Brother Xian hasn't cheated. Didn't Brother Zhu contact the Blue Hole staff? Amateurs stand no chance against professional players. Victory without cheating is impossible. The dispute raged for several minutes, with no sign of abatement. Shen Xian, unable to bear it any longer, was about to interject when news arrived from Brother Zhu. Cease the squabbling. Brother Zhu is live. Brother Zhu concedes his defeat, acknowledging Brother Xian's triumph. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhu, a man of such pride, has proactively admitted defeat. Brother Zhu will be taking a hiatus. Upon hearing this news, many of Brother Zhu's fans deserted, and the live stream was instantly purged of much of its turmoil. A hiatus? Shen Xian was somewhat taken aback by this news. Is losing a duel against me truly cause for such a drastic reaction? In Shen Xian's estimation, it was rather excessive. Brother Xian, formidable. He compelled the top PlayerUnknown's battleground streamer to take a break. What is this called? Influence. This is also a legend in the streaming world. A legend? Shen Xian smiled faintly. These fans were truly amusing. They possessed the gift of eloquence. Ding dong. User Brother Zhu has gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Suddenly, a message echoed through the live stream. Brother Zhu? Shen Xian was perplexed. Why had this fellow arrived? Brother Xian, my apologies. My fans caused a disturbance in your stream. Please accept this token of my esteem. Brother Zhu typed immediately. It's nothing. It's nothing. They were merely ignorant, hence the outburst. It's all in the past. Shen Xian said casually, not taking it to heart. Brother Xian, today I was indeed outmatched. I had always believed myself to be the strongest streamer on Douyu, but you successfully vanquished me. I concede defeat. Brother Zhu continued, unabated. However, I shall not surrender. I will seclude myself for a month, after which we shall battle again. Grant me this opportunity, I beseech you. Brother Zhu's attitude was sincere. This time, he admitted defeat. But he would seclude himself for a month before challenging Shen Xian again. Ultimately, he remained unconvinced and sought to reclaim his honor. Brother Zhu is being rather unreasonable. Defeat is defeat. What is the meaning of a rematch after a month? Precisely, he is clearly pressuring Brother Xian to agree. Many of Shen Xian's fans recognized this immediately and stood up for Brother Xian. One is a professional, the other an amateur. Brother Xian's willingness to accept the challenge previously was already a great courtesy. Now that he has lost, he demands a rematch in a month, which is far too presumptuous. Very well, no problem. Let us reconvene in a month. Shinshin knew that Brother Zhu was simply unwilling to concede defeat. If he refused today, his fans would undoubtedly seek to harass him, accusing him of being apprehensive and unwilling to accept the challenge. Upon hearing these words, Brother Zhu expressed his gratitude and promptly departed from the live stream. Brother Xian truly possesses confidence. Has our Brother Xian ever feared anyone? This Brother Zhu truly thinks highly of himself. Forget a month. Even if he were granted a year, what would it avail him? He would ultimately remain a defeated foe at Brother Xian's hands. The netizens in the live stream began to extol Shinshin. All right, cease the boasting. Shinshin said directly. This duel has concluded. I must express my gratitude to the user T in life. The computer is excellent and does not lag at all. Anyone in need of a computer should seek him out. He is trustworthy and reliable. I placed my order long ago. I also procured one. It will arrive in 2 days. Brother Xian, perhaps you could organize a waterfront competition someday, so we can play together. A waterfront competition? This was indeed an excellent idea. Organizing the fans to play games together would enhance their engagement. Very well, no problem, after I've been busy for a few days. I'll organize a waterfront competition. Shinshin agreed readily. Busy with what? All you do is tease Big Yellow and Little Yellow and feed the giant black bear. What else could you be busy with? Precisely, isn't your job as a streamer simply to play games? What? The netizens' questioning left Shinshin speechless. Are you implying that I am idle? Shinshin was immediately incensed. I have a multitude of tasks. I must open a zoo, reclaim wasteland for planting vegetables, and create a farm stay. Shinshin said earnestly. Which of these tasks does not require my personal attention? Speaking of the zoo, Old Wong had returned home to prepare, and Shinshin wondered if he had made any progress. Oh well. Just as he was pondering this, a black bear's howl suddenly echoed from outside. Judging by that sound, it seems the black bears have arrived. Brother Xian, hurry. If you don't feed them meat, they'll likely demolish the house. These black bears are quite punctual. The audience in the live stream was familiar with the black bears' calls. Upon hearing them, they immediately said with a smile, All right, let us go feed the bears. Shinshin, holding the camera, called out, and Lin Lan and the other two followed him to the kitchen, where they grabbed 2 pounds of meat and headed outside. Reaching a large expanse of reclaimed wasteland, they were not surprised to find 2 giant black bears proactively pulling weeds. Good heavens, these bear brothers are quite conscientious. In this day and age, even black bears must exert themselves for a morsel of food. It's not easy. The black bears have been successfully trained. Brother Xian is formidable. The screen was filled with 666. All right, no more weeding today. We must create a depression. Shinshin approached, carrying 2 hoes, and began to teach the black bears how to reclaim the wasteland, saying, like this, dig out the soil. He then demonstrated. After weeding the wasteland, the next task was to turn the soil. Now that he had 2 free laborers, he would naturally take advantage of them. The black bears struggled for a long time without learning how to use the hoe, so they simply discarded it and began to dig with their hands. Huff, huff. The 2 giant black bears used their claws to dig vigorously, and soon, soil fragments flew everywhere, as if a battle were taking place. Shinshin and the others stood aside, showered with soil fragments. Good heavens, these black bears are incredible. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. The black bears are digging pits. I report this. This is illegal use of labor. Are the black bears of age? The live stream was also amused, and the comments flew across the screen. A woo a woo. Woof, woof, woof. Big Yellow and Little Yellow stood before Shinshin, also howling, as if requesting to join the battle. What does this mean? You also want to dig soil? Shinshin asked in surprise. Chapter 69. A knife in both sides, how delightful. This is rather intriguing. What are we waiting for? Let us all dig together. The viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Well then, off you go, dig well. Shinshin, without hesitation, spoke to the 2 yellow bears, seeing their eagerness. As the host, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Oh well. The 2 yellow bears joyfully scampered outside, joining the big black bear to fervently dig in the earth, their little paws working energetically. Shouldn't we also lend a hand? Allowing a few animals to toil while we simply stand by and watch seems somewhat unethical. Lin Lan could hardly bear to watch and spoke up. What of it? I provide them with meat. It is only fair they contribute some labor. Shinshin replied with a faint smile, adding, besides, having consumed so much meat, they ought to exercise a bit every day, or else it would not be healthy. What nonsense is this? Speaking of health to animals, they are carnivorous by nature. This is a classic capitalist attitude from Brother Xian. How outrageous. My little yellow bear is so small and already must labor. Hey, is this child labor? Not only did Shen Xian refrain from assisting, but he also brought out tables and chairs from his home, along with boiled water, tea leaves, and a teapot. Come, let us enjoy some afternoon tea together. Shen Xian beckoned Lin Lan and the others over and began brewing tea. The four relaxed under the shade of a tree, observing the four creatures diligently digging in the field, a scene of leisure. What a pity, if only we had some snacks as well. Shen Xian sighed, lamenting. It is inconvenient here. There are no deliveries available. This is already quite good. Wu Xiuxiu replied earnestly. Look at how exhausted the two yellow bears are. In comparison, it does seem so. I will make a quick trip home to fetch some fruit for you. Shuaqing chuckled. I'll take care of the fruit from this area. By the way, aren't you in the fruit sales business? Don't you need to run your business? Shen Xian remembered and casually inquired. I don't want to do it anymore. I'm tired. Shuaqing replied with a wry smile. I'll take a break for a while. Humph. Isn't it that rich second generation from Yunnan County who has taken a liking to Shuaqing and is now suppressing her sales channels? Wu Xiuxiu said indignantly. Taken a liking? Both Shen Xian and Lin Lan were taken aback. Enough. What is there to discuss about such matters? Shuaqing shot a glare at Wu Xiuxiu, carrying a hint of reproach. After all, this is not a glorious affair. Speaking of it resolves nothing. Make sure to bring back ample fruit. If it tastes good, I'll buy more. Shen Xian pondered before suddenly saying, What is this? Do you intend to become my boss? Shuaqing chuckled, teasingly asking. I have so many viewers in my live stream. I was simply considering providing them with some benefits. Shen Xian replied casually, in due time. I will buy a few tens of thousands worth for a lottery, ensuring everyone can indulge in the fruit. Upon hearing this, Shuaqing was momentarily stunned before responding. No problem. I'll arrange it for you. How enviable. Brother Xian's fans are truly fortunate. Wu Xiuxiu nodded, greatly admiring Shen Xian's initiative. Wow, will there be fruit to eat? How will this lottery for fruit work? I want in. Brother Xian is about to give away benefits again. Everyone, do not rush. Once Miss Xue brings the fruit, we shall first taste the flavor. And if all is well, I'll provide you with some small perks. Shen Xian smiled, waving his hand and speaking a few words. With this promise, the viewers felt reassured. Brother Xian's words are always reliable. Oh well. Woof woof. After enjoying a few cups of tea, the two large black bears and the two yellow bears came running back, calling out to Shen Xian and the others. Shen Xian glanced at the group and was instantly amused. The big black bear, which should have appeared fierce, was now covered in mud, its claws and body filthy. Grass sprouted atop its head. The two yellow bears were not faring any better. Their once clean bodies were now caked in dirt, resembling creatures that had crawled out of a mud pit. My goodness. Are these fellows really working this hard? Are they still carnivorous animals? Or have they all transformed into master diggers? The black bear is truly diligent. I admire it, one must admit. The spectacle created by the four creatures was utterly delightful, transforming from fierce black bears into adorable laborers. Wait, let me fetch you some meat. Shen Xian understood their intent. Having finished digging, they rightfully deserved their reward. He promptly returned home, grabbed several pounds of meat, and tossed it onto the ground. The big black bear and the two yellow bears devoured it in an instant, each receiving a share. Shen Xian aimed the camera at the black bear and the other animals, capturing their eating antics for the live stream audience. What a sight to behold. Thankfully, I am enjoying afternoon tea. Otherwise, I would be utterly tempted. Wait, why are there so many wounds on the black bear? The viewers in the live stream began to chatter, and several observant viewers noticed several scars in the fur of the black bear. Scars. Prompted by this, Shen Xian leaned in closer, carefully parting the fur, and indeed discovered hidden wounds, resembling claw marks. A whoop. Upon being touched, the big black bear let out a pitiful cry, clearly in pain. Shen Xian examined the other black bear, finding it also bore numerous wounds. What happened to you? Shen Xian quickly inquired. A whoop. Woo. Upon hearing the question, both big black bears began to wail, gesturing animatedly. You mean, it was that tiger who attacked you? Shen Xian asked in astonishment. A whoop. Both black bears nodded, their spirits notably low. Goodness, that tiger, having failed to eat Shen Xian before, has now begun to target the black bears. Oh well, it often chases you away? Oh well, it does not allow you to live in the forest? The black bears continued to lament to Shen Xian. Ever since the two black bears carried Shen Xian down the mountain, the tiger has held a grudge, continuously targeting them. The tiger is indeed the king of beasts. Offending a tiger in the forest guarantees a miserable existence. Though the black bears are large, they cannot match the tiger in combat prowess. And their standing among animals pales in comparison to that of the tiger. Being ostracized by the tiger, the black bear's lives in the forest are undoubtedly fraught with challenges. This tiger is too much. Lead me to it. I shall help you take revenge. Shen Xian clenched his fists, speaking with indignation. Upon hearing this, the two black bears exchanged glances but remained silent. After all, the previous encounter had yielded a clear outcome. Shen Xian was evidently no match for the tiger. Well done, Brother Xian, for standing up for the black bears. However, perhaps it is best to reconsider. You cannot hope to defeat a tiger. Do not act impulsively, after all. It is a tiger, the king of beasts, not something you can contend with. The audience in the live broadcast room remains quite rational. Last time, when Shen Xian and the tiger ended in a draw, he fainted immediately afterward. If he goes again, he might very well lose his life. How can you not believe me? Shen Xian was instantly displeased. Come on, let us go right now. I shall teach that tiger the principles of humanity. Chapter 70. Innocent and unworldly Lin Lan seized Shen Xian's hand and earnestly remarked, "That is a tiger. How do you intend to confront it? Do you not possess any self-awareness of your own capabilities?" Alas, Lin Lan's words deeply wounded Shen Xian's pride. It was one thing for others to doubt him. But now even Lin Lan seemed to lack faith in his abilities. The feeling was unbearable. Lin Lan spoke with such wisdom. The affluent lady was right. Did he truly lack self-awareness? Seeking to battle a tiger, was he attempting to leave Lin Lan a widow? The live stream was filled with voices of agreement and derision, with not a single soul believing Shen Xian could triumph over a tiger. After all, humans are mere mortals. How could they easily conquer the king of beasts? Black Bear, take me there. I shall subjugate the tiger and prove my strength to you all. Shen Xian declared solemnly to the Black Bear, I shall avenge you. With a low growl, the great Black Bear ceased its refusals, nodded, and turned to bound up the mountainside, with Shen Xian trailing closely behind, camera in hand. Observing this, Lin Lan had no choice but to follow suit. The two dogs, De Huang and Xiao Huang, required no prompting, eagerly accompanying Shen Xian up the mountain. Wait for me. Wu Xiaoxiao was left with no option but to follow as well. Shui Qing had just departed to fetch some fruit. Everyone mobilized. They were off to the mountain to seek vengeance on the tiger. A man, a woman, two bears, a dog, and a little wolf. One could not help but marvel at the splendid ensemble. Yet, in the presence of the formidable tiger, it appeared somewhat paltry. After all, this was a creature bearing the title of king. Under the guidance of the two black bears, the group swiftly reached the mountainside, where the path began to grow treacherous. Lin Lan's designer attire had been torn in multiple places. It was evident that her concern for Shen Xian had compelled her to venture to such a perilous location. Alas! While walking, Lin Lan suddenly slipped and fell to the ground, wincing in pain as her face contorted. Stay still, I'll assist you. Shen Xian rushed back, gently helping Lin Lan to her feet. He found a rock for her to sit upon and cautiously rolled up her pant leg, discovering a scraped patch of skin from which blood flowed. The affluent lady certainly faced difficulties. Her skin was now marred. Such was the power of love. Otherwise, how could she have come to this place? The tender flesh evoked sympathy. The viewers in the live stream could hardly bear to watch. Had it not been for Xian Ji's insistence on confronting the tiger, Lin Lan would not have been injured in such a manner. Xian, good. Will I be left with a scar? Lin Lan asked anxiously, as girls are often concerned about their appearance and wish to avoid unsightly blemishes on their fair skin. Fear not. Leave it to me. Shen Xian reassured her with calm confidence. Wait here. I will find something. With that, he lowered the camera and began to search through the underbrush. Before long, he returned holding a handful of wild grass. What is this? Lin Lan inquired, puzzled. This is the remedy for your wound. I guarantee it will not leave a scar. Shen Xian said with a slight smile. Really? Lin Lan questioned, skeptical that a handful of casually gathered grass could heal her injury. Shen Xian's method seemed rather simplistic. She thought to herself that he resembled a cunning wolf, while she was akin to a naive sheep. I do not believe you. Shen Xian glanced at the live stream, noting that skepticism flooded the comments, with not a single individual believing in him. Goodness, am I truly a purveyor of falsehoods? He exclaimed, exasperated by their lack of faith. You all really know nothing. With an exasperated expression, Shen Xian pointed toward the camera and declared, Now, dear viewers, it is time for Xian Gu's educational moment. Take a seat and prepare to witness. Afterward, Shen Xian placed the herbs into his mouth and began to chew, transforming the vegetation into a paste before applying it gently to Lin Lan's wound. This is not mere foliage. It is a type of traditional Chinese herbal medicine known for its remarkable healing properties and ability to disinfect. As he applied the paste, he explained, "This method has been passed down through generations. Few are aware of it. Xiangu, you truly possess great knowledge." Wu Xiuxiu admired, watching him with a hint of awe. "Indeed, will I truly be left without a scar?" Lin Lan asked once more. "Of course. Should you bear any scars, you may seek me out. I will take responsibility." Shen Xian assured her confidently. Upon hearing this, Lin Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her. It appeared that the young girl was rather easy to deceive. Two innocent young ladies had thus fallen prey to his charm. The audience in the live stream watched the scene unfold with amusement. It seemed that Wu Xiuxiu and Lin Lan were entranced, believing every word Shen Xian uttered. With the amusing interlude concluded, the group continued their ascent into the deep mountains, eventually reaching a spacious clearing where the two great black bears halted. "Why have you stopped?" Shen Xian inquired, stepping forward. With a series of gruff roars, the black bear gestured emphatically. "Are you suggesting that a few roars here will summon the tiger?" After considerable contemplation, Shen Xian finally grasped their intent. The black bear nodded affirmatively. "Then what are we waiting for? Roar and call it forth," Shen Xian urged, eager to confront the creature he had sought. The two black bears exchanged glances before following Shen Xian's command and began to roar toward the heavens. A resounding, rugged sound echoed throughout the forest, reverberating far and wide. After completing their vocal display, the bears fell silent, awaiting the arrival of their quarry. Yet, after an extended pause, there was no sight of the tiger. "Xiangu, perhaps the tiger will not come. Shall we not take our leave?" Others suggested. "If we continue to wait, night will soon fall. It would be prudent to depart. Our lives are at stake." The audience in the live stream began to urge caution. "Retreat? That is out of the question," Shen Xian proclaimed confidently to the camera. "I will not depart without a confrontation with the tiger. I fear it not." "Fearless of the tiger?" Laughter erupted among the viewers. "Xiangu, I have taken a screenshot. I await the day you eat your words. No one can escape the true fragrance law. When the tiger arrives, I shall see whether you soil your pants." The live stream was filled with laughter as they preserved the evidence of Shen Xian's bravado. Suddenly, the wind picked up, howling ominously around them. The black bear and the dogs began to growl softly, scratching the ground with their claws, clearly unsettled. Observing this, Shen Xian's heart raced. And he thought, could the tiger be approaching? Chapter 71. The roar of the tiger. The leaves rustled. The animals emitted low growls. Even Shen Xian, Wu Xiuxiu, and Lin Lan sensed a faint scent of blood permeating the air. Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu's skin prickled with goosebumps, instinctively drawing closer to Shen Xian, clinging tightly to him. This was an innate response to danger, relying on Shen Xian. After all, he was a man, capable of providing a sense of security in critical moments. It was merely the wind blowing. There was no need for such fear. Hey, pay attention. We have so many single folks here. Brother Xian is too fortunate, effortlessly surrounded by beauties. It's just too delightful." The audience in the live stream remained indifferent, unable to personally experience the scene, and thus could not comprehend what Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu were afraid of. They only noticed that Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu had directly embraced Brother Xian, even suspecting that the two women were deliberately trying to ingratiate themselves with him. "Fear not. I am here. You are safe," Shen Xian reassured them cautiously, but internally, he too felt a twinge of dread. Surrounding them were tall grasses, dense and overwhelming, and he felt an unsettling sense that something particularly dangerous lurked within. Regret welled up in him. Had he known, he would have kept his bravado to himself. Suddenly, a long call reverberated throughout the forest. The roar of a tiger. Shen Xian could ascertain that it was indeed the voice of the tiger. It was approaching. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang suddenly became agitated, barking incessantly in all directions. Xiao Huang and the two large black bears also began to circle nervously, scanning their surroundings. What was happening? Shouldn't the tiger focus on just one direction? That was how it had been last time. Why were they now spinning in circles? Especially De Huang, who was particularly animated, barking at every direction. Could it be that there was not just one tiger this time? A thought flickered in Shen Xian's mind, and suddenly, a rustling sound surrounded them. Before he could react, his speculation was confirmed. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, 6 tigers sprang from the surrounding underbrush, prowling around them, their eyes fixed on Shen Xian and the others, occasionally opening their mouths as if to devour them. Good heavens! 6 of them. At that moment, even Shen Xian was taken aback. He had merely intended to settle matters with one tiger. How had 6 emerged all at once? Xiangu, what? What do we do? Are we going to be eaten by the tigers? Lin Lan asked nervously, gripping the hem of Shen Xian's shirt tightly. Fearful of loosening her grasp. It was over. They were doomed. 6 tigers would surely devour them alive. Wu Xiuxiu began to cry. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry. Mom, your daughter cannot fulfill her filial duties. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Influenced by her, Lin Lan could no longer contain her emotions, and tears flowed freely. Shen Xian was momentarily at a loss, unsure of how to respond as the 2 women cried before him. The viewers in the live stream bore witness to the unfolding drama, rendered speechless. Unbelievable. 6 tigers. Was this a tiger convention? It was utterly insane. Brother Xian was finished. And the 2 beauties were doomed along with him. There was no escape, not even the luxury of movement, lest the tigers charge. Those who had previously mocked the situation fell silent, unable to utter a word. Encountering 6 tigers was a dilemma beyond anyone's capacity to address. It was simply too terrifying. Do not panic. Shen Xian observed that the tigers showed no signs of aggression and calmly stated, I have studied animals. Typically, such behavior of encirclement without attack indicates the leader has yet to arrive. If I can negotiate with their leader, perhaps we have a chance for survival. The animal kingdom adheres to strict hierarchies, especially in large tiger clans, where rules dictate that captured prey is distributed by the Tiger King. The absence of action from the 6 tigers likely meant that the Tiger King was nearby, waiting for the king's arrival to make decisions. What an absurd time to be seeking the Tiger King. I say, Brother Xian is doomed. It's over. And it's a pity the 2 beauties are going to perish with him. Tigers are ferocious beasts. They can feast upon you whenever they please. It's merely a matter of time. The viewers in the live stream scoffed at Shen Xian's analysis, disbelieving that such a fierce creature would await a leader. Did tigers possess such high intelligence? They were not human. Brother Xian, you are correct. At that moment, a girl with the ID of zoological expert Su Bingyan eagerly chimed in the chat. Tigers are not devoid of intelligence. If you can communicate with the Tiger King and understand what they desire, negotiation is possible. You could effectively communicate with the tigers. Hurry. Share and pin this message so Brother Xian can see it. Brother Xian, look here. An animal expert has confirmed it. Instantly, the live stream began to circulate this message. Striving to ensure Shen Xian noticed it promptly. I understand. Shen Xian glanced at the live stream and noted Su Bingyan's comments, his mind racing to devise a strategy. What did tigers desire? He recalled the rumors about tigers inhabiting the deeper parts of the mountains, but this area was clearly the domain of smaller animals. Why had the tigers emerged from the depths? There must be a reason. Roar. Rustle. As he pondered, the previous tiger roar echoed once more. And a tiger leaped from the underbrush, directly confronting Shen Xian and the others. Roar. It opened its massive jaws and let out a thunderous roar aimed at Shen Xian, the scent of blood wafting through the air once more. Roar. The remaining 6 tigers roared in unison at Shen Xian and his companions. In an instant, the forest was filled with the cacophony of tiger roars. Shen Xian and the others instinctively covered their ears in fear. Meanwhile, the 2 large black bears cowered on the ground, trembling in terror. Xiao Huang, needless to say, cowered at Shen Xian's feet, shivering. Curiously, De Huang stood firm, unwavering, its gaze fixed intently on the Tiger King, as if contemplating something. Goodness, 7 tigers gathered, the roar of the tiger resounding through the mountains. It was a spectacle. Even I am trembling at the screen. How could Brother Xian not be terrified? Look at De Huang. It shows no fear of the tigers, and it seems to have grown taller all of a sudden. Before long, the viewers in the live stream noticed something peculiar. De Huang was standing still amidst the roars of the tigers, neither retreating nor trembling, its posture suddenly regal. A dog standing toe-to-toe with the Tiger King? Chapter 72. De Huang's bravery during their last encounter with the tiger. De Huang and Xiao Huang fled to seek help. This time, however, De Huang not only stood his ground, but positioned himself at the forefront. This was quite astonishing. A dog confronting a tiger? It seemed utterly implausible. De Huang, come back. Lin Lan urgently called out. Get to the back. Hearing the shout, De Huang glanced back at Shen Xian and Lin Lan, wagged his tail, yet remained steadfast, continuing to face the tiger. Roar. The tiger, nearly 3 meters in front of De Huang, suddenly let out a thunderous roar, clearly agitated. It was the king of beasts. The dignity of a king could not be challenged by a mere dog. Woof woof woof. Nevertheless, De Huang did not falter, wagging his tail and barking loudly at the tiger. 3 consecutive barks. Afterward, the tiger took a couple of steps back, pacing in circles, occasionally glancing at De Huang with uncertainty, tension, and impatience. What was happening? The king of beasts, the tiger, seemed at a loss when faced with a dog. Shen Xian and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Is De Huang really that formidable? They thought. De Huang had risen to prominence. Surely a reincarnation of the legendary Hound of Heaven. A mere dog daring to act tough before the Tiger King would soon regret it. The audience in the live stream witnessed this extraordinary scene, filled with disbelief. Yet, regardless of the situation, a dog could hardly be a match for the Tiger King. Could it? It seemed impossible. Woof woof woof. After a brief pause, De Huang suddenly charged at the Tiger King again, even taking a couple of steps forward, as if urging the tiger to make a decision. What on earth was he doing? Shen Xian and the others were utterly perplexed. Xiangu, don't you speak animal language? What is De Huang trying to do? Wu Xiuxiu suddenly recalled something and asked hurriedly. Indeed, translate for us. Lin Lan chimed in, her eyes lighting up with curiosity. Animal language? Shen Xian scratched his head. To be honest, he had been attentively listening. Yet he could not comprehend a single word of the conversation between De Huang and the tiger. It seemed even more profound, clearly not of the usual dialect. Actually, I didn't understand either. Their conversation appeared to be of a higher level, encrypted in some manner. Shen Xian awkwardly explained. Lin Lan. Wu Xiuxiu. The viewers in the live stream were equally speechless. Roar. The tiger spun several times before finally addressing De Huang with a series of roars. Hearing this response, De Huang joyfully bounded back, gesturing animatedly towards Shen Xian and barking excitedly. Woof woof woof. Upon hearing De Huang's message, Shen Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. You mean to say that I should fight the Tiger King, regardless of the outcome, and we will be allowed to leave? He could hardly believe his ears. Woof woof woof. De Huang nodded vigorously, clearly pleased with the arrangement. Did you negotiate for a long time before he agreed to this? Shen Xian briefly translated, and De Huang nodded enthusiastically, wagging his tail as if seeking praise. Goodness! Shen Xian was left speechless. Was there such a dog? After extensive negotiation with the tiger, the result was that his master had to face the tiger in single combat. That was the Tiger King. Well done, De Huang. Sacrificing Xiangu for the greater good is commendable. Xiangu, death is an inescapable fate. It may be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. You see, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter, cheering for De Huang. What is the plan now, Xiangu? Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu turned towards Shen Xian, their expressions filled with concern. What else can we do? We must confront it. I'll take on the tiger. Shen Xian set his gaze on the Tiger King, speaking solemnly. As long as we can all escape. Fighting it is not an issue. Go. Tell it to have the other tigers step back and clear some space for our duel. Shen Xian instructed De Huang. Woof woof woof. De Huang received the command and immediately turned to shout at the Tiger King. Roar. The Tiger King, without hesitation, let out a roar, causing the nearby tigers to slowly retreat several meters, clearing the area for the confrontation. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Xian took out all his belongings: anti-attack serum, celestial soil, peach blossom talismans, misfortune talismans, heavenly fertilizer. What on earth were these? Shen Xian gazed at the items. Feeling distressed, the celestial soil and fertilizer were utterly useless. As for the anti-attack serum, no time to waste. He drank all 4 vials in one go. Peach blossom talisman, that wouldn't work on animals. And as for the misfortune talisman, perhaps it was worth a try? What has Xiangu consumed? Probably some strength-enhancing potion. PLL knocked the tiger down with one punch. Is that true? Will we see Xiangu go head-to-head with the tiger? The audience in the live stream began to speculate. Even Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu looked on with curiosity at Shen Xian. This is a treasure. I'll definitely knock the tiger down with one punch and make it call me daddy. Shen Xian chuckled, clenching his fist in excitement. Goodness! For the tiger to call you daddy, you must be alive to relish that title. Shen Xian's boastful spirit was well known, given Xiangu's previous strength. It was not entirely impossible for the Tiger King to address him as daddy. Charge, Xiangu. Let us witness your prowess. The audience in the live stream was eager, buzzing with excitement, awaiting the showdown between Shen Xian and the Tiger King. After boasting, Shen Xian stepped into the clearing, where the Tiger King had been waiting. As he approached, the tiger bared its teeth, prowling back and forth, its eyes fixed on Shen Xian. Ready to pounce at any moment? Submit now and beg for mercy. I may spare your life. Shen Xian waved at the Tiger King, speaking boldly. Xiangu's bravado. Forcing the tiger to admit defeat, he was indeed the first. One should say, skin the tiger and make a coat. Roar. This tiger was no ordinary beast. It was the Tiger King of the mountains. Ignoring Shen Xian's words, it let out a deafening roar and charged at him with incredible speed. Come at me. Shun Xian tightened his fists, facing the charging tiger, and rushed forward. Watch my punch. Shun Xian shouted, throwing a mighty punch. Bang! However, Shun Xian's punch completely missed the tiger, and he was swiftly knocked to the ground by the tiger's counterattack. He went down just like that? The live stream fell into stunned silence. Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu gaped, unable to utter a word. They had expected Xian Gu to hold his ground for a few minutes. But who would have thought that in their first encounter, he would be taken down immediately? Chapter 73. The Price of Fame. Shun Xian initially believed that his punch could fell the tiger, or at the very least, stagger it to buy himself some time. However, to his dismay, his strike missed entirely. It appears he had overestimated his own strength. The tiger, instead of launching a follow-up attack, merely bounded away, prowling around, poised to strike again. Shun Xian, not daring to be complacent, hastily got back on his feet. What a scoundrel! You dare to ambush me! Shun Xian shouted at the tiger, indignant. You are nothing but a bully. Come on, let us engage once more, and I shall show you what I am capable of. Despite his bravado, a flicker of apprehension lingered in his heart. How could this beast possess such strength? Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. The last time he had consumed a stamina potion, he was brimming with vigor. This time, armed only with a resilience elixir, the comparison was hardly fair. Regardless of the circumstances, Shun Xian's tongue was ever defiant. He feared that if the tiger grew enraged, it would devour him whole. Could he not afford to be a bit more discreet? Had he not just been thoroughly trounced? The viewers in the live stream were equally exasperated, expressing their frustrations. Go, Shun Xian, they urged. Among them were his devoted fans, like Wu Xiuxiu and Lin Lan, who stood by cheering him on. Roaring in response to Shun Xian's provocation, the tiger opened its massive jaws and charged at him. Weighing an imposing 300 pounds, the tiger's acceleration brought with it tremendous force. Shun Xian, at a mere 130 pounds, stood no chance of resisting such an impact. With a resounding crash, the tiger's charge knocked Shun Xian to the ground, causing him to tumble down the hillside several times before he collided forcefully with a tree. Ouch, he would be lying if he claimed it didn't hurt. Yet, he sensed that the pain was fleeting. After a moment, he felt as if he were unscathed. Was this the effect of the resilience potion? Shaking off the disorientation, he stood once more before the tiger, gesturing playfully. Come on, let us continue. The tiger bared its teeth at Shun Xian, circling him, seemingly assessing his injuries. After a thorough inspection, it found nothing more than a bit of mud on his body. Enough of the inspection, let us have a few more rounds. Shun Xian beckoned, displaying no intention of surrendering. Are you all right, really? Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu queried, their concern palpable. Given the tiger's previous momentum, most would have been incapacitated. Yet Shun Xian appeared unfazed. Was he truly uninjured, or merely putting on a facade? Of course, I'm fine, Shun Xian declared proudly, dismissing their worries. This body of mine is perfectly intact. Is that so impressive? Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu began to feel a sense of relief. Nonsense. Shun Xian is undoubtedly putting on a brave face. In front of the ladies, he must appear formidable, even if he is not. The viewers in the live stream, however, were of a different mindset, urging him to reconsider his bravado, convinced he was merely posturing. Roaring loudly, the tiger seemed agitated, its voice booming even more than before, its claws digging into the ground as it prepared to pounce. Shun Xian realized the tiger was genuinely enraged now, its fierce glare and bared teeth suggesting it was ready to attack in earnest. Calm down, my friend. Let us have a civilized conversation. Shun Xian waved his arms, hoping to pacify the beast, as he had no desire to be savaged. If he could soothe the tiger's fury, perhaps he could ensure his own safety should a confrontation ensue. Yet, the tiger's competitive spirit had been ignited, making it nearly impossible to calm it down. Is Shun Xian feeling desperate now? Was he just acting tough? With a thunderous roar, the tiger launched itself at Shun Xian, leaping through the air like a divine being descending from the heavens, pinning him to the ground. With a heavy thud, Shun Xian collided with the earth, and in his panic, he clutched the tiger's neck tightly, refusing to let go despite the creature's struggles. As they rolled on the ground, Shun Xian shouted, "Ah!" while maintaining his grip on the tiger. The tiger, equally frantic, rolled alongside him. With a sudden burst of strength, the tiger roared and broke free from Shun Xian's grasp, raising its head to snap at Shun Xian's neck. Oh no! Shun Xian gasped, quickly seizing the tiger's neck again, desperately trying to restrain it. Be careful. The tiger is a protected species. If you harm it, you will be breaking the law. Indeed, loosen your grip. You cannot kill the tiger. At such a critical moment, some viewers were still making light of the situation, oblivious to Shun Xian's peril. What could be done? Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu were anxious to intervene. But as they took a few steps forward, they found themselves encircled by other tigers, who seemed to warn them against interfering. That was their king. The battle between the tiger and a human must be conducted under fair conditions. They did not wish for the two women to disrupt it. As Shen Xian struggled, his grip on the tiger's neck was visibly weakening, trembling as he fought to maintain control. The tiger's sharp fangs were aimed directly at his throat. One bite and Shen Xian would surely meet his demise. This was it. What could be done? Shen Xian was beyond saving. Was it too late to call for help? It was futile. Shen Xian would not last 10 seconds before becoming the tiger's meal. This was the price of bravado. If he had only tempered his arrogance, he would not have found himself in this predicament. The majority of viewers were now frantic, desperately brainstorming solutions for Shen Xian, but at this juncture, it was too late for any remedy. They could only hope for a miracle to save him. Meanwhile, a few others began to revel in his plight, seemingly eager to witness Shen Xian meet his end at the jaws of the tiger. Fame brings with it many trials. Having gained a modicum of popularity through his streaming endeavors, Shen Xian had attracted admiration from many, but also jealousy from others. At this critical juncture, Da Huang finally stepped forward. Chapter 74. Thank you for your patronage. Da Huang leisurely approached the tiger, observing Shen Xian and the Tiger King locked in a tense standoff. He called out 3 times in quick succession. The tiger, upon hearing this, displayed its displeasure by baring its teeth at Da Huang, seemingly even more enraged. Da Huang, what on earth are you doing? If you're not going to help me, why provoke it further? Shen Xian was on the verge of despair. He had expected Da Huang's arrival would provide some assistance, yet to his dismay, Da Huang merely stood by, wagging his tail and reveling in the spectacle. How utterly genuine. Is Da Huang seizing this opportunity for revenge? Surely, this is payback for how Shen Xian has treated him. The viewers in the live stream were a mix of amusement and urgent pleas. However, despite their desperation, the distance of an internet connection rendered their calls to action futile. Da Huang, hurry and save Shen Xian, Lin Lan exclaimed, glancing at the stream. She and Wu Xiuxiu were encircled by the tiger, unable to advance. For reasons unknown, the tiger paid no attention to Da Huang's antics. Da Huang, charge in and bring down the Tiger King, Wu Xiuxiu urged. Yet, upon hearing their cries, Da Huang merely turned back, stuck out his tongue in amusement, and resumed watching the unfolding drama between Shen Xian and the Tiger King, showing no intention of intervening. Goodness, was this truly just a performance? Shen Xian felt hopeless. It seemed he could no longer withstand the pressure, and perhaps in the next moment, he would become the tiger's meal. Regret washed over him. Why had he chosen to show off? Engaging in a showdown with a tiger was nothing short of courting death. What was to be done now? Before him loomed the gaping maw of the tiger, an insurmountable barrier. Xiao Huang, come save me. Shen Xian directed his gaze toward Xiao Huang. Realizing that if Da Huang was of no help, he could at least hope for Xiao Huang's assistance. Hearing the call, Xiao Huang sprang into action, bounding towards Shen Xian with fervor, seemingly poised to rescue his master. In that moment, Xiao Huang's stature and Shen Xian's heart soared immensely. Good job, Xiao Huang. Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu were close to tears, moved by the display of loyalty. Despite Da Huang's indifference, Xiao Huang's readiness to save his master during this critical moment was profoundly touching. Once, there was Zhao Zilong, who valiantly entered and exited the fray to rescue his lord. Now, there was Xiao Huang, charging forth to save his master. Truly, this was a stirring narrative worthy of a ballad. The live stream was filled with praise for Xiao Huang, who, despite the looming threat of the tiger, continued to heed his master's call without hesitation. What a testament to loyalty. This young wolf exhibited remarkable courage, a rare and commendable trait. Suddenly, the tiger turned its head and let out a fearsome roar directed at Xiao Huang. A gust of wind swept through, ruffling Xiao Huang's fur and flattening his ears against his head. With a sudden halt, Xiao Huang skidded to a stop after dragging along the ground for 3 seconds before spinning around and retreating to Da Huang's side. From the moment he charged forth to his abrupt retreat, no more than 15 seconds had passed. Everything seemed as though it had never happened. Shen Xian was left speechless. Wu Xiuxiu and Lin Lan were dumbfounded. The audience in the live stream fell silent, creating an extremely awkward atmosphere. Xiao Huang, I misjudged you, Shen Xian cried out in despair. Xiao Huang whimpered, appearing quite aggrieved. After all, he was merely a young wolf and no match for a full-grown tiger, let alone the Tiger King. It had taken immense bravery just to charge forward. Xiao Huang had done his best. There was no reason to scold him. What was anticipated to be a grand battle had ended before it even began. Xiao Huang had tried his utmost. He deserved no blame. The viewers in the live stream sighed in disappointment, having hoped to witness Xiao Wang swoop in like a divine savior to rescue Shen Xian. Just as the atmosphere turned somber, Shen Xian suddenly shouted, fueled by an unknown surge of courage, as he began to swing his fists at the tiger. Bang! 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 Shen Xian himself was uncertain how many punches he had thrown, but he soon found himself utterly exhausted, panting heavily. The tiger, bewildered by this unexpected barrage, regarded Shen Xian with confusion, likely questioning how this human had suddenly become so formidable. Come on, I'm not afraid of anyone, not even a tiger. What is so impressive about you? Shen Xian taunted the tiger, exuding the confidence of a seasoned warrior. 666, Shen Xian has risen. Charge, Shen Xian, defeated. The viewers were astonished, realizing that Shen Xian, who had previously seemed on the verge of defeat, was now filled with vigor. Ding dong. User Lemon Sweet gifted the streamer an airplane. Ding dong. User Little Sister gifted the streamer a rocket. The live stream erupted with shouts of encouragement, and various gifts began to flood in. During the time Shen Xian had spent battling the tiger, he had received gifts worth over 50 or 60,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving 7,000 followers. You have earned 1 draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving 8,000 followers. You have earned 1 draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving 14,000 heat. You have earned 1 draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, for achieving 15,000 heat. You have earned 1 draw. Shen Xian's mind was filled with a series of system notifications for opportunities to draw. Should he draw now? A thought suddenly sparked in his mind. Perhaps he would obtain something extraordinary that could turn the tide. Could the tiger still be a threat then? Yes, that was the plan. Roar. Just as Shen Xian was about to speak, the tiger suddenly let out a deafening roar and charged toward him. Its massive form bore down like a bull, ready to launch Shen Xian into the air. Drawl, Shen Xian shouted, realizing there was no time left. He had to take a gamble. A colossal spinning wheel appeared, the pointer whirling rapidly. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. What is this? Shen Xian stared in disbelief at the 4 words that materialized before him, his vision darkening. The next moment, the Tiger King lunged forward, knocking Shen Xian to the ground. Curse this unreliable system. Shen Xian's heart ached with despair. Chapter 75. A blow to the unworthy. How did this system end up in my hands, constantly causing trouble? At such a critical moment. It absurdly offers me a mere thank you. Isn't this a blatant attempt to undermine its own master? This thought flickered through Shen Xian's mind before vanishing, as he found himself knocked to the ground by a tiger, feeling as if every bone in his body had shattered. What does a lottery even mean? Why did Brother Shen shout about a lottery at such a pivotal moment? Could it be that Brother Shen has obtained a system that rewards him with treasures through a lottery? Enough with the nonsense. That's just a plot from a novel. Do you think Brother Shen is the main character of a story? Laughter erupted in the live stream, with viewers discussing Shen Xian's loud exclamation, completely oblivious to his dire situation. Brother Shen, Lin Lan, and Wu Xiuxiu anxiously called out, their eyes fixed on the distant scene where Shen Xian was entangled with the tiger, unsure of the outcome. It's fine. I want to die. Shen Xian staggered to his feet, brushing off the dust and spitting on the ground. Damn it, this tiger is incredibly strong. I truly have no way to deal with it. To be honest, Brother Shen had already shown remarkable tenacity. Indeed, it's no small feat to have persevered this long. A mere mortal challenging the Tiger King requires immense courage. Is this really the Tiger King? It seems rather feeble to me. Most viewers in the live stream admired Shen Xian, while an ordinary person might wet themselves in the presence of the Tiger King. Brother Shen's calm demeanor was exceedingly rare. However, some began to question the tiger's combat prowess. The Tiger King, a ruler among tigers, unable to handle a mere human? Has it truly refrained from striking? This seems quite implausible. Shen Xian himself sensed something amiss. The tiger before him seemed to diverge greatly from the ferocious beast depicted in legends. Are you truly the Tiger King? Shen Xian asked, noticing the Tiger King circling him, seemingly searching for an opportunity to attack. Roar. As if provoked by Shen Xian's skepticism, the Tiger King let out a deafening roar, causing the leaves of nearby trees to tremble wildly and sending a gust of wind, filled with dead branches and yellow leaves, directly towards Shen Xian. Roar. The 6 other tigers surrounding him also sensed the Tiger King's fury and roared in unison, their collective roar echoing throughout the forest. Good heavens! Shen Xian was right in the midst of it, covering his ears. The sound was excruciatingly piercing. Most would struggle to endure it. Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu also covered their ears, their faces turning pale. Meanwhile, Xiao Huang and the two large black bears lay flat on the ground, trembling in fear. Too terrified to lift their heads. Only De Huang sat leisurely on the ground, wagging its tail and panting, completely unfazed. Once again, the Tiger King's roar reverberated through the mountains, truly a sight to behold. No wonder it is called the Tiger King. Such authority commands immediate response. Even through the screen, I could feel the Tiger King's dominance. Nonsense. I believe De Huang is the most impressive. Look at it, completely disregarding the tiger's roar. Prompted by a viewer's comment. Others turned their attention to the relaxed De Huang, instantly captivated by the sight. What is De Huang's situation? Is it so fearless as to disregard the tiger? Isn't it just a mutt? It's a Chinese rural dog, not just any mutt. Show some respect. The discussions surrounding De Huang gained such traction that they overshadowed Brother Xian. At this moment, no one was concerned about Brother Xian's predicament. Their focus was solely on the breed of De Huang. Some even began speculating whether De Huang could be a direct descendant of the legendary Hound of Heaven. After all, a dog that possesses such prowess could only be akin to the mythical Hound of Heaven. After the Tiger King's roar subsided, Shun Xian finally let go of his ears, looking at the Tiger King before him, and said, "Since you are the Tiger King, allow me to witness your strength. Stop treating this like a game, and show me some pressure." Good heavens, how audacious. Just moments ago, Shun Xian had been battered and bruised, yet now he dared to utter such words, displaying a lack of respect for the tiger. Brother Xian is courting disaster once again. Such remarks from him are to be expected. His essence remains unchanged. Let us prepare our snacks and drinks, ready to enjoy the spectacle. The viewers of the live stream were well acquainted with Shun Xian. This display of bravado would surely result in him being thoroughly punished by the tiger. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the tiger was enraged. As the Tiger King, it bore its own dignity. How could it allow a mere human to provoke it? Without hesitation, the Tiger King lunged forward, swiftly approaching Shun Xian and delivering a powerful kick to his chest with its front paw. Boom! Shun Xian fell to the ground. The tiger did not relent. It swiftly followed up by grabbing Shun Xian's clothing in its mouth and tearing it apart with a fierce tug. Rip! Shun Xian's jacket was instantly shredded to pieces. The tiger used its front paws to lift Shun Xian off the ground, slamming him against a nearby tree before he fell back to the earth. The tiger leaped onto Shun Xian, its weight crashing down upon him. Ah! Shun Xian let out a pained cry, utterly unprepared for the tiger's ferocity, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Stop! Please don't hit me. Shun Xian waved his hands in a gesture of surrender, feeling as though he might vomit from the relentless onslaught. Unfortunately, the tiger paid no heed to his pleas. It clamped down on Shun Xian's leg, dragging him across the ground, its eyes gleaming with a fierce, unmatched authority. The surrounding tigers lay low, seemingly welcoming their king's victorious return. Is Brother Xian going to perish? Is he to be torn apart by the tiger pack? Brother Xian has truly sealed his own fate. The viewers in the live stream watched in stunned silence. In truth, Shun Xian had brought this upon himself. Had he not been so arrogant, he might have avoided such a gruesome end. Being torn apart by tigers? Many a viewer felt compelled to look away, anticipating a scene of sheer carnage. Brother Xian, Lin Lan, and Wu Xiuxiu were frantic, wishing to rush forward to save him. Yet two tigers glared at them, making the girls hesitate. What do we do? Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed anxiously. Are we just going to watch Brother Xian die? Lin Lan's hands clenched tightly as she observed Shun Xian being dragged away by the tiger. She knew that, given her skills, even if she rushed in now, she could do nothing to help Shun Xian. Her own life might be at stake. Yet, she couldn't bear to witness Shun Xian's demise without taking action. We must save Shun Xian. Worst case, we die together. With that thought, Lin Lan charged forward. Brother Xian. As she took her first step, her voice rang out loudly. This sudden action left everyone astonished. Lin Lan, a woman, dared to rush forward in such a dire moment for Brother Xian? What incredible courage! Roar. After just a few steps, the two tigers rose, letting out a thunderous roar and baring their enormous jaws, clearly indicating that if Lin Lan dared to approach, they would strike. Two tigers against Lin Lan, surely. A single charge could resolve the encounter. Chapter 76. The Great Yellow Unleashed come back. Don't charge in. Have you lost your mind? A woman charging in at this moment is courting death. It's over. Miss Lin is about to meet her doom. The live stream was filled with despairing cries. At that moment, Lin Lan seemed doomed. Xian Ge, with his sturdy physique, had endured countless tosses from the tiger and emerged unscathed, but Lin Lan, delicate and petite, would likely be shattered by a single charge from the tiger, not to mention the onslaught of two tigers. In just one exchange, Lin Lan would surely perish. Lin Lan, Wu Xiaoxiao shouted, but it was too late. The two tigers had already begun to gather momentum, ready to pounce at any moment. Even Xinxian, dragged helplessly by a tiger, realized the impending danger and began to struggle in terror. Yet, the tiger's grip was unyielding, and he was too far from Lin Lan to intervene. Roar! The two tigers suddenly let out a ferocious roar, baring their massive jaws as they accelerated towards Lin Lan. It's over. Lin Lan was frozen in fear, standing motionless, her gaze fixated on the two charging tigers. In an instant, her mind raced with thoughts of her parents, her grandfather, and countless friends. But it was all too late. "I'm sorry, Dad, Mom," Lin Lan whispered in her heart, feeling guilty for potentially dying because of another man, a sentiment that weighed heavily on her conscience. She closed her eyes, surrendering to her fate. However, at that moment, the live stream erupted with shrieks of astonishment. "Oh my goodness, the Great Yellow has arrived. What is it planning to do? Is it here to save someone? But it's too late. Those are two tigers. Wait, perhaps the Great Yellow can do something." Amidst everyone's gaze, the Great Yellow rose from its spot and leisurely approached Lin Lan, positioning itself in front of the two tigers. Woof! A distinctive bark echoed, seemingly no different from any other day. Yet, the two charging tigers suddenly faltered, their legs trembling. What was once an aggressive charge turned into a hesitant retreat. As they skidded to a halt before the Great Yellow and promptly fled, this scene unfolded in a matter of seconds. Had everyone not been watching intently? They might have missed it entirely. What on earth did I just witness? I can hardly believe this is real. A dog scared off two tigers. What sorcery is this? The Hound of Heaven reincarnated. The Great Yellow is no ordinary dog. The live stream buzzed with excitement, everyone cheering for the Great Yellow. Xinxian, who had just witnessed this astonishing turn of events, felt bewildered. Is this really the same mutt I raised? It can exhibit such might? Great Yellow you. Lin Lan slowly opened her eyes, only to find the tigers had vanished, leaving just the Great Yellow, who was wagging its tail and smiling at her. In that moment, the Great Yellow's smile radiated warmth. Woof, woof, woof. The Great Yellow barked a few times, wagging its tail as if to say, "Don't worry. I've got your back. You will be safe. Thank you." Lin Lan crouched down to stroke the Great Yellow's head, who affectionately licked her hand and clothes, nuzzling against her chest with unreserved delight. Is this dog a genius? Surely, it must be intentional. The Great Yellow is too cunning. Just moments ago, it was a fierce protector, yet now it seems to be a love-struck pup. The viewers in the live stream expressed their astonishment, utterly speechless. The Great Yellow had just exhibited such bravery, only to seek closeness with Lin Lan? How infuriating. Xinxian felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. The Great Yellow, neglecting its own master in peril, had chosen to rescue Lin Lan instead. Was it because he was a man, rendering him unappealing to the Great Yellow? Unbelievable. Xinxian couldn't contain himself, shouting to remind the dog that its master was still in danger. How could it not come to his aid? Yet, upon hearing his voice, the Great Yellow appeared to be oblivious, burying its head deeper into Lin Lan's embrace, even nudging closer, feigning ignorance. Haha, this dog is hilarious. Great Yellow, no matter how much you call, I simply cannot hear you. The viewers began to summarize the amusing spectacle, noting even the Great Yellow's subtle gestures. Great Yellow, go save Xingu, he's in danger. Lin Lan gently pulled the Great Yellow's head out, speaking earnestly, you can do it. Reluctantly, the Great Yellow glanced at Xinxian, then back at Lin Lan, still wanting to nestle in her embrace. Please, go and save Xingu, all right? Lin Lan coaxed, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. Woof. The Great Yellow finally stood, shaking itself off, and ambled slowly towards Xinxian. This must be what they call forgetting friends for the sake of beauty. The Great Yellow, so unconcerned for its own master. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Great Yellow approached the tigers as if taking a leisurely stroll after a meal. Woof, woof. Woof. The Great Yellow barked at the Tiger King, seemingly demanding the release of its captive. Roar. The Tiger King, undeterred, bared its teeth, as if to say, this is my prize, I will not yield. Woof. The Great Yellow barked again, advancing with a paw raised to strike at the tiger. Incredible. The Great Yellow was so bold. It dared to confront a tiger, even the Tiger King. The viewers in the live stream were bewildered, unable to comprehend the audacity of the Great Yellow. The tiger, the king of beasts. Even the largest bear quakes in fear before a tiger. Yet here was the Great Yellow, utterly audacious. Under their scrutiny, the Great Yellow's paw struck the Tiger King's head, leaving the latter in a state of stunned disbelief, baring its fangs yet refusing to retaliate. Woof, woof, woof. After the strike, the Great Yellow barked a few more times at the Tiger King. Roar. The Tiger King's voice faltered, letting out a series of pitiful roars, its claws scraping the ground in frustration. Finally, it retreated a few steps, begrudgingly lowering itself beside the great yellow, cautiously pawing at its front paw, as if it were a disgruntled spouse testing the waters with her husband. What is happening? Why do I feel like the great yellow and this Tiger King share a secret connection? Just from these small gestures and expressions, I can conjure 1,000 words of love and conflict. Chapter 77. Ungratefulness. The Tiger King and Big Yellow had met only a handful of times, with their sole encounter being the previous occasion. Yet now, observing these two creatures, they seemingly shared an intimacy akin to that of a family. Of course, it was the Tiger King's affection that was one-sided, while Big Yellow maintained an aloof demeanor, akin to a handsome figure who turned a blind eye to the Tiger King's endearments. Woof woof, with a hint of impatience. Big Yellow withdrew his front paw from the Tiger King's embrace and let out a few barks. Ow! The Tiger King appeared quite aggrieved, glancing back several times as he made his way towards the tiger pack. After walking a few dozen meters, he finally refrained from turning back. Roar! Upon returning to the tiger group, the Tiger King let out a thunderous roar before disappearing into the jungle with the other 6 tigers. At last, they are gone. Shen Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, he had thought he was facing imminent peril, but now, the situation had taken a turn, and the tigers had all retreated. This was all thanks to Big Yellow. Without him, Shen Xian would not be where he was now. The roar of the tiger resonated through the mountains, affirming its status as the king of beasts. This was the tiger, a true monarch. And today he had gained invaluable insight. Yet, what does it matter to be the king of beasts? Today's true protagonist is Big Yellow, our esteemed Chinese rural dog. Ding dong. User Yao Yao has gifted the streamer 10 rockets. Ding dong. User Yindo Do has gifted the streamer 100 hearts. Ding dong. User Chi Xia Xia has gifted the streamer an airplane. The live stream was filled with praises for Big Yellow, quickly followed by a wave of gifts. Many, having been engrossed in the thrilling showdown, had momentarily forgotten to send gifts. Now, returning to their senses, they eagerly showered the streamer with tokens of appreciation, as the earlier spectacle of the tiger's roar and the 6 tigers had left them thoroughly entertained. Those with a little spare cash were not at all stingy, pouring real money into the stream. Within just a few minutes, the live stream had received over 50,000 in gifts. Xian Gu, look at how many gifts you have in your live stream, Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. As a small streamer herself, she had only seen a few thousand in gifts at most. But now she was witnessing Xian Ji's stream overflowing with gifts, as the generosity of viewers surged. Thank you to all my friends for the gifts. I extend my heartfelt gratitude. I will strive to bring you even more captivating content. Shen Xin bowed deeply before the camera, vowing to provide joy to his audience. Xian Gu, you're too modest. The content is already quite spectacular. Indeed, while delivering such thrilling content, safety must also be a priority. Today was exceedingly perilous. Caution is essential in the future. Many viewers expressed concern for Shen Xian's safety, aware that in such mountainous terrain, predators like tigers were abundant, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. I appreciate everyone's concern. I will certainly take measures to improve and avoid risky situations in the future. Shen Xian sincerely acknowledged, reflecting on his recklessness during today's escapade. Had it not been for Big Yellow's intervention, he might have become a meal for the tiger. The hour is late. I must descend the mountain and resume streaming tomorrow. Shen Xian noted the time. It was already 6 o'clock. Although summer nights arrived late, the sun had set, and darkness would soon envelop the land. They were still deep in the mountains, and staying longer would only increase the danger. Without delay, Shen Xian informed his audience, shutting down the stream as he followed the 2 large black bears down the mountain. After a strenuous 40 minutes, they finally reached the foot of the mountain, where night had fully fallen. At last, we are back. Shen Xian looked back at the dark expanse of the mountain, relieved. He felt a sense of responsibility for the 2 girls. Any mishap would truly be regrettable. You finally returned. I was about to call the police. Xueqing stood at the mountain exit with a flashlight, rushing over upon hearing their approach. When she confirmed that Shen Xian, Wu Xiuxiu, and Lin Lan were unharmed, she visibly relaxed. It's nothing. I'm sorry, I was careless today. I sincerely apologize. Shen Xian smiled and earnestly admitted his fault to Wu Xiuxiu and Lin Lan. It's fine. It's all in the past. Wu Xiuxiu waved her hand dismissively, signaling that it was no big deal. But you mustn't take such risks in the future. Indeed. Streaming shouldn't come at the cost of your life, Lin Lan added seriously. I understand. I will certainly amend my ways. Shen Xian replied earnestly. All right, now that we've addressed everything, let's hurry back. I'm starving, Wu Xiaoxiao said eagerly. The afternoon had been spent in a state of tension, and now that they could finally relax, they felt utterly exhausted and ravenous. Come, I'll prepare a meal for you. Shinshin responded promptly. I'm hungry as well. I could easily devour 3 bowls of rice. Haraha. Upon hearing this, Lin Lan and the others couldn't help but laugh. The group quickly returned home, rested briefly, and then Shun Xian headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Today had left them too hungry for anything elaborate. He took out the last piece of meat, chopped it with green peppers, and added 2 tomatoes and 2 eggs for a classic tomato and egg stir-fry. Lastly, he sought out a large cabbage. In just 40 minutes, 3 dishes were ready. With 3 plates of food and a bowl of rice each, the 4 of them sat down at the table and began eating. I can't wait any longer, Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, eagerly diving into her bowl with chopsticks, and Shinshin and the others followed suit without hesitation, devouring their meal. After an exhausting afternoon, they polished off the entire pot of rice and 3 plates of dishes, leaving not even a drop of soup behind. Burp. Shinshin sat at the table, letting out a satisfied belch, while Lin Lan and the others rubbed their bellies, looking thoroughly content. As Shinshin observed Lin Lan and the others, he was taken aback. They appeared so refined, yet when it came to eating, they showed no restraint, matching his own appetite. Woof woof woof. After a brief respite, Big Yellow and Little Yellow suddenly barked from the side. Shingu, what are they eating? Lin Lan couldn't help but ask. I completely forgot about them. Shinshin smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. Upon hearing this, the wagging tails of Big Yellow and Little Yellow came to an abrupt halt, particularly Big Yellow, who looked at Shinshin with a disdainful expression, as if to say, Ungrateful dog owner, I saved you today for nothing. Chapter 78. Natural beauties. The rice had been entirely consumed by the 4, and the last morsel of meat had been transformed into stir-fried green peppers with pork, leaving nothing for Big Yellow and Little Yellow. Perhaps you two could endure a slight fast tonight, and I'll prepare something for you in the morning? Shinshin queried, scratching his head and offering an apologetic smile to the dogs. Endure a slight fast? Was it merely slight? It was an entire night. Moreover, Big Yellow and Little Yellow had exerted themselves considerably that afternoon. To leave them hungry for a whole night would provoke discontent in anyone, let alone 2 animals. Woof woof woof. Big Yellow, the bolder of the 2, barked directly at Shinshin. Little Yellow, while whimpering, also conveyed its dissatisfaction. Ha, Brother Xian. They are genuinely famished, Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, unable to suppress her amusement. Prepare something for them. Indeed, Big Yellow rescued you this afternoon, Lin Lan added. Her heart moved with compassion. This late in the evening? What to prepare? Shinshin mused, pondering the options. I acquired a considerable amount of fruit today. Would watermelon suffice for them? Xueqing interjected. Watermelon? That could work. Shinshin responded with alacrity. Fetch some, let them have a bit, and tomorrow morning I'll venture out to purchase some groceries to prepare for them. Without delay, Shinshin accompanied Xueqing, retrieved a watermelon, and sliced it open. The watermelon weighed well over 10 pounds, and half of it would be ample for Big Yellow and Little Yellow. After cleaving it into smaller portions, they placed the watermelon before the canines. Munch munch. Big Yellow and Little Yellow devoured the fruit ravenously, relishing every bite. Shinshin proceeded to clear the dishes, and after everyone had bathed, they retired to their respective chambers for the night. The afternoon had left them thoroughly exhausted. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, at 6:30, Shinshin arose from his slumber. Having retired at 10 o'clock the previous night, he had largely recuperated. Growl growl. Despite having consumed a substantial meal the previous night, Shinshin's stomach was already rumbling. He sprang from his bed, and upon opening the door, he discovered Big Yellow and Little Yellow awaiting him outside. Woof woof woof. Big Yellow barked incessantly, expressing its profound discontent. All right, I'll prepare a meal presently. Wait patiently, Shinshin said apologetically. Just wait. Having placated Big Yellow and Little Yellow with watermelon the previous night, a food that offered little satiety, they were likely ravenous and venting their frustration upon Shinshin. Shinshin performed a cursory ablution and proceeded to the vegetable garden, where he plucked several scallions and a head of cabbage. Upon returning to the house, he meticulously washed all the produce. He then minced the scallions, shredded the cabbage, and set them aside. He rinsed the rice, placed it in the pot, and commenced cooking. Exiting the kitchen, he observed that Lin Lan's and Xueqing's chambers remained quiescent, suggesting they were still asleep. Shinshin decided against rushing the cooking and instead retrieved his mobile phone and drone, initiating his live broadcast for the day. Well, Brother Xian is up so early, one viewer remarked. It's a rare sight. It's only 7:30, and Brother Xian is already broadcasting. It seems there weren't several rounds of intense activity last night. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to rise so early, another viewer quipped. I concluded the broadcast rather abruptly last night, and since I awoke early today, I decided to broadcast for a while, Shen Xian replied casually. I've already started cooking the congee, and the side dishes are washed. I'll wait a bit before preparing the rest, as the Lin sisters haven't risen yet. Who said we haven't risen? You're slandering us. Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed as she flung open her door, shuffling out in slippers, her eyes still bleary with sleep. Indeed. You're maligning us before the viewers, echoed Xue Qing, emerging with disheveled hair, unconcerned with her appearance. The drone, which had been hovering over the courtyard, immediately focused its lens on them, providing the viewers with a clear view. Wow, they're so beautiful even without makeup? Marveled one viewer. I never imagined they would possess such allure in their natural state. Incredible. Brother Xian has struck gold. That's their appearance without makeup. They're veritable natural beauties. Another exclaimed. In their live broadcasts, Xue Qing and Wu Xiuxiu were invariably stunning beauties, but most viewers attributed that to the effects of makeup. However, the fact that these two had just awakened and were clearly without makeup, yet appeared virtually unchanged, demonstrated that they were genuinely beautiful. You're awake, Shen Xian said with a smile. I assumed you hadn't risen yet. Creak. As he spoke, Lin Lan's door swung open, and Lin Lan, clad in pajamas, emerged, looking equally bewildered and seemingly still half asleep. You're all so early. Lin Lan yawned and greeted Shen Xian and the others. Her entrance caused an even greater stir among the viewers. Holy moly, there's absolutely no change. One viewer exclaimed. A beauty, a true beauty. Even her yawn is ethereal. Another gushed. Why is Brother Xian so fortunate? All three women he encounters are natural beauties. A third lamented. The viewers expressed their discontent and envy, pounding their chests in frustration. Who wouldn't be envious of someone who spent time with three such stunningly beautiful women, even in their natural state? In today's society, one might encounter many seemingly beautiful women, but few retain even a tenth of their allure after removing their makeup. After all, makeup is hailed as one of the four great sorceries and should not be underestimated. Now that you're all awake, why don't you freshen up? I'll prepare breakfast, which will be ready shortly, Shen Xian said, his gaze lingering appreciatively on Lin Lan. He was pleasantly surprised by Lin Lan's natural beauty. He had anticipated that her appearance without makeup would be inferior to her made-up visage, but to his delight, there was virtually no difference. It was an unexpected boon. Upon returning to the kitchen, Shen Xian stir-fried the cabbage and then retrieved flour and eggs, which he combined with the scallions to create simple egg pancakes, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Soon, the white congee was cooked, accompanied by a plate of stir-fried cabbage and egg pancakes, a simple, nutritious, and delectable meal. Brother Xian's culinary skills are truly top-notch, one viewer exclaimed. A domestic culinary master, supporting three great beauties. It's no easy feat. A modern-day paragon. I'd love to bear Brother Xian's children. Another declared. You're likely out of luck. Brother Xian already has 3. Get in line. A third retorted. The live broadcast remained lively as the viewers watched Shen Xian, Lin Lan, Wu Xiuxiu, and Xue Qing dine together, filled with envy and longing to join them. Chapter 79. A tenfold surge after a brief conversation, Shen Xian excitedly ended the call. Friends, I just spoke with Lao Wang. He's coming over this morning to discuss the rural zoo proposal with the local authorities. Shen Xian promptly addressed the camera. Moreover, Lao Wang mentioned that he'll handle the funding, while I'll be responsible for finding animals and planning the site. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream began to discuss animatedly. Xianji is really opening a zoo. Great news. Lao Wang is incredible. Can he really manage millions in startup capital? We can organize trips there in the future. A rural zoo, built on a mountain, could combine the elements of an agritourism venture and a zoological park, creating a unique attraction. It was undeniably an inventive concept. The primary obstacle had been funding. But with the affluent Lao Wang resolving that issue, it was no longer a concern. Securing the support of the local government was now the key to initiating the zoo project. We're only taking the first step, Shen Xian cautioned, noticing the rapid pace of the discussion in the live stream. We don't know the local authorities' stance yet. It'll be fine. They don't have to invest any money or personnel. Exactly. It benefits the revitalization of the rural economy, so it should pass. Xianji is a prominent streamer. Getting approval for a zoo shouldn't be a problem. The viewers in the live stream were optimistic, expressing their support and confidence in the project. Xianji, do you want us to come with you? Xueqing and the others asked Shen Xian. Today is just for submitting the application. Even if it's approved, there will likely be many procedures to handle. I'll go alone. Shen Xian replied casually after a moment's thought. I'll accompany you. Lin Lan volunteered. Sister Xiao has her live stream, and Sister Xue is busy with her fruit business. I'm free and can run errands. Maybe I can be of assistance. Shen Xian nodded in agreement. Actually, I'm not that busy either. I'll go with you too. Xueqing declared, summoning her courage. Another one? Shen Xian frowned slightly. He wasn't oblivious. He could sense Xueqing's feelings for him to some extent. And the same went for Lin Lan. Could anything good come from these two being together? Wouldn't it be awkward for him to be in the middle? How intriguing. Is this a lover's quarrel? Haha, it's like a drama. Two women make a scene. Xianji is fortunate. The competition for him has begun. The viewers in the live stream were perceptive, noticing everything and offering their amused commentary. Oh right, we haven't eaten that fruit from last night, have we? Shen Xian suddenly remembered. Bring it out. Let's try it first. If it's good, I'll buy some from you and do a giveaway for the viewers. Hearing this, Xueqing went inside and brought out the fruit they had picked the previous day. Watermelons, cherries, apples, dragon fruit, and bananas were arranged in front of them. Let's start with the watermelon. Shen Xian sliced open a watermelon and distributed small pieces to everyone. He took a large bite, and the sweet watermelon juice filled his mouth, instantly refreshing him. So sweet, Shen Xian exclaimed, his mouth full of watermelon juice. In contrast, Lin Lan and the others ate the watermelon in small, delicate bites, displaying their refined manners. Compared to them, Shen Xian seemed as if he hadn't eaten in ages. Xianji's eating habits are something else. There are 3 beautiful women watching. Can't you be more mindful of your image? You don't understand. Women like this kind of untamed man. The viewers in the live stream were amused by Shen Xian's eating habits. Other men would be cautious and maintain a polished image in front of attractive women. But Shen Xian didn't seem to care, acting as he pleased. He ate the watermelon with juice smeared all over his face. Yet, the 3 beauties didn't seem disgusted. Could it be that women really liked this type of man? After the watermelon, they tried the cherries, dragon fruit, and bananas, sampling everything. The fruit that Xueqing had provided was undeniably delicious, exceptionally sweet, and large. Brothers, the flavor of this fruit is exceptional. Shen Xian announced to the camera. Let's do a giveaway. A total of 100 sets, each containing these 5 types of fruit, 2 pounds of each, totaling 10 pounds. Xianji, that's quite expensive. Xueqing interjected. Those 10 pounds of fruit, plus shipping, will probably cost about 150. And my watermelons are at least 4 pounds each. So it would probably be 12 pounds. Hearing this, Shen Xian quickly calculated. It's not that much, just 15,000. It's not a big deal. Shen Xian waved his hand, saying magnanimously, the people in the live stream are all brothers. I can afford it. Let's do it this way. Good heavens. 15,000 isn't much. Although Shen Xian had made a lot of money through live streaming, he shouldn't treat over 10,000 as if it were nothing. Xianji is generous. Start the giveaway. This fruit gift package is so abundant. Hurry, hurry. I can't afford fruit right now. Xianji, bless me and let me win one. The viewers in the live stream were excited, shouting their support. After all, Shen Xian's fruit was genuine and authentic, without any pretense. Most people enjoyed eating fruit, so winning this giveaway would be quite practical. Without further ado, starting now, join my fan club for $1 to participate in the giveaway. Shen Xian briefly explained the rules. Hearing this, many viewers were thrilled. The rules were lenient. Many were willing to spend $1, especially since there were 100 sets to be given away, making the chances of winning quite high. Xianji is a real person. I've joined. Must join. The chances of winning are high. Brothers, I just checked. The fan club only has 200 members. Good heavens. I'm joining quickly. Soon. The fan club surged from 200 to over 1,000 members. In other live streams, thousands of people would compete for a single prize, but here, 1,000 people were competing for 100 prizes. And it only cost $1. Why not? Holy crap, are you all devils? The number has already reached over 1,000? Brother, refresh the page. It's already 2,000. Those who had joined the fan club early were stunned by the rapid growth in numbers. They had thought their chances of winning were high, but the number had increased tenfold. Chapter 80. A wealthy display in a mere few minutes. The number of participants surged by 500, an astonishing phenomenon. My dear brothers, your enthusiasm is truly overwhelming. Shen Xian felt a touch of helplessness. His original intention was to offer a small benefit to his followers, thinking that with a modest fan base, drawing 100 prizes would yield a higher chance of winning. However, the sudden influx of so many people changed everything. At this rate, The minimum count would be at least 3,000. Drawing 100 prizes meant that a significant number of participants would inevitably miss out. Perhaps those who merely joined for the excitement would snatch opportunities from the more engaged individuals, which was not what Shenxian had hoped for. People are not foolish. With 100 prizes to be won, the odds were certainly more favorable, while others faced thousands of participants for a single prize. Here it was thousands vying for 100, naturally attracting more interest. This is my first time recharging on Douyu, and I'm doing it for Brother Xian. Many were abuzz with excitement. Shen Xian began to comprehend that while other streamers typically drew 1 or 10 prizes at a time, he was offering 100, thus enhancing the thrill of the experience. In light of this, why not elevate the stakes? Xueqing, do you have a substantial quantity of fruit on your end? Shen Xian suddenly inquired. Fruit quantity? Absolutely. We've just begun harvesting, and nothing has been sold yet. Xueqing replied promptly, curious about Shen Xian's intentions. Nothing much. Just bring me another 100. Shen Xian declared, raising a hand. That makes 200 in total, costing 30,000 yuan. I'll buy it. Since it was a day for grand prizes, why not make it extraordinary? Goodness. 200 prizes in one go. Is this a first for Douyu? Is it really going this big? Instantly, the entire live stream erupted in excitement. Wow, Brother Xian is incredible. I've never seen someone draw 200 prizes at once. Even those who had sworn never to recharge found themselves compelled to participate. The barrage of comments flooded the chat, and the value of gifts in Brother Xian's live stream increased by several thousand yuan. After all, with such a high chance of winning 200 prizes, how could one resist? Congratulations! The live stream has reached a heat level of 150,000, rewarding an extra draw opportunity. Congratulations! The live stream has garnered 9,000 followers, granting another draw opportunity. Congratulations! The live stream has surpassed 10,000 followers, rewarding yet another draw opportunity. Swiftly, several system notifications echoed in Shen Xian's mind, all bestowing additional chances to win. Splendid. With just 30,000 yuan spent on a draw, the viewership and engagement surged tremendously. What a lucrative outcome. All right, the final 10 seconds. The draw is about to commence. Shen Xian finalized the rules and initiated the countdown. Stealing a glance at the fan count, an impressive 8,000. This meant that in just a brief span, the number of participants had multiplied several times over. Truly astonishing. Let us begin the draw. As the countdown concluded, Shen Xian pressed the button to announce the winners. Congratulations to the following viewers. Winners will receive a message. Please provide your delivery addresses, and I will send you the fruit. He gazed at the extensive list of names, announcing them all with glee. Haha, I won. My first time. 10 kilograms of fruit for just 1 yuan. What a steal. Goodness, my luck is abysmal. I didn't win. Soon, as the results were revealed, the chat exploded with reactions, some jubilant, others disappointed. Many were celebrating their first victory, fervently declaring their loyalty to Brother Xian. Shen Xian couldn't help but wonder if, with so many first-time winners, Douyu might consider censoring his live stream. After all, such frequent claims of firsts could easily lead to misunderstandings. Winners can rejoice. Your fruit will arrive soon. For those who didn't win, do not be disheartened. Just keep following my live stream, and your chance will come. Noticing the discontent among some viewers, Shen Xian offered words of comfort. Brother Xian, with this much fruit, just packaging and sending it will take 3 to 4 days. Once the courier arrives, that's another 3 days. Altogether, it could take a week. Xueqing quickly pointed out, wanting to prevent any complaints from those who might not receive their packages in time. Indeed, preparations are necessary. Shen Xian scratched his head. I'll make an effort to help you out in the next couple of days. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can dispatch everything. I'll cover the express delivery costs. Upon hearing this, Xueqing felt a mix of admiration and resignation. This guy was truly extravagant. Having money clearly had its perks. Well, since you're the boss, your money, your say? Xueqing readily agreed. Brother Xian genuinely cares for everyone. Thank you, Brother Xian. I'll be able to enjoy fruit this weekend. I'm so happy. The live stream was filled with expressions of gratitude and praise for Brother Xian. Xueqing, why don't you head back to start preparing today? Let us send out the first batch tomorrow. Shen Xian suggested directly. All right, I'll head out to harvest. Xueqing nodded in agreement. By the way, I'll transfer the money to you. Shen Xian took out his phone, requested Xueqing's account details, and transferred 30,000 yuan in one go. This 30,000 is just the initial payment. If shipping costs exceed this, just let me know, and I'll cover it. Having a boss like you is all we need. Xueqing accepted the money and set off in his vehicle. Friends, Lin Lan and I are also heading to the county town. Xin Xian addressed the camera. We're off to check on the zoo project. With that, he brought out a small donkey, along with some documents and materials. Why do I feel like Brother Xian is intentionally sending Xueqing away? It seems like he is trying to create a little world for himself and Miss Lin. Wow, Brother Xian really has a lot of schemes. The viewers in the live stream began speculating, alluding to Sun Xian's intentions. Come on, hop on, hold on to my waist. The road is bumpy. Sun Xian mounted the donkey, while Lin Lan took her place behind him, and he gently placed her hands around his waist, guiding her with tender care. All right. Lin Lan complied without hesitation, following his lead. And so they set off. After completing their preparations, Sun Xian started the donkey and made his way toward the county town. As the small donkey traversed the uneven terrain, the ride became quite bumpy, causing Lin Lan to cling tightly to Sun Xian's back. Brother Xian is quite mischievous. I can't shake the feeling he is steering us toward the roughest paths. Be confident, remove those doubts, or else how can you enjoy the ride? Young men, take note. Brother Xian is imparting invaluable lessons. Chapter 81. Unsuccessful expedition. Look at Brother Xian's wobbly path. It's clear he is taking advantage. So what if they're just in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? A bunch of single folks must be envious of Brother Xian, right? In the live stream, many viewers expressed their indignation, while others defended Xin Xian. However, Xin Xian was oblivious to this, fully focused on riding his bike with a stunning beauty seated behind him. The bumpy road occasionally jolted them, and he had to admit it was quite pleasurable. For the first time, Xin Xian found that such a rugged path was truly delightful. After an hour of cycling, they arrived at Yuning County. Typically, Xin Xian would find such a lengthy journey monotonous, but today he felt the road was far too short. Before he knew it, they had already reached their destination. Dear viewers, we have now arrived at the county bus station, where we will wait for Old Wang. Xin Xian briefly addressed the camera before capturing a few shots of the surroundings. After a short while, Old Wang arrived in his BMW. Xin Xian and Lin Lan hopped into the car, and the trio set off towards the forestry department. Brother Xian, I've looked into it. The zoo here falls under the forestry department's jurisdiction. As long as we obtain the necessary approvals, we can proceed with building the zoo. Old Wang explained as he drove. Sounds good. Xin Xian nodded, then inquired, have the financial matters been resolved? Rest assured, I'll handle the funding. We already have 500,000 secured, and once we acquire the permits, I can bring in another 500,000 in investments. 1 million in initial capital will suffice. Old Wang maintained a calm demeanor, exuding confidence. Xin Xian breathed a sigh of relief, stating, your assurance is more than enough. 1 million in funds is ample, primarily to hire professional animal experts, medical teams, construct enclosures, and repair roads. If, after all this, we still can't generate revenue, it would be deemed a failure. In essence, if they burn through 1 million without any progress, the plan would be a failure. Old Wang was impressive, a true scion of wealth. Securing 1 million in initial investment showcased his capability. Brother Xian, could you ask Old Wang if he is still single? Many viewers in the live stream began to praise Old Wang, with several female viewers expressing interest in him. Old Wang, someone is asking if you have a girlfriend. Xin Xian glanced at the comments and aimed the camera at Old Wang, directly asking, if not, I could help introduce someone. Upon hearing this, Old Wang turned around. Chuckling slightly, that is a bit embarrassing. I already have a girlfriend. Really? Xin Xian felt a tinge of regret for missing the chance to play matchmaker. Wow, that was quick. That is all right. There is always the option of pursuing an affair. Who is up for trying? Old Wang, being young and affluent, likely had many admirers. It was futile for others to entertain thoughts of winning him over. As the car arrived outside the forestry department, the three of them entered together. They briefly stated their intentions and were promptly ushered into an office. Xin Xian set the camera aside, opting only to record audio. This is Director Wu. You can speak with him. A staff member indicated toward a middle-aged man seated nearby. Hello, Director Wu. Old Wang approached with a smile, succinctly outlining their purpose and introducing Sun Xian and Lin Lan. What? You wish to establish a zoo in Shirtu village? Director Wu's brow furrowed in astonishment, clearly perplexed. Generally, zoos are located in urban areas due to the complex logistics of animal sourcing, and the construction costs are substantial, requiring specialized personnel. It is uncommon to see such ventures in rural locales, especially in a remote place like Shirtu village. Who would travel there to see animals? Indeed. Xin Xian nodded, interjecting. Surrounding Shirtu village is a vast mountainous region teeming with wildlife. Recently, many animals have been venturing out. If we could gather these creatures and establish a zoo, it would provide them with a home and spur economic development in the surrounding villages. enabling the locals to prosper. After listening, Director Wu still frowned. Your idea is commendable, he said, feeling the pressure of their gazes. However, we seek a permit to commence construction. Old Wang quickly added, moreover, I've secured 1 million in investments. We just need this permit. What do you think? Permit? Director Wu's expression soured immediately. Old Wang, Old Shun, I'm afraid I cannot grant such a permit. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, the construction of a zoo is a significant matter beyond my authority to approve. While there are indeed wild animals in the nearby mountains, confining them to a zoo would be inappropriate. These creatures do not disturb the residents' lives. So we cannot casually agree to establish a zoo. Cannot? Shinshin felt a wave of urgency and exclaimed, Director Wu, our zoo differs from urban ones. We aim to create a sanctuary where humans and animals coexist harmoniously, without restricting their freedom. Harmonious coexistence with animals? Director Wu scoffed at this notion. Young Shun, I must advise against such fanciful claims. How can humans coexist peacefully with beasts like tigers and lions? They are predators. What if they harm someone? Your argument only fortifies my refusal to grant you a permit. Shun Xian felt deflated. It was evident that Director Wu lacked faith in their vision. Director Wu, we actually... Enough. Unless you can procure support from higher authorities, I cannot assist you. Director Wu's words effectively silenced all of Shun Xian and Old Wang as counterarguments, and they were swiftly dismissed. Standing outside the office, the trio exchanged glances, contemplating whether to give up just like that. Chapter 82. An absurd notion, you're naive. Securing approval for a zoo isn't a simple matter. It undoubtedly requires greasing palms. This is the cold reality. Do you genuinely believe bureaucratic processes are straightforward? Upon initiating his live stream, Shin Xian was immediately greeted by a barrage of comments. Friends, as you witnessed with Director Wu, our application has essentially been rejected. Shun Xian lamented, his spirits dampened. Do you have any suggestions or advice for me? Brother Xian, abandon the idea. It's untenable. Establishing a zoo in a rural area involves too many complex issues. Zoos require specialized personnel, and lacking them would be detrimental to the animals. The current public scrutiny is too intense. Any mishap would be catastrophic. One seemingly knowledgeable viewer cautioned. Indeed, rural areas are too remote, and attracting visitors would be problematic. If it fails, it will be a complete disaster. The risks are too significant, and the rejection is perfectly justified. Another viewer concurred, equally pessimistic about the zoo's prospects. While every endeavor faces initial hurdles, the numerous animals on the mountain require a sanctuary. Otherwise, they pose a potential hazard. Perhaps petitioning higher authorities would be beneficial, resolving the animals' plight and enhancing safety. This comment immediately captured Shun Xian's attention. Exactly. With so many animals appearing on Stone Mountain, conflicts with local residents are inevitable. These are wild creatures, and not everyone possesses Shun Xian's ability to communicate with them. A misstep could result in injury or even death. If he could gather the animals together, it would be a boon for the community. That's right. We should seek an audience with the county magistrate and present our case. Shun Xian exclaimed, promptly sharing his proposal with Lao Wang. This approach is viable, Lao Wang affirmed, immediately arranging a meeting with the county magistrate. I apologize, but Magistrate Yang is occupied. Without a prior appointment, it may be difficult to see him. Perhaps you could return another day? The secretary politely dismissed Lao Wang's request. As the head of the county, securing an audience was no easy feat. This won't work either. Shin Xian despaired, realizing the difficulty of seeking assistance. However, Lao Wang remained undeterred. He produced a business card, discreetly conveying a few words to the secretary. After a moment of contemplation, the secretary responded, Please wait here while I seek Magistrate Yang's instruction. With that, the secretary entered the office, card in hand. Shortly after, the secretary emerged. You may enter. Magistrate Yang has allocated 10 minutes, the secretary announced to Shun Xian and Lao Wang. Impressive, Shun Xian exclaimed, astonished by Lao Wang's influence. A mere business card granted them access? I wager Lao Wang has influential connections. Undoubtedly, the secretary's change in demeanor speaks volumes. It seems Lao Wang is not merely a wealthy second-generation heir. The livestream audience speculated, their comments reflecting their intrigue regarding Lao Wang's identity. Shin Xian once again muted the video, leaving only the audio, as they entered Magistrate Yang's office. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by an atmosphere of gravity. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his early 50s, was engrossed in paperwork, seemingly oblivious to their arrival. Take a seat. I'll be with you in 2 minutes. The man gestured towards the table without looking up. Understood, Magistrate Yang. Lao Wang responded, as he and Shun Xian settled onto the sofa, patiently awaiting their turn. After all, he was the county magistrate, and his demanding schedule was understandable. Shun Xian and Lao Wang exchanged glances, both betraying their apprehension. This meeting would determine the fate of the proposed zoo. After 2 minutes, Magistrate Yang rose and approached them. I understand from my secretary that you wish to establish a zoo? Magistrate Yang inquired directly. Indeed. Shun Xian began to explain, I am a resident of Stone Village. Recently, numerous wild animals have emerged from the depths of Stone Mountain, including tigers, wolves, and bears, all large predators. I possess some aptitude for communicating with animals and believe that a zoo would provide them with a sanctuary while ensuring the safety of the surrounding community. Magistrate Yang nodded. Considering the proposal, have any villagers been attacked by these animals near Stone Mountain? That. Shun Xian hesitated, admitting he had not heard of any such incidents. In other words, these animals have not fully encroached upon human territory, nor have they attacked anyone. Magistrate Yang stated flatly. Therefore, your premise is unfounded. But, hold on, let me finish. Magistrate Yang interjected with a gentle smile. The establishment of a zoo is a significant undertaking. You are young and likely lack the expertise of urban professionals. Moreover, Stone Village's poor infrastructure and extreme poverty would hinder its ability to attract visitors. A zoo without an audience cannot generate revenue, rendering any investment futile. What would become of the animals then? His barrage of questions left Shun Xian and Lao Wang speechless. Magistrate Yang, I am a live streamer and can attract visitors to the zoo. Many viewers will come out of curiosity. Shun Xian hastily revealed his identity. A live streamer? Magistrate Yang regarded Shun Xian with newfound interest. How many followers do you have? Followers? Shun Xian stammered. I currently have 10,000 followers. What? 10,000? Magistrate Yang's disappointment was palpable. He had hoped the county had produced a prominent online influencer. He was familiar with the live streaming industry and aware that follower counts and popularity were often inflated. A genuine following of 2,000 or 3,000 would be considered respectable. These individuals were scattered across the country and unlikely to travel such a distance to visit a zoo. An absurd notion. Young man, you must strive harder. When your follower count reaches 1 million, I will give you preferential treatment and not only support your zoo but also attract substantial investment. However, at present, you lack the qualifications to establish a zoo. Magistrate Yang concluded, patting Shun Xian on the shoulder with a smile. I have another meeting to attend. I must take my leave. Before Shun Xian and Lao Wang could react, he had already departed. Another failure? Shun Xian was overcome with a sense of defeat. Brother Xian, it seems we have no chance, Lao Wang sighed, resigned to abandoning the project. The repeated rejections had rendered further efforts futile. Chapter 83. Dominating the entire server observing Lao Wang, Shun Xian couldn't help but inquire. Well, Lao Wang, sensing Shun Xian's reluctance, advised, Brother Xian, the crux of establishing a zoo isn't merely the investment, but the prospective outlook. They probably surmise a rural setting lacks market appeal, struggling to draw visitors, which equates to failure. This explanation offered Shun Xian some understanding, though he remained unconvinced. It was disheartening that a promising venture was dismissed due to others' unwillingness to take risks. Brother Xian, perhaps it's best to abandon the idea. Without official endorsement, the zoo is simply unfeasible. Indeed, let's pursue alternative endeavors. No matter. Once Brother Xian amasses 1 million followers as a prominent streamer, reapplying will undoubtedly succeed. Viewers in the live stream chimed in, consoling Shun Xian. Acknowledging the frustration of an extended search. Brother Xian, what are your current thoughts? Lao Wang inquired, noticing Shun Xian's silence. Alas, Shun Xian sighed, what else can I think? Without official support, I'm compelled to relinquish the idea. The zoo is unattainable. This was the stark reality. Lao Wang nodded in agreement. Brother Xian, if you ever require assistance in future ventures, don't hesitate to reach out. I'll gladly lend a hand, but without official authorization, the zoo is simply beyond our reach. Let's depart then. Shun Xian discerned that Lao Wang had likely leveraged his connections, evidenced by the audience with the county magistrate. However, given the concept's immaturity, further discussion seemed futile. Lao Wang drove Shun Xian and Lin Lan to the station, offered a brief farewell, and then departed. Shun Xian and Lin Lan then rode back on their electric scooter. Arriving in town, Shun Xian expertly guided Lin Lan into the market, seeking out a butcher to purchase meat. Well, look who it is. You've brought your wife along this time. The butcher, spotting Shun Xian and Lin Lan, grinned knowingly as he chopped the meat. Oh, wife? Shun Xian stammered, embarrassed. Lin Lan's complexion flushed crimson. No. She's. Come now, even a girlfriend can be called a wife to foster intimacy. How else would you win her over? The butcher interjected, silencing Shen Xian's attempt at clarification. Undeniably. A valid point. A roguish charm often captivates women. This butcher was indeed eloquent. Observe, Brother Xian and the heiress are both blushing. Haha. Brother Xian will undoubtedly be a frequent patron of this butcher. The live stream audience erupted in laughter. Both Lin Lan and Shen Xian felt awkward, unaccustomed to such attention. Nearby vendors cast curious glances, adding to the suggestive atmosphere. With the meat prepared, Shen Xian and Lin Lan hastily departed. Hey, handsome, why the rush? You haven't paid yet. The butcher called out as they attempted to leave. Huh, no payment. Shen Xian froze, then sheepishly returned to settle the bill. The entire market gazed upon them with amusement. Young man, remain composed. How can you court a woman if you're flustered? Maintain your composure in front of your sweetheart. The butcher offered unsolicited counsel, exuding expertise. Yes, you're right. Shen Xian mumbled, paid, and quickly ushered Lin Lan away. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Brother Xian is inadequate, outmatched by the butcher. Observe him, a seasoned veteran of romance. Shen Xian bought several more items before finally exiting the market. Visibly relieved. What's amiss? Lin Lan chuckled, observing his demeanor. Nervous? No, not really. Shen Xian scratched his head, just a bit unaccustomed to it. He was accustomed to solitude, never experiencing such public attention, especially with a stunning woman by his side. A beauty like Lin Lan was once beyond his wildest dreams. Now his partner. Naturally, he felt uneasy under the spotlight. It's all right, you'll acclimate with time. I'll accompany you on future shopping trips, Lin Lan declared without hesitation. Always? Shen Xian was taken aback, feeling unusually pampered by her decision. The heiress's words are truly domineering. She exudes the aura of an overbearing CEO. Brother Xian is the submissive one, a perfect match. Viewers expressed envy, as proactive girlfriends like Lin Lan were rare. After purchasing the groceries, Shen Xian and Lin Lan returned home. Arriving home, Wu Xiaoxiao was engrossed in a heated battle on stimulating battlefield, while Xue Qing was absent. The house was quiet. Woof woof woof. Soon, De Huang and Xiao Huang bounded over, shattering the tranquility. Go away. Shen Xian, in a foul mood, was irritated by their antics and shooed them away. Brother Xian, please rescue Wu Xiaoxiao. She's such a noob. Yeah, she's been getting eliminated upon landing all morning, never reaching the final circle. She's utterly hopeless. If only she possessed a tenth of Brother Xian's skill, she wouldn't suffer such humiliating defeats. Suddenly, viewers from Wu Xiaoxiao's livestream flooded in, lamenting her performance. Shen Xian, initially irked, couldn't help but chuckle at their comments. Brother Xian, you're back. Wu Xiaoxiao emerged from her room, dispirited, and offered a casual greeting. Losing at the game? Shen Xian inquired casually. How did you know? Wu Xiaoxiao frowned, retorting. And constantly eliminated upon landing, never reaching the final circle? Shen Xian added. You knew that too? Wu Xiaoxiao widened her eyes, suddenly realizing. Did those gloating viewers from my livestream tell you? Indeed. Shen Xian nodded. They're urging me to carry you, claiming that if you possessed a tenth of my skill, you wouldn't be eliminated upon landing every time. This, embarrassing. Wu Xiaoxiao nearly wept. All right, cease the despondency. I'll play a few rounds with you. Shen Xian declared casually. Lin Lan, join us. Let's dominate PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Gasp, dominate. Lin Lan and Wu Xiaoxiao were stunned, but quickly smiled and followed Shen Xian into the computer room. Ha ha ha, tremble, PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds players, your emperor has returned. Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, for she knew. The nightmare of the game players had arrived. Chapter 84. Misfortune afoot, Brother Xian. Let's go with your commands once again. Wu Xiaoxiao proactively stated, as Shen Xian's prowess had undeniably captivated the group. With Brother Xian leading, he was undoubtedly the pivotal figure. All right, no problem. Shen Xian nodded without hesitation. They were all allies, and there was no need for reluctance. Grasping his headset and controlling the parachute, he leaped directly into the opulent mansion, the most resource-rich location. Wow, there are so many people. Wu Xiaoxiao adjusted her angle, glancing around to see parachutes all around. This place had always been a hotspot in the survival game due to its abundant resources. Countless treasures awaited discovery. Here, one could find an array of firearms. Haha, the mansion is our domain. Hurry, we four are professionals. No one can outpace us. Indeed, with Brother Hao present, who could possibly compete with us? Teacher Qiao, it seems Brother Hao's team is also here. Don't worry, we three will protect Teacher Qiao. I'll just observe. I'm merely a bystander. Meanwhile, Within the mansion, two other teams were present, one led by the professional player Brother Hao and the other a group of fans led by the female streamer Qiu Qiu. 8 people, adding Shen Xian's trio and a few stragglers. Nearly 20 individuals filled the mansion. Bang, bang, bang. Just seconds after landing, a flurry of shotgun blasts echoed throughout the mansion. Soon after, notifications of headshots began to appear. Who is this Brother Xian? How can a shotgun be so formidable? It can only prey on those without weapons. Let's hurry and grab some guns. Don't worry, I have an M4 already. The occupants of the mansion paid little heed to the sounds, for it was merely a shotgun. Once they acquired rifles, there would be nothing to fear. A volley of bullets would surely resolve any issue. Brother Hao, there are enemies near you. At this moment, the 4 members of Brother Hao's team, each armed, stealthily moved to the center of the room. Suddenly, one of them alerted the main leader, Brother Hao. Nothing to worry about. Watch how I handle this. Brother Hao remained unfazed. He had encountered such scenarios countless times before. Armed with an M4, he aimed at where he suspected foes would appear. Suddenly, a figure leaped into view. Tat tat tat. Brother Hao instinctively clicked the mouse button, firing at the shadow. Bang. But the next moment, the computer screen went black. Death? Brother Hao stared at the darkened screen, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. I died? How did that happen? Bang, bang, bang. In quick succession, 3 more gunshots rang out, and the remaining members of Brother Hao's team fell without the ability to retaliate. Brother Hao, that person must be cheating. Certainly. They must be cheating. How else could a shotgun take us all down? Damn it. We have to report him. This is outrageous. The other members of the team crowded around Brother Hao, lamenting their fate, their resolve unyielding. It must be cheating. I'm going to report him. Once Brother Hao regained his composure, he could only attribute their misfortune to foul play. Meanwhile, Qiu Qiu's team encountered their own predicament. Bang! A headshot rang out. And despite being shielded by 3 burly men, Qiu Qiu was the first to fall, with no chance for reprieve. How did I die? Qiu Qiu was bewildered, standing among 3 companions, yet still the first casualty. The mere thought was incredulous. Soon, a figure appeared before them. Quick, kill him. Qiu Qiu urgently pointed at the approaching figure, shouting loudly. Coming, I'll take him down and avenge you. Me too. How dare he kill Qiu Qiu? Such a cute person should not be harmed. The other 3, eager to ingratiate themselves, vowed to eliminate the assailant in Qiu Qiu's honor. Bang, bang, bang. However, they swiftly learned the true meaning of terror. Armed with a shotgun and continuously leaping, they couldn't aim properly. 5 seconds passed, and with 3 consecutive gunshots, the other 3 collapsed instantly. Dead too? Qiu Qiu hadn't even experienced the thrill of vengeance before her comrades fell victim as well. Who is this person? How can they be so terrifying? Under the gaze of all, that figure wielded nothing but a shotgun, leaving the battlefield unscathed, continuing to sweep through other areas. Well, Brother Xian is incredibly formidable. This is unreal. Encountering someone like him completely ruins the gaming experience. The damage may be minimal, but the humiliation is profound. A shotgun reigns supreme in the mansion. Meanwhile, in Shen Xian's streaming room, a chorus of astonished viewers marveled at his marksmanship. Had he wielded an M4, perhaps it wouldn't have been as sensational, but the fact that he used a shotgun was simply beyond imagination. Minutes later, the mansion stood desolate, devoid of life. Brother Xian, you are astonishing. Wu Xiuxiu exclaimed, trailing behind to collect weapons, ammunition, and health packs, thoroughly enjoying herself. This is merely Brother Xian's basic operation. Lin Lan smiled slightly, appearing nonchalant, yet secretly lauding Brother Xian's skills. Lin Lan, why aren't you collecting weapons? Wu Xiuxiu noticed Lin Lan had no firearms, only health packs and shotgun shells, and was puzzled. What are you doing with so many shotgun shells? For Brother Xian, Lin Lan replied casually. After all, trailing behind Brother Xian meant she needn't fire a weapon. She merely needed to provide him with ammunition and health packs. Oh. Wu Xiuxiu paused for a moment before realizing. You're right. Wu Xiuxiu had to admit, following Shen Xian meant there was no need for her to shoot. What was the point of collecting guns? Consequently, she kept only an M4 and 30 rounds, discarding the rest in favor of shotgun shells, drinks, and health packs. The two followed Shen Xian into the toxic zone. I must say, I am impressed. This is the true definition of a devoted fan, only collecting shotgun shells. I've never seen anything like it. I want a fan like that too. Gaming is simply delightful. When one possesses skills like Brother Xian's, legions of admirers will surely follow. In the streaming room, the audience was left speechless. After all, Brother Xian's exclusive use of a shotgun was quite the oddity. Let us go. We only eliminated 16 people, too slow. Xian remarked casually as he approached a vehicle with Linlon and Wu Xiuxiu in tow. What? Only 16? In one mansion. 16 people have fallen. That is terrifying. Even top-tier players could falter here, yet Brother Xian has wiped out the opposition and still feels it is too slow? The viewers glanced at the number in the top right corner, noting there were still 45 players left, and they couldn't help but silently mourn for those 45. Encountering someone like Brother Xian? Just consider it bad luck. Chapter 85, Professional Team Bang. 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 The thunderous echoes of shotguns reverberated through the forest, along the roads. And around the houses, wherever the sound of gunfire resonated, lives were claimed. What the hell? Who on earth is this? I was taken down from hundreds of meters away by a shotgun? This is utterly absurd. After traversing the battlefield for so long, this is the first time I've encountered such a remarkable player. Soon, players throughout the game began to raise their voices in outrage, clamoring to report the incident. Some, in their exasperation, resorted to the public channel, unleashing a torrent of curses directed at the perpetrator, accusing him of cheating and wishing ill upon his family. They urged for reports to flood in. Feel free to report. Xian replied with a slight smile, his demeanor calm. Arrogance. It was staggering. To cheat and still dare to make such bold threats? What a fierce individual. In no time, dozens of reports were sent to the Blue Hole officials, leaving the staff astonished. Not this person again. The staff quickly gathered footage of Xian's gameplay, only to be overwhelmed. Just days prior, this individual had faced off against the renowned streamer, Pig Brother, resulting in a flurry of reports. Yet, upon investigation, no cheating was found. Now, another wave of reports had surfaced. Responding in a minute? No way he isn't cheating. Blue Hole must be out of their minds. The outcry against Blue Hole escalated, with players cursing the company for allegedly protecting cheaters. Meanwhile, in the streaming room, Chio was also venting her frustrations, her expression a clear reflection of her anger. Teacher Chio, your reports are futile. That's the man who made Pig Brother quit streaming. What good will your reports do? Blue Hole already knows him and found no evidence of cheating, so why would they ban him? Upon seeing the comments in the chat, Chio was taken aback. Just days ago, a significant event occurred in the PUBG streaming community. The famous streamer, Pig Brother, had withdrawn from streaming, seemingly to hone his skills. She had heard whispers of an exceptionally skilled player who had shaken Pig Brother's confidence, prompting his retreat. Little did she know, she had just encountered that very individual. It was him. My apologies for the disturbance. Chio immediately fell silent, her astonishment evident, rendered speechless. Similarly, Haogu was equally astonished. Just as he contemplated reporting, a friend alerted him and briefly recounted Xian's illustrious exploits. So it's him, the one who made Pig Brother quit streaming? Haogu suddenly recalled that his former team was seeking to recruit formidable players. Perhaps he should. Without hesitation, Haogu dialed a number. Oh my. I finally secured a chicken dinner. Moments later, Xian, alongside Wu Xiuxiu and Linlon, triumphed in a match, eliminating 48 adversaries. Wu Xiuxiu and Linlon also collected a few kills along the way. A single team had taken down over 50 opponents. As a PUBG female streamer, Wu Xiuxiu had never achieved a chicken dinner without Xian's guidance. If it weren't for Brother Xian, you wouldn't even get a taste of victory. Tonight, shouldn't we treat Brother Xian well? If we pamper him, we'll have chicken dinners every day. This notion felt laden with implications. In Wu Xiuxiu's streaming room, playful banter filled the air, and she found it hard to contain her laughter. Brother Xian, thank you for leading me to victory again. Although slightly embarrassed, gratitude was necessary. It's nothing. I simply wanted to enjoy the game. Xian waved his hand dismissively. Today's session ends here. Perhaps I'll stream again this afternoon. Is Brother Xian feeling a bit down? It must be due to the zoo project falling through. Alas, there was little to be done, without official approval. The plan couldn't proceed. The chat buzzed with speculation, and just as they wrapped up their discussions, Xian closed the streaming session. The zoo project had been an endeavor Xian had been planning for quite some time. Its sudden halt necessitated a re-evaluation of his strategy. I'm off to prepare dinner. You two enjoy yourselves. Xian called to Linlon and Wu Xiuxiu before heading to the kitchen, ready to whip up something nourishing. He had been quite fatigued these past few days and needed to elevate his diet. It was the first time Wu Xiuxiu had seen Brother Xian in such a state, leaving her momentarily puzzled about how to respond. It's fine. He'll pull through, Linlon reassured her, confident that Xian was merely experiencing a temporary lapse in clarity. A little comfort from them would surely suffice. How should we comfort him? Of course, it would involve some intimate moments in the quiet of the night, within their private quarters. I suspect you're suggesting something more than mere comfort, and I have evidence. Wu Xiaoxiu's streaming room remained lively, with viewers debating intensely, many fans from Xin Xian's channel having migrated over. Stop spreading nonsense. Our relationship with Brother Xian is pure and innocent. You're all just making wild assumptions. Wu Xiaoxiu shot back. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at the barrage of comments. These individuals had become increasingly audacious, making jokes without restraint. Those unaware might genuinely believe something was amiss between her and Xin Xian. Then you're quite foolish, missing this opportunity. The Great One is right in front of you. Why not seize the moment? Who will take you under their wing next time? Should I really seize the opportunity? Wu Xiaoxiu pondered the words, questioning her own motivations. Was she really considering clinging to Xin Xian's coattails? Then, perhaps, she could soar to the heights of success, becoming a prominent streamer. This was undeniably an enticing shortcut. After all, what female streamer wouldn't wish for a powerful ally? So what about tonight? Wu Xiaoxiu mused, considering that Brother Xian was handsome and charming. Even if something happened, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Looking at Wu Xiaoxiu's eyes, it was clear she was already intrigued. Indeed, starting tomorrow, she would be the one under the protection of a significant figure. The LSPs in the streaming room began to chatter excitedly, embellishing their tales with vivid detail, stopping just short of revealing specifics. Ding dong. At that moment, Wu Xiaoxiu received a private message on Douyu. She opened it casually and gasped. Whoa, a manager from a professional team has contacted me. Are they inviting me to join their ranks? Wu Xiaoxiu exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Look at this. You all said my skills were lacking, and now a professional team is reaching out to me. I might soon be training with them, and when that happens, you'll all be left in awe. The denizens of the live stream were taken aback upon hearing this. With the streamer's skill level, a team invitation? Surely. It was a jest. Anyone could achieve such a feat if you're scouted by a professional team. I'll become an emperor, one declared. Wu Xiaoxiu, upon seeing the barrage of comments, nearly choked with indignation. Could no one believe her? Was her skill truly so lacking? Despite playing solo and never achieving victory, she had been diligently honing her skills. Why did they lack faith in her? It was outrageous. Cease your taunts, or Xiaoxiu shall weep, someone interjected. Alas, why strive for skill when one possesses beauty? Xiaoxiu, relinquish this pursuit and seek a worthy husband. It surpasses all else. Despite Wu Xiaoxiu's feigned sorrow, not a single viewer offered genuine solace. Instead, they continued their relentless assault. Men are all dolts. Wu Xiaoxiu retorted, adding, you shall see. I shall contact a professional team and secure a contract. She promptly composed a message. Is there a matter you wish to discuss? Is your roster lacking players? After contemplation, Wu Xiaoxiu typed and sent her query. Indeed, came the swift reply. Our team seeks to bolster its ranks with 1 or 2 high-caliber players. Have you heard of us? We are the Firewind team. The Firewind team, renowned in the realm of PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds, boasting exceptional players and a world championship title. Few could decline an offer from such a prestigious team. My comrades, it is the Firewind team. I am destined for stardom. Wu Xiaoxiu exclaimed. Unable to contain her excitement, she eagerly responded, I am familiar with your reputation. When may I attend a tryout? Typically, the process involved a team extending an invitation, followed by the player undergoing a trial to assess their capabilities. If deemed satisfactory, they would join the team as a reserve player. Actually, we were hoping to make the acquaintance of Brother Xian, who played with you today. We wish to extend an invitation for him to join our team as a key member. The Firewind team's staff member swiftly clarified. What? They sought Brother Xian? Blast. Wu Xiaoxiu cursed under her breath. They sought Brother Xian through her. Her hopes had been dashed. What ails Xiaoxiu? A lady should refrain from such vulgarity. Maintain elegance. She must have been rejected, hence her agitation. The team sought Brother Xian. He has concluded his broadcast and is unavailable. They requested an introduction. Wu Xiaoxiu explained, crestfallen. Ha ha ha. I knew it. How could a team possibly consider a novice like you? Novice Xiaoxiu. Seek a suitable husband and settle down. Brother Xian is a true powerhouse. Cling to him, and even a fraction of his skill will propel you to fame. The viewers expressed no surprise, as Brother Xian's dominance in the game had undoubtedly caught the team's attention. Moreover, Wu Xiaoxiu's abysmal skill level would tarnish the team's reputation. I shall inquire on your behalf. Wu Xiaoxiu replied curtly before heading to the kitchen, where she found Xian occupied with cooking. Brother Xian, a professional team has extended an invitation for you to become a starting player. Wu Xiaoxiu inquired, phone in hand and broadcast active. A professional team is inviting me? Xian paused, spatula in hand, and turned to her. Decline on my behalf. I have no interest in joining a professional team. No interest. Brother Xian. This is the top-ranked PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds team in the nation. Joining would guarantee instant fame. Each of their key players commands a multi-million-dollar salary. With your prowess, you would undoubtedly be a top player, earning 5 to 6 million or even 10 million annually. Such earnings sounded appealing indeed. However, Xian's aspirations lay elsewhere. He valued his freedom and would not sacrifice it for mere monetary gain. No need. I merely play games for leisure, not as a career. Xian shook his head and resumed his culinary endeavors. Wu Xiaoxiu was taken aback, but ultimately accepted his decision. Brother Xian held professional teams in such disdain. In contrast, she eagerly sought their attention, only to be rejected. Such was the disparity. Brother Xian's charisma was truly remarkable. I admire Brother Xian's disdain for money. Impressive. Emulate him. That is the confidence of a true master. The live stream was filled with praise. Wu Xiaoxiu had no choice but to relay Xian's decision to the professional team, who reluctantly accepted it. If even the Firewind team's renowned name was met with such indifference, their entreaties would be futile. After half an hour, Xian finished preparing lunch, served it, and dined with Wu Xiaoxiu and Lin Lan. Xueqing remained occupied at the orchard, fulfilling fruit orders for contest winners, and was unable to join them. Brother Xian, what are your plans for the afternoon? Lin Lan inquired between bites. I shall plant vegetables in the vacant plot, and then visit Xueqing to assess her progress. Xian replied casually, adding that the bears had tilled the plot sufficiently, and it was time to sow the seeds. I shall assist you. Lin Lan volunteered without hesitation. You shall assist me? Xian was skeptical. Could Lin Lan, with her delicate frame, handle farm work? Very well, you may assist me. Xian agreed, not wanting to discourage her enthusiasm. Do you know how to farm? Farm? Lin Lan admitted her ignorance. Does it matter? You can simply teach me. That is true. Xian nodded. Rest assured, I shall guide you every step of the way. Every step of the way? Wu Xiaoxiu, mid-meal, conceived an idea. Brother Xian, I also wish to assist with planting. Please guide me as well. Also every step of the way? Xian's innocuous statement took on a suggestive tone due to Wu Xiaoxiu's remark. Did both of them intend to take advantage of him? Xian mused. No wonder news reports warn boys to be cautious when venturing out. One must be wary of being taken advantage of. Chapter 87. Commencing the vegetable garden as June approached. The temperature soared, and the midday sun blazed fiercely, rendering outdoor labor nearly impossible. De Huang and Xiao Huang lay nearby, panting heavily, completely disinterested in moving. Xian, feeling a twinge of boredom, found the prospect of live streaming tedious and now, without it, felt a sense of restlessness. What to do? A lottery. Suddenly recalling the 6 remaining lottery chances from his previous battle with the tiger, Xian realized he had forgotten amidst his busyness. With a decisive thought, the virtual spinning wheel materialized before him. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have won a bag of celestial soil. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have won a celestial elixir. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired intermediate animal communication technique. In quick succession, a series of rewards showered upon Xian. Celestial soil, elixirs, and communication techniques were all familiar to him. Previously, he had struggled to comprehend the exchanges between the Tiger King and De Huang, likely due to his rudimentary communication skills. Now, with an upgrade, understanding should be within reach. Taking this opportunity, Xian briefly summarized his newfound rewards: 2 bags of celestial soil, 1 bag of celestial fertilizer, 2 elixirs, 1 misfortune talisman, and 1 peach blossom talisman. The celestial soil and fertilizer could be put to immediate use, while the elixirs could be saved for potential future needs. As for the misfortune talisman, Xian had no inclination to experiment, fearing a day filled with bad luck. Regarding the peach blossom talisman, he found himself in a dilemma. Every man is susceptible to the allure of romance. Who would not desire a surge in their romantic fortunes? Yet, surrounded by 3 stunning beauties, his romantic prospects were already plentiful. Adding a talisman might lead to overwhelming attention from numerous admirers. With the talisman in hand, he hesitated, unsure of his decision. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, De Huang approached, barking at Xian. Go away, go away. Xian, lost in thought, waved dismissively, inadvertently pressing the talisman onto De Huang's forehead. Oh no. Realizing the mistake too late, he attempted to remove the talisman, but it had already taken effect on De Huang. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang looked at Shun Xian, bewildered, and barked in confusion. Scram, get lost, Shun Xian exclaimed, irritated that De Huang chose this moment to interrupt. What a waste of a perfectly good peach blossom talisman. Although Shun Xian felt he did not truly need the talisman, he was reluctant to squander it on De Huang. With a sense of loss, he turned his attention to the remaining items. Keeping the celestial soil in hand seemed pointless. He might as well try it in the vegetable patch. After all, it was celestial soil, surely more fertile than Earth's. Suddenly recalling the celestial fertilizer he had previously used to plant celestial fruit seeds, he quickly stood up and retrieved it, only to find the pot empty and devoid of any activity. Let us try this fertilizer, Shun Xian muttered, opening the bag and pouring it onto the surface, confident that celestial products would yield some effect. After adding some water, he returned the pot to its original place. Xian Ge, are we going to plant vegetables now? Wu Xiuxiu emerged from the room, her face alight with excitement. Is planting vegetables that exhilarating? Shun Xian wondered, scratching his head. Let us wait a bit. The sun is too harsh right now. It's fine. I've changed into my clothes and am ready to go, Wu Xiuxiu declared, eager to start. Changing clothes? Shun Xian assessed her outfit, a thin, sleeveless dress paired with shorts, showcasing her long, fair legs. I'm coming too. Before Shun Xian could respond, Lin Lan stepped out of her room, drawn by the commotion. However, she was immediately captivated by Wu Xiuxiu's attire. Is that all you're wearing? Lin Lan questioned skeptically. You'll get sunburned. No worries. I've applied sunscreen. It'll be fine, Wu Xiuxiu replied nonchalantly, playfully flaunting her figure to Lin Lan. I'll change too. Without hesitation, Lin Lan turned and went back inside. Minutes later, Lin Lan emerged, dressed in equally revealing attire. The sight was enough to stir Shun Xian's thoughts, his composure wavering beneath the surface. These two young ladies were undeniably beguiling. At their insistence, Shun Xian reluctantly led them to the vegetable patch, each carrying a hoe along with 2 bags of celestial soil and packets of seeds. Upon arriving, the sun remained unforgiving. Shun Xian set up a stand nearby, directed his phone camera toward the garden, and opened a live streaming session. Xian Ge has finally started the stream. Good afternoon, Xian Ge. Where are we today? After waiting so long, he is finally here. As the stream opened, a few viewers trickled in, greeting Shun Xian. Hello everyone. Today we're planting vegetables in the garden, accompanied by 2 lovely assistants. Shun Xian smiled and introduced the scene, turning the camera toward Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu. Wow, these 2 beauties are dressed so lightly. How is it fair to have 2 stunning companions while gardening? I suspect Xian Ge is showing off, making all the single viewers envious. As the 2 ladies appeared, viewers expressed their frustration at Shun Xian's apparent flaunting. Xian Ge, come teach me how to farm. I don't know how to use this hoe, Wu Xiuxiu called out sweetly, her alluring outfit accentuating her request. You promised to teach me step by step. Chapter 88. Enchanting figures with the addition of Miss Lin. It was as if they were destined to soar together. While ostensibly engaged in agriculture, the true intention was to indulge in one's desires. Ah, how enviable is Shuangge's life. Just the sight of Wu Xiuxiu, gracefully waving her arms, exuding charm and allure, sent ripples through the hearts of those in the live stream. Akin to tranquil waters suddenly disturbed by a breeze. And not far away, Shun Xian was certainly more affected. No matter how composed he attempted to be, he struggled to maintain his poise. Shuangge, don't forget about me. I too desire your hands-on instruction, Lin Lan declared, equally unyielding, her fervor matching that of Wu Xiuxiu. This declaration left Shuangge with no choice but to respond. I'm coming. I'm coming. This is my forte. Allow me to guide you. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed over, momentarily disregarding the audience of the live stream. Thus commenced the genuine hands-on teaching. Place your hands here and begin to exert force. Aim for the ground below and dig down. Lift and lever. Yes, just like that. Shun Xian stood behind Wu Xiuxiu, grasping her hands as he earnestly instructed her. After guiding Wu Xiuxiu, he took Lin Lan's hand to continue the lesson. Had it not been for Shun Xian's reluctance to release Lin Lan's hand, the viewers might have believed this was merely a teaching session. Unbeknownst to them, Shuangge maintained a commendable demeanor, genuinely instructing. Look at his hands, still holding on to Miss Lin's. Viewers exclaimed in disbelief. Is it not acceptable for him to hold his girlfriend's hand? The audience erupted in discontent, yet none could contest Shuangge's captivating allure. All right, let us cultivate this land together. First, we shall carve out a few rows, and then we can proceed to plant vegetables. Upon concluding his instruction, Shun Xian seized the hoe and began to work the earth. This plot was previously overrun with weeds, necessitating considerable effort to transform it into a vegetable garden. Under the blazing sun, the trio toiled diligently for over half an hour, unable to bear the heat. They retreated to the shade of a tree, sipping water and enjoying slices of watermelon. Wow, this watermelon is incredibly sweet, Xianxian marveled. Indeed, if only Xueqing returned soon to bring more watermelon. Wu Xiuxiu eagerly replied. No worries, once we finish this plot, we shall seek her out, Xianxian pondered. Recognizing that Xueqing would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with packing the 200 fruit orders, they were obliged to lend a hand. Then let us hasten our work, Linlan urged, and thus, the trio resumed their labor. The patch of wilderness was not extensive, and their efforts bore fruit swiftly. After clearing it, Xianxian produced 2 bags of mysterious soil. What is this? Linlan and Wu Xiuxiu inquired, puzzled. This is my exclusive formula. Mixing this soil into the ground will yield remarkable vegetables in the future, Xianxian proclaimed, shrouded in mystery. Exclusive formula? 2 bags of dark, unremarkable soil? Linlan and Wu Xiuxiu exchanged bewildered glances, skeptical of Xianxian's claims. They even compared a handful of the mystical soil with the earth beneath them, finding little discernible difference. Chuanga, have you lost your mind? These soils appear identical. Wu Xiuxiu couldn't contain her disbelief. Indeed, they are merely dirt. What could possibly differ? Linlan scrutinized for any unique quality, but found none. You simply do not understand. I paid a handsome price for this. It is exceptionally fertile, Xianxian declared with pride, scattering the mystical soil evenly across the vegetable patch. Exclusive formula? Shuanga must have paid a hefty price for folly. Surely not. Shuanga is clever. It must be genuine. Can 2 bags of soil truly mutate vegetables? Critiques from the audience cascaded through the live stream, as disbelief reigned. While the quality of soil and fertilizer is indeed vital, the effects could not be so dramatic. At most, the vegetables might taste slightly better. But surely a cucumber could not weigh 2 or 3 pounds. Once the mystical soil was distributed, Xianxian proceeded to sow the seeds, watering each one diligently. At last, the day's agricultural labor concluded. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Xianxian, along with Linlan and Wu Xiuxiu, collapsed beneath the tree, quenching their thirst. In the summer heat, their damp clothing clung to their forms, accentuating the stunning figures of the 2 young women, all too evident before the camera. Naturally, Xianxian could not help but notice this captivating sight. How enchanting! Such a perfect silhouette. And those magnificent peaks. Xianxian murmured to himself, his gaze involuntarily wandering. This scene did not escape the observant eyes of the livestream audience. Look at Shuanga's furtive glances. Absolutely hilarious. He has perfected the art of sneaking peeks. Poor Shuanga. A classic case of wanting but lacking the courage. He mustn't let himself be overwhelmed. Laughter erupted among the viewers as Xianxian glanced at the livestream. Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, he quickly shifted the topic, saying, Everyone, let us take a brief respite before we assist Xueqing. The 200 fruit orders that were won should be dispatched today. Upon hearing this, many viewers' attention shifted away. Really? Then please send mine first. Shuanga, I can barely afford fruit. I am counting on that prize to save me. You all seem to have won, yet I did not. Oh, how unfortunate. As Xianxian observed the chatter, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, the audience had moved on from his earlier furtive glances. For if Linlan and Wu Xiuxiu had caught wind of it, it would have been mortifying. Do not fret. We shall take a short break and then lend our assistance, Xianxian reassured them. Shuanga, isn't it a considerable distance from here to Xueqing's place? How shall we get there? Wu Xiuxiu inquired, puzzled, knowing the roads in Xuejia village were not particularly easy to traverse. Xuejia village. Xianxian pondered, then asked, If we cross over this mountain, do we not arrive directly at Xuejia village? In truth, Xuejia village was not far. The continuous mountain range merely obstructed the path. Taking the longer route would be quite winding, yet traversing directly over the mountains would be much closer. That seems plausible. Wu Xiuxiu nodded, though she added, But isn't it dangerous in the mountains? There appears to be no proper road. Hearing this, Xianxian waved his hand dismissively, declaring, What is there to fear? With me leading the way, there is nothing to dread. I will vanquish any obstacles. As the saying goes, in this world, roads are forged by those who walk them. If there is no road, we shall create one. Chapter 89. Love in the mountains. Then let us traverse this mountain together. Wu Xiuxiu felt her blood surge with excitement at these words. If Xiangu wished to embark on this journey, she would accompany him. Let us quickly change into suitable attire before setting off. We cannot venture into the mountains dressed like this. Otherwise, those thorns will surely tear our skin. Lin Lan interjected hastily. Having ascended the mountain several times, she had gained some experience and insight, understanding what clothing was appropriate for such an expedition. In the deep mountains, where underbrush and thorns were plentiful, exposing one's thighs would result in not but bloodied scratches after walking just a short distance. With that, Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu retreated to change their outfits. Moments later, they emerged clad in practical attire. What a pity, these outfits conceal everything, one remarked. Indeed. Why climb a mountain when one could admire bare legs at home? This attire is rather disappointing, came another voice. To their surprise, as the two stunning women stepped out, the live chat was filled with disappointment. It was evident that the viewers preferred the sight of bare legs, and with nothing visible now, their enthusiasm waned. Let us proceed into the mountains. Shun Xian sighed at the barrage of comments in the chat, calling out as he picked up his phone and headed towards the mountains. Leading the way were De Huang and Xiao Huang, followed by Xian Ge, with Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu bringing up the rear, the group marching resolutely onward. As they entered the mountainous terrain, the live stream transformed into a panorama of lush greenery, accompanied by the melodious calls of birds. What a splendid environment. I envy Xian Ge. Living amidst concrete in the city feels so stifling. When will I experience a life like his, with fresh air and vibrant greenery all around? The viewers in the chat expressed their covetous sentiments. Many had spent their lives in the confines of their workplaces, devoid of opportunities to explore, hike, or revel in nature's beauty, thereby longing for Shun Xian's mountain-living life. Truth be told, there is no need for such envy after prolonged exposure to this scenery. It eventually loses its charm, Shun Xian chuckled, clarifying, once you truly settle in the countryside for an extended period, you may find it monotonous. There are no takeouts, no nightlife, and everything requires your own effort. Eventually, it becomes tiresome. Indeed, with no takeout, if one gets hungry at night, there is nothing to eat, Lin Lan chimed in, adding her lament. And what about bubble tea? I haven't had any in days. I miss it. Wu Xiuxiu echoed, positioning herself alongside Lin Lan, both expressing their frustrations to Shun Xian on camera. With this, it seemed that rural life was not as idyllic as it appeared. Days without bubble tea would be quite arduous. If I had to cook every day, I would surely crumble, one concluded. Indeed. After Shun Xian and his companions elaborated on the drawbacks of rural living, they all abandoned the notion of retiring to the countryside. For most young people today, takeout, bubble tea, and nightlife are essential. The absence of these comforts would be unbearable. As they conversed, the group had already embarked on the mountain trail, the camera capturing the dense forest, with towering weeds and thorns at every turn. Each few hundred meters became a formidable challenge. Xian Ge, take it slow on these mountain paths. One must tread carefully. Various creatures abound. Oh, look ahead on the screen. What is that white object? It resembles a rabbit. What? A rabbit? Shun Xian glanced at the chat and followed their indicated direction, indeed spotting a fluffy white creature. However, thick underbrush obscured a clear view. Continuing forward, he noticed that the white animal seemed to be trailing De Huang. De Huang, Shun Xian called out, and the attentive dog abruptly halted, turning to look at him. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang barked a few times, seemingly inquiring. Look over there. Shun Xian pointed to the fluffy creature beside De Huang. The dog glanced at it, appearing somewhat puzzled. Just then, the fluffy animal finally emerged from the thicket, approaching De Huang. It was indeed a rabbit. Now, everyone could see the creature clearly, a charming, fluffy, snow-white rabbit. Wow, this rabbit's fur is so adorable. I wish to pet it. It's utterly irresistible. Yet, why would a rabbit show interest in a dog? It was astonishing to see it nuzzling against De Huang. Could it be love at first sight across species? As the viewers and Shun Xian observed the rabbit, they began to feel something was amiss. The rabbit was now affectionately rubbing against De Huang, pressing its head against the dog. What is happening? A love transcending species? A rabbit falling for a dog? The thought felt surreal. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang, amused by the rabbit's advances, barked a few times, attempting to push the rabbit away. However, each time he nudged it aside, the rabbit would merely return. Eventually, De Huang, exasperated, surrendered, allowing the rabbit to rub against him. Resigned to its affection, the viewers couldn't help but laugh. Why was De Huang so popular? Who could have imagined that even a rabbit would find him enchanting? The live chat erupted with excitement, as if discovering a new world. The rabbit is so cute, Lin Lan exclaimed, stepping forward, reaching out to embrace the rabbit. Yet, the rabbit deftly dodged her grasp, retreating behind De Huang, ignoring her entirely. My goodness, this rabbit is genuinely smitten with De Huang. De Huang, you must tell the rabbit to let me hold it. Lin Lan called out in a flurry of urgency. Haha, this is hilarious. Surely, De Huang's words would have no effect on the love-struck rabbit. The viewers laughed heartily, never expecting Lin Lan to utter such a thing in her eagerness. Chapter 90. Gritting teeth, hurry up. I want to hold this adorable bunny. Lin Lan was undeterred by anything else, urging insistently. Come on, De Huang, albeit reluctantly. Cast a glance at the rabbit. Woof, woof, woof. He barked a few times, gesturing towards Lin Lan. Hearing the sound, the little white rabbit cautiously peeked out. Glancing at Lin Lan. Come here. Lin Lan, filled with excitement, crouched down and extended her arms, beckoning the little creature. The rabbit looked at De Huang once more, nudged him a few times, and then dashed toward Lin Lan without hesitation, snuggling into her embrace. Wow, it's so adorable. Lin Lan cradled the rabbit tenderly, stroking its fur with utmost care. Although she had raised rabbits before, none had fur so soft and pure as this one. It was simply enchanting. Goodness, is this even possible? Did De Huang take some strange medication today? While uncertain about De Huang's state, it was evident that the little white rabbit had undoubtedly lost its senses. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Not just them, but even Shen Xian and Wu Xiuxiu were equally astonished, unable to fathom how such an absurd event unfolded before their eyes. What is this? A rabbit truly in love? Completely unguarded with humans? Love indeed has the power to dazzle. I want a hug too. Wu Xiuxiu eagerly stepped forward, reaching out to take the bunny from Lin Lan's arms. However, before she could grasp it, the bunny leaped to the ground and scampered back to De Huang, nuzzling against him affectionately. Still not letting me hold it. How frustrating. Wu Xiuxiu stomped her foot, visibly displeased. It must be because it didn't have De Huang's permission. Lin Lan explained, scratching her head. Really? Wu Xiuxiu approached De Huang and said, De Huang, can I hold the little white rabbit too? I promise to bring you meat. Meat? De Huang's eyes lit up at the mention, barking enthusiastically. Woof, woof, woof. Just after barking, the little white rabbit emerged from De Huang's side and eagerly ran to Wu Xiuxiu, allowing her to scoop it up. Wow, such a soft little bunny. Wu Xiuxiu's eyes sparkled with wonder. Incredible! De Huang's charm is truly unparalleled. This must indeed be love. Love, my foot. De Huang would gladly sacrifice the little white rabbit for a morsel of meat. The viewers began to murmur, condemning De Huang's behavior. All right, let's move forward. Shen Xian, noticing the time wasted, urged them on. Fine. Wu Xiuxiu reluctantly placed the little rabbit back on the ground, and they continued their journey. De Huang led the way, while the little rabbit followed closely behind, seemingly intent on staying by De Huang's side. Xiangu, how about a feast of stir-fried bunny tonight? It looks so plump and tender, it must be delicious. How could we eat such a cute bunny? Observing the lively and adorable rabbit, some people began to entertain thoughts about it. After all, rabbit meat is quite delectable. Eat rabbit? Shen Xian felt a twinge of temptation upon hearing those words. He had long heard that wild rabbit meat was exquisite, and this plump little creature would surely make for a delightful dish, simmered with chili powder. The aroma would be irresistible. Woof, woof, woof. Whether by some shared intuition or a sudden realization, De Huang barked at Shen Xian, pulling him back from the reverie of culinary fantasies. Why are you barking? Shen Xian shot him a glare, promptly continuing forward. Ah, come on. De Huang, clearly displeased, trudged on ahead. Xingu, have you already decided how to prepare the rabbit? Braised or stewed? Definitely braised, with a touch of chili. It would be a culinary masterpiece. The live stream audience remained engrossed in discussions about cooking methods, making Shen Xian's mouth water. Don't be ridiculous. That is De Huang's love. How could I possibly eat it? Shen Xian declared with righteous seriousness, speaking so earnestly yet saliva was about to spill from your mouth. At that moment, Lin Lan chimed in, unable to hold back her amusement. Huh? Am I drooling? Shen Xian instinctively reached for the corner of his mouth, finding nothing there. Ha ha ha. I was just teasing you. You actually believed it. Lin Lan covered her mouth, stifling laughter. Come on, admit it. Were you really thinking about how to eat the rabbit just now? Well, under Lin Lan's scrutinizing gaze, Shen Xian found it difficult to deny, awkwardly responding. I was just pondering. Rabbit meat is indeed quite delicious. Ha ha. I love seeing Xiangu get caught in his own words. Who was it that so adamantly claimed not to eat rabbit meat? Poor De Huang. The only love he had was now under threat of being cooked. Hearing Shen Xian's admission, the others present couldn't let him off the hook, each one reminding him of his earlier statements. Rest assured, that is De Huang's love. I would never eat it. Now, let's keep moving. Shen Xian, feeling cornered by the ongoing discussions in the live stream, waved his hand in resignation and continued onward. After walking a short distance, a spotted deer suddenly darted out from the side, its coat a lovely brown with white spots, appearing quite delicate. In a flash, it bounded in front of De Huang, shyly lifting and retracting its hooves in a flirtatious manner, creating an endearing display of hesitance. Goodness, a little white rabbit hasn't he left yet, and now there's a deer? What has gotten into De Huang today that he is so popular? Is this deer also smitten? Everyone was bewildered. They had visited the mountains several times before and had never witnessed such a spectacle. Why was De Huang attracting one admirer after another today? Suddenly, Sun Xian had a revelation. He remembered that he had inadvertently placed the peach blossom charm on De Huang earlier, which likely explained the unexpected attention from other animals. They must perceive De Huang as exuding masculine charm. Had he known, he would have used it himself. Sun Xian felt a pang of regret. Such a fine charm. And now it was being enjoyed by a dog, while he could have had his pick of beautiful companions. What a lucky dog. Look at Xian Guo's gritted teeth. Jealousy, he is definitely envious of De Huang. Is he even human, to be jealous of a dog? Little did they know. Sun Xian's mildly displeased expression was instantly caught by the viewers in the live stream, prompting a wave of laughter. Chapter 91. The terrifying python. Sun Xian urged, "Come on." Woof. 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 De Huang responded impatiently, seemingly displeased, before continuing to walk ahead with the spotted deer and the little rabbit. Don't rush him. It's rare for De Huang to be so popular now. Let him enjoy it. Lin Lan chuckled, coming to De Huang's defense. Indeed, De Huang never had such treatment before. You aren't feeling jealous, are you? Wu Xiuxiu inquired tentatively from the side. Jealous? Nonsense. It's just a dog. Why would I feel jealous? Sun Xian rolled his eyes, responding with irritation. He certainly wasn't jealous. He merely felt it was a waste of his peach blossom charm to bestow it upon a dog. Oh. The contradictions of Xian Guo. Is it really so difficult to admit jealousy? This must be his last display of stubbornness. Sun Xian glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream. Finding himself speechless, these folks had become addicted to teasing him. He opted to ignore it and continued deeper into the forest. Today, they were heading to Xuejia village, taking a different route than before. The further they ventured, the more arduous the path became. Sun Xian forged ahead, wielding a machete to clear the way, cutting through thorns and weeds, ensuring Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu could follow. Upon reaching a small stream, both De Huang and Xiao Huang halted, vocalizing their discontent, seemingly urging Sun Xian and the others to turn back. What's the matter? It's just a small stream. What are you afraid of? Sun Xian questioned, glancing at the stream, which was shallow enough to cross by stepping on the large stones within. Woof, woof. De Huang vigorously shook his head and retreated, clearly unwilling to cross the stream, even exhibiting a hint of fear. Fear? Sun Xian found this peculiar. De Huang had faced tigers without such trepidation. It was indeed rare to witness such fear now. Could there truly be something terrifying lurking within? He scrutinized the stream again. Aside from a nearby deep pool, the rest of the stream appeared shallow, with visible pebbles beneath the clear water, devoid of any ominous presence. De Huang was usually reliable. Perhaps there was genuine danger. I have a feeling De Huang wants to stay here in the mountains, living happily with the little rabbit and the spotted deer. Goodness, could it be true? With two females by his side, who wouldn't want to stay? The viewers in the live stream began speculating. De Huang, you don't want to leave, do you? Even Sun Xian couldn't help but ask, considering the possibility. Once they crossed the stream and scaled a ridge, they would reach Xuejia village, and the little rabbit and spotted deer would not accompany them, implying a separation was imminent. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang shook his head vigorously, casting a worried glance at the deep pool, as if sensing something dreadful within. Xiao Huang nodded in agreement with De Huang's sentiment. The deep pool? Sun Xian, hearing this, looked back at the calm water, which showed no signs of disturbance, appearing entirely normal. He picked up a stone and tossed it into the deep pool. Splash! The water erupted in waves and ripples, yet nothing seemed amiss. Woof, woof! De Huang whimpered, showing clear signs of distress and urgency, evidently frightened by the possibility of something lurking in the pool. Look, there's nothing there. Sun Xian retorted, somewhat annoyed. Let us hurry and cross the stream. It's almost dark. We're here to help, not to play. He turned to De Huang, Xiao Huang, Lin Lan, and Wu Xiuxiu, only to notice they were all rooted in place, staring at something behind him with expressions of sheer terror. What is going on? Meanwhile, the live stream was in chaos. What is that thing? Is that a dragon? Are you kidding me? Wait, is that a python? How could it possibly be that enormous? Xian Guo, run. If you don't hurry, it'll be the end. Run? With that massive snake head? If Xian Guo could escape, it would be a miracle, This is the end. Shinshin stole a glance at the live stream, his scalp prickling with fear. A colossal snake head loomed in the mirror of his phone, although shrouded in darkness. Its slow movements rendered him frozen, goosebumps prickling his skin. Terrifying. The python flicked its tongue, inching closer to Shinshin. What should I do? Surely it doesn't intend to eat me? A sudden thought surged through Shinshin's mind, yet he understood he must remain still. Any sudden movement might provoke the great serpent, sealing his fate. As he pondered his next move, the massive python suddenly abandoned Shinshin, heading towards Linlan and Wu Xiuxiu. The camera focused solely on the python's thick, sinuous body. Goodness, how long is this python? It must be over 100 years old. If it's over 100 years old, shouldn't it have transformed into a dragon? Why is it still a snake? Does such a large and thick python truly exist in this world? While the viewers were astonished, doubts began to creep in. Do you think this could be fake? A user named Qixing questioned, stating, I've traveled across the land and seen many creatures, yet I have never encountered a python of such size. It seems too unbelievable. I haven't seen one either. Not having seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Shinshin has no reason to deceive us. It's common to exaggerate for entertainment, but this python is just too outlandish. As one person raised doubts, others followed suit, expressing skepticism towards Shinshin. However, Shinshin could not afford to dwell on their disbelief, for he saw the enormous python gliding toward Linlan and Wu Xiuxiu, now only 10 meters away. The two women stood frozen, eyes shut tight, aware that even if they wished to flee, escape was futile. They could only remain still, hoping the python might spare them due to their immobility. Should they run, it would surely provoke the beast, sealing their doom. The python hissed. Drawing closer to Linlan and Wu Xiuxiu, Shinshin clenched his fists, resolute. If the python dared to harm either of them, he would be the first to charge at it, ready to fight. Better to die fighting than to cower. Chapter 92. A deluge of skepticism. Shinshin had already stooped down, clutching a stone tightly in his hand, poised to rush forward at any moment. Yet, the colossal serpent merely lowered its head, flicking its tongue as it fixed its gaze upon De Huang. What could this mean? Was it captivated by De Huang? Although Shinshin couldn't fathom why the serpent was so intrigued by De Huang, scrutinizing it repeatedly. Its sinuous movements resembled the courtship rituals of animals. Good heavens, was it in heat? Shinshin watched for a long while, yet remained perplexed. How could a serpent, especially one of such immense size, be interested in a dog? This was utterly preposterous. Could the charm truly be so potent as to incite affection even across species? It defied belief. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang, feeling somewhat vexed by the serpent's unwavering gaze, barked a few times, attempting to deter it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Unexpectedly, the serpent appeared to be quite aggrieved, writhing its head on the ground as if to whine. Heavens above! Shinshin was dumbfounded. Linlan and Wu Xiuxiu were equally stunned, rendered speechless. The denizens of the live stream were in utter disarray. This is undoubtedly fabricated, utterly contrived. I concur. Such an event is implausible. How could a serpent possibly fancy a dog? In his desperation to boost the popularity of his live stream, Brother Xian resorts to any means necessary. I am truly in awe. The special effects are remarkably realistic. The viewers of the live stream, initially somewhat credulous, were now universally skeptical, accusing Shinshin of perpetrating a hoax. After all, a serpent enamored with a dog? By no means could that be possible. De Huang, Shinshin, disregarding the uproar in the live stream, simply winked at De Huang, signaling it to placate the serpent and then proceed to the pool. This was truly terrifying. Having raised the dog for many years, they were deeply connected. De Huang turned towards the serpent and abruptly moved. It advanced a few steps, reaching the serpent and extending its forepaw to caress the serpent's head. To their surprise, this gesture elicited immense excitement in the serpent, which promptly opened its jaws and lunged towards De Huang. De Huang. Shinshin was startled, his eyes widening in alarm, yearning to rush forward and rescue De Huang. However, in the next instant, he forcibly retracted the stone he was about to hurl. For, rather than devouring De Huang, the serpent instead extended its tongue and licked De Huang's head repeatedly. Good heavens! Shinshin nearly uttered an expletive. The serpent was too revolting. Subsequently, the serpent slowly retreated, its massive form gradually receding into the pool, ultimately leaving only its head, gazing longingly at De Huang with profound affection, reluctant to depart. Splash! After a moment, the serpent vanished into the pool, the water's surface returning to its tranquil state, undisturbed. Had it truly left? Shinshin felt as if he had awakened from a dream. Since the serpent's emergence, he had believed that he would not escape unscathed, and might even perish here. Yet, the serpent was charmed by De Huang's allure, and in the end, nothing untoward occurred. Phew! Shun Xian exhaled deeply, approaching De Huang and instinctively patting its head, only to find it covered in the serpent's saliva. Ah! Shun Xian recoiled as if electrocuted, his face contorted in disgust. He hastened to the water's edge to cleanse his hand, then brought De Huang over for a thorough wash, finally removing the serpent's residue. De Huang, you were quite the charmer today. Even a serpent was smitten with you. Shun Xian jested as he washed. Woof! A whoop! De Huang whimpered aggrievedly, as if to say, I didn't want this. Shun Xian couldn't help but chuckle at its expression, realizing that he was the one who had affixed the charm to De Huang. Had it not been for the charm, none of this would have transpired. However, if not for the charm, they might have perished upon encountering the serpent. Such a massive serpent could have swallowed them whole. This is definitely fake. I refuse to believe it. A serpent wouldn't attack humans, let alone frolic with a dog. Do you take us for fools? This is too boring. We crave authenticity. But it's becoming increasingly artificial. At this point, the live stream had descended into chaos, rife with skepticism. Brother Xian, you must provide an explanation. How long do you intend to deceive us? An individual with the ID Morningstar spoke with righteous indignation, seemingly representing the vast majority of viewers, interrogating Shun Xian. After bathing De Huang, Shun Xian noticed the viewers' expressions of doubt and was immediately displeased. They had nearly been devoured by a serpent, yet they still suspected it was fake? Confound it. I swear on my integrity that everything you witnessed was genuine. If you choose not to believe me, I am powerless to change your minds. Shun Xian declared earnestly, I am merely a small-time streamer. Where would I find the resources to create special effects or stage performances? Is it truly necessary for me to do so? This seemed to resonate with some. Do you not trust Brother Xian's character? You are all spouting nonsense. Brother Xian would never fabricate anything. Why all the suspicion? I have faith in Brother Xian. The world is full of wonders. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. A few loyal fans, having followed Brother Xian since the beginning of his streaming career, staunchly defended him. You're merely defending him because you've received favors from Brother Xian. Morningstar immediately retorted. You've been bought off with a few pieces of fruit. How spineless. A live stream of rural life should be authentic. Yet, he's constantly featuring black bears and tigers, even fabricating a tiger king. Don't you find it suspicious? Now, he's introduced a giant serpent. Does he truly believe we're fools? Morningstar unleashed a torrent of accusations, stopping just short of branding Brother Xian a charlatan. This caused others to reconsider. From the initial black bear to the wild wolves, then the tigers, and now the giant serpent. It seemed as if every type of animal had made an appearance. Would lions and elephants be next? Could there truly be so many rare animals in a single mountain? Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit off. It's all too contrived. If there were truly so many animals, wouldn't the government intervene? Indeed, it's too implausible. I work in the forestry department and have never heard of a mountain harboring so many wild animals. Suddenly, the live stream was inundated with doubt, drowning out the earlier support from loyal fans. Chapter 93. True intentions. These individuals are undoubtedly orchestrated, or perhaps they are disgruntled participants from previous lotteries, their dissatisfaction fueling their opposition. The same usernames recur, incessantly voicing seemingly impartial opinions that, in reality, serve to agitate the audience. Take that North Star. Posturing as a representative of the masses, championing their cause. Such individuals are either imbecilic or malevolent. As I stated before, I have not been deceitful, nor have I staged anything. Shun Xian, now composed, declared, if you harbor doubts, you are welcome to visit me at any time. Indeed. Brother Xian has been streaming for quite some time now. Do you truly not trust him? Lin Lan and Wu Xiu chimed in, hoping to garner the viewers' trust through their explanations. Two beauties have come forward to vouch for him. That should suffice. Can we truly trust their words? Considering they share a bed with Brother Xian? Precisely. Their explanations are worthless, given their intimate relationship. To their dismay, the audience remained unconvinced, resorting to personal attacks and casting aspersions on Shun Xian and their relationship. Brother Xian, do you see now? Do you have any explanations? North Star inquired with a hint of smugness. If you fail to clarify, your reputation will be tarnished. It is best to apologize and offer some perks to the viewers. Otherwise, no one will believe you. Are you threatening me? Shun Xian realized that North Star, while presenting himself as a representative, was now revealing his true intentions, to extract benefits. Such individuals are indeed vile. I have done nothing wrong, and I will not apologize. Shun Xian retorted coldly. I, Shun Xian, have lived an upright life, accountable to heaven and earth, and to all. If you do not believe me, you are free to leave my stream now. Indeed, I suspect these individuals are deliberately slandering Brother Xian. Surely, they are envious of Brother Xian's success and are attempting to sabotage him. I refuse to leave. What can you do to us? Finally, a segment of the audience began to see through the deception, voicing their suspicions. Let us conclude today's stream here and resume another day. Seeing the continued commotion, Shun Xian opted to end the stream, avoiding further aggravation. As the screen went dark, the stream concluded. Brother Xian, what shall we do now? Lin Lan inquired worriedly. These individuals are undoubtedly driven by jealousy and are disrupting the stream. I also noticed that most of them were lottery participants who did not win. Perhaps they are harboring resentment and are attempting to defame you, Wu Xiuxiu added, her countenance reflecting her anger. It is of no consequence. There is no need to fret, Shun Xian responded with a dismissive wave. These are mere petty disturbances that will subside on their own. Shall we organize another fruit lottery? Lin Lan suggested, hoping to appease them and quell the unrest. Otherwise, this commotion may drive away potential viewers. Nay, Shun Xian adamantly refused. If we yield at this juncture, they will taste victory and become increasingly demanding. It is precisely at times like these that we must remain resolute and unwavering. Lin Lan and Wu Xiuxiu exchanged glances. Aware of Shun Xian's aversion to being coerced, they reluctantly acquiesced. Let us depart. It is nearly 5 o'clock. If we tarry any longer, the sun will descend, and we shall be in peril. Shun Xian glanced at the time and urged the others to cross the river. With giant pythons lurking in the pool, and the potential emergence of other ferocious creatures in the mountains at night, they hastened their pace after ending the stream. Half an hour later, after traversing a mountain ridge, they reached the foot of the mountain, only to halt once more. De Huang was bidding farewell to his 2 adoring fans. The doe and the rabbit were lingering, reluctant to part ways, their expressions conveying their sorrow. Hurry along. A true man should not be so sentimental. Shun Xian chided, patting De Huang's head. Oh whoa, De Huang whined in protest. Let us go. I shall procure some meat for you later, Shun Xian casually remarked before hurrying onward. The previously despondent De Huang instantly perked up, bounding after Shun Xian, wagging his tail. Indeed, in the face of delectable cuisine, all matters of love are rendered inconsequential. Xiuxiu, lead the way. Where does Xueqing reside? Shun Xian, unfamiliar with the neighboring village, had never visited Xueqing's home. She is likely not at home at this hour. Let us check the orchard, Wu Xiuxiu suggested. Come, I shall guide you. The group followed her. Soon reaching the village outskirts, where a small, enclosed garden filled with fruit trees stood. Pushing open the wooden gate, they entered. Release me. Qinyang, I am telling you. I will not consent. Just give in. No one else is around, and your cries for help will be in vain. As they entered, they heard Xueqing's cries for help, along with a man's arrogant voice. Release me. I will never let you have your way. Do not be so unaccommodating. I am determined to have you today. Slap. Another resounding slap echoed through the air. Xueqing. Shun Xian was the first to react, dashing forward. Followed closely by De Huang and Xiao Huang, while Wu Xiuxiu and Lin Lan trailed behind. Shun Xian, save me. Xueqing cried out, tears streaming down her face as she saw Shun Xian rushing towards her. I am here, Shun Xian exclaimed, charging forward. Before the man could react, Shun Xian delivered a swift kick. Thud. The kick landed squarely on the man's back, sending him tumbling across the ground. Ouch. Qin Yang shrieked in agony, his face contorted. Shun Xian's kick had left him reeling. Are you all right? Shun Xian asked, helping Xueqing to her feet. I am fine, Xueqing replied, still shaken. Thankfully, you arrived. Otherwise, I would have. Xueqing, it is all right. We are here. You need not worry, Lin Lan reassured her. Indeed, Brother Xian is here. Qin Yang deserves a beating, Wu Xiuxiu declared, standing beside Shun Xian with clenched fists. Qin Yang, after all these years, you remain the same, bullying old classmates. Are you even a man? Shun Xian quipped, sizing up Qin Yang. He, Qin Yang, and Xueqing were all junior high classmates. Qin Yang was known for instigating fights back then. Little did Shun Xian know that their first encounter after so many years would be under such circumstances. Damn you. You dare kick me? Qin Yang snarled, struggling to his feet. I challenge you to a one-on-one fight. A one-on-one fight? Who is afraid? Wu Xiuxiu retorted before Shun Xian could speak. With your puny physique, Brother Xian could take on 2 of you. Chapter 94. Combat Mode. Shun Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Wu Xiuxiu was truly the best at making bold threats. To be frank, Qin Yang was far more robust than he was, a true brute. If a fight were to ensue, Sun Xian harbored no confidence in his chances. However, with a formidable adversary before him and several lovely ladies by his side, surrender was not an option. Indeed, with your demeanor, I could incapacitate you with a single punch. Do you believe it? Sun Xian steeled himself, clenched his fists, and swung them toward Qin Yang, attempting to project an air of intimidation. If you don't leave now, my brother Xian will show you no mercy. Wu Xiuxiu nodded vigorously, urging Qin Yang to depart forthwith, lest they be forced to resort to violence. Ordinary individuals might have acquiesced to such a warning. Numerically, Qin Xian's side boasted 4 members while Qin Yang stood alone, easily creating an illusion of overwhelming strength. Yet, the 3 females present were of negligible combat capability. Only Qin Xian possessed any true fighting prowess. Qin Yang, a notorious figure on the streets, was astute enough to see through their bluster. Come on, I want to see how much you've improved. Qin Yang rolled up his sleeves, fists clenched, and retorted. Aren't you the one who claimed you could take down 2 of me with a single strike? Wait, is he really coming at us? Qin Xian and Wu Xiuxiu were momentarily taken aback, having anticipated that Qin Yang would scare them and then leave. Who would have thought he had such audacity? Not only did he refuse to back down, but he also sought a confrontation. Qin Yang, what you just did is illegal. If we call the police, you will certainly face detention. You should leave now, and we will let bygones be bygones. Lin Lan stated, her expression grave. Threatening me? Qin Yang scoffed, fearless and brash. Go ahead and call the police. There is no evidence here to prove I committed any crime. Lin Lan was momentarily speechless, appalled by his audacity. I'm not going anywhere, Qin Yang declared, coldly regarding Qin Xian. Come on, hit me. If you want to play the hero, I'm giving you that chance. Let us settle this one-on-one. Qin Yang was resolute in his intention to teach Qin Xian a lesson. Had it not been for Qin Xian barging in and kicking him, he would undoubtedly be with Xue Qing right now, the woman he had long coveted. Just when victory was within his grasp, Qin Xian had ruined everything. How infuriating. If he did not teach Qin Xian a lesson today, how could he maintain his reputation on the streets? Let us do this then. I'm not afraid. Qin Xian echoed, rolling up his sleeves as well. Yet, internally, he felt a profound uncertainty. However, facing such a formidable foe and being the only man on his side, retreat was not an option. Worst case, they would have a brawl. It was nothing of great consequence. Very well, let us go. Qin Yang's eyes glimmered with mockery as he approached swiftly, fists raised. Get back. Qin Xian urged Wu Xiuxiu to step aside, just as he prepared to confront Qin Yang. The latter surged forward, striking without warning. Watch out, Xiangu. The 3 women shouted in alarm, trying to warn Qin Xian. But it was too late. Before Qin Xian could react, Qin Yang's fist landed squarely on his face. Oh, that hurts. Qin Xian felt the world spin around him, a searing pain radiating through his face. With a single punch, he was sent crashing to the ground, as Qin Yang reveled in his triumph. Xiangu. Lin Lan and the others rushed to assist Qin Xian, but Qin Yang blocked their path, a sinister grin on his face. What is this? You all want to join in? Come on, give me a kiss. Disgusted, Lin Lan and the others grimaced, barely suppressing their revulsion. You ambushed me, disregarding any sense of honor. Qin Xian exclaimed as he struggled to his feet, clutching his bruised nose. Disregard for honor? Qin Yang chuckled derisively. You don't know a thing, do you? This is called cunning strategy. If you had the guts, you would ambush me too. I'll be waiting. Damn it. How outrageous. Qin Xian realized he had underestimated Qin Yang, a rogue and a scoundrel. What had he expected in terms of fair play? Since that is the case, what is the point of a one-on-one? Da Huang, Xiao Huang. Qin Xian suddenly called out, summoning the 2 dogs who had been watching the spectacle from the sidelines. They flanked him, eyes fixed menacingly on Qin Yang. What is this? Are you bringing in reinforcements? We agreed on a one-on-one, Qin Yang retorted, though he felt a twinge of apprehension about the dogs. Indeed, a one-on-one, Qin Xian affirmed. You're taking us all on. What? Is that what you meant by one-on-one? Qin Yang nearly choked on his words, exasperated. You're breaking the rules. You lack honor. Lack of honor? Qin Xian laughed incredulously. What was your definition of honor when you ambushed me? Qin Yang felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. Xiangu is right. Da Huang, Xiao Huang. You must charge and avenge us. If you win, I'll treat you to meat. Lin Lan and Xue Qing cheered from the back, even offering incentives. Woof, woof. With encouragement, Da Huang and Xiao Huang transformed from relaxed spectators to ferocious warriors, barking fiercely at Qin Yang. Such ferocity. Qin Yang felt irritable, picking up a stone to intimidate them. Anyone who dares approach will meet a dire fate. Da Huang, Xiao Huang attack. Qin Xian commanded. and De Huang was the first to rush forward, moving like a flash of lightning. With a leap, he pounced on Chun Yang's chest, weighing several dozen pounds. Enhanced by momentum, De Huang's impact felt like 100 pounds crashing down on Chen Yang, knocking him to the ground. "Damn it, I'll crush you." Chen Yang, in a fit of rage, swung the stone at De Huang's head. If that hit, De Huang would likely suffer a concussion. De Huang, Shen Xian gasped, racing forward to intervene. He didn't want to lose De Huang over this incident. After so much time together, De Huang had become more than just a pet. He was a cherished friend. But despite his speed, it was already too late. Chapter 95, bullying Chen Yang with a sudden leap. His hand gripping the stone was forcefully pressed down. A pain cry escaped Chen Yang's lips, intensifying his torment. It turned out that Xiao Wang had dashed in first, sinking his teeth into Chen Yang's arm, leaving him utterly devoid of strength to wield the stone against De Huang. "Well done, Xiao Huang." Lin Lan couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. At this critical juncture, Xiao Huang had heroically reversed the situation, rescuing De Huang. A truly unexpected delight. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang barked a couple of times at Xiao Huang, seemingly expressing his gratitude. "Howl." Xiao Huang immediately responded. The communication between the dog and the wolf was surprisingly harmonious. Damn it. Chen Yang, pinned down, watched this scene unfold with fury boiling within him. He swiftly lifted the stone with his other hand, aiming to retaliate against De Huang and Xiao Wang. "What, do you still intend to strike?" Yet, in the next moment, a foot firmly pressed down on his wrist. It was Shen Xian. He hadn't managed to intervene earlier, but now that he stood right before Chen Yang, there was no way he would allow him to harm De Huang and Xiao Huang. It was nothing short of a delusion. "Shen Xian, if you are truly a man, face me one-on-one. What is the point of gathering so many allies?" Chen Yang roared in frustration. "And what if I do seek assistance? What can you do about it?" Shen Xian replied, entirely unfazed, a sly smile on his lips. "This is a classic example of military deception. If you possess the capability, you should find allies of your own." Chen Yang was left speechless by Shen Xian's retort. "Aren't you quite the tough guy?" Shen Xian crouched down, gripping Chen Yang's chin, and delivered a resounding slap. Smack. "How dare you strike me?" Chen Yang was momentarily dazed, instinctively cursing. "What of it? I'll hit you again." Shen Xian retorted disdainfully, delivering another slap. Smack. It landed squarely on Chen Yang's face, leaving a conspicuous mark. Chen Yang felt utterly humiliated. Yet he was powerless to change his predicament. With a dog on top of him, a wolf biting his arm, and a person pressing down on him, the threat of violence loomed ominously. This was utterly inhumane. "Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly regret it." Chen Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he instantly confessed his fault, nearly on the verge of tears. Is this truly acceptable? Shen Xian was left speechless. Just a moment ago, Chen Yang was fierce, and now he was ready to shed tears of grievance. The speed of his transformation was astonishing. "Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions," Shen Xian scolded sharply. "You merely wish for me to release you so you can recover and then come back for revenge, am I right?" Chen Yang's face fell. Shen Xian had accurately pierced through his thoughts, leaving him feeling embarrassed. "And no, not at all. Rest assured, if you let me go, I will never trouble you again." Chen Yang forced an awkward smile, assuring him with an air of sincerity that could easily deceive anyone else. "I know you too well. You are the type to speak sweetly to people and curse the ghosts," Shen Xian said dismissively. "You are merely a slippery character, right now, with me holding you down. You can only beg for mercy if you wish to be spared. One day, when you gather your own allies, you'll come for me, won't you?" With that, Chen Yang could no longer maintain his fade. Shen Xian had accurately deduced his every thought. "Damn it, do as you will. If you have the guts, kill me. I swear, even if I were to descend into hell, I would not spare you." Chen Yang decided to abandon all pretense, unleashing a torrent of curses without a hint of restraint. "Haraha." Shen Xian and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter at Chen Yang's frantic demeanor. "Brother Xian, let it go." Shui Qing stepped forward and whispered in Shen Xian's ear. "We can't let this escalate to a fatal outcome. That would be disastrous." That statement held merit. Shen Xian had never intended to kill Chen Yang. This man was merely a ruffian. Killing him would only bring legal repercussions for Shen Xian, an unwise trade-off. Today, Xiao Huang had bitten him, De Huang had landed a few blows, and Shen Xian had slapped him several times, serving as a lesson for Chen Yang. "Enough. Get up." Shen Xian stood, kicking the eyes-closed Chen Yang, and scolded. "This is your first warning. If you dare to act like this again, I will dispose of you and feed you to the wolves in the depths of the forest." Chen Yang shivered. He was acutely aware that the surrounding mountains were home to various wild animals. If he were truly killed and discarded there, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to find him. Within a few days, he would be devoured by wolves, leaving no trace behind. You think I would be frightened by your threats? You're just a scholar. Do you truly believe you can kill someone? Yet, as Qin Yang regained some composure, he immediately dismissed Shen Xian's threats with disdain. Could he really kill someone? What a joke. Even if given a knife, he might not possess the courage to take a life. He could curse fiercely and brawl without a second thought, but the act of killing held an entirely different weight. You doubt my resolve? Shen Xian produced a knife from his pocket, pressing it against Qin Yang's neck with a sinister grin. Tell me, if I were to apply just a bit more pressure, would it not slice through your flesh, allowing your blood to flow freely? Once your blood has drained, I could simply discard you in the mountains. Do you think anyone would discover your demise? Qin Yang, who had just been bold enough to assert Shen Xian wouldn't dare, now felt a wave of dread wash over him. He was terrified. As dusk approached, the thought of being killed and left in the wilderness to be devoured by wolves sent chills down his spine. Damn it. A cold sweat trickled down the back of Qin Yang's neck. Brother, I was wrong. I truly regret it. I do not wish to die. Qin Yang panicked, pleading fervently, completely abandoning his earlier bravado. Is this fear? Shen Xian internally reveled in triumph. Indeed, this fellow was terrified of death. And with a mere threat, he had cowered to this extent. Weren't you just so tough? Shen Xian did not intend to let him off easily, coldly remarking, while increasing the pressure of the knife, causing Qin Yang to feel the slight sting of a cut, heightening his terror. Brother, please, don't kill me. I can give you money. I have everything you could want. Just spare me, and I will give you whatever you desire. Qin Yang's desperation nearly brought him to tears as he begged loudly for mercy. Chapter 96. Feeling wronged in a moment of fierce determination, Qin Yang was genuinely frightened. He trembled all over, afraid that Shen Xian might apply pressure with the knife in his hand and take his life. Xiangu, please don't do anything reckless. Lin Lan couldn't help but shout, realizing that punishing this scoundrel by killing him was truly not worth the cost. Yes, don't do this. It's not worth it. Wu Xiuxiu quickly echoed. Right. I'm a lunatic. Killing me isn't worth it. Xiangu, I beg you spare me. Qin Yang kept nodding vigorously, exclaiming loudly, even admitting to being insane. It was evident that he was genuinely terrified. Oh, the heavens truly lack vision. Why do they not punish such a vile person like you? Shen Xian, however, remained calm and collected, leisurely holding the knife and asking, what do you think? Should I act as an agent of justice and eliminate you? The world would then be rid of one less menace. A smile adorned Shen Xian's face, exuding a seemingly kind demeanor. Eddie held the knife, capable of taking Qin Yang's life at any moment. He was akin to a half-angel, half-demon, both righteous and wicked. Even Qin Yang was bewildered as to what Shen Xian truly intended. Was he really going to kill him? No. Please, no. Despite his usual bravado, Qin Yang, who often boasted about wanting to kill others' families, found himself genuinely frightened when confronted with danger. Just as Shen Xian was about to intimidate him further, he suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Urine. What in the world? Shen Xian glanced at Qin Yang's trousers, where a stream of yellow liquid was cascading down to the ground. He was so frightened that he would himself. Shen Xian felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, accompanied by a hint of disdain. Here was a grown man, who often declared violence, reduced to such a state by mere intimidation. Beside them, Lin Lan and the others covered their noses, unwilling to endure the stench. They even turned their faces away from Qin Yang. Forget it, just get lost. This is truly bad luck. Shen Xian stood up, pinching his nose, speaking irritably. Even De Huang and Xiao Huang seemed to sense the situation, obediently releasing Qin Yang and moving aside, as if they too were repulsed by him. What a disgrace! Shen Xian and the others acted in such a manner that Qin Yang, the very subject of their disdain, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in and never emerge. The thought of a grown man wetting himself out of fear was too humiliating to bear. Trembling, he scrambled to his feet and fled the scene at lightning speed, as if being chased by a ghost. Only then did Shen Xian and the others return to their usual demeanor. Xiangu, were you really going to kill him just now? Wu Xiuxiu couldn't help but ask, her curiosity piqued. The normally amiable Shen Xian had shown a fierce side today, reminiscent of a villain from a movie, and it was quite thrilling. Of course, I was only scaring him. Shen Xian waved his hand dismissively. If I killed him, I'd end up in jail. It's not worth it, nor necessary. A person like him only needs a good scare. Heaven will eventually deal with him. Just a scare? Goodness. Lin Lan and the others were taken aback. I thought you were genuinely going to kill him. We were all worried. Lin Lan sighed, shaking her head. Exactly. We were all concerned that if you really did kill him, it would be a great loss, and we'd be scared for our lives. Wu Xiuxiu quickly added, her tone reflecting her relief. Don't worry, I'm not that foolish. Shun Xian chuckled. I'm not a killer. There is no need for that. Xian Gu is right. We are law-abiding citizens and cannot engage in unlawful acts, Xueqing declared as she stepped forward. Today's troubles were all because of me. So I'll treat everyone to a nice meal tonight. A nice meal? Upon hearing this, Shen Xian rubbed his stomach and replied, Yes, I'm quite hungry. Is there anywhere good to eat? Wong Wong Wong. Ao. The moment food was mentioned, Da Huang and Xiao Huang chimed in, seemingly eager for a feast. Let us go to my house. I'll make you some barbecue, Xueqing said, leading Shen Xian and the others out of the orchard and toward the village. They arrived at a slightly dilapidated courtyard. Pushing open the large gate, they entered a somewhat aged residence. From the outside, it did appear old, but it was impeccably clean and orderly, clearly well maintained. Sit here, I'll prepare the barbecue, Xueqing said as she moved a few chairs into the yard, cut some watermelon, and poured water. I'll help you, Shen Xian volunteered, his stomach growling, eager to eat as soon as possible. Sure, Xueqing did not object, knowing Shen Xian's culinary skills. She let him handle the grilling while she focused on supporting tasks. Chunks of beef, lamb, and pork belly were cut and marinated with seasonings, and they began preparing bamboo skewers. They lit the charcoal and set up the iron rack. Soon, they all gathered together to start assembling the meat skewers. Xiuxiu, stop that. Look at the skewers you've made. What on earth is that? Xueqing glanced at the skewers Wu Xiuxiu had prepared and immediately expressed her disdain. The others followed her gaze and noticed that Wu Xiuxiu's skewers were a haphazard assortment of strange shapes, truly unsightly. Xingu, what is wrong with my skewers? Is there something wrong with them? Wu Xiuxiu looked at Shen Xian with a pitiful expression, ready to plead her case. They're fine, just rather ugly. Shen Xian chuckled, candidly stating the obvious. Goodness. Wu Xiuxiu immediately felt indignant, tossing the skewers aside. Humph, you all are bullying me. I'm going to report you. Report us? The group laughed, eager to see how Wu Xiuxiu would go about it. She promptly pulled out her phone and opened the Douyu live streaming platform. Oh, Xiuxiu is streaming? Are you gaming? I want to duo with you. Wow, Xiangu is here, and there's a rich lady too. What are you all doing? A flood of viewers poured into the live stream. Even those from Shen Xian's channel joined in. We're here to barbecue. Wu Xiuxiu casually explained, everyone. Help me judge. How did my skewers become ugly? They're all bullying me. You need to help me. She then held her skewers up to the camera, lamenting her plight. It must be said, the skewers she prepared were indeed an eyesore. Is this what you made? It looks utterly unappetizing. Xiuxiu, let us not barbecue anymore. With those hands of yours, you truly can't do anything right. You may be bad at gaming, but even your skewers are a disaster. To her surprise, instead of receiving comfort, the live chat was filled with mocking remarks, showing no mercy whatsoever. Chapter 97. The perils of intoxication. The screen was filled with laughter at her expense, although a few scattered voices attempted to offer solace. They were quickly drowned out by ridicule. Wu Xiuxiu felt on the verge of collapse. She could not comprehend why, despite being a beauty herself. None of the viewers in the live stream showed her any compassion. Was there not a single gentleman among them to offer her comfort? It was utterly excessive. Enough is enough. Wu Xiuxiu stamped her foot in frustration, lamenting the absence of any kind-hearted soul among the crowd of straightforward men. What is the point of consolation? We are brothers. There is no need for such nonsense. Indeed, we only speak the truth. You truly are incompetent in everything. You're only fit for eating, nothing else. After venting her grievances, the barrage of comments in the live stream only escalated. I'm done with this live stream. Surely that will suffice. In a fit of anger, Wu Xiuxiu prepared to close the stream, hoping that out of sight would mean out of mind. No, we still want to see Xiangu. Yes. Don't end the live stream. We aren't here for you. Xiangu isn't even streaming. We came to see him. Don't close it. I'll send you a rocket. Unexpectedly, with that single threat, the true intentions of the viewers were revealed. As they candidly admitted they were only there to see Xiangu, showing no regard for Wu Xiuxiu whatsoever. Goodness. Xiangu, look at your fans. They couldn't find you. So they all came to my stream. What kind of situation is this? Seizing the opportunity, Wu Xiuxiu began to complain. Is that so? Then go ahead and close it. Let them not see you. Shen Xian chuckled lightly and casually remarked, All right, I'll close it then. Ding dong. User Shadai gifted the streamer a rocket. Ding dong. User Lao Wang gifted the streamer a plane. Ding dong. User Xiao Xiangxiang gifted the streamer a plane. Suddenly, a flurry of gifts began to float through the live stream, all being rockets and planes, substantial gifts indeed. Well, just as Wu Xiaoxiao was about to press the button to end the stream, she was taken aback by the gifts and hesitated. Thank you for the rockets and planes. She quickly expressed her gratitude. We are all here to see Xiangu. You must not close the stream. Exactly, the stream must continue. Observing the lively comments, Wu Xiaoxiao's mood brightened considerably. No problem, I will definitely not close the stream. Watch however you wish. With a mischievous smile, she adjusted the camera to focus more on Xiangu. Woman, your true colors are showing. Indeed, wealth can compel obedience, and Wu Xiaoxiao found herself complying. How delightful. Now we can all see Xiangu. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly satisfied. With Xianji's own stream unavailable, they had no choice but to resort to this means to catch a glimpse of him. Accustomed to his daily broadcasts, the sudden absence left them feeling rather disoriented. Weren't you going to end the stream? Shen Xian and his companions were baffled to see Wu Xiaoxiao not only keeping the stream alive, but also directing the camera towards them. Hee. Xianji's fans came to shower me with rockets and planes, urging me to keep the stream alive. They all want to see you, Wu Xiaoxiao explained. Feeling a bit shy? So for a few pittance, you refuse to end the stream? Shen Xian retorted, utterly speechless. People hustle for mere coins. I am but a commoner. Wu Xiaoxiao unabashedly disparaged herself, showing no sign of discomfort. Very well. Shen Xian sighed, deciding to focus on the barbecue he had just prepared. Sizzling sounds filled the air as the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted about, making one's mouth water. Wow, that smells incredible, Lin Lan exclaimed, unable to resist the urge to close her eyes and inhale deeply. Look at the delicious skewers Xiangu is grilling. They look utterly delightful. Wu Xiaoxiao eagerly directed the camera towards the sizzling meat. Goodness, this is pure temptation. The viewers lamented, feeling cheated as they had come to see Xiangu. Not to drool over meat skewers. That ugliest skewer must be worn by Wu Xiaoxiao. It's truly hideous. The chat was filled with cries of despair, as most viewers had already dined and could hardly bear the sight of the delectable skewers. Come on, stop the stream and eat. Shen Xian handed out the grilled meat to Lin Lan, Xueqing, and Wu Xiaoxiao, each taking a generous skewer and indulging heartily. I can't take it anymore. I'm ordering takeout. Barbecue and beer, that's the way to go. Oh no, what about my diet? Lin Lan groaned, feeling tortured. The four of them feasted on the skewers before the viewers, who were left in agony. After devouring several, their hunger subsided to some extent. Woof woof woof. However, they had forgotten about Da Huang and Xiao Huang, who could no longer contain their excitement and began barking loudly. Oh no, we forgot about Da Huang and Xiao Huang. I'll go cut the leftover meat for them, Xueqing exclaimed, rushing into the house to wash and prepare the remaining meat. Da Huang and Xiao Huang commenced their feast simultaneously. Goodness. Da Huang and Xiao Huang are eating better than we are. How can we bear this? Enough. I want to eat meat and drink beer too. Provoked by this sight, many viewers clamored to indulge as well. Xueqing, do you have any beer at home? Shen Xian casually inquired after a couple of bites of meat. Yes, I'll grab some. Xueqing promptly returned with a six-pack of beer. 6 cans. Shen Xian distributed one to each person. I can't handle my alcohol. I get dizzy after just one drink. Lin Lan hesitated, holding a can of beer. How about you all drink? And I'll have tea instead? How could that be? Shen Xian laughed, saying, come on, we must drink together. After all, we're not going anywhere tonight. So it's safe. Exactly, let us all have a little. If we get drunk, Xiangu will take care of us. Xueqing and Wu Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lin Lan felt her face flush. All right then, I'll just have a little. I won't overdo it. Unable to refuse their hospitality, she reluctantly acquiesced. The four clinked their glasses together and took a sip. As the beer slid down, Lin Lan's demeanor transformed. Her cheeks flushed from her neck to her forehead, and her gaze grew increasingly dazed. Haha, the wealthy lady is getting tipsy tonight. Will Xiangu be the lucky one? I truly hope the stream remains live so we can witness a delightful spectacle. You all are utterly shameless. Do you think Xiangu is the type to take advantage of a situation?